The story began in a village in a mountainous area at sunrise. Someone woke up near the chicken coop and began to rub his sleepy eyes. The boy's name was Jan. He spoke to the chickens and took his broom. Jan studied here. He only reached the 3rd degree of hardening in 2 years. It was not normal. This was an insufficient result for such a term. Yang thought about how to become stronger in his sect and continued to do the dirty work assigned to him. In the sect in which he was, everything was decided by force. The law of the jungle has existed here since ancient times. The foundation of the sect is strength and ruthlessness. Pupils who were not yet 14 years old went on a 3-year internship. The sect paid for everything. You just had to train. If a student undergoes body hardening, he was sent to a group with an experienced master. In the event that a disciple could not perfect his body, he was forced to leave the sect or become an assistant disciple. Since the choice was already made, Ian decided to continue working to try to improve his skills and the strength of his body. Other students saw Jan and started talking to him. Everyone looked at Jan. The students made fun of Ian because he was an assistant, but he could not come to harden his body and pass the test of strength. The disciples continued their conversations about Jan and said that he needed to leave the sect due to unsatisfactory results. Yang sat down on the ground and began to meditate. He imagined that there was no one around. He is alone with his mind and skill. Yang continued his meditation. The students looked at him and did not understand what was happening. Some students continued to laugh at him. Jan listened only to his mind and to the birds sitting on a stout tree near him. He heard the sound of the great bell. When the bell rings 9 times and the sun rises, it means that a new day has come. I tried to concentrate and ignore everything going on around him during the meditation that continued. There were more and more students, and they looked at Jan as a madman who just sits on the ground and does nothing. Jan had a new exam, and the students were fighting over who would spar with him. All over the sect there was clamor and controversy about this event. Everyone was shouting for Jan to quickly choose an opponent for sparring. Yang smiled and threw down his broom, which he used to clean and take care of the plot of land assigned to him. Spinning in the air, the broom fell and pointed at one of the strongest disciples in the sect. He was very strong and started laughing. Jan had the 3rd stage of body hardening, and Yoon had the 5th stage of body hardening. He was almost twice as strong as Ian in both technique and skill. They looked into each other's eyes, got into a fighting stance, and their sparring began. Jan took the initiative and launched the attack first. At this point, Yoon launched a counterattack, elbowing Jan in the shoulder and then punching Colin in the stomach. Yoon's attack continued, and Yang was forced to retreat. He did not know how to face a warrior who was superior to him in strength. Yang was able to dodge Yoon's punch with his technique. They both stood looking at each other in surprise. Without delay, Yoon continued his attack and continued to develop success. Their fists collided with each other. Jan's punch was stronger, but he was tired and fell to the ground. Yoon thought the battle was over, but it was just beginning. The crowd goes crazy with the speed of the sparring. Ian got up after falling and started attacking again with a run called leg leaf. Yoon counterattacked again, and Yang fell again from the street kick. He needed to somehow face an opponent who was superior to him in absolutely all aspects of sparring. Yang rose and continued his attack again and again. The crowd was surprised, but did not understand how much he would continue to rise. Yang was exhausted, but continued to climb. A bruise appeared under Yun's eye, which meant that Yang's efforts were not in vain. I started my attack again. This time the attack started with a run and direct punches. Yun punched Yan in the neck, and he collapsed from exhaustion. Someone was sitting on a big tree and writing something in his diary. It described how Yang fights Yun and who won. She was a girl from the Special Forces. They were under the jurisdiction of the elders, and their duty was to keep records of the fights between the students. She did her job meticulously and perfectly, documenting the trials and sparring of each of the students. For Ian, it was already the 147th sparring and 147th defeat. This was a record number of failed attempts. She was surprised as to why Yang was still a student assistant instead of leaving here, since he had already been defeated 147 times. During the fight, Ian lost consciousness. He woke up under a tree, but he did not understand why he was there, since he did not fall there. He was surprised that someone had taken care of him by dragging him to the tree, instead of leaving him in the middle of the sparring ground. Jan's whole body was battered. He was forced to use healing salve to heal his bleeding wounds. He did not know where this ointment came from, and the ointment cost 10 points. He would not have been able to earn even in a month's work. Young said that he would definitely repay this person who showed kindness to him in the future and help her in some way. Jan went to his room, took off his cloak and clothes. Absolutely the whole body was covered in bruises and wounds. He uncorked the salve, rubbed his wounds, and began using the salve to heal the wounds. The ointment is very useful, but it had to be used in small quantities and not washed off with water because it is very expensive and does not contain much in one bottle. Yang lay down trying to sleep to rest. He was quite tired and exhausted after a hard fight. Yang was sleeping and had a dream of him sparring with Yun, who is much stronger than him. In the dream, everything looked different. Yang continued his attacks, but they were successful. He injured Yun and outplayed him in duels. In his dream, it was not difficult for him to defeat Yun, and he said that he would soon become the strongest in the world. Suddenly his sleep was interrupted and he felt pain. He did not understand what was happening. Ian woke up and was delighted with his dream. He understood that it was a dream, but was very upset. All the same, the sparring exam was failed. Ian got up and cleaned his room. The stone on which he was lying became a different color, a little darker. He did not know how it happened. He took it in his hands, and the black stone turned into a book glowing with purple power and magic. Unable to bear the strength, he let go of the book, and it fell to the ground. The magic stopped working. When he picked up the book again, it lit up with energy. When he examined it, he found that it was a blank book with black sheets of hard material. He continued to examine her carefully. He did not understand why he needed an empty book with small black letters. Jan closed the book and thought about what to do with it. He bit his finger and began to squeeze the blood from it onto the book, trying to recreate the ritual. Dark energy began to circulate in the room with bright flashes of light. Ian was very surprised. In the golden light of energy, a skeleton appeared in front of him, which was located above this dark book. Ian thought the skeleton was laughing at him. Yang felt confused. I touched the skeleton with my hand. He took his skull. The skeleton's energy began to engulf Yan's body, and light energy spread around him. He did not understand what was happening. He felt as if someone had settled inside him, as if his bones had become stronger. He was confused and very scared at the same time. His bones seemed to begin to heal, where there were fractures, cracks, and bruises. Everything began to heal much faster than it should have taken without the ritual. The skeleton wanted to take over Yan's mind and body, but he couldn't allow it. After the ritual, Yang sat on the floor and did not understand what kind of book it was or what was happening. But his body no longer hurt. His wounds were healed. He felt that he had become much stronger, and his wounds seemed to evaporate into thin air. Looking around the room, he did not see the book. It simply disappeared to an unknown place. He found the book and could control it. It appeared and disappeared when he thought about it. The book was made of spiritual stone. Such a stone is created only when hundreds of millions of spirits gather together with enormous human labor. He understood that he had to protect this book because there were no more such books and he needed to become stronger. Now he is too weak to protect her. Ian was going to start training. He wanted to get the most out of owning this book. Young sat on the bed and continued to read the book and absorb the knowledge. Now the book wasn't just dark. He saw the text that was written there, which was the hard work of everyone who worked on the creation of this book. He saw the records on the technique of hardening the body. It was an encyclopedia on how to harden your body. Ian looked out the window. It was already night outside, quite late, and Ian just went to bed with the book. At dawn, Jan woke up, came out of his hut, and just looked at the sky, admiring the sunrise. Jan went outside and began his training. These were breathing control exercises, which is very important in combat. He began to concentrate his strength and combine it with movements. He had not been able to do this before. The training was very difficult for him, because he had never practiced it before. Ian's back and spine were in a lot of pain. Only yesterday he was fatally injured, and today he started training again. It showed. He performed only the first 3 exercises from the book. It was even 1% of the technique written there. He understood that he should not give up and continue to work hard. He should. In the sweat of his brow, Jan continued his hard training at dawn. He felt that little by little he was becoming one with the skeleton, and his hands were becoming much more skilled. It was quite unusual and strange for him. Half an hour later, Yang was very tired. He could not raise his arms above his waist. They just hung like a finger. The fatigue was very strong. But still, after this amazing ritual, the hero became much stronger and self-confident, even after such a short training using a special technique. The sun rose higher, but the day had already come, and new adventures awaited him. Yang felt something strange and incomprehensible in his body. He felt as if he had entered the 4th level of hardening his body. Yang was very happy because of the increase in his level of professionalism. But then for some reason he began to throw up. This happened when a sect student goes to a new level, but he vomited a lot. He never blew with such a volume. It was very difficult for him. The spy who helped him saw him again when she was on duty, and took notes of everything that was happening around her. The other students started asking Ian if he was doing well because he had been sweeping the sidewalk in the same spot for the whole time. They thought there was something wrong with him. Ian was thinking about how he should improve his schedule to train more, when suddenly someone hit his back, and he fell to the ground. It was one of the students. He fell on the pavement. The student was surprised because Yang was very strong and strong. The student turned around and went about his business. Yang asked, "Where is he going in such a hurry?" He replied that he needed to go to the hall. Today is the 8th day of the month and everyone should be there. Ian had 6 hard-earned points, and he lost them all because he lost 6 sparring exams. Yang was upset about this. Ian went to the hall, where he saw one of the teachers dozing alone at his workshop table. The elder's name was Meng. Jian approached him and disturbed him. The elder woke up and was ready to listen to the student. The elder asked why Yang did not come to him in the morning. "I've already said I've had a lot to do," Ian replied. The elder laughed and said, "Of course, I didn't say yes, I had a lot to do." And the elder gave him 10 pieces of silver and recorded that he gave them to him. They continued to talk about the silver that was paid to the sect's students every month. The elder offered to take a cream to treat the wounds. Jan refused because some stranger gave him a full jar of the ointment he needed. They continued their dialogue about body conditioning and how to train to regularly increase your conditioning and win sparring matches. Jan hasn't managed to win a single sparring match since joining the sect. He lost all his sparring matches, which were more than 100. The elder tried to give his recommendations on how to approach the training and study of training in order to show yourself better in sparring and get the victory that was so necessary. Jan took offense at the elder's jokes. "I already wanted to go. The sect is no good for Jan and he might die, so he better go home to ensure his safety." The elder enjoyed herbal tea, but he was not satisfied with the dialogue with Jan. Ian always felt uncomfortable when he was out walking, but today this was not the case. A group of boys looked back at him and started staring at him. Ian just moved on. It seemed to him that he had already seen a similar face somewhere. Yang went into the store and asked for a bag of rice. He bought 1 bag for 1 month. The saleswoman asked if he needed anything else, because it was not enough for a month. Yang did not answer that he had enough. He also said that he hunts nearby in the mountains to get meat. The owner of the store offered to give Jan some old rice, which was lying in the warehouse and was simply disappearing for free. Jan was treated like a poor man who didn't have enough money to feed himself. He did not like this behavior of the store owners. The owner of the store told him not to lose heart and to count on him to be able to help in a difficult situation. The guys who were standing near the store hit one of the sellers. He fell to the ground and clutched his ribs. The shop owner was shocked by this. They came in and started shouting that the owner had sold the brother poisoned rice. The brother was very sick. The owner began to say that this was impossible and that he did not sell spoiled rice to anyone. The owner said that it was some kind of misunderstanding and that this cannot happen. Ian just stood there and watched the situation with the other salesmen. "I told you guys who started yelling to calm down." They looked down on him and told him not to interfere. The owner said he didn't want any trouble. The owner said that he would not be able to help his brother who fell ill. He offered to call a doctor so that he could provide emergency care. The owner added that he would pay for his brother's treatment himself, but the boy did not like the shop owner's answer. I remembered that he had definitely seen these people in the alley standing in a circle facing each other and secretly whispering something to each other. Yang guessed that they were up to something, but he didn't know what it was yet. Ian began confronting the boys and arguing with them about a disease that might not even exist. After analyzing everything, Yang told the owner that the competitors had set the boys on him because they wanted to clean up his rice shop. The owner of the store began to annoy someone very much. Ian came up with a cunning plan. He bent his strength, swung and tried to hit the boy, who seemed to be poisoned by rice. The guy, who was poisoned at the moment, he sat out from Jan's blow as a reaction. Everyone around was surprised, but did not understand what was happening here. The whole crowd started shouting that the boys were cheating. Also, the crowd admired Ian's intelligence because he brought the robbers and the store owner to justice. "You will not have to compensate them." One of the boys called Ian a freak and told him not to get into his own business. He also added that they lost today and they will not be able to cheat the owner of the rice shop out of money. Jan told them to stop. He simply did not want to let the robbers go who wanted to cause damage to the owner of the rice shop. The crowd in the market agreed with Jan. They did not want to allow the robbers to engage in blackmail again and demand a ransom from the owners of other shops and buyouts. Yang did not understand that good deeds should be followed through, and he asked his friend if he would help to arrest these thieves and teach them not to do any more foolish things. Yang was quite confident as he had been training in the Heavenly Pavilion for 3 years now, and he was much stronger in the past few days. After a conversation with a friend, he realized that there was no need to waste time, but to act and neutralize and arrest the robbers' blackmailers. The robbers were violently raging in the crowd, and Yang and his brother were preparing for a confrontation. The people in the market also supported the lynching of the robbers, who behaved horribly. But Jan's brother was with the robbers. He did not want them to be wronged. He thought how to help the robbers escape and not be arrested. The brother winked at the robbers. With this, he himself told them that he would help them escape if possible. The owner of the rice shop and other traders also took it upon themselves to help the boys. They also rushed with brooms, and shovels to help teach the Rasby shack. They began to beat the criminals, and their accomplice did not know what to do. He thought how to get them out, but it was not easy. However, he did not manage to save the robbers. They were badly beaten. They just lay in the middle of the market and tried to regain their strength to get out of here. Yang said that they should be tortured. Also, all the people in the market said that they would bring shame to their whole area, particularly their village. The accomplice, pretending to be a brother, said, "Maybe they've had enough. Maybe they've had their due and they need to be left alone and let them go." Jan said that thieves should be made to pay a price so that they understand that such acts will not go away, and they will be punished according to the law. A conflict began between Jan and his brother. They argued about what should be done with the criminals. Yang wanted to take their lives, but his brother insisted that they should be released. The shop owner also insisted that they should not be persecuted, but let them go. The conflict continued between the brother and Jan. They could not find a common point of view. Yang thought his brother was very weak. The thieves began to tell the truth and confess that their brother himself invited them to this adventure, and came up with a plan to rob the owner of the rice shop and extort a lot of money from him. The truth surfaced. The thieves began to shout that they had become a victim. They were not to blame for anything, but the brother was to blame for everything. It was quite an unpleasant picture for both of them. Each of them wanted to make up for their lack of involvement with each other. Jan saw now. He now understood why his brother had such an opinion. He was shocked and very surprised at what people were willing to go to for money. They started having an educational conversation with them and told them that it is not possible to do this and that they should not come here again. The owner of the store said that he would be very ashamed and unpleasant for his children if they were their parents. Everyone was surprised that the people from the Heavenly Pavilion were capable of such damage against their citizens, whom they were supposed to protect and protect. The brother from the pavilion began to threaten Jan that at the next sparring exam, he would start beating him and tell him about everything. When the thieves had already fled, the owner of the rice shop thanked Jan very much for his help and for not getting lost in teaching the thieves and the killers. He said that Yang need not be very careful, gave him a bag of rice as a gift, and wished him a happy and safe journey. Ian came to his house in a hurry and was glad that he could not worry about food for the next month. He had a bag full of fresh wood that he got for free. He expected some kind of trap from the thieves, but there was none yet. He thought that on the approaches to his house, they would be waiting for him to pay back. Ian was ready to answer him in a mirror. Jan continued to train carefully and persistently. He thought about how best to divide his schedule, since training only takes 1 hour. He thought about how he should sleep more and how to increase the training time in order to catch up. After training, Ian took a bath. It really relaxed the muscles after hard work, which was aimed at developing technique and speed. He was involved in pumping up his body in stages, namely body foundation training, basic body hardening, and the third stage, which he read from a book. The third stage was supposed to take place with the help of a kettle, which was supposed to turn medicinal herbs into special syrups that would help him become stronger and more durable in a moment. To make the syrup, you needed a shamrock flower and a sedum grass. They were supposed to help make the body much better in every way possible. Since they only grew in the mountains, he had to go on a journey and find them in sufficient numbers. It was a dangerous adventure that was supposed to harden his body. Jan decided to go to the mountains tomorrow and went to bed. At the very dawn, he was already practicing the body hardening technique. Then he went to the hall to work. There he worked tirelessly and understood that work always pays off. Ian was very happy, because he managed to beg for 3 days off, and they had to go to work, and he could go to the mountains in search of plants with a calm soul. The location of the mountains was quite convenient. He approached the mountain range. Collecting herbs was quite problematic, but he got used to it. He was busy putting various useful herbs in a bag. He gathered some and went on to look for new herbs. Having come a few meters, he saw dead grass. He shouted, "Bingo!" and began to put it further in the bag. It was already quite late. Jan decided to make the pass and have a snack with a ball of rice. Jan climbed a tree, took a nap at dawn. He trained his practices again, ate, and again went in search of beneficial herbs. He had few provisions, but he wanted to eat a lot. He expected to hunt at least one rabbit, but he did not succeed. Walking further through the forest, he found a fire that had been lit by someone. Yang shouted, "Who's here?" Strangers aimed arrows at him. Yang was surprised, but then they lowered them because they saw that Yang was not a beast, but an ordinary person. Yang apologized for taking them by surprise. They offered to go to the fire and warm up. They started talking about each other. The people he found here come to the mountains to hunt prey. He liked the company. Yan also introduced himself. He said he was studying in a sect and went to the mountains to gather herbs to improve his strengths. The boy who was hunting with his father also wanted to go to the same school sometime in the future. Jan told him that the main thing is to work hard and everything will work out. Bread was obviously offered. He gladly accepted and thanked for the provision. In the mountains, food is worth its weight in gold, he said. Jan spent the night with them, and at dawn left some medicinal herbs and went on his way. Ian trained regularly. Every morning he began to feel the energy coming through his body. He felt a huge result, practicing the technique for just a few days. Ian managed to hunt a rabbit. He was afraid of encountering serious beasts. When suddenly something started buzzing, he became alert. He saw a huge hole, and next to it lay a bow. The hole was all covered in webs. Skeletons wrapped in webs lay on the ground. Also, there were people he had just befriended. They were still breathing. He tried to untangle them and save them from death. He said that he would solve everything and help the older hunter get out. But he went to look for his child. The spider wrapped the child in a web and bit it with its stingers. With the help of his technique, Ian managed to free her from the web. He fell to the ground. The spider screamed and rushed at Ian. A duel began between them. Yang didn't want to leave the hunters alone. Yan had little time, but he thought carefully about how to proceed. The spider started shooting webs, but Yang quickly dodged it. The spider sealed the exit from the hole. Ian decided to attack the spider. He thought the spider's attacks with its leg cut off Ian right in the arm. He was not worried at all. Despite the fact that he was in pain, he concentrated all his strength on defeating the giant spider. Yang began to punch the spider with all his might, using his skills and the skills he had acquired throughout his training. The spider was very tenacious and continued to resist Yan's heavy punching that continuously hit them. The protracted struggle for survival continued. The spider was almost giving up. Yan delivered the last blow and thereby killed the spider. Yan removed the spider's paw from the wound from his hand and began to untangle the hunter's child. The hunter had already disentangled himself, but when he approached them, he watched as Yan held an unconscious child in his arms. Yang put the child on the ground and said that he would be back soon. He took out his medicinal herbs and began to chew them, so he wanted to make a compress. Ian transferred additional medicinal herbs to the wound caused by the spider, a compress. This eased the pain a little and will help the child recover. He came to himself and was already breathing. It was hard to watch. Herbs only provided pain relief, but something more had to be done to save the child. Jan's wounds hardly hurt. He felt great. Although there was a big wound in his hand, I myself felt fine. He was overflowing with energy. He said he would be back soon and went somewhere again. While Yang was fighting the spider, he saw that there was a whole encyclopedia of useful herbs that could be taken. He was very grateful to the hunters who fell into the trap, because it was thanks to them that he found these herbs. Ian came closer and saw a red mushroom, which he had never seen before. Yang offered his help and said he would lead the hunters out of the forest. They got to the hospital to give the child emergency care. The doctor said that the child was saved thanks to Jan's efforts, and his father, a hunter, was very grateful. The doctor said not to worry, the child will be fine. The disciples he taught went and looked to see if Jan was there. They thought he might have left the heavenly pavilion. Near a large crowd, one of the students asked what was happening there and why there was such a noise. Another student replied that today is the day that Yang can challenge any students to help Yang raise his ranking to the 4th bedroom. Su, who had been taught by Yang, was going to beat him very badly. All the students didn't shut up and kept saying that Yang could still defeat one of them to increase his ranking to 4th and increase his body strength and move to the next level. They have all gathered, but I still haven't come. It was quite strange for them. Everyone did not know where he was. He always came early. They thought that maybe he was in his hut. Su came to the hut. He wanted to find Ian and beat him up for teaching him in the market. He shouted for Yan to not hide and come out. No one answered from Yan's chip. There was complete silence. Su was very angry and wanted to open the chip door. He opened the door of the hut with his foot, but it was empty. Everyone thought that Yang had run away. Su already wanted to go on a campaign to find Yan and publicly beat him. This was his main goal after the humiliation. Everyone began to discourage him and said that it was already too much and that there was no need to do such things. Su lit a torch and started burning Yang's house. It was one of the poorest houses in the entire academy, and it was decided to burn it down. Jan himself was coming from his campaign and prevented this. A verbal altercation began between them. Their duel was soon to turn from words to fists. They continued to argue, Su wanting to challenge Yang and Yang being fully prepared as he was training hard now. Ian was very self-confident because he had beaten a giant spider, and he was full of courage in the cave. Su got into a battle stance and was ready to fight Yang for authority and recognition in the academy among the students. Yang said to wait and went to his den, thus showing that he is far superior to Su in his manners. After putting down his bag, Yang went outside again and started a fight with Su. They continued to argue about which of them was the better warrior, who was more capable of martial arts, both in contact and non-contact. Su had connections, as he had no hesitation in wanting to burn down Yang's entire house, who was innocent. It was very sweaty and sneaky. Su began to brag that he had a high status in the sect, and that he had many masters who were very fond of him and helped him in everything. Su was very angry and thought that he would have no problem defeating Yan in their duel, and he wasn't worried about it at all. Yang continued to talk to him, even though Su was very sneaky and only understood the language of strength, which Yang had to demonstrate in order for Su to disengage from him and stop humiliating him. Su wanted Yang to apologize to him, and threatened to beat him up if it didn't happen right now in front of all the students. Ian said, let's start sparring instead of deciding who's to blame. Courage and strength filled him, and he was absolutely ready for any challenge. Everyone started laughing at Yan because he, being at the 3rd level of tempering, wanted to challenge Su, who was already a much higher level. Another strong student emerged from the crowd, as Yang was unable to challenge Su, so he was offered a duel with another student who was not much above him in terms of martial arts development. Yang said that indeed 5 days ago he was at a different level of art, but now he has become much stronger and ready to duel much more. The student, with whom the sparring was to take place, began to threaten Yan, and told him not to complain if he was severely spanked in front of everyone without pity. The student let Jan start the attack, since he was weaker than him in ranking, and this was the tradition in sparring between students. The student shouted, stop talking, let's attack, let's test your strength. That student's name was Zhao. Yang told him to brace himself because now it was going to hurt, and he was going to regret daring to go up against him in this duel that wasn't going to end well for him. Yang struck Zhao squarely in the chest with a well-aimed punch. He was in extreme pain, and Zhao's eyes began to twitch in pain. Yang first landed a flurry of punches, and then sealed the victory with a kick to the chest. He was overflowing with strength and power. Everyone was very surprised when Jan won his sparring for the first time. Everyone's mouths fell open, the students stood, but could not say anything, and the spy, who was recording all the information, was also surprised. The spy saw that Yan had won, and she fell out of the tree with excitement and killed herself. It was quite painful for her to fall from the tree. Just a few days ago he lost to a weaker opponent, and now he defeated a much stronger student without any injuries to himself, and he did it very quickly. Yan's control integrity of the blow is built very well, but he worked hard enough on it and could already concentrate all his power in one precise blow. Brother Su began to worry as Yang demanded a duel with him. After such a triumph, he was afraid to face Yan's skill, which no one had seen before. Su said that Yang showed good ability, and showed his strengths, and showed everyone that he is capable of winning sparring matches. Su and the students took the beaten warrior and carried him to the hospital. They said Yang had demonstrated his power, so they were leaving him alone for today. Yang was quite surprised. He expected an even bigger challenge. Ian was very upset about sparring with the students. He missed his morning practice and training. The spy, an elder, wanted to come over and ask what stage he was in the development of his skill. When she approached his home, she saw his head in the river. She was very surprised. She called Ian shameless because he washed naked in the middle of the river, in broad daylight, and that could attract attention the way it turned her. She was concerned about how quickly Ian's character was changing, and how he was becoming more courageous and increasing his potential. Several days have passed since John last performed his work. He took the broom and continued to perform his duties of serving and sweeping the sidewalks. He took a bag of herbs that he had collected on a hike in the mountains. He was going to keep part of it for himself, and sell part of it to the elder in the hall where the students went to train. In the hall, the elder continued to drink tea and had no idea that Yang had undergone such a big change. I came to him in torn clothes. The elder asked what had happened to Jan and why he was so beaten, torn, and tired all over. Yang said that there was a little difficulty in the mountains, but that difficulty no longer exists. He also said that he harvested a good crop of medicinal herbs during this trek. The elder offered to exchange 1 point of merit for 2 blades of grass. Ian continued to show other specimens of the herb that he managed to get on the hike. The elder was surprised that Jan had such a talent for finding herbs and figuring out which ones were medicinal. He was pleased that Jan began to show his achievements and realize himself in certain areas. Jan began to say that he had found one amazing thing in the mountains. The elder was surprised and didn't know what it could be, so he listened carefully to Jan and was willing to examine and help determine exactly what the item was and whether it would be useful to the warrior. Jan reached into the bag and pulled out a red mushroom. The elder took it in his hands and began to examine it for usefulness or harm. Jan asked, "What kind of mushroom is this, and what should be done with it?" In turn, the elder answered, "Where did you find him?" Yang began to tell his story that he found a mushroom in a cave, where he encountered a spider that guarded the mushroom. He was also able to kill the spider and take all the medicinal herbs there were. The elder was very surprised by Jan's endurance and courage, and warned that it was not necessary to do so. Yang said that he didn't think to go deep into the mountains, but the situation forced him to do so in order to save other people from being linked by a spider. The elder said that it was a blood mushroom and it was very rare. Finding it is a great feat and merit. There are very few such mushrooms, and he is priceless. I was overjoyed as the mushroom had value and was hard to come by and easy to sell if money was needed. Ian asked, "How many points can you get for this mushroom?" The elder said that he would give as much as 20 points for a mushroom, and before that, Young received only 4 points for a whole month of work as an assistant. Ian was sad and said that it was not enough. The elder said that there is no need to expect more and this is his price. Yang wondered if he should sell this mushroom or look for other options for its realization, because 20 points for such a feat did not seem like a very high price to him. He was counting points in his head. He got 36 points for the herbs he sold to the elder, and he had a total of 48 points on his account. Yang told the elder that he wanted to buy 10 pieces of dead man's herb, which is how much he found during the trip. At least the elder asked if he was sure because it would cost 10 points. Yang was very angry with the elder because he was a common swindler and just wanted to profit from the students who obtained the medicinal herb the hard way, and he simply resold it. The elder put his hands behind his head and enjoyed his position because no one objected to him, since he was an elder, and he himself dictated the law that the students training in this academy had to follow. The elder told Jan not to go so fast, but he left upset. At the exit from the elder's hall, a secret spy was waiting for him, who was constantly spying on how the sparring between students was going on. The spy wanted to start a conversation with Jan, but their paths crossed and they could not communicate with each other. The spy went to the elder, took off her mask and asked if something happened because Yang was walking away from the elder a bit upset and depressed. The elder said that nothing happened and everything is fine, and Yang continued to boil sacred and medicinal herbs in order to improve his fitness, stamina, and harmony of his body and mind. The smell was a little strange, but he didn't smell anything out of the ordinary. He decided to put the kettle on his bed. He felt his body go numb for a second, the concoction of medicinal herbs numbing his entire body. Jan did not fall to his knees, let go of his teapot. He didn't have enough strength. He doesn't even understand what is happening for a few steps to counteract it. He couldn't move at all. As it turns out, both of these herbs he brewed have a mildly poisonous effect. They can cause temporary paralysis of the body. The teapot in which Yang brewed the herbs increased the effectiveness of those herbs being used. He understood this perfectly, but did not take it into account. He wasn't supposed to sleep, as it could lead to serious injuries that he didn't want to receive just at the beginning of his journey. Ian needed to get up quickly to avoid losing his skills and continue his progress. He stood up, but it was still hard. Yang thought he was going to pass out, but managed to prevent it by overpowering himself. The teapot was too strong. It greatly enhanced the effect of medicinal herbs. Ian went to bed and tried to sleep. Sue was lying in bed and couldn't believe that Yang had become so strong and powerful. He and several other students lay unable to sleep and talked among themselves about Yan in particular. Sue came home to another student. They were up to something, but it was not yet clear what. They somehow wanted to take revenge on Jan, and sat down on the bed and began to think how they could take revenge on him. And they still have some ideas from the moment when Jan's first sparring was already 4 days ago. Sue started yelling at the other student because he wanted to sleep and did not want to help him. Sue said that he couldn't drag it out any longer and had to find a way to answer Yang. Another student came up and said he had an idea. He said it in Sue's ear. Sue told him that it was a good idea. Ian continued to toil and work at his job. He had a good day yesterday. He wanted to finish his work and go on training. Suddenly, another student approached him and started talking to him about sparring, how he managed to defeat an opponent stronger than him ahead of schedule. The student began to say that Zhang was bullying him and that he did not know what to do and how to act, because Zhang was much stronger and he did not want to provoke him. He was also very grateful that Yang had defeated him, and the student was relieved that Zhang had been beaten to the punch. The same student said he wanted to learn from Ian to become as strong and have the ability to defeat stronger and more muscular opponents. I said it couldn't happen because he wasn't a professional himself and hadn't really mastered anything, although the student asked me about it very much. The student began to say that at this rate, his plans would fail, and he would not be able to defeat anyone to increase his level of body hardening. The student took offense at me. He did not understand why I did not want to help him increase his level. Ian said absolutely no. He doesn't want to do that because it doesn't match his principles, and he also doesn't want to publish his work, which he read in the secret black book, which he accidentally found. The student continued to persuade Ian to want to conduct a sparring exam with him in order to increase the hardening of the student's body. I was quite angry with him. There was a fight recently and he wanted to recover a bit, and the student hinted that Yang would challenge him and fight him today. They continued to talk about sparring and exams, and the student said that he would share his points with Ian if Ian would give in to him a little. The student wanted to do something, but I did not suspect it yet. He was very kind to everyone and did not take anyone with bad intentions. The student ran somewhere. Ian thought he would easily earn a few points, and that would be the end of it. But still, Yang suspected something and decided to follow the student who challenged him to a fight and offered to bribe him to win. Su wanted to do something and teach Yang something, who began to behave like a real warrior and not react to the intimidation of students older than his rank. He and the other students continued to discuss things behind Yan's back and prepare some plan to get the word out about his ruined reputation. The student who challenged Yan to a fight ran back to him again from the old speculator's shop, who demanded a lot of points in exchange for only 20 herbs that had a medicinal effect. He brought them in a bag and put the bag in Jan's hands and said he could count them. Jan took this bag in his hands. Ian agreed to help him and said we could start sparring at any time that was convenient. They got into a fighting stance and their sparring, which was supposed to raise the level of the other student, began. The student launched his attack first, and their techniques collided with each other. The student was thrown several meters after the impact. His fist, which hit Yan in the arm, hurt a lot, and he thought that it was not him that hit him, but some kind of stone. The pain was so strong. He tried to swing another attack, but his shot was blocked. Yang was on a completely different level and had almost no experience with the younger student's techniques. I did not understand that it was some kind of trap, but he did not want to give in to show himself as a weakling. He just laughed, blocked the younger student's punches, and hit him in the chin with a well-timed uppercut from below. As the student lay on the ground, I continued my counterattack and delivered another straight punch to the chin. The student gave up, but he understood that he would not be able to defeat Yan and that he was not going to give in to him. Yang wanted to help the younger student up off the ground. As it turned out, the student's name was Yuntian, and he was at the 7th stage of body hardening. Ian progressed at breakneck pace and developed his strength, speed, power, courage, and his skills. Su didn't understand how Yang had been able to defeat a student who was at the 7th stage and had been training at the academy for quite some time until recently, being at the 3rd stage. Yang overheard the conversation with another student, so he walked over and touched his shoulder and offered to spar when Su got the chance. Ian outsmarted everyone. He was much smarter and thought everything in advance. Yang continued to meditate near his hut, which was near the forest. His energy overwhelmed him, and he became much stronger than before. The meditations had a tremendous effect, which was described in the book he was reading. Jan has reached the 7th stage of hardening his body. He understood that soon he would be able to start learning real fighting techniques, not just children's ones. Ian was very happy about that. He could then read the book. The pages he opened began to glow golden. The technique was quite unusual. The technique consisted in the fact that you need to train your best sides. Ian was not moving in the right direction. He understood that now during the battle he could properly concentrate his energy and increase the effects of his attacks on the enemy. Ian was very focused on his goal. He practiced and meditated every day. Energy began to circulate in him even stronger and faster. The progress was very visible. Meditating under the sun was quite difficult, but I didn't understand that this is the best source of energy there can be to absorb, concentrate, and accumulate it in your body. Ian began to go hiking and take more interest in the area in which he lives. He saw a huge cave that was quite deep. He thought that it might be a dragon prison, and that it was full of energy that could be absorbed and accumulated to develop his battle body. He understood that the intensity of energy in this place was simply off the charts. Jan started meditating more here. He was pleased that he began to understand the places of concentration of energy. An elder approached him from behind. He greeted the elder and said he was very glad to see him here. The elder looked at him and looked into the cave, which was very deep and bottomless. Jan asked how one could contact the elder. He said that he can be called 11 elders. I began to ask what Jan does and what he does here, how he practices his martial arts. Yang did not understand that the elder suspected something. A dialogue continued to emerge between them, and they talked about martial arts and methods of how they can be effectively used to confront the enemy. Yang asked why there was such a high concentration of energy, and why this cave was so unusual. The elder said that there are special treasures in the cracks that release enormous energy. The elder began to tell the legend of how this cave was created, and said that it was created by striking the ground with a sword. Ian was shocked by this. He said that one of the founders of the pavilion in these lands faced off against a powerful demon, and in a fierce battle, the demon was forced to run and cut the ground to prevent anyone from catching up, and so their pursuit began. The founder of the clan started hunting the demon. He had to spend a lot of energy to catch up and defeat him. It was at this place that the founder created the Heavenly Pavilion, where students study. The elder said that darkness rules this place, and even sunlight cannot reach the bottom of this cave. John was very confused and surprised by this story, which was very unusual. They continued to communicate, but the elder did not offer to interrupt their conversation and do some other things that were assigned to him. Since there were treasures here, Yang began to practice more near this cave. He sat here for several days and continued his practices and meditations and training, building up his fighting power and strength. Yang sat like a true warrior, not reacting to anything. His energy was concentrated at a tremendous pace. He understood that he was on the right path and would definitely achieve his goal of controlling energy and using it in a duel. He finally managed to concentrate the first drop of wet energy. It was very strange and unusual. Ian was very happy, but did not know how to react to this. He wanted to dance for joy. He believed that it was necessary to sit under the burning sun for several days in order to understand the work of energy and concentrate his strength in it. Ian went to his home in a hurry. He always closed the door before leaving, but when he went home, his door was open. It seems that someone had come into the house and wanted to do something to Jan or his property. When he opened the door, the spy was just lying there, dozing and resting. Looking slightly at the door, Jan saw her and thought about what to do next. And what is she doing in his house? Yang made his way into his room and thought it was one of the students who might have gotten lost or gotten into some trouble over the roof of the building. The light that reflected from the moon shone through, and it gave a very good effect. The spy started to wake up and was surprised to see Ian here. She got up and didn't know what to do next. They both fell into a stupor and started looking at each other. Jan asked how he could address her. I did not understand how she got to his house and what she was doing here. The spy answered that her name was... Here she stopped, but then continued that her name was Leah. Jan asked if he could help her. She said that one of the hunters of the mountain range had been waiting for him all day, but Yang had not appeared. The hunter wanted to thank you for your kindness and help. Leah handed over the bag the hunter had brought for Ian. She was entrusted to take it to him, but she never waited for Jan and dozed off in his tent. Jan apologized for not being at home so much, and thanked her very much for her kindness and sincerity. Leah was quite shy and said that she had completed her mission and could now go. Yang continued to look at her. Opening the package, Yang saw a new uniform there. He was very surprised. It was a quality manual work. Ian thought that the hunters were very good to him for giving such a valuable gift. After grueling meditation for several days in the sun, Yang continued to doze off in his den. But suddenly someone started knocking on his door and woke him up. When he opened the door, Jan saw a piece of paper on the ground and still did not understand what was happening around him. They left him a letter with a challenge and invited him to come to the sparring in the planting of the Black Winds forest for a conversation. He understood that it was a trap and thought about how best to use his powers to confront these unkind people. The list was left by a henchman of Sue. They wanted to trap Ian. They all waited together for Ian to come and spar with them. They expected to beat him together. While waiting for Ian, people from Stormy Domain approached them. They were strong masters. When Sue saw them, he was very surprised. The boys didn't know what to do, and thought maybe they should run away from them. The warriors from the domain did not like Sue and wanted to get even with him. They were all ready for battle and full of confidence to start and finish it. They came up and started mocking and teasing him, saying how dare he stand in their way and obstruct their way. As Sue continued to be taunted, he felt insecure and realized that he could not react because the domain students were much stronger than him and outnumbered him in strength, power, and strength. One of the brothers in the domain had a very beautiful and pretty sister who liked Su a lot, but he couldn't do anything about it because the brothers in the domain had a very bad opinion of him and his future. Su also began to act arrogantly. He said he wasn't going anywhere and told the brothers in the domain to get out of here because he had other things to do. The domain brother's sister was very indignant. She wanted all the domain brothers to start beating Su, and he didn't like everything very much. He was thinking how to get out of this situation without harming himself. One of the domain students kept saying that Su would regret it. He couldn't give his sister any slack. After a short wait, they got into a fighting stance, and a duel began between them. The domain brother said that Su is looking for death, and he will find it. Their techniques began to oppose each other. For a second, they were pushed away from each other by the force of their energy. They only bumped into each other once, but Su knew something was wrong. The domain brother turned out to be much stronger than Su. Yang was walking along the forest path and saw someone beating Su. They lay on the ground and continued to fight. Su received a lot of injuries from this duel. Yang watched as Su continued to spank. The domain student took a rock and wanted to kill Su with it. Other students were surprised by the behavior of the student who was fighting. He was very bloodthirsty. It seemed that the end was about to come for Su, and no one would be able to save him. Su himself did not believe that he would survive. Yan snatched the stone from the hands of the stronger warrior and simply took it in his hand. He could not allow such a calamity to happen to a student of his academy before his eyes. All of Doman's students rushed at him and were ready to confront him in order to finally defeat them all together. I threw a rock at the domain head brother's head with all my might, and the others also began to spank with all their might, using all their strength, energy, courage, and intelligence. He was in a lot of pain, and I used all my might to fight back on an equal footing. All viewers were shocked by this. Su didn't understand why Yang decided to help him, save his life, and help defeat the rest of the warriors who attacked him. The brother from the Domain Academy was very surprised at the strength Yang was displaying. He said that Yang himself rushed in and drew his sword and wanted to fight him with a sword. Su warned Yang that he had reached the rank of Kai Yun. A Domain Academy henchman hit Yan in the hand with a sword. He was in a lot of pain, and it was very unpleasant to feel such a strong pain. But it was a trap. Despite the sword in his hand, Yang continued to fight. He delighted the henchman of the order. He was shocked, but Yang only laughed and prepared a response to his aggression. Yang threw a side punch with all his might, and his opponent was surprised and didn't know what to do. His opponent was lying on the ground. Yang was very angry that they had attacked his friends who studied with him at the academy. He approached his opponent's girlfriend and grabbed her by the neck. She began to question him and flirt with him on various topics. Yang continued to hold her by the throat and wouldn't let go, because he thought she was somehow connected to the warrior he had just defeated in an unequal battle. The girl really liked Yan, but he did not show any sympathy for her and did not want to contact her. He wanted to teach her a lesson and took her by the chest so that she understood that communication with robbers would not be easy for her. Yang laughed at her and simply went to his friends to help them and let them go to the academy, because there was work, business, and training waiting for him there. The girl was very offended by him because he did not pay attention to her beauty and ignored her. She ran up to him and whispered in his ear that she really liked him and that he was interesting. He did not know how to behave. Yang rewound his hand and asked Su if he could make it to the academy by himself or if he needed additional medical attention. They returned to the heavenly pavilion. His friends carried him by the arm, and I followed behind with a twisted arm that had been wounded by a sword. It was a beautiful summer day. The birds were singing, and it was quite not hot and comfortable as for summer. Yang did not understand that he could not be seriously injured, and that he needed to be treated quickly in order not to worsen his situation, because the treatment is quite expensive. He started practicing techniques again to heal his wounds faster and cheaper. Here, Yang was shocked. He raised his body hardening level again. Here he was already 8th. Today's fight benefited him and helped him get a higher rank. Yang's energy absorption speed was greatly accelerated. Several days passed. Su did not appear in public. He was probably recovering from his injuries. While Yang was at work, Su approached him. They came and started talking to Jan. Su asked him for something. Su gave him a pouch filled with something. I asked what was here. There were 2 bottles of alcohol in the bag. Su offered a victory drink. Yang agreed and started drinking, even though the academy did not allow drinking in public. Su invited Yang to step aside to talk with him and said that the cleaning could wait. They continued their conversation. Yang said that he saved Su because he called him brother once before. Su proposed to forget the conflicts that existed between them before and continue to be friends and develop together. They began to talk about the girl that Jan trained after a fight with a robber, whom he also beat and saved. Sue asked if Yan liked that girl and if she was good. Yang stood and smiled, not knowing what to say. Ian decided not to continue the conversation in this direction, and offered to change the topic to something else to distract himself a little. Sue's friends helped Yang and patched up his house to prevent moisture from entering it, while Yang and Sue sat by the riverbank and said that Yang should be careful now because he had defeated strong opponents, and they wanted to know. Their conversation continued, they talked about various open topics, and with each conversation their friendship grew stronger and stronger. Sue still wanted to thank Yan and took out a bottle from his pocket that contained pellets that would help heal errands and speed up recovery from injuries. Sue added that he didn't like to stay in debt, and Yang took over the mess. Sue offered to go for a walk and show where there are interesting things. Jan agreed, and they set off, continuing their friendly conversation. They went to a secret market where they could buy bargain goods for translation, such as Tianyuan fruit, for very little money. Yang asked if there were any apprentices or masters who had reached the 11th degree of body hardening currently in the pavilion. It was quite interesting to him, since he himself was at a high level. Their conversation was quite interesting, and they continued their route without interrupting their friendly conversation. They talked about the founder of the academy and were inspired by his actions and abilities, motivated by his example of strength and courage. They also talked about the current headmaster of the academy and said that he had not yet reached the highest level of mastery. It had been almost 10 years since a master had failed to raise his rank to the highest degree. Their conversation was just gaining momentum. They stopped for a second to rest a bit, but the excitement of the conversation only expanded the topic of the dialogue. Sue said that there was a certain event that made it impossible for the master to exceed his skill level. Sue began to tell his story. He said that the master adopted 2 children because he did not have a wife. They were good warriors, but the master raised them well. The master always praised the elder brother, but did not treat the younger one very well, and because of this, the younger brother felt darkness in his heart. It was a forbidden technique that scared any master, but she was illegal. Everyone stood in shock from the overheard conversation. Now they understood what had happened to the master. After the younger brother learned this remedy, his character changed dramatically and his strength increased greatly. Now that he had reached such a significant level, he expected to receive great praise from the master. But then, a terrible battle took place in the pavilion, and not everyone managed to survive. The boys asked Sue about what happened next, but he took his time to answer. Sue said that after that night the younger brother became a recluse, and only a few people saw him. He said that later the master found the younger son, captured him, and imprisoned him in the dragon prison. Yang began to remember that when he was training near the dragon, a certain master came there and probably wanted to talk to someone and visit someone. Because of all these misfortunes, the headmaster was never able to bring his transformation to the highest level, Sue said. Everyone around was surprised and did not even expect such a turn of events, which was voiced by Sue. There was no limit to the surprise of the boys around. Finally, they reached the market, which was quite unremarkable and sparsely populated. Few people know about it, and because of this, the prices here were quite small and moderate, which was just right for students. Sue said they were at the place, and he clearly liked the place. They really liked the place. Sue showed Yan around the area and told him that it was safe and there was nothing to worry about. He said that there are many people from the academy here. He said that his older sister works here. Yang asked if his sister was strong and what level of tempering and skill she had. Sue said that his sister had the 3rd level of tempering. Yang asked if his sister was so talented, why couldn't he reach the next level of tempering himself? Sue began to say that he was constantly unlucky with trials. Jan asked what his sister's name was. He said her name was Su Yan. They approached the Heavenly Pavilion residence and were about to go inside. Student Sue went to the residence and knocked on the door and said he was the one to open it. The nurse told him to come in and Sue began to open the door. Ian entered and he immediately felt uneasy. He felt that the air was heavy around him. He felt some other, unfamiliar and unknown technique. When Young first saw Sister Suyan, he really liked her and said, "Wow." When the soup came, his sister Suyan hit him for some reason. It is not clear why. She hit him because Sue didn't practice much. She told him that no one should beat him. Sue said that he would train more, and the sister asked Yan if he was the one who beat Chen Xiaofeng. Young said yes, and Su Yan said she had one good piece of advice for him. She began to tell Yang to stay away from Sue. Otherwise, his skills would slow down their training speed and stop at some degree. And she said that the boys were free and she would practice. One of the guys went to look for the health recovery pellets they were talking about a couple of days ago. Sue said that his sister was kinder than it appeared at first glance. After talking some more, Sue and Yang parted ways and said that they would see each other soon. Ian continued to walk around the market and see what people were selling and what they were doing. Here he saw not only ordinary goods, but also goods for alchemy, medicinal preparations, and so on. Ian had to pay special attention to various pills and herbs that contain energy. He thought that there would be enough of them here. The prices for such goods were quite high, and he wondered if he should buy these herbs and drugs, because they were quite expensive. While he was thinking, suddenly someone came up to him from behind and shouted, "Oh, what people!" It was the girl he saw after the fight. He asked what she needed. She said nothing. She just wanted to come over and chat. He did not turn the other way, but simply walked away from her, ignoring her. He asked, "Why are you persecuting me?" He said, "If you follow me further, do not expect good deeds from me." He said that he was not into her. He approached one of the counters and began to look at the product that interested him. He asked, "How much is this particular stone worth?" Jan's stones were quite expensive, but valuable, and Jan didn't have enough money for it. Almost everyone around was from the Crimson Clan, and therefore they were quite wealthy, the merchant said, and he was quite surprised. The girl said that this shop belonged to her family and asked if he wanted the stone, but she would like him to do something for her. She continued to say that she could arrange one stone for Ian. Yang said that he did not want to get the stone like that, and the girl asked the seller to make a discount. He took out the pills that Sue had given him and offered them in exchange for Yang's stone. The seller took the pills and began to count them so as not to make a mistake. The seller agreed and gave John a certain amount of unusual grain. Yang didn't know how to deal with him, but he trusted the seller and believed that everything would work out for him. The girl continued to follow Jan and wanted something from him. Ian thought of scaring her in the forest so that she would get rid of him. The beaten warrior of the Crimson Clan watched this and was very angry. He wanted to attack Jan to punish him for the beating. They wanted to set up an ambush and take Ian by surprise, but the girl wanted me to go out with her. Jan did not agree to this. Yang said that he did not like the girl at all. She was very upset. She began to say that she was the daughter of the Crimson Clan master. Yang began to threaten her and said that his patience was not endless. Suddenly he heard a noise and turned towards the trees behind which the Crimson Clan warriors were standing. The girl was also surprised when she saw them. Sounds started coming from the bushes that the boys wanted to get even with Jan. The situation was quite serious, and Ian was thinking about what to do next. The girl tried to convince Ian not to start a fight, because it could lead to certain consequences. Jan concentrated his energy and was fully prepared for the battle against the Brown Academy students. Yang concentrated all his strength to release the liquid energy that was supposed to help him in this difficult battle. Yang began to accumulate energy from the Yang stone he had bought earlier at the market. He began to absorb all this power to become stronger. The students of the Brown Academy rushed into battle, and with that the battle had already begun. Jan needed to act in order to gain victory at the battle level. They both bumped fist to fist. The attacker's hand hurt a lot. He did not expect such strength and immediately took out his sword. As the attacker tried to swing, Yang blocked the blow with his sword hand. He gripped the sword in his hands and held it. When the attack was blocked, Yang concentrated all the energy in his hand and delivered a blow directly to the head, and his opponent died. All the students around were shocked and did not understand why Jan had such a strong energy and how he was able to accumulate it in such a quick period. The second attacker was also ready to attack, because Yang had just beaten his best friend. Yang was also ready to fight to the end, and the fight began again, only now with the second attacker, who was still fresh and not tired. Their fight started the same way as the first one. They bumped fist to fist. My opponent realized that I was very strong, and he had gotten a lot stronger since their last encounter. The girl standing nearby looked at this, and did not understand how Yang had learned so quickly and become so strong. Jan continued to combine his attacks with his hands and feet, dealing very heavy damage to his opponent and mercilessly hitting him in absolutely every part of his body. After unsuccessful attempts to attack, the attacker was already thinking of running away, because he did not have the strength to resist Jan's spirit and strength any longer. Jan managed to concentrate Jan's energy into a liquid form, and he killed the second attacker with absolutely no remorse and no hesitation. The attacker simply fell to the ground, and the girl was very surprised and scared. Yang stood and looked at her as if nothing had happened. Yana's friend was very scared and could not even understand why all this happened in front of her fragile eyes. Yang began to look at the things that the opponents had, to take away the most valuable things that could be useful to him in the future, to improve his warrior skill level. He told the girl to come over and help him do something, because he couldn't do it himself. He told her to take the corpse of one of the attackers and carry it behind Jan, who was also carrying one of the corpses. The girl was very upset because she was a beautiful lady and did not deserve this, and she had never done such a job. They had to go far into the forest to hide the bodies of the slain attackers, so that no one would suspect them of being the first to attack. Jan said to tie a stone to the body, and they threw both corpses into the water. This is how this story ended for the boys from the Brown Academy. Yang did not understand that he did not want to kill them, but he had no other choice, because he himself would die at their hands. The girl asked if Jan had killed anyone. He answered that no, but that he had never done anything like that. Arriving at the pond, Ian dived into the river to cool off and relieve the heat that was around him. He climbed out and lay down on a stone to lead the girl after him. She also went into the water to cool off in the river from the hot day. The girl was thinking how to make Jan fall in love with her, although he did not pay attention to her, and just lay there, looking at the sky, trying to meditate. She approached Jan, and they began to talk heartily with each other, and think about how they should best treat each other. Their conversation did not go well, but they decided to part in changing emotions. I then continued to sit and meditate in order to accumulate as much energy as possible to reach a new level of professionalism and temper my body. Jan managed to concentrate 3 drops of yang liquid energy, one of which hit the grain. But it became bright red and glowed. Jan now had to practice twice as much to restore the yan drop that failed to be saved and was absorbed by the seed, and he was disappointed by that. He took this seed and planted it in the ground and said that he would return to the place after a while to see if anything had grown from it. Yang continued to sit by the cave and continued to absorb the energy of the sun. The drop of yang energy was supposed to be reborn in 2 or 3 days. When he came to the place where he planted the seed, he saw that the seedling was already quite tall and rough. This all happened because of the yang energy absorbed by the grain. The growth happened overnight. He thought that this place was not very crowded, and it was not worth worrying about saving the sapling, but it was time to go home. When Yang returned home to the academy, he saw one of the students doing his job of sweeping and cleaning the grounds. Yang was very surprised by this. During a friendly conversation, I invited my friend, who helped him with his work, to his home for a drink of water. As soon as the first student left, another immediately came up and asked to help with training, because not everyone was given training as easily as Jan. After this, the spy watched Yang help others, but did not understand how he had progressed and developed his body and skill so much. 5 days have passed since John planted the seed. A big tree has already grown, and it has begun to bloom. Yang sat there meditating beside him. The other students started cleaning the area instead of him, and it became much easier for Jan to train, and he had much more free time. From the moment he found the book, he made 5 breakthrough achievements in a month, and the speed of his growth seemed inhuman, rather alien. When Yang came to the elder, he was amazed at the speed of his progress and Yang's growth as a warrior. Ian came to exchange his points for what he needed to keep progress. Yang wanted to buy 29 bundles of dead man's grass and 30 chaos flowers. The elder packed everything in a bag and gave it to him. They had a friendly chat, and the elder gave Jan his bag of herbs for healing and progress. The elder began to question Jan about his past exploits and travels, and how he managed to increase his energy. Yang said that only work and the development of one's thoughts can make a person stronger, and herbs and medicines are not the main thing. The elder said that Jan surprised him very much, and he did not expect this from him. Yang continued to meditate and absorb yang energy. He brewed some herbal tea for himself, and his body began to stiffen again from the effects of the medicinal herbs. The herbs helped him become much stronger, but they hindered his sense of absorbing yang energy, and because of that, his energy progress was delayed a bit. He wondered if he should use the constipation healing teas to develop his strength, as it was becoming more difficult for him to absorb energy. For now, Yang decided to try to develop his energy without herbs and a special kettle to conduct an experiment to see how he would feel better. The growth rate was much faster now, but it was much easier for him, and he decided to continue to build up his energy without herbs. First, it was necessary to accumulate energy, and then use herbs for development, and he understood this after the experiment. 10 days after planting the seeds, the tree bore its first fruits. Yang ate them and continued to meditate under the tree. He could feel the energy pulsing through his body from the one fruit he ate. Yan managed to recreate as many as 3 drops of liquid Yan energy. It was an amazing result. Yang continued to eat these fruits and store his energy for the future exploits and battles that already awaited him. Yang sat by the cave under the scorching sun for days and nights, and continued to concentrate Yang's energy in the sweat of his forehead, and every second he became stronger. And so he had already reached the 9th degree of body hardening, and he already wanted to get a new 10th degree. He felt in control of his body, and understood what he needed to do. This breakthrough helped him make great progress compared to what came before, but I still tried to reveal more of my inner energy. I realized that the fruit that grew on the tree with yang energy was giving him a lot of progress, and he wanted to buy more seeds to plant. Such grains were quite rare, and they had to be bought in specialized markets and stores, which were very expensive. Yang came to the market that Sue had shown him. and again started a conversation with the seller about which fruits to choose for planting, so that they would grow better and give a bigger harvest. But the seller told him that the necessary seeds are not available at the moment, and Yang even became a little upset. Yang went to the second counter and said that he still needed the meditation items and the seeds if they were there. Yang only once asked what kind of seeds for planting and concentrating Yang's energy the seller had on the counter. The seller again replied that he did not have such a thing. Ian wasn't too happy, but the salesman said he would try his best to find them to sell to Ian a little later. Recently, Ian has only been practicing. He has hardly been on the market. This was only an exception because he had to buy the necessities of life. Yang still continued to shop around and pick out things he could use to improve his abilities. He asked again about the availability of seeds for planting and the concentration of Yang energy. The seller said that all the grains were sold out and the range was very limited. John understood and said goodbye to the seller. When Ian was already walking away from the counter, the seller asked to wait and approach him again. He went on to say that the seeds are really rare and expensive, so they are reluctant to sell them. The seller began to offer other grains and recommended asking pupils and students where they buy them. He noted that you can look for students in the mine, where they work and look for stones and other valuable rocks. But this path was very long, because a long time could pass from the beginning of the bidding to the purchase. The seller couldn't help, because he was just an ordinary apprentice in the Crimson Clan who traded various goods in the market. The seller offered John to go to a young friend and ask her for help in obtaining grains. Yang didn't really want to do it, but he had no choice. So he went to her house. Jan went to the house and started knocking on the door. A voice came from the house that was not like his girlfriend's voice. It was her younger sister who opened the door and told her friend that Jan had arrived. She did not know why Yang came to her and wondered why this happened because he had not shown interest in her before. She also didn't know what to expect from him, because he had recently killed 2 students of the Crimson Clan. The younger sister said not to worry, and to go ask what Jan needed and why he came to her. And she decided to go to Jan to ask him what he needed, what kind of help or what he wanted from her. The younger sister said that she did not forget about her and did not linger. The younger sister offered to play a game and test Jan's honesty, but the older sister didn't know how to react. She cast a spell on the younger sister so that she could not be seen and could not speak, and followed the events that would take place in the room. Jan was already thinking of going home because no one opened the door for him, and at the last moment a friend told Jan to come in. Ian carefully entered and locked the door behind him, carefully inspecting the house and what was happening around. His girlfriend was sitting in front of him, cross-legged and looking straight at him. Her name was Humi, but she seemed much more beautiful to him today than she had been before. He also saw that she was smiling for some reason. Yang was surprised that she had changed so much for the better and had become much more beautiful. He did not understand how it happened. Their eyes were intertwined, but the dialogue did not begin in any way. They just looked at each other and thought about what to say first and how to start a dialogue. Humai was upset because Yang was not worried at all, and stood bravely in front of her without showing any signs of interest. Yang said the friend had become much prettier in the 10 days they hadn't seen each other, and she liked the compliment. Yang said he was telling the truth, but Humei said there was no need to rush and poured them both tea to cool off. They drank tea and had a good time, talking about topics of interest to them and evaluating the quality of the tea. Ian began to talk about the varieties of tea that exist, and how they should be brewed correctly. Humi was surprised by Yan's knowledge. Yang complimented her, but he was not entirely comfortable, and he lost a little of his confidence in front of Humei. The younger sister, who was invisible, tried to help Humi and told him how to behave with boys. She said to wait for her. She had to bring something, turned her back and went somewhere without saying anything else. She bent over the couch and searched for something she couldn't remember. She carefully reviewed everything. Ian watched this. Humi carelessly stepped on something and stuck her foot. She was in a lot of pain, but Ian came over to help her and relieve the pain. They accidentally fell on the sofa and lay there looking at each other. Humi said that she saw a bug somewhere and it scared her a lot. She pointed with her finger to the corner in which there was a big scary bug that startled her. Yang was surprised that she was afraid of bugs, as she was also a practitioner of martial arts. This showed that there were more bugs. Ian checked for bugs, there were none. She asked again if there were any bugs. She didn't understand why Yang was so calm and composed. She thanked him for neutralizing the bug, but her leg continued to hurt. She took damage when she tripped when she saw the bug. Yang knelt down and began examining Humi's leg. Her leg below the knee turned red. Yang said he has the necessary ointment and advises her not to study or do anything. He told how to hold the leg, opened his ointment based on medicinal and unusual herbs and began to treat it. Humi was surprised by such concern for her, so no one cared for her all her life. So she thought in her head, She liked being looked after. Ian was a true professional in medicine and how to recover because he had done it so many times. Humi felt helpless. Ian continued to work her leg. She liked his focused gaze. She again suggested that Ian do something else that would bring more pleasure to both of them. Her sister was listening to this and she felt a little sick. I thought, and did not answer her, that he had other intentions. Ian didn't use almost all of the ointment to heal his leg from the injury. It was quite expensive, and it was almost the most valuable thing he had. Humi said that she should clearly stop playing with her and returning good for good, and start doing something else with him. Ian didn't like her playing games and suggested that she stop doing that and do wheelie things that could lead to development. She wanted to clarify. Perhaps I did not understand or understand something correctly. As it turned out, there was a trap, and it wasn't Humi, but her older sister who was disguised as her. Yang understood this, and while finishing his tea, he began to tell her about it. She was very surprised that Yang had figured her out. Although she and her sister were very similar, namely, he guessed by the smell and the lipstick she uses. She did not know what to do. But her plan failed completely. Ian found out about everything and turned out to be much smarter than both of them. Also, Yang went on to say that she wasn't taking damage. She was inflicting it on herself, and that let her down as well. John did not understand injuries because he treated them almost every day. He said he didn't need to say anything more because there was nothing more to say. He completely exposed the back and the plan of the cistern. Their dialogue continued, but they didn't talk about anything else. Although Ian no longer wanted to do this and was upset by these checks. He also added that she does not have proportional buttocks, and Humi, on the contrary, has a very proportional body. This made my sister very angry. He also added that you shouldn't get angry about this, if you don't take care. He also realized that Humi and she are completely different people who have little in common with each other. She understood that Yang was very intelligent and self-confident, but she didn't like that he hurt her so much in her opinion. She began to threaten Jan that she could kill him if she wanted to. She said she could gouge out his eye or chop off his arm, or she won't. But Yang has to leave the Heavenly Pavilion and join the Crimson Clan. Ian said he doesn't choose all paths. She was very surprised by this, but did not know what to do next, because the conversation had reached a dead end, and she had no more trump cards up her sleeve. They continued to exchange words and find out which of them was more wrong, presenting new facts and arguments in a boring monologue, and their conflict began to increase, and the sister was already starting to shout at Jan because she did not like his behavior. She wanted to cook up some cunning plan again, but Yang knew he could get out of any danger his sister could throw at him. Next, when the sister made Humi visible again and began to talk her out of not being angry with Jan, they began to say that they were not twins, but that Humi's sister was several years older. Jan began to tell what he had come for. He said he needed seeds that could be used to plant trees using Yang technology. They went to the mine to get seeds. Yang began apologizing for having dealt with criminals in front of Humi and causing her trouble. They had a pleasant conversation, and they understood each other with half a word and had a pleasant time. Yang said that he never spent much time with women, and he was a little uncomfortable now. But he felt comfortable and did not show that he was uncomfortable. They laughed and talked happily. Yang continued to compliment Humi. She was very beautiful and pretty. The road to the mine took a long time, and Ian wondered if he still had to go. She said that she still had to go for at least an hour. Humi began to tell the story of how this mine was found and what experiments were not carried out there to discover useful rocks and rare stones, as well as seeds. Humi said that if Yang had come later, he might not have found her. And John asked where she was going and what she had to do today. She began to say that she wanted to be alone and constantly train and meditate. Yang was surprised by this and said that it was a good choice and cheered her up. They came to the place. It was a mine of the Crimson Clan where various fossils were being mined. When they got to the fossil, Grandpa Lun was there, a sage and former head of the Crimson Clan. They greeted him. He asked Humi why she came to the mine. It is very dirty and hot, and how she ended up here. He didn't like it, but he said that she should go back home because her father might not like it. Humi told him not to worry and that everything would be fine. Lun asked who Yang was and where he was from. Yang replied that he was not from the Crimson Clan, but from the Heavenly Pavilion. Lun began to say that he was not allowed to enter, and all students who were still studying were not allowed to go. He also said that it was impossible and unrealistic. Humi tried to reassure Lun that Yang would not cause any harm, and he only needed to buy a few seeds to grow his tree, but he did not believe it. He said that he was leaving here drunk because he would not be left alive. Lun had a very bad opinion of Yan and thought very highly of himself. Yang began to concentrate his Yang energy to attack, because he understood that the situation was reaching a stalemate, and it would be necessary to prepare a response to the provocation. Grandfather Lun began to attack Yan and use all his power. Yang couldn't move for a second. He didn't understand what was happening, and what kind of magic it was. Grandfather specially immobilized Yan in order to kill him at the last moment. Ian managed to maneuver and dodge the fatal blow. Lun didn't understand how this happened or how Yang even survived. He thought that this boy was not as bad as he seemed, but he still wanted to continue his attack. Humai started to stop Grandpa Lun and said that she shouldn't do that and that Yang is her good friend. Grandfather continued to say that those who tried to enter the mine should die, although it was clearly necessary to buy seeds. Lun realized his mistake and began apologizing to Humei for his radical stance and attack on Yan. However, Lun continued to observe Yang in order to discover his true purpose that he was pursuing. Yang said that he had memorized everything and would go to Grandpa Lun in 5 or 10 years to return the storm to him, and added that he hoped that the master would be able to live until that day. The master began to laugh and said that Yang would definitely not live to see this day. But he said that he should not be threatened. Humei began apologizing for the old man and his aggressive behavior. Ian said there was no need to worry. Ian also understood that if it weren't for his training, he might not even be alive. Since the uncle forbade going down into the mine, Humei could not disobey him and do his will. Humei suggested that she would go down to the mine herself and buy the grains, and Yang would wait for her outside. He agreed to this offer. Yang did not understand why there were so few people here and what they were all doing there. Maybe everyone was in the mine, but it was somehow strange. The students started asking Grandpa Lun why he didn't kill Yang. He began to look around and thought about what to answer them. He said that he could not do it with Humei, and that it was necessary to wait for the right moment to do everything, and she did not see it. He was sorry that Humei was protecting him, but he really didn't like it, that she was going against his grandfather's will and protecting Yan. Grandfather Lun continued to say that it was not difficult to kill this bag. In fact, it was very easy. The student began to say, "Does the grandfather think that after Yan's death, Humei will start blaming him for this?" The student continued that this should not be done, and it can be left as it is, because Ian did nothing illegal. The grandfather was not happy with the student's answer and told him that he should learn how to talk to girls rather than giving him advice on what to do or not to do. He said he could also help teach him how to communicate with girls and how to win their hearts quickly. He told the student that he needed to establish contact with Humei. This will help him become the head of the Crimson Clan in the future, and it will have a beneficial effect on his family. The student said that the grandfather is not worried, and the time will come, and their family will become the main one in the clan. Grandpa liked his confidence. The grandfather offered the student a fight with Jan. He didn't know the full strength of Yan yet, and thought that he was quite weak, and the student should be able to handle him without any problems. The student laughed and said that he understood everything. He said that Yanu had nowhere to run, and that he would definitely teach him and try to kill him. And at that moment, Humei came back and seemed to have managed to buy what Yang asked for. She bought very little, but there was enough for Ian's needs. He thanked her very much for her concern and for rescuing him, and said that now he was in her debt. Humei did not understand what Yang was talking about at that moment. John wanted to show her something and called her to follow him and keep up. When they had moved to a considerable distance, Yan said to remember this place, because at a depth of 70 meters there is something unusual here. She asked in surprise how Yang found out. He replied that due to the martial arts he practices, he can sense things infected with energy at a certain distance. "There must be an artifact down here," Yang said, "and the flow of energy coming from below is several times stronger than that of a light stone." Humei was very surprised by this. Ian asked if she trusted him. Humei replied that she fully trusted Yan and his intuition and ability to analyze the terrain and identify the artifacts on it. He went on to say that such a thing was worth a lot, and he still did not understand what was in there. He had not yet fully realized what was below. It occurred to him that what is there is a mystery that they are trying to solve in the mine. And in general, the whole mine exists only because of the item that is there. Yang went on to say that Humei is very smart and should understand how to proceed. John said it was time for him to go. Humei offered to show him the way. Maybe he doesn't know all the corridors and passages in the Crimson Clan. He replied that it is not worth it, and he knows and understands everything very well. Humei said to be careful and circumspect and not to act on provocations. Yan liked communication with Humei, and he did not understand how he could not find a common language with her before, and constantly quarreled. Humei was also extremely fond of Yang. He was a very simple, straightforward, strong, intelligent, and active guy. Since the day I left the Crimson Clan mines, he had not finished his meditations. And in the stream, he continued to meditate. Whole days and nights, even for 2 or without food. When he was suddenly attacked by his grandfather, it showed even more motivation to gain strength. He also wanted to take revenge on him. The fruits on the trees continued to ripen due to the energy of Yangtze. It happened quite quickly. There were several harvests in one season, and the trees grew quite quickly. But there were also some not-so-good moments in his growth that needed to be changed and improved. After 10 days of practice, Yang was able to reach the threshold that separated him from the new degree of body hardening. But he felt like he didn't understand the basic details of the transition. A breakthrough in a new field is much more difficult than a breakthrough in a degree. Even if he had the strength to do so, it seemed to depend only on luck and not on his skill. Since Yang was no longer working as a cleaner, he had more time, and he thought about how to use it more rationally and how to improve his abilities. He should have concentrated his efforts on the next breakthrough, which should have happened soon enough. Yang continued to sit and meditate for days, absorbing the energy of the sun. He was very tense and self-confident that he would be able to conquer this extremely difficult challenge that he had set for himself. He didn't understand what was happening. His body wasn't behaving the way it used to, and he didn't quite like it because it wasn't quite pleasant. The spy was watching him from behind the trees. Ian wasn't too focused on his mission and didn't see anything. When Yang was meditating, the spy sensed chi energy, not Yang's, and it alarmed her greatly. She had to do something. She didn't know what to do, and she knew it wouldn't lead to anything good. She didn't understand how Yang could concentrate such strong energy while trying to reach the entire 9th degree hairpin. Practitioners with a martial arts level below 9th cannot practice dark energy, as it may bring danger to themselves and the environment. She did not understand how this was possible. No one could do that before. What does Yan do? The spy did not understand how Yang takes the chi energy and transforms it into Yang's full energy and cleanses it. It was amazing. It was on a whole different level from everyone else. She stood and anxiously watched this incredible concentration and endurance that Yang displayed. She didn't understand how he managed it. It was like he wanted to get the highest degree of development. It was very difficult for Jan to do this. 2 spirits were at war inside him, which appeared from the book and from Jan's energy. He had to control his body so as not to bring the evil energy above Yang's energy. If the energy of Yan wins, then the breakthrough can be considered successful. The struggle of these energies greatly weakened Ian. The spy began to run to her secret abode. She couldn't just leave everything like that. Because of this, Yang could become a cripple, and the spy wanted to prevent this. She was wearing her dark battle suit. She was going to stop his meditation. An endless war of 2 energies was going on in his body, which had to be stopped at any cost. The spy wanted to take a risk and interfere in this difficult and incomprehensible process of his evolution. She wanted to think she had time as she quickly ran over to where she was watching him and assessing the situation. She looked at him, inhibiting the feat. The spy didn't have much time as Yang almost passed out. Before it was too late, she decided to act and quickly started running and struck Yan directly in the back with her magic. It was very unexpected. When Yang looked around, he couldn't make out who it was. No matter what he did, the energy was raging in his body, and he needed to get it out. A fight broke out between them, each of them looking confident, and their movements perfect. The Caterpillar Force spy cast a spell of magic to paralyze Yan, but it wasn't enough. He didn't even feel it. He looked at her and could not understand how this could be. Girl, why did she climb up to fight him at all? The spy started her next attack. Yang was a little confused because of the hard bearing of his transformation. She punched Yan in the hand. He was ready to counter, but he was already starting his counterattack with side blows. A fight broke out between them, but due to exhaustion, Yan Spygunka began to win little by little. She hit faster and more accurately. Yang could not do anything because he was very tired. Yang continued to miss, but all he managed to do was focus his energy and punch the spy away from him to a safe distance. Ian said that the spy is like a snake, and she replied that he needs to watch his communication. The spy did not understand why the meditation was interrupted. Yan's strength continued to grow and strengthen with each confrontation. Each of his blows was accompanied by incredible energy. Yan and she could not make direct contact with his attacks. She underestimated Ian's training and physical condition. The confrontation between them continued. They exchanged a series of blows with variable success. Ian noticed a strange mark on Spy Girl's forehead and didn't quite understand what it meant. Then he realized that it was one of the students of the academy and called her an older sister. She couldn't let Yang take off her mask and really find out who she really was. She concentrated all her energy and pushed Yan as far away as possible. Yang didn't understand why she was so ruthless and cruel, and that she wanted her to be wrong in the first place. When Yan got up, she had already run away. He did not understand at all why she had come and what she wanted. Due to this battle, the yang energy and the yang meridians stabilized. He needed to accumulate as much yang energy as possible in order to restore his tired body. She did not expect that Yang could recognize her in this camouflage mask. One of the elders appeared unexpectedly. Spy Gunka greeted him. A dialogue began between them, and the master asked who her master was and how he taught such a skilled student. Master said he had something to tell her. The master used special magic, and now no one will hear them, and their dialogue will be completely secret. The spy was very surprised by such news. The master was surprised by Yan's progress and said that he was becoming a problem for everyone. She did not understand why the master was so interested in Yan and what plans he had for him, what this warrior should do and what missions he should achieve. Around Ian, a sphere with a radius of 3 meters formed with blue wind shocks. He concentrated extremely great power. Yang sat and was burning with the yang energy that was accumulating in his body on a bottomless scale. She compared his body to a balloon that was constantly inflating. He absorbed a lot of energy from the earth and sky. The spy continued to feel the power of his energy. More and more came out of the cave. It began to stand out at an even stronger pace and go straight to Ian and accumulate in him. Previously, Yang could only receive the energy of heaven and earth, but now he can use the energy of Yang Zises, which is associated with only one attribute, strength. They stood and continued their dialogue as Yang gathered his energy. What level is Yang at the moment? Because it was definitely not the first level. Jan had just achieved a new goal and his degree was already second. This is a very serious result, and the spy was extremely surprised. But she could not believe it. Ian was extremely happy about it. Literally, after a few minutes, he had already reached the 3rd degree of energy. He was a real monster. Being very tired, Jan decided to rest. Seeing this, Spy was happy. With this legendary breakthrough, 2 energies entered his body. Heaven and earth. They did not just unite, but assimilated into his bones, increased the strength of his body. In the process of improving himself, Yang was able to understand what was happening inside him and improve his internal processes and vibrations. The skeleton that is in it can restore some of the important forces, but this requires energy. This is why absorbing the world's energy is a very good idea. He will need it later, so that it is assimilated into the golden skeleton. Yang wanted to see if he could absorb energy other than Yang. If this happens, then his training will become even more productive and much better. And now that he had reached such a serious level, he was about to begin serious training. After a very hard day, Ian came home to his den. He saw how all the students in the pavilion somehow ran to the main gate. Was there some sort of duel? Sue might have fought there. When he approached, he saw 2 teams fighting there and wanting to clarify something between themselves and prove themselves right. When Yang approached, he was a little surprised by what he saw. Sue had to fight a warrior that is much stronger and contains better ammo and training. A duel ensued between them, and Sue was seriously injured, although his opponent had no visible injuries. Ian asked everyone what was going on and why they were fighting in such a senseless duel. He questioned why Sue could not develop success in his attacks. He was told that special ammunition allows him to do this. He did not understand what a protective amulet was and how it worked and what its pros and cons were. As it turned out, it was an ordinary duel that was not at all interesting to watch and observe. Yang was thinking about how to save Sue in a way that would preserve his health and authority as much as possible, but he still didn't understand how it should happen. This fight was not fair from the start, as one opponent had an ammo advantage and the other did not. Sue was constantly unable to develop his attack, and his opponent was very self-confident, because he was protected from all of Sue's techniques. Sue continued to face him in an uneven duel, and came close to his defeat, which he did not want very much. His opponent once again launched his attack at a very high speed and delivered many powerful blows, both with and without energy. Sue couldn't do anything. The opponent continued to deliver kicks to the legs, body, and head. The fight moved to the ground. The opponent began to finish off Sue and tried to finish the fight before the end of the round. The opponent wanted Sue to call him master, and then he forgave him, but Sue was unwilling to do so. Sue's servants were very worried about him, and it was unpleasant for them to see such a bloody beating. Promptly asked, "Do they want to save Sue?" They did not know what to say because it was impossible to interfere in sparring. The opponent continued to shout and show his power and demand something from Sue's servants. He told them to fall on their knees and beg forgiveness for their master. Sue shouted at them not to listen to him, but in no case do not fall on your knees, so as not to humiliate his pride. The servants did not know what to do. They hesitated. Some choice must be made in order to get out of this difficult situation. They all fell to their knees and began to ask forgiveness from the enemy. Sue was very surprised by their decision, because they were not obliged to do this. The enemy was very happy and mocked everyone. Thus, he managed to win. The servants asked Mr. Wei, with whom Su was sparring, to be merciful. I didn't even expect Su's servants to be capable of such a thing. Su was also greatly upset by this, that he could not stand against a stronger opponent himself, and vowed to inform him. The opponent hit Su Tom with all his might on the chest with his hands, which made it very painful and unpleasant. Everyone stood and watched this unfair and very crooked beating, and could not do anything about it, because such are the rules of fights. The enemy's servants began to attack Su's servants. Those, in turn, were stronger, and Suna's servants knew how to oppose them. The enemy's minions also began to attack Yan. He was tired, but he was ready to defend his friend's honor and face a gang of criminals. Ian began to pelt the enemy's minions with all his strength, because he had no other choice and he needed to save his friends from defeat. He went over to Su, who was lying unconscious, and began to give him first aid and see how he could be helped. The enemy began to ask who I was and why he entered the battlefield in the first place. He said that I am Yang Kai, the disciple, assistant, and challenger of the enemy who defeated Su. There were already many rumors and legends about Yan, how he defeated a spider, defeated a band of bandits, defeated the students of the Crimson Legion, and saved Su from bandits. Su's opponent didn't believe that I was that strong, because he had almost no progress for 3 years, and in a month he made a quantum leap and became a much higher level. Their confrontation was about to begin, but Yang walked to the center of the square to begin a duel with an opponent he needed to defeat to protect his honor and the honor of his friends. After the first encounter, Ian realized that his opponent was not so strong, and that he would be able to defeat him. Immediately, Yang began to accumulate Yang energy and prepare a main strike without playing counterattack, because he understood that he was able to win quickly. Yang began to gather Yang wet energy and concentrate it in his hands to strike at his armor. With one wave of his hand, Yan cut the enemy's armor in half with his magic. That armor was stronger than steel, but Yan managed to cut through it. His opponent did not understand how Yang was able to do this, how he managed it in the first place. Yang stood at the ready and was fully prepared for the enemy's counterattack, and continued to concentrate Yang's energy for even greater effect. Throwing in a few more Yan energy blows, he completely ripped through the opponent's armor and inflicted several wounds on his stomach. He completely managed to neutralize the enemy's armor and put him in a difficult position. Blades with Yang energy proved to be stronger than steel and much more vulnerable. During the duel, I wounded my opponent quite badly. This has never been done before with this enemy. It was not difficult at all for Yan to fight in this confrontation, even a little easy. He threatened that he could easily kill his opponent. Blood began to flow from the enemy's wounds. Yang looked him straight in the eye and was determined to do so. Jan began to tell the enemy that he should not act superior and be normal to everyone. Yang began to threaten the enemy that he will kill him altogether if he does not listen to him and fulfill his interests, and the next steps that he will say. The opponent did not know what to do and how to proceed, because Yang was extremely strong, and it was difficult to resist him. Yang said that he wouldn't do anything, because he wasn't as mean as his opponent, who only fought weaker warriors than him. The discussion between them continued. Blood continued to flow from the enemy's wounds, and this made the situation tense. Yang asked the enemy servants if they wished to save their master. They cursed and stood and did not know what to do. Yang continued, "If you want to guard him, get down on your knees and admit you were wrong. And if it pleases me, I'll forgive him." Yang simply reversed the similar situation, and now the enemy minions were in the same position as his minions. They were still doing nothing. Then Yang asked them, "Do you want your master dead?" He had a smile on his face and was in a great mood after some light sparring. If Yang takes another hit, he will completely kill the enemy. And he began to shout for his servant to kneel down, because his life is very precious. All his servants fell to their knees, and Yang became a real Superman in the eyes of everyone who stood around and watched this duel. The discussion between them continued, and Yang already wanted to let the opponent go. Everyone had to go to their homes and prepare for a new school day at the academy. And suddenly someone attacked Yan. It was also a student from the academy. It was very fast and professional. No one noticed the enemy approaching. With a wave of magic, I threw him several meters away. His friends were very worried if everything was okay with him. His friends brought Yan to his feet, and he began to look at who had attacked him, and who had brought such a swift attack that knocked him off his feet. It was one of the servants of the enemy that Yang was fighting. Indeed, he was at the highest level of pumping his body, and was extremely fast and strong. But he came too late, and his master had already lost to Yan, and he knew that he was late. The master began to tell that Yan had threatened to kill him, and this caused great indignation among his listeners. They were already thinking how to take revenge on Yana for his incredible strength and coherence in the battle against them. A quarrel began between them all, and they did not know how to decide which of them was right. The master and his servants have already begun to come up with a plan to outwit everyone. All the disciples said that Yang and Wei were just exchanging their challenges and sparring, but the servants didn't believe it. All the students immediately began to disperse when they saw that an even stronger battle was brewing. They didn't want to get into it and get into more trouble, and their quarrel continued between the two clans of students of the academy, which has not yet led to anything. They continued to talk about who was right and who was wrong, who had fought and who had not. Yang said if they want to punish him, then stop talking. Let's move on to action and decide who is stronger. Yang shouted that this should be resolved in a fair and just manner, not the way Wei and his minions were used to. All the servants began to attack Yan's friends and block their ability to defend themselves. They captured everyone until there were many more of them. Now the friends did not know what would happen to them and what their fate would be. The head servant ordered all the detainees to be taken out somewhere. It is not clear where. He also said to take the beaten Su to the second servant mentor. They immediately began to carry out his orders. Now that they were alone, they began to come up with a plan to tell Yan, but it was by no means a simple and non-trivial task that they wanted to solve. Yang was an extremely strong and talented warrior, and he could not be dealt with by anyone just like that. Wei told the servant not to kill him. He wanted to deal with him himself in an equal fight. But he hesitated and did not know whether he would succeed. Then the story moves to the dungeon of the Heavenly Pavilion, where there were people who stopped themselves in something. In one of the wet and dirty cells were student friends. They thought how they would get out and how they would justify themselves if they were judged. They continued to talk and joke to keep up their spirit and thirst for fighting for justice and the correctness of the situation. The students told stories and saw from their own experiences why the senior mentors are so hostile to the second-level mentors. They told very strange and not entirely reasonable stories. How because of the lust for power, strong masters who were friends quarrel and cannot come to an agreement, and the academy suffers from this. Between them there is a constant gnawing enmity, as between real enemies and not partners in the academy, which they are. They were very upset about the current situation and their position, and it was necessary to quickly find a solution to get out of here. The situation was difficult, but there was no need to lose heart and look for some excuse. It was necessary to find a way to become free again and be free. The spy ran to her master and said that bad things were happening to the students of the academy. She began to say that I had already reached the third stage of Yan and defeated Wei, one of the strongest students in the academy. He gained a lot of energy in the mountains and became much stronger and more skilled. Now it was necessary to find a way to save all the students from prison. The master asked the spy why she was in such a frightened state, but she was a little embarrassed and did not understand why she was in such a state. The spy was very worried, but she understood that there was something between her and Yan. Her master asked what was going on with them. She replied that they were not exactly close, but she liked him very much, because she had watched him for 2 years and studied his skill. They were already thinking about a plan to free all the students from prison. It was a difficult task that was within their power, but they had to work hard at it. The master himself could not intervene, but he thought about how to do everything correctly. The spy began to provoke him and lead him to a tougher dialogue due to the master's indecision, and she wanted him to use his connections to influence the situation and resolve it quickly and well for everyone. They started arguing, and their dialogue only got more aggressive, and it didn't resolve the situation. It was necessary to act quickly and without hesitation. They started talking about Ian's energy. It was very pure and intense and 5 times the normal energy of any Art Academy student. The elder was surprised by the purity of energy that Yang possesses. In the dialogue with the spy, he could not believe that the boy's energy was 5 times purer than theirs. The elder decided to take action and went to find a way to resolve this misunderstanding and set the boys free. The spy understood that she liked Yang, but she did not admit it and hid it. She liked him, but the master asked her not to do or say anything to him, and only then would he help get Jan and his friends out of trouble. He didn't want her to get close to Yang because he saw her as having tremendous potential, and it could have a bad effect on her progress and the hard work that had gone into being a spy and her training and training. When she wanted to ask the teacher something else, he had already left. She just stood confused in his office and had absolutely no idea what to do or what to expect. One of the students and Su and Yang's friend quickly ran to the secret market that the soup had shown Yang earlier. He ran to Sister Su and started calling her very loudly and told her about the situation that happened with her brother and his friends and that they were put in the dungeon. The student was very confused, and the nurse could not understand what exactly happened and what was required of her, what she had to do and who did what. Then he calmed down and began to explain everything to her in detail and carefully, and then she suddenly disappeared somewhere. The students did not even see her, but they were very surprised. The boys continued to sit in prison and think about how to get free and what they would have to go through to see the light and energy again. Someone came to the prison and asked which one of them was Jan. He stood up and said it was him without any hesitation. Ian was very confident and purposeful in himself. He did not give up and understood that it was necessary to somehow get out of this situation and save his friends. He was told to get up and follow the guard. His friends did not want him to go and tried to dissuade him in every way, but Yang was very determined. The guard began to shout very loudly. He did not understand what potential was in Yanov and how much he could inform everyone. He showed him with his hand to the exit from the cell and said, "Please come out quickly." Wei sent Yang somewhere along certain corridors of the prison. When they were a little further away, Yang hit his hand sharply with the help of the guard's magic, so it hurt a lot and he fell to the ground. It was an ambush, and several of Wei's minions rushed at him at once. It was necessary to find a way to get out of that situation with the least possible damage to yourself. Yan understood that there was nowhere to go, and he carried out his successful counterattacks, beating Wei's servants and violently dealing with them. Someone with extremely high speed began to attack him. He doesn't know who it is. He simply stood in a blind block to resist there and didn't know what to do next. It was Wei's servant. He took him by the legs and threw him to the floor of the prison. Yang did not have time to cut down, but it caused him quite serious damage. He was in a lot of pain. He almost knocked out some of his teeth, but he had to keep fighting in order not to die. The servant thought that everything was over with him. He stood and laughed, looking at Yan and thinking that he was already helpless and would not be able to stand up to him and give a decent fight back. Yang began to center his strength again and stand up. The servants were just as self-confident, but John was also not behind. Yang had regained some of his strength and was once again ready to face them all. He said that he is not afraid of any of them and is ready to fully accept this challenge. A battle broke out between them again. Ian decided to counterattack in order to get as few injuries as possible. However, the main servant was too strong, and Yang could not stand up to him. He was much weaker than him and had not yet reached his level of skill. The servant told him not to beat him again or he might die. Yan lay and did not move. The servant stood and just looked at him like a beaten animal. One of the servants said he nearly lost a tooth when Yan punched him, and another nearly broke his ribs in the blow. When they looked around, they saw that the withered energy had begun to burn again. But he got up again. They did not understand how it happened and why he is so strong and graceful. Ian's nose was broken, but he stood up and continued to face these scum. They said that only a master who had reached the first degree of Qigong was not so capable. They already thought that all his bones were broken, but he was still able to stand and fight and was fully functioning, not far behind them. Yan's eyes began to glow with rage, but he began to attack, and his fists burned with fire and flared up very strongly. In the confrontation, he hit one of the servants with the slightest force, who fell several meters on his back. The duel between Yan and the servant continued, each of them desperate to overpower their opponent. Punches and blocks followed each other, creating a spectacular and intense confrontation. Their battle was fierce and fierce. As if merging into one, they intertwined in oblivion. It was a breathtaking sight, and those around them looked at them in amazement. The strongest fight broke out in the arena. The ground shook from the power of their blows. They did not give up. Their eyes burned with a thirst for victory. The servant's energy was strange and unusual, as if from another world. She gave him insane strength and unique abilities that caused awe in Ian. Despite the opponent's superior strength, Yang knew no fear. He continued to rise, resist and fight, embodying determination and bravery in his actions. The servants found themselves in complete confusion, without understanding how to act in such a situation. Their confidence began to waver in the face of an unexpected confrontation. Surprise overwhelmed the servants. They did not expect that someone would appear to prevent them from completing the task. The suddenness of the situation raised many questions. Suddenly, Sister Sue appeared on the stage. She was a strong warrior with powerful energy. Her appearance shook the forces of darkness. Her power inspired terror and awe. Sister Sue was an experienced warrior, and her skill amazed those around her. Determined and strong, Sister Sue steadfastly demanded to solve the mystery of Yan's abuser. Her persistence reflected her willingness to protect her brother. Embracing Yan, she showed her affection for her brother and her determination to help him out of his predicament. The flame of revenge lit up in her eyes. Icy energy filled with anger attacked the servants, leaving behind destruction and deep wounds. The sister's strength was unmatched. While Sister Sue was busy with the servants, she did not forget about her brother's other friends. Her heroism and compassion inspired those around her. Yana was badly wounded in the fight, but her spirit was unwavering. She understood that it was worth protecting her friends and her brother, no matter what. Sister Sue knew that time was short and boldly headed for the prison castle. She was preparing to free the other prisoners and destroy the dark plans of the servants. They went outside, where the air was filled with tension. Everyone expected the conflict to escalate, and the atmosphere was filled with energy. The sister ordered everyone to move away, to make way for her and Jan. Her voice sounded determined, and she wasn't going to back down. Everyone around understood that her determination would not disappear. The head servant refused to give in. He was stubborn and unwilling to obey. The tension between him and his sister became even stronger. The sister felt furious at the disobedient servant, her eyes shining with anger. She was ready to face any obstacles for Jan. The servant and Jan became bitter enemies, ready to fight each other. Everyone around held their breath, waiting for the fight to begin. Anger only grew, enveloping their hearts in merciless fury. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and every moment was worth its weight in gold. The sister stood up for Jan, protecting him from the evil servant like a true heroine. Her determination and strength impressed those around her. The servant began chanting slander, trying to attack Jan with magical power. His attacks were sharp and dangerous. The judge showed his selfishness by ignoring justice and supporting the servant. This added fire to the already burning conflict. Clans were ready to confront each other. Conflicts were increasing. A difficult situation hung over the whole city, and everyone was waiting to see where this tense situation would lead. The tension between the clans reached a limit, and the servant tried to impose his will by force, regardless of the consequences. The students, not understanding anything, witnessed a battle that threatened to destroy the fragile world. Yang, recovering from his wound, looked for a way to reconcile the parties and restore harmony to the clans. Anger and frustration engulfed the sister, prompting her to act decisively against the Wei clan. The judge, secretly selfish, was ready to use his power and aggression against Ian. The blood from Jan's nose became a symbol of the growing tension and conflict that divided everyone. Restless witnesses tried to prevent further violence and reconcile the parties. Insults and threats from the servant are directed at Ian, making him determined to defend himself. The sister stood before Jan, ready to fight for his right to justice and freedom. Under the tension of the situation, passions were inflamed more and more, and every step became critical in the fateful battle. A storm of emotions arose. Fear, anger, and resentment mixed in the hearts, as if an ominous fog enveloped the hearts of everyone. The servant, filled with rage and despair, fiercely threatened that no one would be able to survive if they chose to leave this bleak world. The evil mood of the servant led to a cruel order to kill everyone who dares to try to escape from this dark hell. Great sages, elders of clans and communities, gathered to discuss a difficult situation and find a way out. They listened intently to Yan and Wei, trying to understand every detail, every mental anguish. Ardent arguments and debates flared up, as if the flames of passions and different views were beating in their hearts. Serious disagreements led to heated discussions, where passions and ideas that strive for superiority collided. However, in the end, the sages came to a consensus, realizing that there is a grain of truth in every argument. After much thought and discussion, the understanding came that Yang and his path are true, and Wei must accept his mistakes. Everyone unanimously passed this decision, giving final approval and support to Yan, his loyalty and fortitude. The moment of truth came when Wei had to come to terms and apologize with honor to everyone in order to restore balance and harmony in their complex world. The elder who was Wei's accomplice tried to justify him, but most of the masters did not support this, and were on Yan's side. The students had no idea how much Yang had advanced in his skills, while the mentors talked about his energy and potential. Discussions about Yan's strength and abilities continued, and the mentors took their time to punish him, looking for a fair solution. Suddenly, one of the students came up and told them that Sister Sue had released everyone from the prison, causing astonishment. Conversations between the mentors continued while they decided what to do next to resolve the situation fairly. Another mentor entered the room, displeasing the others with his intervention. The rest of the mentors didn't welcome him and called him arrogant, but he showed off another mentor's wand. Sue came and begged not to punish Yang. He tried to convince everyone of his innocence. One of the mentors refused to intervene, allowing the situation to develop naturally. Another mentor entered the room, much to the displeasure of the others, who still thought he was insolent. Despite the dissatisfaction, the mentors continued to discuss the situation, considering all possible options. Each of the mentors expressed their opinion. Their points of view were different, but they sought to find a common solution. Discussions continued, while the mentors considered all the circumstances and looked for a compromise solution. After much debate, the mentors agreed that Wei should apologize to everyone for his actions and words. The head foreman, having handed over the case, entrusted it to a new shop foreman who had just joined the family. The new master did not have time for details, and he briefly outlined the essence of the situation. The teachers, confused by what was happening, could not immediately understand the situation. The action of the headmaster turned out to be a mystery to everyone, and the mentors could not explain it in any way. The resulting turn of events caught the mentors by surprise, causing them to panic. The need to be extremely careful became obvious to all mentors after what happened. Surprise and confusion on the faces of the mentors were obvious. The main characters remained standing near the prison, taking their time to leave. Everyone present was ordered to immediately release John and his friends. The servants were surprised, lost in the unexpected situation, not knowing what to do. When they were left alone, after the others left, Ian felt a deep emptiness and an agonizing pain that would not subside. His body seemed to be torn apart by suffering, and every movement caused unbearable agony. Friends visited from time to time, seeking to support Ian during the difficult moments of his healing. Many medicines were brought, hoping to ease his suffering and speed up his recovery. During each meeting, Yang wondered about Sister Sue, what she was thinking, how she was coping. Sue and Yang reminisced, shared memories, and Sue felt that she liked him. The mutual attraction between them became obvious, and Ian felt grateful for her help and care. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for all that Sue had done to help him through the hard times. Even in bed, Ian continued to meditate, seeking to find inner peace. Yang actively learned to absorb energy from the world around him, striving for perfection in his strength and wisdom. In his quest for improvement, Yang even extracted energy from the pills, expanding his abilities. His body is unique, able to absorb a variety of energies, not limited to just Yang energy. Voy, trying to improve his abilities, consumed a huge number of pills. While meditating, Yang concentrated various energies, cultivating them in his inner world. Striving for perfection, he worked tirelessly, wanting to become stronger and wiser. Having passed a difficult path, Yang mastered the control of his inner strength, wielding it skillfully. In search of perfection, Ian faced himself, overcame difficulties, and grew spiritually. He entered the house and saw a naked Su-yan. The meeting was an unexpected test. She is dazzlingly beautiful, and her presence causes Yana mixed feelings. The unexpected meeting angered Su-yan, but her grace and magnetism charmed Yang, putting him in a dead end. Suddenly, Su-yan attacked Yan and he found himself in a difficult position, facing her maddened fury. The fight moved to the street, where they continued an exciting match. Exasperated to the limit, Su-yan attacked mercilessly, giving Yang no chance to retreat. Yang did not want to compete with his sister, preferring to find peaceful solutions. Despite this, Su-yan continued her attack, becoming more and more aggressive. Yang was forced to go on the defensive, protecting himself from her onslaught. Their collision was unexpected for both. No one expected such a turn of events. During the fight, Yang found inexhaustible energy, becoming stronger and more determined. Su-yan froze his shoulder, but Yang did not lose heart and focused on the confrontation. Using his internal energy reserves, Yang regained his strength and continued to fight hard with his sister, trying to find a peaceful solution to their conflict. Sister Yan didn't want to harm Yan. She just wanted to help in the duel, so that he could gain the experience he needed. Yana's brother woke up from the loud noise, but he did not understand what was happening and why everything around him was rattling and shaking. When he went out into the yard, he saw students and teachers standing and watching the fight between his sister and Yan. He did not understand why this was happening. Since Yang was still healing, he was much weaker and had no advantage over Yang. The effect of the medicine began to wear off, and it became difficult for him. Yan continued to beat Yan and teach the lesson that you should knock before entering the house. After all, he saw her naked and she was very ashamed. Yang tried to discard everything superfluous and collect all his thoughts in a pile to concentrate as much strength as possible. But he could not do it, and Yan continued to beat him in front of the hallways. He tried to dodge Yan's punches in order to take as little damage as possible and conserve his health to facilitate recovery. Yan could levitate and it was very vulnerable. She rose into the sky against the background of the moon, and her energy swirled in the air. Sister Yan was a very strong warrior and had a high level of body hardening, almost one of the highest in the academy. Having performed her crowning trick, she managed to freeze Ian into an ice pack. He just stood there and couldn't move, as he was covered in a thick layer of cold ice. Sister Yan finished her attack and descended to the ground and walked over to the icicle where she froze Yan. Since it was a fight, Yang had to gain this experience and get out on his own. Even though he might die from the cold, Yang continued to stand frozen for a long time. He tried to free himself, but he could not, and he continued to stand in the ice. Suddenly, the ice began to crack, and Yang began to move a little to gather more strength and free himself. Finally, when he was able to focus his energy, he managed to split the ice flow and free himself from it. Sue was overjoyed at his release. Ian was happy to be able to reach and learn a new technique again. It was called Invincible Will. Due to this duel, he was able to increase his power limits. He was asked if everything was fine, and he said he was fine. Dueling helped him improve his strength and stamina. During tea time, Sue asked why his sister attacked Yang. Yang decided to hide his first impression of her nudity and said that he had his reasons for doing so. They continued to talk about other problems that had arisen in their lives and how to solve them, particularly with one of the noble families of the academy and his servants. Yang and Sue decided to prepare themselves for further possible attacks or accusations, because they could be attacked or accused at any moment. After drinking medicinal tea, they got up and were preparing to go somewhere and do something further. They came to the depository hall to one of the elders, who saved them from prison and punishment. They came to thank the elder for saving them. The elder asked Yang to stay for a few words, and Sue felt insulted as he left the room. Yang asked what the elder wanted, but he remained silent and did not answer. John didn't like this and continued to press for answers. The elder quietly asked Jan if he had lost his virginity. Yang asked in surprise what it was, as he had no idea what it was about. This put Ian in a stupor. The conversation with the elder in the hall was very unexpected and incomprehensible. The elder tried to explain to Jan that he shouldn't pretend to be a fool. But Jan never understood the meaning of these words. He continued to insist on an explanation. Yang was ready to leave, but the elder refused him, because he had saved his life and wanted to continue the conversation, which was not interesting to Yang. This behavior of the elder angered Jan, and he refused to communicate with him. Yang continued to ask if the elder knew if he had already had a relationship. Yang replied that he had not had a relationship, and the elder said that was fine, and he was willing to help him solve some problems. The elder suggested that Jan start dating a spy who worked for him. The elder believed that Yang liked her, and he wanted to help resolve this situation. They came to the dragon's cave, where Yang used to meditate and grow trees with useful fruits with his technology. The elder pointed to the spy and said that they would go talk. Ian was nervous and did not know how to behave in the presence of the girl. The spy was wearing a mask, but she was beautiful and talented. Her clothes were impressive with their harmony and beauty. Yang wasn't sure how to interact with the girl. He agreed to the meeting, but felt uncomfortable. The spy was wearing a mask, and it was difficult to guess her true mood. Yang asked why she was here alone. She explained that she was checking the fruit because Ian had been gone for a long time, and she was afraid that they might be plucked. She also said that she made pills of immortality from these fruits, and showed them. They were in a bottle in her hand. The spy was called Jia. She was also aware that Ian had grown trees and was familiar with his time here. Ian thanked him for the pills. Master also joined them, asking if Yang knew Xia. He wanted to maintain a dialogue and started talking to them. They continued to highlight issues and cross-examine each other. The elder tried to find out exactly what Jan had done and what he planned to do next. The elder continued to explain that they did not have time for anything. Yang did not understand exactly what he was aiming for and what he should do next. The elder began to tell that there are people on Earth who are a little different from others and have special abilities that are unattainable for others. He also said that Jia is also different from others and has a special gift of meditation. She also has good physical fitness and the ability to work with magic. Jia plucked several fruits from the trees, holding them in her hands. At her touch, the fruits began to glow with the magic she was using. Xia continued to accumulate magic and display her powers in front of Yang and the elder to demonstrate her abilities and potential. She could concentrate a large amount of energy. Fire flew around Xia, but she controlled it, and Yang felt that it was not painful. Ian was surprised. After all the created pills were of the highest grade. Also, I added that if he started dealing with pills, all the dealers would go bankrupt. Jan asked what this skill was called and how it could be learned. The elder replied that it was the sacred art of pills. It was the gift of creating medicine. She practiced her skills for only 5 years, but she was already at the 3rd degree. She was able to reach her peak in just 5 years. And it was a very strong result. I was very shocked by this, but I did not understand how it was that such a fragile girl could achieve so much at such an early age. I also did not understand why the foreman was so angry. He continued to tell stories of mountains and missions to be accomplished. The foreman said that they needed to go on a trip to the mountains, and that's why you need to hurry quickly, because soon unfavorable conditions for traveling will come. They agreed to meet in 2 days and make a more detailed travel plan. He also wanted to make sure that his student was ready for this test. 2 days passed. Yang also continued to meditate and build up his powers. He managed to collect as many as 40 drops of energy. This was his huge advantage. He also reached the 4th stage of Kai Yuan. They arrived at the depository hall. but the foreman had not yet arrived. But they were waiting for him at the door. The spy said that the foreman was ill and needed to be cured. Therefore, he will not go on a campaign with them, and they need to go themselves. Yang agreed, and Spy Girl was glad that he trusted her and didn't ask any more questions. They got on the horse and rode forward to new adventures and challenges, while the elder continued to sleep after a hearty dinner. Z, who was Yan's enemy, was reported to have left the heavenly pavilion. He asked if he was alone. The maid replied that he was with the student of the Hall of the Dark Pavilion. Zia was happy about this, and was already preparing a plan how he could take revenge on him for everything. Z asked where he went. He was already going on a trip to pick them up and was preparing his team of servants. However, the mentors forbade him to fight with Yan, and he wanted to find some other way out. They were thinking of bribing someone to fight Jan instead of them. He liked this idea. The servant continued to say that the former head of the Crimson Clan was interested in this. He asked about Ian last month. The servant said that the granddaughter of this former manager liked Yang, and the manager disliked it very much. But he wanted to get rid of Yan by all means. Z told the Crimson Clan to hand over the data and tell them where Yang was headed, and it should all be kept secret. Spies from the Crimson Legion watched as Xia and Yang rode their horses through the forest on their way to the camp. They wanted to extract some information from Ian that they needed. The brother of one of the spies asked where he had last disappeared to and where he had been seen with Jan. They were riding their horses and kept talking about Master Men and if everything was all right with him. The spy said that everything was fine, and Yang worried for him, thinking that he had some other reason. When I started to question Shu in more detail, she just took it and quickly left. He did not expect her to have such a character. When they stopped to rest, Shu was sitting alone. They had only spoken a few times in the past 3 days. She wanted to talk to Jan, but was constantly shy about it. She always followed Yan in the shadows, and now she is somehow uncomfortable. She was about to gather her will into a fist and begin to act. She wanted to knock on his room, but she didn't dare because Yang might get angry with her. She was still standing in front of the door, and was thinking whether she should knock on it and start a conversation with Yan. And Ian sat and continued to meditate. The Crimson Clan stayed at the same hotel as Yang and Shu. They wanted to capture him and interrogate him, maybe even torture him. They drank tea and calculated their strength on what they were capable of. There were 7 masters in total. They said they could start the case at any time. They said that Ian should be killed, and the spy should be captured because she is very beautiful. The Crimson Clan masters continued their conversation about why Yang and Shu had moved here. They thought their route lay across the Black Dragon Mountains in search of some treasure. One of the masters said that he could kidnap Shu right today and bring her to Yang. They continued to talk and think about their plan. The chief warrior laughed and said that they would give Yan a few more days. Then there was a knock on their door, and the master allowed them to enter. The servant whispered something in the master's ear, and he immediately told the other soldiers to go immediately and seize the traveling couple. There were a lot of hoof prints along the road that Yan was driving, so the Crimson Clan knew that they weren't the only ones who wanted to kill Yan. They had to hurry to be the first to do it, and then a soldier was brought to their room. The masters looked at him, and the warrior himself was very frightened. The warrior asked what the matter was, and he said that he had not done anything with this master. The masters asked if the warrior was wearing a jacket. Who are they? The master asked the warrior why they were chasing Yan. He began to say that John was connected with the fact that his brother had disappeared. But he continued, if there were any inconveniences for the masters, then he would take his men away and they would return to the freight house. The master started yelling at the warrior because he thought the master and Yang were friends. Master told him not to say that again, but in that case, he will give life to this warrior. The warrior fell to the ground and began to ask for forgiveness from the master. The master was very glad that the warrior understood everything. The master also said that when they captured Yan, the warrior would be able to interrogate him, because he was very grateful. Master told him to go to his room and mind his own business. They thought out every detail and were going to take all their warriors, because they thought that Yang and the girl had prepared a lot, so they needed to make their stay there as safe as possible. The masters agreed, but they continued to talk about the spy girl Shu, who at a young age already has such great strength. She must have a very good master. They reached the Black Wind Mountains. They were able to go very deep into a huge forest. They climbed the tree and it was already dark. They sat down to rest. Jan asked what was in the bag. She replied that there was special equipment to process the dew crystals that they needed to find to improve their power. She wanted to ask Ian something, and he was ready to answer any question she asked honestly. She was about to start her conversation and asked, Why did you agree to help me raise my level? Yang replied, and you, what do you think? She didn't know why, but Master said to be very careful with Yang. I was offended by this, Yang said. But then it turned out that he was helping me because of the salve you once gave me. He was very grateful that she had once given him this bottle of salve when he was very badly beaten, weak and unconscious. She didn't know how he found out. Ian said that this bottle has the same smell as the whole salve and that gives it away. She stuttered a little. He asked why the elder did not go with them, although he himself was going on a campaign. Versia said that she had put some medicine to put the old man to sleep. Yang began to laugh loudly. She didn't understand why Yang was laughing. The spy was offended that Yang appeared so openly in front of her. She was offended, separated from him and ran away to other branches of trees, saying that he should laugh at himself. The next day, thanks to the protective bracelet on their arm, Versia and Yan easily bypassed the scary monsters. Yang's energy was able to see something. Jan said to the spy, "Go there," and pointed with his finger. The spy continued to follow him, trusting him completely in everything. As they approached, they saw some kind of heat emission, and it was unusual and not like the heat of the sun. When they came closer, they saw the flowers, the energy that overflowed them. Jan asked, "Do you know, spy, what these flowers are?" He also said that this is a good find that can be used somehow. She suddenly asked herself if Yana needed help. He said now was not the time to do that. And so they moved on. After a few days, they arrived at their destination. Yang said this place was no different from the rest. He did not understand what was so unusual here. But why did the spy bring him here? He did not understand how he should help the spy. But why did the master not tell him the details of the duty that fell on his shoulders? The spy said that today is only the 5th day, and when the time comes, she will tell everything. And she quickly ran somewhere, saying that she needed to do some work in the settlement, and Ian was told to stay here. During the battle, the Crimson Clan dealt with all the monsters. Fighting with one of the giants, one of the masters of high rank died. Their leader was very annoyed at the slow pace of movement. He ordered everyone to move faster and perform their duties more faithfully. Some of the warriors were angry with the leader. They believed that they were only being used as bait for the beasts to make it easier for others. But it was too late to turn back. The servants began to say that even more people could be lost due to such bad plans and operations. They questioned the need to risk lives. The leader continued to argue that there was no need to follow them as they had already achieved their goal. Master Vape started yelling loudly at them. He wished to continue the search to send them to another world or to keep them captive. 2 days later, Spy returned to Yan. She had expended a lot of energy, was tired, and her face showed signs of fatigue. They sat by the flame and discussed that 9 dew crystals were to be gathered this evening, and they were to find and collect them. She also said that Ian has very little energy and therefore, when the whole valley is filled with it, Ian should not leave the spy. Suddenly there was much more energy around them. I felt it, and Ian was very surprised by her strength. She was strange and dangerous to him. The spy told to stand next to him and explained that her medallion could protect against the cold and energy that surrounded them. Ian didn't understand how many different skills and talents a spy could have. He looked her straight in the eyes. The spy is a little puzzled by this look. Ian somehow started to get out of the protective circle, but the spy told him not to do it around her. They were so close that he couldn't feel her heartbeat. The spy said that Jan's energy is very valuable and he should not waste it on ordinary unnecessary things. This is just the beginning, as the real tests will come later. As the Crimson Clan approached the forest, they saw energy fill the entire forest. They hesitated whether to go there as it was very dangerous. The servant said that it would be very difficult to do anything because of this energy. Master Wei said to go ahead, ignoring her influence. The servants agreed, but emphasized that it was necessary to carefully monitor the health of the soldiers. Because of Yang's communication with his girlfriend, the Crimson Clan sought revenge. They lunged at Ian and he jumped straight into the forest filled with magic. They felt a strange energy around them, but they didn't understand how anyone else could be here. Yang suggested finding a vault to filter out this energy. When they were preparing to go somewhere, one of the masters quietly approached them and asked where they were going. The spy answered that this master has a high level of skills and should not enter into a conflict with him for no reason. When Yang asked who it was, he said it was a person who wanted him dead. People from the Crimson Clan surrounded them and wanted to get rid of Yan. Master Wei took an unhealthy interest in the spy and said that she was very beautiful and pure. He said the trip was worth his effort. The spy got scared and hugged Yan to her. Yang asked Wei what he wanted and where his hatred for him came from. They began to tell why he was being persecuted and asked where one of their brothers had disappeared to. Ian tried to save the spy and urged her to run. Master Wei promised not to let her escape and sought revenge on Yang. Yang told the spy to run away, but one of the masters began to quickly attack her. After the collision, Spy tried to counter the attacks, but due to the enemy energy, she fell again next to Yang. Yang worried angrily for her. The headmaster ordered to bring the spy to him, and if she resisted, the servants were to break her hands. They followed his order. The servants began to attack them with fire magic. The spy began to summon some magic and accumulate energy in her hands. She was able to summon a shield that protected them from the blows of the fire. This shield was much stronger than they expected. The warriors of the Crimson Clan understood that it was a heavenly artifact. However, not everyone is convinced that the spy possesses it and uses it. The chief master ordered to get the artifact at any cost. He promised his servant that whoever brought the artifact would become the next master after him. The warrior ran and began attacking the golden shield that shielded them from the attacks. Yang did not understand how to find a way out, since the effect of the artifact is limited and his energy may disappear. He felt the need to act. The Crimson Clan warriors continued to attack the golden shield that was summoned by the artifact. However, their attacks were not successful. The headmaster called his warriors to make more efforts to break through the shield. The spy concentrated more and more magic to support the shield. She was also preparing to perform a certain technique. The warriors noticed this, and they had little time to react. Yang realized that he needed to protect himself from the danger posed by the Crimson Clan warriors, who continued to attack the shield. When the spy finished her preparations, she turned off the word seal and placed her hand on the ground, opening her eyes. She stood like that for a while, continuing to accumulate energy for her future action. The masters began to worry as they could not break through the protective dome, and their attacks were fruitless. The spy was very exhausted from the great effort to support the dome. She began to pass out, and Ian was very scared for her life. Yang took her in his arms and began to back away quickly, trying to save her life. The warriors began to chase them. The masters shouted to prevent them from escaping. The masters did not understand what was happening and why the spy took up the artifact. The headmaster was very angry that his warriors could not stand up to the two weaklings, as he called them. He continued to shout at the inaction of his troops. The other masters reassured him and told him not to worry so much. The headmaster also ordered the other warriors who were on his side to find and bring the girl to them. They listened to his order and promised to carry it out. Then they ran in the direction in which Yan was retreating. The masters couldn't figure out what techniques the girl was using, as she was able to seal their powers and capture their bodies, and they were unable to react for a while. The headmaster continued to demand that they be found as soon as possible. The masters, together with the warriors, began to move towards the gap in the mountains. Everyone was very angry because their enemy had fled before them. They cut down the trees and searched in every possible place. Jan hid from them in one of the trees, carefully hiding behind the branches. He had a spy in his arms. The soldiers began to withdraw gradually, and then the spy groaned. She felt the pain of lost energy. Ian was very confused. He asked if everything was okay with her. The spy said she needed to take medicine and pills to regain her strength and potential. Yang replied that she would be fine and gave her the healing pill. After taking the medicine, the spy began to gradually recover, and her magic and energy began to pulse through her body again. Yang asked how she was feeling, even though her life was not in danger. However, she was forced to suspend the battle for a while. Yang told her not to worry. The moment she used the seal technique, she released 8 cloud tendrils, and the entire valley was sealed until sunrise. No one could get out of there. Yang asked what her plan was when she used that seal. She explained that she wanted to master the 9 dew crystals, but was forced to use them earlier. Yang asked how much power she used. The spy replied that she had spent about 60 to 80% of her strength. This information made Yana very happy, as it gave him more chances in battle. The female spy expressed concern for Ian as he was eager to face his enemies. She advised him to take his time. Ian assured her that everything would be fine and he believed in himself. She explained that Yang should obey her because she has a higher level of body pumping. She didn't want to risk his life. Yang told her to wait for him. Soon, if he didn't return by dawn, she would have to go home alone. The warriors continued to walk in circles through the dense forest and could not find anyone. They thought that they would soon find Ian and his companion. As the two warriors were walking and talking defiantly, Kai stood in front of them and asked them how to get to the library. They got into a fighting stance and got scared. He asked if they were looking for him. Yang was ready to attack them with great speed and power. The warriors took out their swords from their scabbards and were ready to attack Yan. He also began to knead his hands. and a fight started between them. Yang began to dodge the blows of the sword. The warrior could not catch him. The warrior shouted that he would take Ian's life. In his hands, he began to concentrate energy for a quick counterattack. The warrior warned that things might drag on, but Yang tried to strike with his sword. Yang blocked his sword. It meant that Yang was at the 4th level of Yuan tempering. His body was very strong. The warrior began to shout that he was surrendering, but Yang cut off his head with a swift blow. Yang stood and watched as his opponent slowly died. His hands were covered in blood, which he had cut through his neck. Another warrior who was lower in rank had already started to run away. Yang asked where he was going and was about to let him go just like that. He picked up another warrior's sword. Now he threw it at the fleeing Crimson Clan warrior's back and hit it hard. There was nothing he could do. He was defenseless. I was closing in to deliver my final blow. They didn't know what kind of technique it was, and both died very quickly. I told them, "You shouldn't know that if you're already dead." And then someone began to approach Yan and the place where the battle was taking place. Yang, with the help of energy, saw 2 soldiers on the left and 1 on the right. The one on the right was much stronger, and that's why Yang didn't decide to deal with the weaker ones first. As the weaker warriors began to approach, they searched for who was shouting like that. And then they suddenly saw Ian. He wanted to end the battle quickly and rushed to attack. The warriors had already drawn their swords and were also ready to fight. Yan struck one of the warriors. He dropped his sword and fell. Another soldier started shouting as if calling for help. Ian was unstoppable. One of the soldiers suddenly attacked and hit him in the hand with his sword. Even though he hurt me, it didn't hurt at all because of the magic. And he immediately launched a counterattack and overcame his next opponent. When he had dealt with the 2 warriors, one of the masters stood by and saw that he had dealt with both warriors without any pity. Ian replied, "Bingo," and said that he killed them. The master became angry and said that Yang should pay with his life for such an act. And then their battle began. At first, Yang defended himself from the master's blows. Jan was badly injured, but he was thinking about how to proceed. Then a stronger master to survive and be able to win. Ian laughed and replied that it was not a blow at all. He threw off his battle robe and said it felt like a mosquito bite. The master answered him that it was Jan's tongue. And then again, a heavy and transitory fight began between them, which was supposed to decide which of them was stronger. And here, after the blow of the master, it was thrown back several meters. He couldn't understand where such power came from at the 4th level of the Kai Yuan stage. Jan was ready to move on. The master began to fear him. And then the fight started again between them. The master began to understand that this was not the 4th level at all. Jan was unstoppable. The fight between them did not stop. They constantly beat each other and wanted to win. During the next round of blows, the master lost his vigilance for a second, and Yang saw this as a chance. At that moment, he counterattacked. Concentrating all his strength, his blow turned out to be a very strong and accurate blow to the chest. He managed to knock the master's breath away and throw him several meters away. Master saw in Yang the peak of the Kaiwan degree. He did not understand how this was even possible. Yang did not answer that the master was very narrow-minded. The masters did not understand how Yang could still stay on his feet. It was against all laws. Yang did not answer that it was possible, but he is much stronger than him. Yang continued to take blows, and after a series of further blows, the master's right hand stopped working. He could not even tap his fingers, and his mouth also began to bleed. The master began to call for help from other warriors and ask for help. John approached him slowly, but wanted to deal with him. The master began to run even faster, but Yang caught up with him. But he wanted to end his life and provide himself with a disguise. Ian caught up to him and began to spank him even harder to finish him off and complete the sky eagle on it. He did not succeed in this, but Yang continued his successfully developed attack, leaving no living space on the master's body. The master could not believe that the student had punched him and knocked him down. Ian also had quite serious wounds. He asked the master if he had any final words he would like to say. Master said the Crimson Clan would hear him, and they would find Yan and finish him off. Ignoring the master's threats, he simply finished him off. The search party of one of the masters was completely neutralized and killed. He had already fought 3 battles against superior opponents that night, but he still needed to regain his strength to be ready to fight on for a while longer. And at that moment he was surrounded by the Crimson Clan. He said that everything was over for Ian. I understood that he had to go through it no matter what. With the help of his magic, Master Yan and the spy flew on his sword. Because of his carelessness, he risked their lives. He hoped that they were all right and headed towards them. When he arrived, he heard an energy that was very unclean, and he knew something was wrong. His student removed the seal ahead of time. Because of this seal, No one can leave the valley or enter it. Although the master could cross this barrier, if he does so, all the efforts of his student will be in vain. Then he decided to wait. Yang concentrated his energy as he understood that the battle would be very difficult. The warriors did not understand what happened here, and how Yan managed to defeat all the warriors from the search party. I did not understand that among all 4 warriors, there's only one strongest. If he defeats him, the rest will lose their fighting spirit and retreat. And then a fight started between them. Yang decided to attack quickly to seize the initiative and win. And here they met with their powerful blows. They hit each other's hands and fell back a few meters from each other. I immediately began to treat the part of my body that was affected. The warrior who fought with him was very hurt, but he knelt down. His chest glowed red. The master of the Lie degree was killed by someone who was on a degree the difference was 3 degrees. They did not understand how it happened so quickly. Now they were at a loss as to what to do now that their elder brother had died. They wanted to get Yan's artifact to earn respect from the other masters. Yang retreated to regain his strength, and the warriors decided to split up to find him. At that moment, I was on a tree, when one of the warriors carefully walked along the bottom of the forest. Yang decided not to waste a chance and attacked from above as an assassin and dealt mercilessly with one of the warriors. He directed all his energy that was in his hands straight into the opponent's head. He died immediately and Yang landed on the ground. He had only a couple of hours left and he needed to hurry, searching the warrior. Yang took his sword, medicine, and some note. To successfully complete his mission, he needed to kill at least 4 more enemies. Yang ran quickly to scout the situation and deliver the remaining decisive blows. And then he saw how one of the warriors was trying to catch 9 dew crystals. When the warrior thought he was guaranteed praise and promotion, Yang cut off his hand with the sword he had taken as a trophy. When he searched the warrior, he also saw medicine and a note. Nothing new, said Yang, but he had to move on. And at that moment, the crystals began to shrink, little by little. Yang should not be in a hurry to tell his sister about it, but she should know how to master them. Xia was trying to recover and was very worried about Yang and his fate. And then one of the soldiers approached her. He found her whereabouts and said that she was caught. He said that if she listens to him, then he promises that he will not mistreat her. He wanted the spy to agree to his terms. The spy said that the warrior insulted her very much. And then, out of nowhere, a strange whistle was heard. Daggers began to fly at the warrior, from which he began to fight back and said that he would resist him unsuccessfully. And here the battle was about to begin between them. The warrior was very happy that he had found her, and he took out his sword. He told her to appear in a good way, or the headmaster himself would come and deal with her in a very bad way. He said he would count to 3. If she didn't surrender, he would kill her. And Yan was already standing behind, fully prepared to protect his sister. When the warrior was about to attack, Yang crushed his heart with a sword and thus made another killing in this forest. Yang said that this warrior is a real idiot, but he does not know how to listen to his instincts. He also asked the spy if she was all right. She was very alarmed by Jan's wounds. He was gone for only 2 hours and during that time he was in a lot of pain. Ian said he was fine, but he saw 9 Yindu crystals. And he also added that these are not wounds, but only scratches. The spy was afraid to go further to take possession of the crystals. She said she didn't need them anymore. Yang didn't understand why she didn't want them anymore. The spy said that she was drunk and that they should talk. She started healing and rewinding Ian and said the crystals weren't worth it. And as soon as the morning comes, they will leave here. Yang said that he had already killed 9 warriors and only 2 remained. The spy was very surprised by this. There were 2 of them and 2 of us, said Jan. He also added that we cannot let go of the 9 Yindu crystals. You can't stop halfway. The spy understood that there should be no major problems. However, when the sun rises, the barrier will disappear, and those people will return to their peak strength. And then, they will have no choice but to deal with them before sunrise. The crystals were not yet in the finished stage, and only when they opened would they be able to collect them. Yang was sure that the masters would come here to find them. And then they came and stood behind Yan and his sister. Before the battle, the master praised Yan and said that he was very strong. He began to call all his soldiers to him. Yang began to laugh at this, so the master said that even if he rips his throat opener, no one will come. He added that everyone has already died and will be able to come only if they are resurrected. The master said that even if they all died, they would not escape from him. Ian said, "We'll see." And here their battle began. Each of them chose their target and was ready for contact combat. During the battle, Yang began to say that he was not close to Humei at all, and they hardly met. The master said that Humei had feelings for Yan, and she found something in him. Yang began to laugh at the master, and a fierce battle began between them, exchanging blows in the rack. Since Yang was weakened, he decided to counterattack and dodge the master's blows first. His technique was quite fast. After another exchange of blows, they gathered their energy to continue to act and seize the initiative. Yang said that he was not going to spar with the master. He is going to kill him, and started attacking him in a straightforward style. The master wanted to counterattack, but it was too slow, and Yan managed to land a substantial blow on him. The master was very impressed. He did not understand how it happened, and how it was even possible. The master said that it would not be possible to overcome him because Yan did not have enough experience. Yang shouted, "Let's check it out!" Their fight continued. Yan's number of well-placed and accented blows increased, and the master received more and more injuries. When the strength left the master, he began to run and call his assistant for help. However, an arrow with Yan's energy flew into his back. Yang added that Master Lun was very weak and was only respected because of his riches and subordinates. Yang said that the master's screams are very maddening and powerless. He hit him in the head with his heel. Yang told him to shut up for good and delivered the fatal blow. It was the 10th warrior killed that night. The spy had little chance of victory. Yang shouted and told Master Wei, who was fighting the spy, to look back. He didn't understand how Yan managed to beat the headmaster. This was a chance to defeat the Crimson Clan. When Master Long was dead, Master Wei had to take care of his body, which was in Yan's hands. A verbal altercation began between them, and a new fight between Master Wei and Yang was about to begin. It was a great opportunity as they were already 2 against 1. The spy began to throw her punches while Yang readied his energy. During the combined attack, 10 drops of Yan's essence managed to enter the master's body. It was a success. The master lunged at Yan, but it was a trap. He blocked Master Wei's strike. Yang was unable to block the next strikes, but Master Wei thought he could build on his success. However, it was a cunning trap. At the moment when the master's hands were blocked by Yan, the spy struck Wei's back as hard as she could. When the master looked around, he saw a fatal blow flying at him. His eyes narrowed and he fell to the ground. When Yang approached the master, he saw that the master was dead. Now they were all dead, and the pair had to set off to find the Yindu crystals. Ian asked how they should be assembled. The spy told Yang to put them in her mouth, and she would do the rest herself. She replied that there was nothing else to know, just to put the energetically charged crystals in the mouth. And at that moment, the spy began to make a blocking seal. When she sealed them now, she said it was Jan's turn. Yang began to make a grid of energy and tried to block the crystals in it, and place them in an energy pouch. As he placed the energy crystals in his mouth, he noticed half of the power of the crystals being absorbed by his golden skeleton contained within it. And then Ian woke up and did not understand where he was. A teacher was standing next to him and said that the medicine had saved his life, but more needed to be done. He remained in a state of anabiosis. The spy was very worried about him, but she did not know how to proceed, and asked the master what could be done. The master said that his soul was torn apart, and he didn't know what to do, but there had to be some way out. While they were talking about it, Ian woke up. Ian said he was fine, but a little hungry. The master approached him and began to measure his pulse. If he had already woken up, there was nothing to worry about. The master asked him if Yang was not present at the time of death. The master simply tricked the spy into showing her feelings to Yan. She called him a liar. Jan woke up. And it was wonderful, said the master, because he woke you up. He had to absorb the remaining energy of the Yin-Du crystals. He had to do it very slowly and carefully. After some time, the master came to Yan again and gave him some special soup. When Ian was in a normal state, the master asked him who those killed who were in the valley and also attacked them. Jan did not answer that it was a long story and needed to be told for a very long time. The story moved to the office of the head of the Crimson Clan. He and his masters talked about what was happening in the mine and how they managed to find certain seals and what power was in them. And at this time, how their journey took place and how he protected his older sister as much as he could. The foreman said he was very grateful for the work and praised Ian. When the master found out that the Crimson Pit contained some secret seals that Yang said, they immediately decided to go to the headmaster of the Crimson Clan. He said that he had to talk to someone, make amends and resolve certain misunderstandings. They drove up to the Crimson Clan mine, namely the mine control hall. The headmaster sat in his chair and wondered who had told his daughter about the secret seals under the mine. There was a very strong pressure, as if a dragon had descended from heaven to earth. As they continued their conversation, someone approached their hall. The headmaster said they needed to go out and greet this person. One of the masters felt an unusual and strong power of the shadow. He thought that it was the head of the heavenly pavilion, but the master said that it was not him. But he had no less power. The Crimson Clan master asked who was standing before him. They began their conversation, But the master did not want to speak to the Crimson Clan. He came here with another purpose. Master told him to get out of sight. If his conditions were not met, he threatened to kill the entire Crimson Clan. From behind, someone began to say that this is not forgiven here, and the two masters began their battle. The Legion Master proved to be stronger, and began to deliver more accented blows, and gradually cut off the Crimson Clan Master. They wanted to stop the Master, but he told everyone to leave. But he had to finish the work he started. The Crimson Clan Master asked the Legion Master to stop, but he asked what exactly offended him, and how it could be resolved. The Legion Master said that because of their orders, his apprentice spy had been hurt, and that made him very angry. The Master of the Crimson Clan began to speak for the Legionnaire to speak in more detail about the situation that had occurred. The Master told about a story from the forest when 11 people wanted to kill his students. The Legionnaire continued to say that the Crimson Clan Master was aware of the situation. The Crimson Clan Master was very worried about this. The Legionnaire was going to kill the Master of the Crimson Clan so that it would be a lesson to the rest of the warriors. He began to build up his energy for the final blow. When Young was sitting near the market and waiting for the Master, a beautiful girl came up to him and offered him something to eat. He agreed. The girl said that she had little grain, but the girl offered to sell it to Jan. She said that it would cost 1,200 lions. Ian said it was very expensive. But still, Yang agreed to buy these grains because they were of medium spiritual level, and when they reach a high level, it will help to make significant progress. And here, when they were in the market, they heard an earthquake somewhere on the side of the hall of the Crimson Clan. Yang sensed something was wrong and wondered if Master Meng was okay. Observers of the three clans quickly ran through the market in the direction of the explosion. Yang had never thought that Elder Mei could be angered so much that he would lose his temper. A very large crater was formed from the explosion. The Crimson Clan understood that they would not defeat Elder Men. His technique was lightning fast and very dangerous. They did not understand where he had come from, because there were no such strong masters in the Heavenly Pavilion. The Master began to accumulate another force for a decisive attack. Lightning began to strike from the ground, and energy glowed brightly. He began to summon a special technique called Beast Soul. The Master was very focused on this. The Master summoned 2 energy dragons, but they were silhouettes of earth and sky energy. They looked a lot like Phoenix. Colossal energy began to emanate from the ground. It burned and did not stop leaving the ground. The Crimson Clan thought that these were the treasures of their ancestors. If this energy penetrated the entire earth, then there are quite serious treasures there. The Crimson Clan wanted to prevent the treasure from being revealed. They came closer to the ravine, looked at what was hidden there, and tried to understand how it could help them in the confrontation. When they looked, they saw the Heavenly Pavilion and the Stormcloud House, which in the form of energy were there. It was getting very hot. The Crimson Clan did not invite anyone, and they did not understand why all the clans had gathered in their territory. The leader of the Crimson Legion was very angry because other clans had come to his territory and wanted to get a part of the riches that were sealed in the land as well. Elderman said that without him, the Legion would not have found these treasures, and therefore it would be better for them to become friends. But don't fight and find and extract all the treasures together. 3 hours later, 3 great forces were assembled, namely the 3 martial arts master clans. No one could have guessed how crucial the task was before them. Jan was also present in this crowd waiting for the operation to begin. No one yet understood how much they would be able to increase their power, but they thought that there were enormous treasures there, as well as medicine, special techniques and arts, armor and weapons, and the most important thing is the Master's grave. The head of the Heavenly Pavilion said that not everyone will be able to go into the cave, as there are certain restrictions, and there must be an appropriate level of magic development and body hardening. According to his calculations, only 300 students could enter the cave, and they had to decide for themselves whether they wanted to enter there or not. The headmaster said that no one drags anyone by force into the cave and gives a choice, whether to go or not. The headmaster was also about to say something else. He also said that the main problem in the cave will not be traps and various dangers, but students of other clans. Master added that the disciples of the Heavenly Pavilion should help each other. One of Jan's friends started crying because he couldn't enter due to his body hardening level being low enough. While talking to Ian, he was asked what level of body hardening he had. He didn't answer, but said that he was a level 7 Kaiyuan. They stood, but did not understand how it could turn out. Jan was recommended to rest and prepare well for the entrance. He was able to concentrate about 50 drops of Yan essence. He wanted to concentrate as much as possible, because it could save his life in the cave. The bell rang, and the assembly of students began. Everyone approached the cave in battle formation. One by one, they began to enter. Yang and Su also jumped. Landing, they saw stone statues kneeling as if waiting for something. In the cave, John saw many of his friends with whom he had trained before. He talked to them, joked, and wanted to make contact. While they were chatting, a very beautiful girl from their clan approached them. She had the 7th level of transformation. The 3 of them were together with 2 other students from other clans. And suddenly an earthquake started here. It wasn't just an earthquake. Stone statues began to come to life and attack people, trying to kill them. Jan saved one of the girls from death, and they began to run for cover. Finally, they ran to a safe place where they could catch their breath and discuss what to do next. Not everyone made it to a safe place. Young continued to run away from the stone statues, using up all his energy. One of the boys pounced on the statue and managed to break it with his strong blow. Here they began to combine their powers to defeat statues that were bigger and stronger than them. Young understood that there might be some treasures in these statues. He thoroughly deceived them. Ian kept looking and eventually found something. After searching, Ian found a small sculpture of the statue, about the size of a palm. It depicted meridians, which may have been associated with martial arts. However, she was alone, and they did not know how to share her. Yang thought that it was possible to control the stone statues with this sculpture. They began to discuss a plan on how to effectively beat the stone statues. Ian did not take responsibility for summoning them and leading them to the ambush. Yang walked over to one statue and began fixing it, trying to lure it out and activate it. But suddenly, 2 statues started running after him. He felt a strong energy coming from them and broke away from them. This went on for about 5 days, during which Yang lured 1 or 2 statuettes into the trap at a time, and they attacked them together. During these 5 days, they did not find any other treasures, which was quite surprising. In the last 5 days, they collected only 4 figurines, but could not find a way to share them. One of the partners was against Ian and did not want to share the figurines. The leader of the group was a girl, and she was challenged to resolve the conflict and ensure that everyone was satisfied. Ian felt that his work was not appreciated, and he did the hardest part of the job using his abilities. Yang understood that all the statues were protecting only one central statue, where the treasures could possibly be located. He decided to attack this statue himself. However, he failed to break through and neutralize it, and other statues that were its defenders were already running up from behind. Yang decided to use the 10 drops of Yang essence that he had accumulated during meditation. After overcoming the main statue, he discovered another figure. At this point, Yang began to retreat to the ambush so that his partners could help him defeat the rest of the statues. Since he was not respected, Ivan decided not to help. He simply stood aside as his companions fought the statues. Yang jumped up a small mountain and began to examine his statuette. There were many meridians on it, which indicated a high level of development. He was lucky to receive this statuette. He told the other partners that he managed to get a valuable statuette. After 3 days, a group of 5 people left the first cave of stones. Finally, they were in the light again. Jan noticed that there might be valuable medicinal herbs in the forest. One of the assailants noticed footprints on the ground indicating that other students might have been there. These were probably traces of the pass. One of the students approached Ian and asked him to step aside to talk. She and another girl wanted to swim and asked Jan to watch that no one came near the pond. Jan decided to agree and became the guardian of the lake. Ian decided to agree and help the girls. They were playing in the water, splashing water on each other, completely naked. Yang was just sitting behind a rock meditating, filling his powers with new energy, when another student approached him. The moment the boy started looking at the girls, Yang started yelling what he was going to do. The girls dived into the water, and the young man almost fainted from shame. I laughed at that. The girls got out of the water and thanked Jan. They approached their camp and heard some roaring. It was most likely a wild animal. There could be a lot of monsters here, so you may have to fight them. They understood that there were more than 100 people in the forest who were fighting with terrible monsters from the 6th sphere. They thought what they should do next, whether to go forward or come up with another plan. In the other group were the Heavenly Pavilion warriors who were fighting with Yan and the Crimson Clan warriors. They could not agree among themselves. They constantly quarreled, and they did not have a single leader. As they were arguing, Jan approached them with his group of students. At this moment, the other group thought of something. People began to leave Jan's group as they went to their legions that they met up with, and another warrior left the group of Yan and the Heavenly Legion girl. Ian wanted to join a group of students with whom he had antagonized and had a bad relationship. His enemy said that Yang should join them since they are from the same school and share a common path. The girl turned to Yan and apologized to him, urging him to forget the insults and move on. Yang replied that he was not going to apologize to the enemy, as he was very cunning and treacherous. Since this group of students might turn against him, Yang decided to apologize and go his own way. Other students began to warn that it is very dangerous here, and Yang himself will not get out of here alive. This act greatly angered a group of students. They began to hurry to catch up with him and ran in the other direction. The girl who was with Yan in the previous group tried to warn him about the group's insidious plan, but her partners did not agree. She wanted to be let go, but her partner tried to calm her down, saying that Yang wasn't as weak as they thought. As Ian ran, they started to catch up to him and tell him to stop or he would get worse. They wanted to steal his statuette as a trophy, and then a fight started between them. Yan was surrounded by 3 warriors, and he again found himself in an unequal struggle. When he was surrounded by people and asked what he was thinking, Ian decided to say frankly that he noticed one of them spying on girls without swimsuits. Since the fight was uneven, Yan had to focus his energy to survive. Yang used a special technique that caused injuries and knocked the other warriors several meters away. They were very eager to get the same equipment. The other warriors didn't understand why Yang couldn't handle this trinity, and he just decided to dive into the water. He wanted to estimate the depth, but it turned out that he was far from the shore. While swimming, Ian noticed an undercurrent in the lake. When he entered this current, he noticed a hole and decided to dive into it. Once in the underground cave, Ian decided to explore it. In the depths of the gloomy cave was a grave surrounded by a mysterious blue light that glowed softly and mysteriously. The skeleton, distinguished by its strange nature, was both amazing and frightening at the same time. In his life, he possessed demonic martial arts, which gave him incredible power and danger. The way Yang had come suddenly closed, leaving him trapped with this mysterious skeleton, and he felt fear and uncertainty wash over him. Yang tried to make contact with the skeleton, starting a conversation to understand the reasons and possible ways out of this situation. The skeleton asked a cryptic question, asking if Ian needed his power, implying the possibility of a merger. Watching Yan carefully, the skeleton felt the hatred awakened in the young warrior's heart. Yang tried to figure out the techniques and methods the skeleton uses in battle, but everything was shrouded in mystery. Despite the frightening appearance of the skeleton, Yang felt no fear and remained steadfast in the face of this challenge. Yang bravely attacked the skeleton, only to find that it was only a dummy in front of him. The skeleton's true soul was congealed as a blue layer, creating even more mystery surrounding this mysterious encounter. Planning to erase Yan's memory, the soul sought to ravage his memories, creating a threat to his consciousness. Yang steadfastly resisted the magical influence aimed at his memory, fighting for his identity and experience. Willpower and spirit helped Yan retain the ability to move and think, and he wondered how to act in this difficult situation. Suddenly, the memory of the golden skeleton's ability to absorb energy flashed into his memory, and this knowledge gave him the key to his next action. After a fierce battle, realizing that their powers could be interchangeable, they decided to form an alliance, becoming friends in the struggle. The soul of the warrior began to tell Yan about various combat methods and techniques that he had mastered during his life. The ghost actively shared its experience, providing many options, but Yang felt that not all of them suited his character and goals. Confusion took over Ian as he couldn't decide on the appropriate techniques, and the apparition, in turn, began to think of him as inexperienced. Sitting down, Yang decided to take a break and study the statuette he had received after the fight more closely, hoping to find some clues in it. Suddenly, the figurine began to heat up in his hands, causing surprise and interest, which added even more mystery to this situation. A mysterious golden mark suddenly appeared on the skin of his hand, as if symbolizing profound changes. Yang felt a nagging sensation of sweat caused by the unusual metamorphosis of his hand. He looked at this mysterious mark with wonder. The ghost explained that it was a star mark, but Yang remained confused, not understanding its true meaning. With incredible courage, Yang decided to apply the last 10 drops of Yang essence and investigate how they interacted with this mysterious mark. The ghost's instructions caused Yan confusion, as not all of his training methods resonated with his soul. Suddenly, the ghost offered Jan the transfer of his immortal soul seal. This proposal raised a lot of questions and doubts in Ian. Yang was delighted to realize that he was beginning to show progress and was gradually mastering new levels of his power. The ghost told Ian to pay attention to the bones, hinting at the possible presence of treasure or key information in that area. The place the apparition pointed to radiated ominous chi energy, foreshadowing something dark and mysterious. Yan's attention was drawn to a sting surrounded by dark energy. He realized that it was endowed with special significance and power. The ghost shared the story of how he obtained this sting during battle, adding even more mystery and mystique to this artifact. In the cave, they found a dead ghost, wounded in life. His path ended here. Internal doubts torment Ian. Is this the true spirit of a warrior or a deceptive illusion? Despite the pending business, Yang hesitates, slowing down before making a decision. It's time to move forward. But Yang feels an inner restlessness that slows his pace. A small creature suddenly attacks Ian, leaving him puzzled and wondering about the attacker's intentions. The footsteps of the guest approaching the cave add mystery and surprise to the situation. A meeting with friends Mei and Zhao, whom they have not seen for a long time, relieves the tension and fills the moment with joy. Ian is excited to tell his friends about his discovery, sharing the details of his journey. The pursuit of the wooden monster leads to an unexpected ending. Ian catches it, but the result leaves mixed feelings. Ian tried to cheer up his girlfriends by pointing out the beauty and healing properties of the place. Tired from the long journey, the friends find comfort in a cave to rest and bond. Seeing the fatigue of his friends, Jan decides to organize a break for them to rest and recover. For 3 days, they devote themselves to meditation, striving to gain inner energy and harmony. It turns out that the friends are sisters, which explains their similarity. It was not easy for Jan to distinguish them, but Ian finds unique traits in their mannerisms and behavior that allow him to tell them apart. After a break, they continue their journey deeper into the forest, full of secrets and possible dangers. The friends warn that the forest is inhabited by powerful monsters ready for a fight. And so, moving on, they suddenly hear a scream coming from one of the monsters. The students from Jan's Legion fight the monster, but their efforts seem futile. They have a difficult task, to figure out a strategy for defeating the monster. But in time, a student from the Crimson Clan appears, who provided his skills and support. He shares information that a legionnaire from the Heavenly Pavilion has stolen treasures and is in conflict with those around him. They wondered who in the Crimson Legion could have stolen the treasures and how they could get them back, realizing that it would threaten their group's reputation. The legionnaire who actually took the treasures kept this information secret and did not share it with anyone. This silence caused the death of many students of the Heavenly Pavilion, as no one knew about the theft and was not prepared for what happened next. The main sister became the last hope to stop the monster and restore peace to the place. She summoned an ice skeleton and launched a vigorous attack, hoping for success. Their battle was extremely difficult, as the monster displayed powerful strength and skill. It was especially difficult for the older sister to fight crime. She tried to fulfill her duty in the best possible way. She could feel her strength draining away, gradually losing consciousness during the long battle. Then Yang concentrated all his potential and took on the mission to save his elder sister. He managed to do it, and everyone is amazed by Jan's determination and strength. Suddenly, after a successful rescue, both Jan and the older sister got tired and fell to the ground. Yang showed his loyalty to his older sister and planted his own body to save her from hitting the ground. While protecting her, he himself was injured. Despite the injuries, Yang couldn't let his sister suffer. He did everything possible to save her from danger and saved his from the monster. After this grueling battle, Jan struggled to his feet again, and his older sister thanked Jan sincerely for his selfless bravery. Everyone watched in amazement at Jan's incredible strength and speed. Amazed by his skills, he felt the joy of success. But the legionnaire, who had long maintained a hostile attitude towards Ian, remained dissatisfied. The monster turned out to be alive, which meant that the situation required a retreat and consideration of a new strategy. Taking care of the safety of the Heavenly Pavilion students became the responsibility of the elder sister. Yang proposed a solution. To ensure safety, the monster that posed the threat must be destroyed. The ice shell around the monster began to crack under Jan's power, and the monster almost broke free. Yang told his sister to order the students back, concerned for their safety. The older sister quickly responded to Jan's request and arranged for the students to retreat, allowing them to go to a safe place. Yang activated his golden mark on his hand, and the magic seal instantly manifested on the surface of the ground around him, creating an aura of mysterious power. This magical technique had such a powerful effect that even the monster felt threatened and afraid of it. The monster was confronted in a last-ditch effort by the defense, and the monster tried to strike at Ian. In response to the monster's strike, Yang instantly reacted and counterattacked, using his skills and speed to turn the monster's power against himself. After that, the monster fell to the ground, and blood flowed from its torn head. Amazed, everyone present could not believe in the incredible power of Jan, which he possessed, capable of overcoming such a powerful opponent. Yang put all his strength into this last blow, and after it he felt tired and exhausted. Everyone present began to gather together to help remove the monster's body, and remove it from the battlefield. The other clans felt envious and jealous of Jan and his team's achievements. Despite some irritations and disagreements, everyone present felt a shared responsibility and rushed to finish off the monster's body to get rid of the threat. The older sister was watching the exhausted Yang with a worried expression on her face. His girlfriend touched his shoulder, came to him and began to help him. showing devotion and support. The monster began to slowly regain consciousness, and its ability to attack began to recover again. Everyone present also wanted to demonstrate their strength and contribute to the end of the battle. Students and representatives of different clans combined their techniques and knowledge to take an active part in the fight. Finally, the monster, feeling inner exhaustion, broke down and was finally destroyed. The final crushing blow came from the older sister, ending the battle. Now everyone present saw how powerful and dedicated to his path Yang had become. The legionnaire couldn't bear to look at how strong Yang had become, and felt displeased and disappointed about it. However, one of the disciples even intended to attack Yang out of outrage at his growing strength. But Yang was not as weakened as he looked. Yang rose to his feet, and the student, sensing the threat, instantly turned and ran away. Yan sharply threw the blade in the direction of the student who tried to attack him. The blade crashed into the student's body with great force, inflicting a fatal blow. The blade's effect helped absorb the young apprentice's soul, making him pay for everything. Yang was eager to learn more about the ghost techniques, so he tried to get him to share more of his knowledge. The ghost told Ian that the girl who didn't treat him very well wasn't so bad, and if he trained her, she would become a good partner for him. One of the warriors of the Crimson Clan approached the head of the beaten monster and pulled out the core of the 6th-level beast. He wondered how much it might cost. A Humi girl approached him and asked what he was going to do with the core, because he didn't get it. Everyone said that the victory over the monster was won thanks to Yan's brother. He inflicted the most damage on the beast. The warrior did not want to give away the core, and offered others to take the skin in order to process and sell it. And at that moment, the core jumped out of his hands. The cores of other monsters also rose in the air. They began to rotate among themselves like planets and generate some energy. Ian didn't understand what had happened. Everyone looked at the junction of the cores, and something began to emerge from them. The ghost said that this grave is for the souls of animals. John asked him to elaborate. The ghost said that they had killed absolutely all the monsters in the district. The ghost said that the real legacy was hidden right here. Ian was glad that there was a chance to get a real legacy of the ancient masters. Young told May that everyone should back away from this place quickly, as they could get hurt. All were to withdraw 10 miles back. The disciples didn't want to obey him, but when Senior Sister Suyan said, they all quickly started to retreat. Everyone did not understand why the sister would listen to him, and they were not very happy about this order from the sister. As 2 clans retreated, the third also decided to retreat. Suyan asked if everything was normal and if it was necessary to retreat even further. Is everything okay? She also said not to worry about the young man's death, as he had attacked Yan himself, and he needed to defend himself. The sisters were worried because Jan was not paying attention to them. They thought that Yang was not happy about their presence. But Yang didn't get away with complimenting her in time. They continued their conversation and talked about how the sisters are very beautiful, and many people want to be friends with them. One of the sisters offered Jan a kiss, but he refused, and the other sister became angry. People came from another room and asked if Ian had any injuries, but they thanked him for saving him from the monster. Yang didn't understand why they didn't just come up. They had a purpose. Students from another legion said they just wanted to make friends. The sisters were not happy because their conversation was interrupted, but he asked why it was necessary to retreat 10 miles. Yang admitted that he did not know everything. He just wanted to test his assumptions. This is what he said to the student who approached him. The student thanked Jan for the information and kindness, and said that it was time for him to leave. Ian guessed that the sisters wanted to hear something from him, because they wouldn't just stand around him all the time. They were confused when Yang said this. The sisters said that John should tell them everything he knew, but at that moment he was distracted by something, and their conversation was interrupted. Some stairs appeared from the sky. No one understood what it was, and Ian said that it was a golden staircase and followed it carefully. The stairs led above the clouds all the way to the Heavenly Palace, which was located in a mountainous area. It was impossible to approach it without these stairs. Yang wondered if these were really the treasures the ghost had talked about after passing the test and exam. Yang was supposed to receive the inheritance, but there would be hundreds of disciples involved, and the struggle would be very difficult. Everyone saw the golden stairs and immediately rushed to them to be among the first to test their skills with the help of an exam. One of the sisters started yelling at him why Jan wasn't leaving, and he replied that the speed of climbing the stairs did not depend on whether the student received the trophy. Taking another look at the stairs, Yang said it was time to leave, but he and his sisters went in search of adventure and trophies. The girls did not understand where everyone had gone, but why is nothing visible from the front? Most likely they were in the clouds. Because of this, they could not see anything. The ghost said that these stairs could have an infinite number of teleports and illusions, and that's why they can't see anyone. Ian suggested to go on and ignore it. The sisters were worried for some reason. They heard Yang's weak energy touch their feet, and it puzzled them, but this energy was quite weak. Yang said not to exaggerate and to reach the high temple first. Yang was going up hard, but he didn't feel the energy thanks to the special techniques that helped her not affect him. Having climbed even higher, the girls became cold. Ian asked if they were okay after they had taken another 500 steps. The energy changed to cold yin. Yang suggested that the girls rest for a while to restore their strength and ease the way up the mountain to the treasures. It was a bit difficult for the girls, but I tried to encourage them. But they continued to walk, following him. After 1,000 steps, the energy changed again. They became very hot. The sun began to burn like hell. Ian probably didn't need any medication as he was trained enough to withstand the ordeal. For rest, he suggested you take another break. It was very hot. The girls were sweating profusely, and I happened to look at them. The girl told Yang not to do that again, and he laughed and went on, ignoring the energy test. Although the girls were tired, Ian was not tired at all. It was not an obstacle for him. He did not feel the energy. The girls said that they were very tired, and that Ian should not continue walking alone as they were only hindering Ian from moving forward quickly. Ian thanked the girls for everything. They said that when Jan came down, he would tell them about his treasures, and Ian started running very fast. There was a very nice view from these stairs. The rest of the soldiers also had a hard time climbing these stairs. It was very difficult to leave. Not everyone survived this test, and one of the boys gave up, deciding to jump off the steps to get out of the confrontation. The disciple of the Heavenly Legion also suffered a lot after walking 1,500 steps. She had no special talent, and therefore it was very difficult for her to walk, but she did not want to give up. But she thought that she would succeed in everything, get up and pass the test. Jan's enemy also continued to walk up the stairs. He had taken the last of his pills and wanted to get to the top of the stairs as quickly as possible. Sister Su Yan has traveled this path for 7,000 years. The path was quite easy for her, and she was almost to the top of the stairs when some light energy began to waft around her feet. The energy began to blow stronger and surrounded the steps. Su Yan did not understand what kind of technique it was and what was happening. It was a flow of energy, and most of the students who were at a weak level of body hardening began to fall down the stairs. They fell to the ground and did not know how to save themselves. They could crash and die. The wind flow was very strong and they could not hold on, but the flow simply landed them on the ground, preventing them from crashing. Only the girls fell, and they wondered where Ian was and what had happened to him. One of the girls was crying and did not understand why she fell. Ian managed to hold on. He took the last step and was at the top of the secret palace to which golden stairs led. After passing this test, I reached the 8th level of Cain. Finally, he made a breakthrough and was able to become stronger. Jan's enemy was also rising little by little. He only had a few steps left, and he too could pass this test. But some kind of fiery power came from the stairs and he couldn't stay on his feet and he also fell. I didn't look back and wonder what his next challenge at the top would be. I was absolutely ready for anything. He felt a very strong flow of energy, and he had to concentrate it so as not to lose consciousness. He was very lucky to be able to use the energy transformation technique, and it saved his life. The threads of energy that swirled around him concentrated a very large and dangerous force to take steps. Already past 100 steps. When he finished climbing the stairs, there was an ice barrier blocking his way. It was strange, because even his energy could not melt the ice, and the yang energy was the opposite of the yin energy. Ian decided to put in even more effort, and finally, with more effort, he managed to break the ice flow and clear the way for further movement to the goal. Yang was already on the approach to the palace. He approached slowly, carefully examined everything, and began to slowly open the door behind which the treasures were supposed to be. When he opened the door, he saw elder sister Yan sitting inside the palace. He was very happy to see her here. It took 2 people to activate these treasures that are here. Yan waited a long time for someone else to step up, as she was much stronger in rank. She has been waiting for a whole day. Ian was very impressed with her endurance and speed. They praised each other and were happy to see each other here together. They sat down close to each other and began to meditate. Ian began to talk about the difficult path that he managed to overcome thanks to his strength and perseverance. Yan did not say that she had similar trials, but she needed to extinguish the fire with her energy, not the other way around, as Yan did. Yang saw the older sister smile for the first time. Yan started to get a little worried, but they told her to stop talking. But let's start receiving the energy that is sealed in the temple. They considered all options and came to the conclusion that 2 people are needed to activate the energy. Ian said they were a pair of treasures. He also added that he learned this from the ghost he saw in the cave. Yang knew about these realms that were sealed in the temple, and added that they contained the dragon and the phoenix. Yan couldn't activate them all day. Yang added that in order to activate the couple energy, a close relationship must exist between a man and a girl. Yang didn't know how the elder sister would respond to this news. She did not know how to answer because a very long way had been traveled, and it was necessary to somehow implement the obtaining of energy. Ian said that he respects her choice and that each of them is given freedom. If she doesn't want to do it, that's her right. When I was already leaving the temple, she called him back. Yan did not say that she did not want to receive the secret energy, but asked him to go back. Yan was very glad that it was Yang who had reached the temple second and not someone else, and she had chosen Yang for the ceremony. Yan convinced him that he should not hesitate and encouraged him that the ceremony would go well and that they would be able to obtain the secret energy. It turned out that Yan was very kind, and this helped a lot to give Yan moral support. He agreed to take part in the grand ceremony. They began to meditate and combine their yin and yang energies into one to improve their skills. Yan did not feel that she could possess Yan's true technique. They were focused, meditating there. This was their main goal. As Yang meditated, he didn't understand why he couldn't transform this energy into a liquid essence that would help him in battles. If that happens, Ian will burn from the inside out. But he understood this. When he looked at his older sister, he saw how she was freezing from the cold. She also couldn't translate her attribute. They were supposed to help each other and combine their powers and magic to correlate and overload energy. They held hands and tried to restore the balance of energy to pass the test more easily. They moved closer to each other and took each other's hands and squeezed each other. So they wanted to help make an even greater balance of energy. They concentrated and tried to gain control over the energy in their strong warrior bodies. It was very difficult and incredibly energy-consuming, and Yang and Yan were very exhausted and tired, but their ordeal was still unfinished. Yan understood that Yan still had a small degree of hardening and could die from overexertion and be burned alive by his energy. Yan looked at the older woman, and the desire to hug her with little force grew every moment, but his head was blocked, preventing him from meditating. He really wanted to do it, but he didn't want to do it without his sister's consent. And then he began to ask her if she would be against it. Yang abruptly let go of her hands and wanted to quickly think of something to ease the difficulty of passing the exam. And he decided to hug her with a little force to increase the area of their bodies and their energy could merge. I told you that he would let her go soon, but she said that he did not let her go, and I was very much surprised at that. But he was happy. They hugged each other, and their energy began to circulate through their bodies. It was a very touching event. They looked at each other and were ready for the new challenges that lay before them, but they were already much easier because of their union. That was not all. They kissed each other and made an even greater balance of energy in their bodies. They were both very surprised. They began to undress and prepare for the next ritual. Ian said not to worry. He asked if it was a pair cultivation technique. He also asked if it was correct. But Yan did not answer. She was very shy. They continued to lie next to each other and rest after they slept. They were very exhausted and relaxed. Ian said they've gotten a lot stronger. Yan made a mirror out of the ice and began to dress to move on and not stand still. Yang didn't help her tie her braids and asked something, but she was shy again. When he asked why Yan was so shy, she replied that her smile belonged only to Yan and started laughing. But the ritual was not yet complete, and they needed to finish absorbing the energy. They sat down again and began to meditate, uniting as one and opposing each energy for balance. It was much easier for them now because their energy was more aligned and centralized. The results of paired practice were very high. Yan succeeded in advancing to the second degree of Kidun and was grateful for the help. He was very grateful and wanted to say thank you. As a gift, he gave 9 dew crystals that could restore energy to a fairly high level. Yan accepted this expensive gift. Yan replied that such challenges are very important for the growth of a fighter. They said that he should protect his life and gave a human pendant. When they were done, Yan offered to leave since there was nothing more interesting here and pulled Yan's hand. There was nothing left in the sacred temple except their memories, Yan said. But they went on the next trip. When they arrived at the heavenly pavilion, one of the students threw a letter to Yan and told him to accept it. He was promoted in rank as he moved to the second energy level. I did not understand why everything was so simple in his life. The student said that if he fails to complete the task, he will be promoted to an ordinary student. Such an offer is given very rarely. Yang did not answer that he was not interested. The student turned pale and was surprised. It was a gift from the clan elders. He did not know what this task was, but he understood that it would not be easy. The student said that the letter should not be ignored and that it should not be joked about. Otherwise, he would regret it. Everyone was watching their conversation and couldn't understand why Yang would ignore such an opportunity to raise his rank. One student girl approached him. Her name was Lan. She didn't treat Yan very well, but after his long actions, she changed her mind. Ian said that everything was fine and forgave her for everything. Yan understood that the elders were up to something and he had urgent business, and he had to go. The ghost asked Ian what they were up to. He didn't really like the attention from the elders, and he needed to leave the heavenly pavilion. It was a good opportunity to practice. A female spy was spying on him at that time, but Yang decided to go with his ghost friend, and they ran very fast and far. Using his super strength, Yang was able to reach very high speeds and move quickly without drowning. He continued his journey for more than a month. He was so fast that he could run on water and not drown. He pumped his skills and strength like that. Yang asked the ghost if he liked his skills. The ghost said that his technique was very cool and also managed to reduce friction, which helped to increase speed. It had already been 35 days since Yang had left the heavenly pavilion, and he had continued to train non-stop. And so the lady's column was moving through the forest. She invited John to join her route because there were a lot of robbers in the woods. The lady's servant said that she had a very good heart and encouraged John to accept her offer. He also possessed some kind of whip magic. All the fighters who were in the column were of the lowest level, Kai Yuan. Jan sat warming himself by the fire, and very beautiful girls began to come out. He started looking at them, and the girls said, Yang decided not to pay attention to them and went to the nearest tree, before which he began to meditate. One of the girls brought him food. The girl called him poor, and he did not understand why. When the girl showed him his reflection in the mirror, he was very dirty. The girl said in surprise, Jan did not want to impose himself and said that he was doing well, that he lived in abundance and did not need anything. The girl asked if Jan knew where this road led. He didn't quite understand, and she replied that they were going to the sea city, where there was supposed to be great scenery. Yang asked if that was the only reason they were coming here. The girl said that the owner had died 6 months ago, and the lady was heading to Sea City to meet her husband's best friend. The girl also asked what he would do when he arrived in town. During the conversation, they did not get along very well, and clearly did not like how they communicated with him. And at that moment, the other servants came and said that they had already prepared the food. The servants were somehow secretly whispering to each other, and Jan had a bad feeling. Period said not to react to them and to be calm. When they were already asleep, the Period woke Ian up and said something was wrong. It seemed to him that the servants were under the influence of sleeping powder. He thought it was planned, and something terrible was coming. The two heard that they were traitors and killed all the guards who slept under the sleeper. When Yang saw this, he did not stand up abruptly and had to act somehow to stop this merciless carnage out loud. Jan threw a stone at one of the soldiers, and he managed to wake up. He whipped a servant who wanted to kill him with a sword. The warrior stood up and asked what they were up to. The servant said that he would kill him now. When the rest of the soldiers started to wake up, they were killed, and between them began a confrontation between free servants and servants who were going to advise the lady and do something terrible with her. As the servants battled and determined who was stronger, Yang quietly made his way to the lady's tent and woke them all up. They were a little scared. Jan closed their mouths and told them not to make any noise. He added that some John D on the street provoked a real fight, but they asked Jan what should be done. And when I looked out into the street, I saw that the advantage was on the side of the servants who had betrayed the lady. Ian was asked if there was anything he could do to help, but it was already too late, and the servants, who wanted to betray, killed all the servants who protected the lady and were faithful to them to the last. Young understood that if he got into a fight now, it might hurt the girls behind him. But at that moment, the traitors began to approach and tell the ladies to leave. Jan said not to panic and to keep calm. Ian also saw that the traitor was very badly wounded and said that it would be much easier than it could be before. The robbers stood and laughed at the ladies and wanted to take possession of their bodies, although they considered the servants part of their family. The servant wanted to marry one of the girls and offered her his hand and heart, and she answered that the servant is like a real animal. By hearsay, Jan managed to understand that in addition to the main robber, there are 4 more people near him. They are also armed. As the master robber approached the carriage, Yang used his magic to knock the master robber down, maybe even kill him. Everyone was very shocked at such a speed. Ian was very fast, and no one understood him, what this technique is and how he manages to be everywhere and not be anywhere at the same time. Yang attacked very quickly and dealt fatal blows to the traitors, who could not do anything because they were helpless. Yang continued to deal with the traitors, and the main traitor turned out to be still alive. He got up and was going to continue his fight. He called Yang a beggar and rushed at him with a sword, but wanted to kill him again. Because Yang possessed many artifacts, his speed was extremely high. He also possessed strong magic and a special dagger. The traitor asked what kind of technique it was, but Yang replied that the corpse would not need it, and finished his work. The last traitor was killed, but the ghost that was training Yang really liked the way Yang was fighting now. Jan said that everything was clean and the girls could go out, all the robbers were dead, and no one threatened them anymore. He asked what should be done next. The girls cried and begged Jan to take them to the city. Jan thought they were honest and good people and decided to help them. They were very grateful to Jan for saving them. Also, one of the girls approached Jan. She wanted to ask what to do with the corpses of robbers and where to put them, because soon the smell of blood will be very strong, and someone else may come here. Jan said that he will not leave them, and if they need it, then let them do it themselves. The girls decided to bury their loyal servants themselves. After some time, they had to leave. For some reason, the girls thought that Yang was poor, although this was not the case, because Yang was already a professional warrior and had achieved a lot. One girl tried to get along well with Jan and help him fit into the team, and also joked a lot. The day came when they left the forest and continued their route. As they drove further down the road, they saw someone ahead of them blocking the road. Yang was a little wary. If they arrived at their destination, then Yang no longer wanted to accompany them. One girl was worried because Ian was about to leave. Ian hoped that no one would find out that he had committed so many murders to save these girls, and that everyone would keep quiet. They have already approached the security checkpoint itself. Security greeted the girls, and now officially the girls were safe and sound. Also, several people asked who he was, not knowing Ian. She replied that some of the servants had revolted and tried to kill them, and Yang had saved them. The guard thanked John and threw him a gold bar. The head guard said they were leaving, and the girls started saying their goodbyes to Ian. They wanted to see him again, but it was almost impossible. Ever since he left the heavenly pavilion, he had never bathed in the ocean. He wondered if he could chop the waves with his technique. Ian was very responsible, persistent, and motivated. He continued training until the very night and tried to cut the waves. His coach, a ghost, said it was brilliant. He has never seen such a technique in his life, and it is very effective. As Yang came out of the water after a grueling workout, he saw a frightened girl standing by the shore with a fish on a stick that she was gathering to cook. But she handed the fish to Jan and pointed somewhere in the direction of the forest, where there was a small hut with a light shining in it. Jan led her to the hut where the old man was standing. Jan asked if he knew this girl. The man replied that yes, he knew her, and invited Jan inside so he wouldn't freeze. Ian was so engrossed in his technique that he didn't even notice how dark it was. The man offered Jan to lie down more comfortably and spend the night here. The man asked Jan if he was a martial practitioner. Yang did not want to answer immediately, and asked why he thought so. The man replied that he thought so because Yang stood on the beach for several days, even when it was raining, and continued to meditate without paying attention to it. He wanted to question whether Jan could be trusted. The man replied that he had no evil intentions. It was wonderful. Jan asked why the girl was not talking. The man replied that after a bad event happened in her family, she could no longer speak. Yang didn't say that she had to get rid of this disease. The man once again offered Jan to spend the night at his place. The man and the girl slept on the bed, and Jan slept on the ground by the fire. It was warmer there. Compared to the conditions in the heavenly pavilion, his current life seemed very good. He was grateful for such kind people in the world. Someone was knocking on the door very loudly. The man said not to open it, but just to keep quiet. People started shouting even louder and kicking the door. Two evil warriors entered the house and told not to leave. They began to laugh at the man and humiliate him. They did not know who Yang was, and questioned who he was. They thought it was the older brother of that girl. Yang heard the warriors talking about Red Cloud Island. It was some kind of sect, and you were of the wrong class. You were of low level. The man threw himself on the ground and began begging them to let the girl's parents go. The warrior was about to hit the man, but Yang intervened because he did not want such a good man to get hurt. Yang said that he was their distant relative and had come here just to eat and keep warm. He also said that he admires these warriors. Yang wanted to be taken to Red Cloud Island, and he came up with a plan to do so, but they did not answer. If he respected their sect, how could they not accept him? They were very happy about it. Yang said that they did not touch the man because he would only slow them down on the way. The wars were already ending, and John had to say goodbye to her husband. Ian said not to worry. He already had everything figured out. He was a combat expert and knew how to act in such situations. He could not help such good people. Yang thought there were only 2 soldiers, but there were many more. It was a whole sect camp. There were a lot of them. There was even a level 4 expert, Chen Yuan. It was too late to retreat, the guard told him, and invited him aboard the ship that would take them to the island. Jan understood this and went on a journey. They sailed for several hours and were almost there. They sailed to the Isle of the Red Clouds, to the west coast. Most of the people on the ship were quite upset and annoyed. But Yang had some secret plan. They had already swum to the shore, and one of the warriors told them to disembark. Since they were here, they had to pass the exam. If they do, they will be able to return home. People were very scared, but did not understand anything. They prepared jugs for the people and were to return for them in 3 days. To pass the exam, people had to collect at least 1.5 kilograms of black mysterious fruits. Then they had to go back to the coast. The frightened people simply went into the forest, and the sect sailed back. Ian understood what the reason was. Maybe there were monsters on the island. Prim saw that there was a lot of sinister energy on the island because of this. But the imp said that he was safe because he had a master imp next to him. The other imps wouldn't attack Ian. Ian really liked looking at these landscapes. Young saw the black fruit and started running towards it with all his might to pluck it first from the other people. The fruit was quite heavy. Another man came up to him and said that it was his fruit. Yang said that he would give it back. But the man had to answer one question. Why did the sect have these fruits, and what should they do with them? The man replied that he didn't really understand why, but he had heard that the sect fed fish with them, but they were some special fish. That man offered Yan to go with him, because he considered him a weakling. Jan refused. The excuse said that this person would not last long, and soon he would lose his mind due to bad energy. They went deep into the island and saw the great mountains. Ian smelled a good scent, and began to explore the area. There he saw a flower of female beauty that could make a person's skin smooth and beautiful. He also found some unusual fruit. This flower was very useful. She could make human skin smooth and beautiful. Ian was amazed and thought about the usefulness of nature on this island. There were a lot of useful and medicinal herbs on the island. This really impressed Ian, and he liked it. Few people tried to go to the middle of the island, and that is why there was so much useful here. Yang sensed that one of the mountains was a distributor of evil energy. Privet and John began to move towards this mountain to find out what was there. When they climbed the mountain, they saw the land of a bright red color, as if they were on Mars. That was where the ominous energy was coming from. Jan was very interested. He looked to see that it was blood hidden there. The excuse said that a young demon had died here. This surprised Ian. The excuse said that there was no need to relax. Ian questioned how far it was safe to be here and whether there were any consequences. The coach said that there could be pluses from this place. He said that using this energy, you can conquer any person and use it for your own purposes. Yan decided to give it a try and started meditating right on the mountain. He was going to successfully accumulate energy in his body. There he ordered the spirit to protect him from other monsters and spirits. The negative energy began to rage in his body, and the force with which it affected Yan was very great. Yang understood that he could not die here and he had to endure. The spirit told that it would only benefit Jan, and he should not be afraid of it. When he can absorb this energy, he will become much stronger than everyone else. The spirit also said that if they were able to find the body of the deceased who was emanating such strong energy, then they would be able to increase their potential much more. They moved closer to the pool of blood. There was a very large stone. They picked her up. Yang picked her up and was very glad that he had such great strength. When they pushed the stone away, they saw a passage. That's where the energy came from. Other spirits began to appear near them, but the trainer said that you should not pay attention to them and that they would not approach them. Spirit was the first to develop. Ian trusted him completely and just stood by the rock trying to rest a little and regain his strength. The spirit was thrown out of the cave. He was a little tired, exhaled, and said that he almost managed to dominate the energy. The spirit was unable to take over this energy because it most likely died before the other spirit. Ian was upset by this, and the spirit said that Yang should absorb the other spirit just as he had done with him. He laughed and understood what he had to do. Ian had a smile on his face. He was fully prepared for this confrontation. Yang wanted to outwit all of them and began to say that he was weak and inexperienced, and inside him was sealed the gigantic power of the golden skeleton, which he had mastered just a few months ago. He managed to absorb another spirit and became somewhat stronger and faster. He also ordered his trainer to try again to enter the cave and reconnoiter the situation. There was a lot of energy in the cave. It just flowed from one side to the other. Ian was very hungry. He began to eat herbs that he plucked in the forest. It was very poisonous, but at this time the spirit needed more time to absorb this energy. Jan asked if 3 days would be enough for him, and yet after 3 days he managed to do it. The spirit was very happy about this. Ian felt sick because of the unprocessed food he ate and his stomach hurt a lot. In the end, they managed to absorb all the more sinister energy that was on the island. They also collected a large number of expensive and valuable medicinal plants. This island was no longer valuable at all. They needed to find a boat to sail away from here, because they weren't going to wait for the sect and go on their terms. It was necessary to be very careful. Even the Third Sorrow sect has masters with great powers. The spirit proposed to ambush and kill all the sect warriors one by one, and then someone started calling for help. One of the men was beating one of the women on the ground. He wanted to rape her and take her valuables. I quickly ran up and kicked this thief in the head with all my might. He flew several meters and was seriously injured. The man was very angry and rushed at Ian to try to kill him. I told you that I would not tolerate this and would relieve him of his pain. Yang didn't want to play with him and just hit him with energy. With this, he burned his heart. The girl now did not need to be afraid of anything. Yang knew this girl. Her name was Chang, but she didn't understand how he knew her. It turned out that this was the same girl whom John saved from the traitorous servants in the forest, in a carriage, and accompanied her to the city. Yang replied that this was not the place to talk heart to heart, but still asked how this girl ended up here. The rest of the girls are coming now. The girl began to thank the hero for saving her, but Ian again asked what was happening and why she was on a dangerous island. She replied that one of the guards was also a traitor and a very rotten person, but he should not be trusted so blindly. It happened on the same day that they said goodbye to each other. When they arrived in the city, the delegation that met them refused the contract, and the girls had nowhere to go and were very humiliated. They began to quarrel, but then they did not know what to do. After all, their most loyal people died protecting them, and they were all alone. The brother of these girls said that they should become concubines and serve his soldiers. He did not want to support them. The girls were about to leave. The brother said that it was not a good idea, and that the girls should spend the night and only then leave. And at the moment when they spent the night, people from the sect believed in them and arrested them. The girl began to tell that her husband had died, but she had no relatives and friends left at all. Also, it was the brother who bribed people to kill them during the trip. Jan asked where this person is now. The girl was very confused and did not know because she was on the island. Yang said that her brother is a real thief. The girl again asked Yan for help, because if she dies, no one will know how they were treated. Yang did not understand why her brother did all this. She said that eventually it got to the point where she found out that her husband and brother had received something several years ago. The girl began to tell about some turtle shell that they had found and were going to share somehow. And after these adventures, her husband returned to the province, and the brother did not wish to share a part of the carapace with her husband and therefore killed him. The girl said that Jan was right, but she was in complete despair and did not know what to do, because she was on a deserted island and was exhausted. She fell to her knees and started begging Jan to get her out of here and help her. The last time, Jan supported her and asked her not to humiliate herself like that. The girl continued to say that he killed her husband, and she herself could not tell him. When I saw him for the last time, I understood that my brother was at a bad level. It was the 3rd level with his level of development. Yang didn't quite understand how to help her, but he understood that there was no other way out and something had to be thought of. And I will definitely kill him, because this person did not deserve to live in such a wonderful world. The girl fell to her knees and began to thank for everything. She said it would be very hard work. She also said that her brother's son was studying in a sect. The girl's family was on the verge of disappearing, but she did not have the finances to give them to Jan. He understood this and said that they were more important than anything else. The girl said that she could not help, but she had something. But she began to expose her beautiful back. Ian was very surprised. It was a very important card that was also important to her husband, and that is why he asked the girl to make a tattoo on his back. On the back of the girl was depicted a special technique, which she offered to absorb Yanov as a reward. John agreed and got down to it. There was also a map of the island. I tried to fill it completely. This card was applied using the needle prick technique, but it was quite scary and dangerous. And this girl was very strong. Yang said that he remembered it well and expected to hear Jia from the young hero. He said Madame could trust him, but she was worried about something. I didn't decide to ask her exactly what was bothering her. The girl said that she wanted to die. Ian was very scared for her. She was already going to shoot from the cliff into the ocean. I didn't take her hand and tell her she wouldn't do it. He couldn't let that happen. He tried to convince her not to jump off the cliff. He said that sooner or later he would help the girl, and therefore she must live. He said that the girl trusted him and was not worried. Yang added that there are no more evil spirits and energies on this island. Yang had to find 1.5 kilograms of black fruit to complete the task and get to the sector. Even though the dark energy was gone, people still didn't go deep into the island, so I was able to collect the black fruits quite easily. Most of the people ran up to the ship and started asking to be allowed on deck. The warriors said that those who did not complete the task would be eaten by a sea monster. They started throwing off the board those who did not complete the task or wanted to deceive them. Yang had to find a way to get out of here if things went wrong, but right now he had to do something else. Yang wanted to infiltrate the sect. That was his main goal at the moment. Yang had to somehow infiltrate the sect's ship to search and find out certain points that interested him. The warrior approached the newly elected and said that there was a new task. He shouted and told the recruits not to ask too many questions. They said that they would tell everything after arriving at the shore. Great, said Ian. He understood that this was exactly the opportunity. The warriors looked at Jan and considered him young and strong. All whom the soldiers chose were supposed to follow them. Ian agreed. But everything was going according to their plan so far. The ship began to unload. It was the sect's largest ship. Yang didn't know where they wanted to take them. He had to be very careful that no one recognized him. The chief warrior said that half the men go to row the oars, and the other go to the dryads of the decks and cabins. Everyone was told that Ian should not lie down, that he should work hard. You had to be quite careful with them. The sect respected its elders very much and said that everything was ready to be sent. They have already started shipping from the shore. As long as these two elders were around Jan, they could easily discern his power level and had to stay away from them. Night came, and the recruits began to eat dinner. They all wanted to return home as soon as possible because they did not know where exactly they were going. The recruits began to tell Ian about a secret island that needed to be explored. It was covered in centuries-old clouds. There were many legends and rumors about it. Yang asked his spirit if he sensed any mystical power, danger, or perhaps treasure here, as the clouds were very heavy. The spirit was powerless, and he could not feel anything, Yang thought. And his spirit said that the world had changed a lot, and it was quite difficult for him to find answers to questions. A soldier approached them and told them to go to work, or else they would be thrown off the ship. When Ian was scouring the deck, he overheard a secret conversation between the soldiers about some girls and their entourage. He turned and began to listen carefully. The disciple of the sect and the foreman spoke. They were looking at the moon and talking about some secret things. When they spoke, Ian couldn't quite hear them because they were on a ship that was constantly moving. She said that someone was harassing her, and it stretched her arms. The master said that if this happened again, he would throw the intruder into the monster's feed. The girl really hoped for this and expected that the foreman would take certain measures for her safety. Ian continued to work and eavesdrop on dialogue and learn new information for himself, and here another recruit came along. When he approached, the foreman said that the girl could beat him, but the main thing was that she should do it quietly. The recruit came up and said that he could cheer the girl up and she could share her thoughts with him. He is always ready to listen. Everything around began to shake, and people began to fall on the deck and scream, not understanding what was happening around them. Yang didn't understand why that girl was so unhappy. Her feet got tangled and she slipped. She fell to the deck, and a bucket of very dirty water poured directly on her head. It appears that the ship has hit a coral reef. Other students approached her and began to help her. They started beating her like she did, but she was very angry with everyone. She sat wet on the ground. The chief looked down and at the ship. It seems that everything was normal, and it was possible to continue. He also told the students to prepare for battle, and asked if the girl was okay, and told her to go back to the cabin because it was going to be very dangerous. All the students became afraid because they were told that a monster was nearby. The spirit said that you should not be afraid, because the monster is small, because you can hear a small energy. The monster continued to pound the ship, trying to break through to sink it. One of the masters approached them and asked why they were still on deck and what they were going to do. The spirit said that monsters attack in groups and they should be watched out for. The students continued to draw the deck and monitor the situation. Over the course of several days, the Red Cloud sect's vessel engaged in battle several times. It was difficult for them to resist the sea monsters because they were in their place of residence and their place of battle just grew. They had already been at sea for 10 days and still did not reach the island. The sergeant scolded all the soldiers who planned this route and was very angry with them. Jan watched everything and tried to eavesdrop on every conversation. He saw how the elder hit one of the warriors, who failed because he told the elder to hit. But he will definitely find a free way. Ian believed that the chief officer was too old to command the ship and should be retired by now. A few more days passed, and they swam to the island. They couldn't believe what they did. They found a secret island. It was amazing. It was very beautiful and picturesque. Their ship was approaching the shore and was ready to re-moor. Finally they arrived, but luck smiled on them. Everyone went to the side of the ship to see the island. They invited the foreman and began to say that their route was completed, but they swam to the goal. They were performing some kind of ritual, but they couldn't manage it themselves, and called all the students to help them concentrate their energy. They sent some sort of burst of energy into the island to unlock the layer that surrounded the island. The elder lost a lot of strength and was very tired from the ritual. He needed to regain his strength. The headmaster shouted that all the participants were ready to land on the secret island. They were very happy, and the foreman went to rest. When the foremen were leaving, they saw some lumps in the water and told everyone to be very careful. Something was secret under the water. A giant tentacle emerged from the water and hit the ship with all its might. Ian moved away to feel safe. An alarm was announced on the ship. Everyone was very panicked and tried to maintain combat readiness to face the monster. The elders said that they had to deal with this monster. And at that moment, a tentacle flew behind the master. It gripped him by the body, and the elder was very badly wounded. Blood was flowing from his mouth. The tentacle lifted the elder very high above the ship and crushed him. There is no living space left. The elder turned into a pool of blood. Blood rained on the ship. All the soldiers were showered with it. The headmaster told everyone to go to the island, because they could not withstand such a force. The sea monster did not even show its strength, but was capable of creating such problems. Ian thought that it was dangerous to stay on the ship, and it was necessary to jump from it. Jan's spirit said that water monsters have no vision, and to avoid them, you need to touch the water as little as possible. Ian fell on the boards and stayed dry. There were many people drowning in the water near him, trying to save their lives. Many people began to climb to Jan's raft, but they could not be saved, because the monster felt them and suffocated and drowned them. The spirit said that the monster would not be able to cause any harm on land, and therefore it was necessary to leave the water as soon as possible. This is where Ian's training came in handy. Stepping back, Jan struck the monster's nose with wet energy. His goal was to cause as much pain as possible to the monster. Finally, Jan managed to get to land. He was very happy. But it seemed that they were not alone here. Someone else was here. Ian noticed that a girl, who was constantly insulted on the ship, had pushed out of the waves. The strength of this girl was very great, as well as her stupid nature. Yang was about to go deeper into the island, and the girl said that he helped her. "I just started joking with you." Jan tried to get away from her. The girl did not like that he was joking with her. Yang wanted to knock her out as soon as possible, so that she would go somewhere far away from him. Another part of the students came to them, but these students were very poorly studied and unintelligent. Neither the girl nor Jan liked them. They were very happy to see their sister. The girl asked if they had seen any other warriors, disciples, or elders. They didn't know if they would be able to go back. The sect had set itself the goal of world fame in the martial arts, but such a disgrace would hit their reputation hard. The boys told the girl not to worry and they would find a way to get home. But a conflict began between them due to different views. They said that to become a hero, you need to complete heroic missions. Jan did not want to go with them and wanted to be by himself, because he pursued other interests. The girl was very angry, and Yang believed that she was actually a real snake. They continued to walk, and he wondered how to get rid of this company. They went deep into the forest and saw more and more fruits. There were a lot of them, both food and medicinal herbs. The girl plucked the fruit and gave it to Jan to taste. She wanted him to be a taster. "I told you, if I get a stomachache, I'll kill you right here," Yang said. Nothing happened to Jan, and now they knew they could eat them. They were going to stop here and then go on. Yang continued to think of a plan to get rid of these stupid sect members who didn't understand anything about military matters. They continued walking through the forest. Ian was very angry, and then something in the forest began to sparkle and flicker. They were going to go and check. The spirit said that this fog has a great effect on the body, and it is full of orosmore. Jan understood this and tried to be careful. Yang said that he didn't want to be used and told that there were beautiful flowers in that poisonous mist. He was going to stay put to see how this fog affected other people's bodies. One of the boys walked into this mist and immediately began to bleed. But he saw a ball of bones in the fog and died. They all realized that the mist was poisonous, and Yang opined that they had to react to it somehow. The girl was very angry with him, and Yan only laughed and said that it is not worth paying attention to him, because there are more important problems. And then they heard some kind of buzzing that came from the giant forest. Some giant bugs were flying. They did not yet understand what was there, but they urgently needed to escape from there, because they could simply die. Beetles locked them in the environment. Now they found themselves in a difficult position. But Ian did not want to save them. He was not interested in them. He was waiting for an expeditionary reconnaissance of the island. He asked his spirit what type of beetles they were. The spirit said that he had never seen them better, and that they were bugs that had mutated. It is better not to touch them. But still, Jan decided to help. He began using his energy to burn bugs. They simply burned in the flame of his powerful energy. The spirit told him how best to fight these insects. You don't need to fight each one. You just need to burn them with your energy. Finally, Ian managed to shoot out the terrible insects. Ian decided to go further. For this, he needed to go to the edge of the forest. When Yang turned back, he saw another disciple die in the mist. They did not understand that the fog was deadly and poisonous. And already Ian himself found himself in a half-sleep. On one side, a deadly fog, and on the other, a flock of mutated beetles flew at him. They were annoying, and Ian thought about how to confront them. He asked his spirit how best to beat them in such large numbers. All the beetles that were on the island gathered here. This could mean that all the people who were on the island died, and there were a lot of bugs. Yang tried to concentrate his energy, but Yang could not sense any dead souls on the island, except those who perished in the mist. The spirit recommended entering the nest of beetles and setting them all on fire together. Ian really liked the idea, and agreed with the spirit trainer. The spirit said Yang could rely on him to ask anything. He noted that it was better to protect Yan's essence, because he would still have many difficult battles ahead of him. When Yan's energy weakened a little, the insects picked him up and began to fly with him. Ian was a little exhausted, but that was his secret plan. He wanted to be carried to the nest where he could set fire to the beetles. But besides the insects, there should have been a king. Since they were transporting Yan to their nest, there must have been other students there. The insects behaved like soldiers, and Ian understood that this could not have happened without harm. Walking along the beetle hole, he saw all the students. They started mocking Ian and asking why he was so strong but messed up and ended up here. Yang took that student with all his strength and said that he would show all his strength if he didn't shut up. It was the best time to get help for a girl who was badly hurt. But at that moment, the mutant king had arrived and they needed to deal with him. The girl asked what he was up to and what plan he had. Yang said that it was none of her business and that he had more important things to do than talk to her. They continued their dialogue, but Yang wasn't in the mood to talk to her or the other students. They were barely fighting, but here came even bigger giant mutant bugs, and they needed to do something about it. Yang said that the students were too weak and they wouldn't be able to deal with the mutants just like that. Spirit said Yang could listen to his plan and appreciate it. Jan listened to him and began to provoke all the students, saying that they do not value each other. They began to worry and succumb to provocation. John understood that his plan was working. One of the guys fell into a stupor and realized that Yang was telling the truth, and they were just being used for their own purposes. Another student succumbed to the provocation of the spirit and yawned and started talking nonsense to the girls. He began to confess his love for girls, but they started saying he was an idiot. So their mission was accomplished, but they were at odds. The girl said that if he continued talking, she would kill him, and the boy replied that they would still die from insects. This infuriated the girl, and she lashed out at him very strongly. The guy was standing like a maniac looking at the girls, and he wanted them to share their bodies with him because he thought they were going to die. Ian's plan was brilliant. He helped to quarrel them and make them weaker. Yang said to his spirit that this technique was genius. The girl hit the guy who was courting her with quite a lot of force. She continued to hit him, and the other girl started to defend this boy, and a fight broke out between the girls. At that moment, one of the insects killed the younger girl. Jan's revenge worked, and they all suffered. The younger girl screamed for help, but no one responded, and the guy kept telling them to make love. Yang watched this and realized that his revenge was working. All of them suffered, and each of them felt pain. Jan said that the girl's problems had nothing to do with him, and that he was not going to die here. The girl offered cooperation to Jan. Yang agreed to cooperate with her, as it was part of his plan, which he agreed with the spirit. He asked what he should do. The girl asked if Yang could save her life, but he did not promise anything, because he could not guarantee it. Jan continued to provoke the student to approach the girl. She was very angry about it. The student approached and tried to make love with the girl, At the moment when the student wanted to do it, Jan took him by the neck and began to strangle him. He tried to gain the girl's trust. He continued to strangle the student and realized that his brilliant plan was working. He tried to save the girl and get her support. He continued to strangle the student and realized that his brilliant plan was working, and he had already gained the trust of this girl. As Young choked him, the spirit tried to absorb his soul and make the most of it. The student's head began to hurt very badly, and he screamed to be killed in pain. Ian just stood there and watched it. The girl got scared and asked what was happening to him. Young said that his sins could only be forgiven through death, at which point the bugs began to attack him. The girl began to guess that Yan specifically killed the student in order to report the girl. Yang read the girl like a book and understood that she just wanted to get out of here, despite the sacrifices of the other students. The spirit taunted the student, and Ian liked it very much, because that was what he planned to do. To kill him slowly. Now they were going to get out of here. The spirit said they were possessed by the queen of mutant insects. They understood that if they beat her alone, the other insects would lose their motivation to fight them. But they also understood that she was much stronger than them. The girl cried and screamed for Yang to help her deal with the mutants that attacked her. Ian killed the mutants with his lightning energy. And when the girl opened her eyes, she did not see anyone around her. I was already far enough away, but he was going deep into the cave to find the queen and neutralize her. There was a very bad smell in the cave, and there were many tortured and killed people. Insects simply drank blood from people and threw them in a pile. They walked on the bones and realized that they were very old. And then the spirit said to be very careful and prepare, because something is about to happen. A bee-like insect began to attack Jan. He didn't think the queen was that small. She was very fast, but Ian needed to outplay and kill her once and for all. He hit her with all the power of Jan's energy, but he did not understand whether he had defeated her. But he did not kill her. An insect entered his body. He did not understand what it was and how to counter it. The spirit said that it was very bad, and that it was necessary to strengthen the body somehow, because the insect could suck not only. She continued to absorb Yang's power, and he could die if it continued any further. She was really eating up all his energy. Jan told the spirit to come up with something, because he couldn't just die in the cave. Yang sat down on a mountain of skeletons and began meditating to replenish his energy. He didn't let all his energy get out of him. Yang told the spirit to enter his body and try to kill the monster queen. The spirit took his blade and said that he would gladly try to do it. They thought about the best way to do this to expel the queen from Jan's body, because she was really absorbing all of his energy. The spirit asked if Ian had a plan. Yang said that he had a total of 3 energies and wanted to somehow combine them to save himself. Also, I told you that he has a golden skeleton in his body, and the golden skeleton can absorb any energy, and everything that Yang was able to achieve is stored there. Jan managed to block the queen's energy absorption. He once again managed to increase the power of his martial arts. It was incredible. He blocked over the fast insect monster queen and he got it right the first time. The queen already wanted to escape from him, but Yang was more cunning and prepared a trap for her. Yang told the spirit to leave his body and began to use the seal he used earlier to kill the giant monster. There was an extremely strong impact that even the mountains on the island shook. He poured such a large amount of energy into the queen that she died. Yang rewound his hand and was glad that he wouldn't have to fight any more mutant monsters. Spirit said that he admires Ian's progress and is confident that he will be able to achieve even greater skills and progress. The spirit said that it was a very great achievement to block an insect that could absorb any energy and had a very high speed. And here it was obviously very hot. He did not understand that the spirit had asked this. He felt only fire and pain. The spirit said that this was part of the ritual Yang had to go through, because nothing passes without a trace. The spirit said that there was a certain transformation and reinterpretation in the center of energy taking place in John's body. But Yang couldn't understand why this was happening now. And something began to happen on his back, said the spirit. Some fiery wings began to grow on the back. They were shocked and did not understand how this could happen. Yang asked again, "What is it?" And the spirit replied that it was wings. Then Jan asked if he could fly. Ian was glad that now he would be able to get off this island. It was thousands of kilometers from the ground, and even experts with a high degree would not be able to get out of it. Some insects began to crawl towards the girl. She was very scared, and then Yang appeared again, but he did not save her and flew to the exit. But they did not attack Jan, because of the wings they considered him their ruler, and now he could give them orders. Ian now became the patron saint of mutant insects and could give them orders. Although most of the insects were of low class, there were also true masters, and the monsters of the 5th class were extremely strong and large. The girl started laughing and flirting with Jan again. She fell to her knees and began to ask for forgiveness. Now she begged for mercy. The spirit offered his help and wanted to kill the girl so that she could no longer speculate on other people's emotions. She was a very poor girl, but she was constantly looking for only profit for herself and not how to make the world a better place. Yang decided not to let the insects eat her and simply told the monsters to back off. The girl thought that she managed to make Yan fall in love with her. When she undressed, I didn't turn around and say that his girlfriend was 1,000 times prettier than her. The girl was very upset and wanted to destroy Yan, but he was much stronger than her. The spirit said that she wanted to kill Yan, but he understood this and did not allow her to come close to him. When Yang and Yu left the cave, they saw another group of students wandering through the forest. The girl started running towards them. One of the elders was in the group of people, but she immediately started shouting that Yan is a wizard and he must be killed. Yang just smiled and understood that he was now the strongest on the island. All of them took out their weapons, but they didn't realize how strong Yang was, and there was simply no point in confronting him. The girl said Yang would die, and Yang replied that he thought she was much smarter, but she was very stupid. Now he said they left him no choice. She guessed again that I could control the monsters and told them all to back off, and huge monsters have already started flying out of the cave. Jan gave the order to kill everyone down to one. There was a very scary sound of the wings of monsters. I said that no one should be left alive. The 5th grade monsters were flying at them, and he told his spirit that it could torture their souls. He was very grateful. They did not understand how such a power could even exist. They were attacked from all sides, both in front and behind. The elder tried to protect his sex students from perishing. The other students at this moment continued to run away from the scary monsters. But it was impossible to resist them. They climbed from all sides, but there were very many of them. Monsters combined their attacks and did them at different levels. There were a lot of them, and the Red Cloud sect group was surrounded. Jan sat on a tree and watched this picture. The girl again began to beg for forgiveness from Ian. But at that moment, the elder pounced on Yan and tried to kill him. However, Yang simply flew into the air. Yang said that in such a third-rate sect, it is not worth knowing about his skill. The students who survived the shipwreck were divided into much smaller groups. They tried to study the island and somehow survive, but they did not succeed very well. Most of the elders died, and the students also suffered very heavy losses, and moving to this island was a very big mistake. The chief elder tried to invent something, but his magic was powerless and nothing came of it. But under the onslaught of his energy, the stone began to crack. He thought that everything would work out for him, and then something screamed in the sky. It was the same great eagle that tore one of the elders to pieces. He was very angry that the sect had entered the territory that belonged to him. The sect tried to attack the eagle to save their helpless lives, but everyone got scared and started to run away, because they could not open the stone structure. However, if they start running away, they may have a chance to survive. The elder said that they were very stupid, and began to unravel the secret of this stone himself. Yang continued to lead his swarm of monsters. It was much easier for him now that he had professional warriors in his army. The spirit said that he saw a lot of high-class beasts on the island, and that it is better not to contact or conflict with them. It seems that the people of the sect found the place and wanted to get some treasure, but the giant eagle just ripped them to pieces. If it weren't for the swarm of mutants, Yang wouldn't be able to travel around the island so freely. He told them to break a stone that was hiding something secret behind it. The caboose mutants did so, and Ian went inside. Yang told the mutants to guard the passage and not allow anyone to enter. The spirit said that there was a very strong earth energy in this cave, and there was quite a pleasant atmosphere here. The spirit said that everything was very good, and they continued walking through the cave. They looked at the frescoes on the walls and studied the history of this cave. Recipes, herbs, illusory, and other useful things were written on the walls. There was also a book of a powerful sect in the cave. Young said that this sect was very popular all over the world. Also, John came to the conclusion that all these jewels that were here were looted. And then Jan decided to take a few of them, because they were stolen anyway. But the spirit convinced Jan not to take any of it, so as not to arouse any suspicions of the powerful clan. All treasures had to be handled humanely and sensibly. After walking further through the cave, they saw a lotus flower. It was very valuable. It was the only flower that existed at all. Such a flower could strengthen the body very much, said the spirit. Jan said it was great, but the spirit told Jan to take his time doing it. The spirit said that he could proceed to absorb this lotus flower and transform the energy into one that Yang could absorb. It could take quite a long time, but I agreed anyway. While the spirit absorbed the barrier between the flower, no less than a month passed. The spirit told Jan to open his eyes. Yang asked if the spirit had succeeded in its task, and if the treasure could now be assimilated. The spirit said Yang could try to do it, and Yang decided to try. The magic started burning in his hands. It hurt a little. Yang could feel the absorption of energy. His development rapidly increased. He had almost reached the third breakthrough level. The spirit spoke about the benefits of this treasure and how it should be used correctly for rapid development. It was a great idea to come here. Everything turned out very well for them. They had been here for a month and had to go back. Since most of the treasures were stolen, they decided to leave them here. Maybe they will come back for them sometime later. Yang and his assistant climbed out of the cave, and their army of mutants was waiting for them. Yang didn't understand why it was so quiet outside, and where all the people from the sect had gone. The sense of the spirit said that there were no people nearby. Now they were thinking how to leave this stupid island. The coast of the island was guarded by gigantic monsters, and the land was thousands of miles away. He could only rely on his magical wings. Since Yang had used up a lot of his energy, he needed to recover somehow in order to be able to fly. They turned their attention to the mutant bugs, and decided to find something useful that could restore their energy. John also asked if there was any danger not far from here. After walking for a short time, they found a huge source of energy. Jan approached. It was a stone. They were very happy and ready to absorb the energy. But someone similar to this beast began to emerge from the cave. He guarded the stone, and they were surprised that the swarm of mutants did not frighten him. It was a 6th-grade monster. His eyes glowed dark purple, his claws were sharp, and his tail was like a whip. The wolf had a hostile aura. He began to advance very quickly. The spirit said that it was better not to contact him, but the fight between them had already started. The spirit began to attack the wolf with its magical dagger. The wolf was too fast and the spirit was unable to hit it, while Yang continued to maneuver. And then they entered into close combat. The wolf managed to catch up with Yan, and the fight between them was just beginning. The wolf was very strong and tore everything in its path. Yang used his stored energy and tried to maneuver. The spirit could not stop the wolf, and all hopes were on Yan. He touched the magic stone and tried to absorb as much power as possible. He succeeded in this. He accumulated 10 drops of essence. Yang believed that this would be enough for the confrontation. While he was absorbing energy, a wolf came up from behind. Also, the light of anger and energy was shining from him. The spirit told them that they would not be able to stand against such a strong opponent, and it was time for them to retreat. Accumulating the energy from the magic stone, Yan managed to summon his wings and they rose into the air. They flew to the shore and went to the big land. New trials and adventures awaited them there. Further events unfolded on the island of the ancient cloud. A novice student sat by the cage and watched the peacocks. Someone knocked on the door of his house. When he opened it, he saw a knife with a note attached to it. It was very strange why the letter was left in this way. The student began to read this letter. The letter contained something important about their sect's transformation methods and supreme skill. A novice student came to the elder's residence, Kanya. There was a guard who did not want to let him in. The guard reported that the elder is in close training and no one can disturb him. However, it was very urgent. The student decided to shout to the elder that all his peacocks had died. The guards believed and were very scared. An angry elder came out and asked who dared to say. The girl got excited and began to say that she had other questions that did not concern birds. He asked what happened and started reading the letter. This caused special reactions in him. A dagger was left with the letter. The elder knew that the dagger was only left when they wanted to convey an important message. He needed to check something, so when the elder left, it was even hard for them to breathe. The elder began to ask if anyone else knew about the letter. The novice student said no. The elder was angry and called a meeting of the main hall. The letter contained a mention of Red Cloud Island, and they decided to start searching for it. The elders did not discuss, but simply watched the girl who brought the letter. The head of the island approached them. The girl bowed and he threw her some kind of gift. It was the token of the head of the island. They said that the girl deserved it. She also said that the novice student knew everything, but promised to remain silent. The elders said that the novice disciple could leave. She was happy and ran, not knowing who exactly threw this letter to her. Yang was coming up with a cunning plan and said that the two disasters would soon overlap each other. The warriors and elders gathered near the port and were ready to go on a campaign to Red Cloud Island. The elders thought but did not fully understand their plan for the inhabitants of Red Cloud Island. The ship began to drift. Their journey was just beginning, and they didn't even know who had sent the letter. I was glad because Ancient Cloud Island sent out 200 of the strongest battle experts. 3 days later, history brought thousands of golden banquets to the pavilion. Pony Gia came there and asked for a seat overlooking Red Cloud Island. She sat next to Yan and they looked at the island, which was covered with misty clouds and lightning. Their plan was realized thanks to Yan. The girl was very grateful and they received personal dinners from these sects. Ian said he didn't need anything and he was doing all this for free. The girl was very grateful and said that she would never forget this concession. Under the cover of night, Yang took the story to the Miao clan. There was a guard at the entrance to the clan, and he attacked her. With well-aimed blows, he began to kill the guards and did it decisively. The blows were so strong that the guards were thrown through the door and the other warriors began to wake up. They did not know who dared to attack their clan. Jan was standing in a mask and could not be seen. The warriors looked at Yan in admiration and began to draw their weapons, ready to confront him. Yang did not hesitate to deal with each of the sect's warriors and disciples. Yang said that they were not on his level, and if they didn't want to die, it was better to let him go. The soldiers asked who he was. They watched Yan and were afraid to attack him. Jan told them to split up or die. The warriors also wanted to attack him and kill him. Having launched a counterattack, Yan managed to dismember one of the soldiers. The warriors thought that they would not be able to cope with him, but Yang was very fast and invisible. Yang mocked them and killed them with ease, without pity. They had not seen the speed that Yang had. He was on another level and possessed better martial arts. Yang continued to destroy them with his energy, causing terrible injuries. Even most of the warriors could not compete with Yan. He had such enormous strength. He could use his energy to create large explosions. The warriors were helpless, and Yang defeated them. When Yang finished the battle, the soldiers had already started to flee. A spirit with a dagger was preparing to consume their souls. The spirit finished its work and absorbed all the souls. Now they had to move on to their main task. Manhua was in his rooms with girls of easy behavior and wanted to sleep with them. And then he heard a shout from the door, someone clearly expressing his death wish. Manhua was very angry. When he went outside, he saw an extremely strong ninja and his bodyguard, who were already dead. Holding their breath, they began to fight using magic and contactless combat techniques. Yang was very fast and launched a counterattack, jumping onto Manhua. But he managed to dodge, and the struggle with counterattacks began again between them. Manhua was preparing another attack, but Yang decided to go straight and dodged it. He concentrated energy to block the opponent's blow and survive. Manhua was surprised that Yang persevered and the spirit offered to help, but Yang refused, expressing his desire to deal with Manhua on his own. Spirit asked why Yang had decided this, but he couldn't understand. Manhua stood and watched when he could finish the fight with Yang. Although Yan was only 16 years old, he was quite strong. Yang replied that any information was irrelevant since Manhua dead _ and another round of the fight for survival between them began. Yang was very strong and easily blocked Manhua's punches. The elder said that Manhua himself chose such an opponent. They both concentrated their magic to make things easier for themselves in this duel. Their powerful blows collided with each other and continued to test different types of energy. Yang was extremely strong and aggressive, imbued with strength. Manhua used the cloning technique to create dozens of clones of himself. He asked if Yang could find the real him among them, but Yang replied that he didn't need to. But he immediately applied the resolute will technique and was ready to strike a decisive blow. The energy was extremely powerful. He even used liquid drops of his energy to increase the density. The elder of the enemy clan did not understand why Yang was so strong and how he managed to take a step to a new level of magic. Yang once again used a new technique, the 3-level blazing sunstrike. Elder fell and begged Yang for mercy, not understanding why Yang wanted to kill him so much. Yang explained that his life was the cause of the flaw that was bothering him so much, and added that he had killed the elder's son and absorbed his soul. The spirit added that the souls he absorbed were very repulsive. The elder could not believe his ears, but continued to threaten John. Yang replied that all the sects that were friends with Manhua had been defeated. At that moment, the messenger returned from the island of the Red Cloud and reported that the island no longer exists, but in its place is a sea of fire. The elder fell to his knees, unable to believe it. Yang said the elder would go through what his son went through. Yang replied that there was no need to insult his girlfriend, and dealt a fatal blow to the elder. Jan finished him off and began to consume his soul, and the foreman died. Yang then used his magic to summon wings and fly away from this bad place. Now the Miao clan will disappear from the earth. I concentrated Yan's energy and started burning the sect's estate with it. There was a terrible explosion. Yan's friend Chao watched in horror. She burst into tears and was very grateful to the young hero who burned the city of their enemies to ashes. She hoped that everything would be fine with Ian. After the revenge was done, Yang decided to return to the heavenly pavilion. But he saw his beloved, who was doing something in the open air. He quickly ran to her with the help of magic and took her by the waist and carried her somewhere. He flew with her on his wings towards the forest. Suyan saw that Yang had become much stronger. He didn't really want to talk, because it was a very long story. They arrived at the sleeping dragon's cave. Something has changed here, and it has become much better. Suyan did a little renovation in this cave to make it a little better. They talked sweetly over a cup of tea. Suyan said that many clans and sects quarreled among themselves and opposed each other over the distribution of territory and treasures. It wasn't surprising, as Yang saw all the regions, many clusters of battle experts from different factions. The situation became more and more dangerous. All clans and sects began to recruit new people and disciples more carefully so as not to waste their fighting potential. They also set different conditions. They wanted Suyan to marry one of them. Suyan continued to say that the Heavenly Pavilion was very restless and a difficult period had come for the clan. Suyan offered to talk about Yang's adventures. It was a very long story, but she was ready to listen to her completely. He began to talk about the giant monsters that stood in his way and that he defeated. They did not notice how the whole night passed. Suyan had to return to the Heavenly Pavilion and said that she would be able to see Yang in a few days. Ian continued to sleep. When he woke up, he saw no one but himself in the room. It was already daylight outside. When Yang came out of the cave, he saw a spiritual ginseng. It was quite large. I thought someone had taken good care of him. Jan picked up his black book. When new pages were opened in it, new opportunities appeared. But he started using magic to be able to read the book. In the book it was said about the Valley of the King. It probably contained some treasures or valuables that could facilitate the transformation. Leaving now was a rather rash decision. Portean took with him food, medicinal herbs, and a sword. The spirit asked Jan what he was up to. Yang said that a lot of treasures were concentrated in that area, which were lost by the great clans and sects. The sword that Ian had was quite a beautiful crimson color. His aura symbolized that the sword loved the blood of the slain. It was one of the best blades in its class. Yang could use this sword in his practice. There was also a flower in his river that held great power. And if you know how to consume it, you can make a serious leap in transformation. Ian continued to examine his things and see how best to use them. Ian wanted to get even more stuff to keep up his progress. His spirit was telling him to be stealthy and careful. When he came out of the cave, he saw Sister Shu standing next to her. She lost her footing, but Ian managed to catch her. She was angry with Yan because he disappeared somewhere and did not even write her a letter. Jan said that he had urgent business. Yang said that he was already going to go to Shu, thereby calming her down a bit. She said that the main thing was that Ian came back whole. Jan showed her his treasures that he managed to get during the trip. There were various herbs that could be used to make valuable pills and papers. Shu decided to help and started making medicine from medicinal herbs. At this time, Yang meditated with his sword and tried to subdue it. He succeeded, and this treasure was now connected to his soul. Xia also did not sleep and processed a huge amount of medicine and made many pills and tablets. And he told his friend that he wanted to visit his master. Xia also said that the situation in the pavilion is quite difficult. Jan came to the master, but he was glad that the warrior returned alive. They spoke pleasantly and cared for each other. The master was surprised that Yang had reached the 3rd level of a knight. He does not understand where such rapid progress comes from. Ian just laughed and said he worked very hard. However, the master said that Yang came back too late. Ian asked who wanted to find him and what problems they had. Yang said that he could transfer a certain amount of combat techniques if he was paid well. The master said that the trip was good for Yan, and he gained a lot of experience. The master said that the warrior was very careful and tried to protect himself. Yang couldn't even believe that he had become so popular. Jan was not going to hide from anyone and was ready to talk to those who were looking for him. The teacher didn't really want Yang to stay long because his student was very much in love with him. Yang walked around the Heavenly Pavilion, and everyone was surprised to see him. They couldn't believe that one of the greatest clans wanted to take him in. Yan continued to walk, but saw 2 masters standing guard near his hut. After analyzing them, he sensed Shun Yu's power of the 5th degree. It was a very great power. These masters stopped him and wanted to ask something. Another master approached him and looked straight into Yan's eyes and wanted to say something. But at that moment, a fight started between them. But they collided with their fists. They both threw punches, but Ian's punches were more focused and hit the target better. Yan kicked the master in the stomach. He tried to counterattack and gouge out Yan's eyes, but he managed to dodge. The elder did not look at it and told them not to use spiritual energy, but only physical force. Yang and master didn't even try to dodge the blows. They fought like a meat grinder. Yang hit the master's chest well and managed to develop the initiative. When Yang began to win, the elder ran up and told to stop the duel. They stood shocked and did not understand where Yan had such abilities and powers. The elders said that Jan was from a big family, and they came to return him back to their family. Jan asked them what they had forgotten at home. When he entered, he saw a table set there and invited him to a meal. Only a few years have passed, but Yang has become much stronger. After the duel, They sat down at the table and began to drink easy tea. Jan said that a person should develop as long as he lives. He had not eaten so deliciously for a long time and was very grateful for the feast. Jan said that he did not want to go to the heavenly pavilion, but his father sent him here. The master continued to say that some pretty bad things had happened to his family and they needed Jan's help. Ian was very surprised. The master also said that Yana's mother missed him very much. Jan did not answer that soon everyone would pay who insulted his family. Then they continued to talk about skill and technique. The master also added that he would like his family to know that he is fine. The master also added that it is necessary to be constantly alert and beware of everything that is heard around. They immediately quarreled because the master wanted Su Yan to marry him. The elders approached them and said that the Bai family and the Purple Fern Valley family had arrived. They came very quickly, and must have thought that someone else might have gotten hold of Yan's secret techniques. The master said that the elders did not go and invited all who came. A disciple of the Valley of the Violet Fern and a young master from the Bai family entered the lodge. The master was already familiar with them and began a humorous dialogue on various topics. Jan was not happy that invited guests came to his house and demanded something from him. They just talked and asked Yan about his fighting techniques and what he achieved in the cave, said the master. Yang asked what they could give in exchange for his equipment he had obtained. One of the masters threw a bundle of money on the table and said that there were 100,000 silver. Yang laughed at that. Ian replied that he just remembered a funny joke and said to ignore it and carry on. And another master immediately offered 200,000 silver. There was already a conflict between them. The master replied that there is nothing more stupid than offering John money. The masters began to raise the stakes and offer more and more wealth. They offered 200,000 in silver and treasure of the highest grade. They were very determined and wanted the techniques that Young possessed and no one else. Young said that he was not going to sell his equipment for such an amount, and by this he made the masters very angry. They offered a different price, which was 300,000 silver, many different high-class artifacts to increase the power. They also offered to join their sect. One of the young students started mocking Jan and simply poured a cup of tea on him. After that, the masters began to threaten Jan and said that if he did not hand over the equipment to them today, he would never be able to leave this place again. Yang said that his technique was battle grade, and he wasn't going to just hand it to anyone. The masters were shocked by the answer. They stared at Ian and just didn't know what to say or how to communicate with him. One of the masters added a condition to his offer that Yang could join their clan as an apprentice. They began to ask what John needed, and if he wanted to learn the knowledge of their schools. Yang replied that he would like to obtain one of the mysterious class techniques. Yang did not want to continue the conversation with them and told them to get out of his hut. They said that Yang is very self-confident. At that moment, Yang struck the first blow. The craftsman said that they would nail it, and the entire chip broke from the impact. Jan dared to attack one of the masters. The master ordered his younger apprentice to break Yan's arms. The young master was sure that he would succeed in defeating Yana. Yang said that the student is talking too much for a dog and a fight should be started. The master started his attack, but when he ran up to Yan, he couldn't see him because he was moving too fast. When the student launched his attack, he couldn't see Yan because he was too fast. Yang dodged every blow. Yang decided not to play with him and delivered a 3-level burning sun punch to the chest, causing very large injuries. Everyone did not know where Yan had such strength. It was amazing. Yan continued his attack with a smile on his face. As the young master tried to develop his attack, Yang hit him squarely in the chest with a well-timed kick. Yang said that the master would have to fight him personally. Masters decided what to do. Ian's behavior really annoyed them, and they didn't like it. The masters wanted to start a fight with Ian to prove him wrong, and that he should give them all the secrets of his technique. The master threatened Yan and said he would finish him off. The spirit warned Yang that the enemy had reached the 4th level of the Chen Yuan realm. The master was able to very quickly find himself clearly behind, and the duel between them began. The master called Ian an idiot and said he hadn't even started yet. They tried to fight smartly, and each dodged the powerful attacks. Their fists collided, and they were thrown several meters away from each other. The master's technique could deprive people of their sight, and so Yan needed to rely on his inner sense. I was unable to attack and make the first successful attack on the wizard. The fight between them became more and more bloody. The elders continued to watch them. Young understood why the master was so strong. He relied on the power of the secret treasure. During the master's next attack, Yang decided to use the invincible will technique and began to concentrate it. The master did not understand how he should attack Yan, since he had so many different blanks and traps in the technique. The master decided to use a technique that was called Heaven's Trap and began to accumulate it to attack. Their magics converged and everyone around them was shocked and scared. Now the master realized that Yang is very strong and dangerous, and he must be treated responsibly. Even more elders gathered to watch their duel. They were in awe of Jan's technique, as he held his own against a much stronger opponent. The master said that he had an amazing talent and invited Yan to join his clan. Jan refused. And at that moment, the master began to center as much power as possible to deliver the strongest blow. Yang said that only defeating someone who is stronger than you will help you become stronger in this world, and accepted the duel. They again began to concentrate magic for another exchange of blows and magic. Yan missed the blow and fell back a few meters. It was a very powerful blow of magic. He was in a lot of pain. The blow was called Heavenly Seal, and the master rushed to finish off Yan. The master rushed to finish Yan, but he failed because Yan concentrated the energy again, which helped him throw the enemy away. Jan got up with a smile. The master was very angry and wanted to start another series of attacks. One of the masters did not want them to fight, and suggested that they stop and talk. Yang began to use the technique he used to attack the monster in the cave. The elders quickly rushed to the master, but the chief elder stopped them and told them not to do that, as the warriors had to decide for themselves which of them was stronger. The senior elders agreed with him and said that he spoke very intelligent words. Everyone was very surprised by Jan's skill. It was very interesting for everyone to watch this match. Absolutely all the elders did not look at it. Elders of the Heavenly Pavilion came and asked who dared to arrange such a large-scale duel. Even the head of the Heavenly Pavilion came. Everyone began to worship him and greet him, and the duel between the master from another sect and Yan continued, not to the death, but to the death. After their collision, a huge cloud of dust, stones, and dirt arose. The master did not understand how Yang could even face such a strong and experienced opponent. Yang said it was up to him whether to confront him or not. The master wanted to kill Yan, but he could not. The master began to use the mid-range artifact of the Bai family, which was called Whistle of 1,000 Monsters. Yang said, "If you use this technique, I will take the sword in my hand and fight with him." A sword emerged from the ground, an artifact that burned with red fire. Everyone was shocked by Yan's challenge. Even the master himself who fought with Yan was a little scared that he would now be against the sword. Everyone was told to move away as the killing energy coming from this sword was incredibly hot. The master stood and could not move. Yang rushed in and cut the artifact that the wizard was about to use. He was very scared. Yang began to attack with his sword. The elders, not the masters, began to say that if the master died, they would have very big problems. The elders intervened in the battle and were able to save the young master. By this, they did not let Yan get rid of him. Ian was very angry. He began to joke about the master and his elders. They asked Jan to show mercy and let the master go. The elder of the Heavenly Legion began to say that you can't just come to them and arrange such huge duels. The elder held up a scroll and gave it to Jan. Now everyone understood that the soldiers of the Heavenly Legion were very strong. All guests from other sects and legions went their separate ways. Yang stood among the crowd of people and admired his sword. The students were told to disperse as there was nothing else to see. They were ordered to begin practice and training. One of the elders approached Yan and told him to follow him. No one could have thought that the head of the clan could like this match. Everyone was shocked that Yang and the clan head were walking together to his estate. There wasn't much furniture in his house. When Jan walked in, he was surprised at the simplicity of the chief's house. The chairman ordered Jan to quickly regain his strength and change his clothes. Jan went to carry out the order. Thoughtful as always, he stood there, admiring the nature around. The chief asked how your wounds were. Jan replied that he was fine and that the fight was quite easy for him. During the conversation, Yang remembered that Suyan had said that the 11th elder was the head of the Heavenly Pavilion. Yang asked why the head of the Heavenly Legion called him to him. The elder began to tell him his story about how he had 2 disciples. Ian listened to the story of how one of the students drowned, and he was very sorry. The master said that the first disciple's name was Yang Yinfeng. This was the 4th master of the Yang family. The master replied that Yang was very similar to him in his youth. Yang was a little upset with the master because he was with a noble family and did not pay attention to it. Master asked Yan how he manages to be so cunning in battle. Yang replied that one must adapt. Their dialogue continued, but they talked about family topics. Master tried to re-educate Yan a bit to be more friendly. The master told how he was born with a body defect, and that is why he could not have the body hairpin and transformation for a long time. But despite all the difficulties, Ian survived and wanted to train and master new techniques. The master told the student to be careful. The master said that the disciple's aura began to become bloodthirsty and cruel. Master asked if Yang had taken another path. The master wanted Yang to show him his sword. He wanted to see it and appreciate it. The master was surprised that Yang could control such a strong energy radiating from the sword. Yang said that this is because of his development technique for growth, and does not use only the Yang technique. The elder made sure that Ian was fine mentally and energetically, and he allowed him to return to practice and training. The story was moved forward 15 days. Yang was still in the second stage of lichen. He continued to meditate to make a breakthrough, and he succeeded. When Jan was not resting in his cave, two elders came to him. They looked at him. They wanted something from Ian, but he still didn't understand what exactly. It felt like they were trying to get something out of Ian. The master was able to use his power and extracted the spirit that Yang possessed. He showed the elder this spirit and said that it was inside the disciple. John told him to listen and said that the spirit was completely good. Yang replied that he was able to subdue this spirit in the cave when he was on a mission, but they are friends with him. The elders didn't look at Jan and told him to elaborate because they didn't understand anything. He told the elder all night how exactly he managed to tame the spirit, but they believed that Jan possessed this soul. The spirit shouted at Master Men and told him to let him go because he swore allegiance to the young master before heaven and earth. Master Man released the spirit, but it returned to Jan. Ian was glad that he managed to save his friend. The elders said that this spirit cannot be trusted, and one must be careful. John replied that he and he were friends, and had gone through many trials together. Master Man approached Ian and began to tell him that he was ready for something. Jan still did not understand why. Masters and Yang quickly flew somewhere with the help of energy. They were very fast. Yang thought that they wanted to take him to the depths of the dragon cave, but Yang was very focused on this. The elders said that they trusted Yang and began to perform some ritual using Yang magic. They moved their hands to the dragon plate, and their magical rite began. Ian realized that the stone dragon's lair was behind the giant stone. He did not understand why. The elders summoned a portal in place of the giant slab. A passage to the parallel world was formed, where Ian was supposed to go. Ian had a strange feeling as if he wanted to crawl inside. The master said everything was ready and warned him to be very careful. The head of the heavenly pavilion also left with Jan and told Master Men that he would be gone for a few days, and was leaving the heavenly pavilion to Master Men. Master Man was glad that Yang had gone to this portal because now his student would not have to think about him and would be able to progress faster. They flew through the tunnel for a long time, and then they saw the light. When they took off, they were on a mountain of emptiness, surrounded by a green glow. The head of the legion sat down on the ground and ordered Jan to guard him so that he could come to his senses. The head lost a lot of energy. They flew on, and Yang asked what kind of place it was. The elder replied that they had flown more than 1,000,000 miles. The chief continued to say that they were flying to a scary place where there was a lot of killing and bad energy. Yang was a little shocked. He asked why the elder didn't want them to make their main target. The elder replied that their main goal is self-development. The elder decided to encourage Jan a little and raise his fighting spirit and tenacity. The elder said not to worry because they wouldn't go very far. Their main purpose is to meditate and practice. However, it was a rather dangerous place, and there must have been a lot of people there. The elder said that everyone around them is an enemy. Using the energy, they flew off the void mountain and landed on the ground. The elder gave John a sack and told him to take it. The master said that it was a special bag with an extraordinary substance that could put objects of any size into it and store them there. When they were walking to the bed, a smoke screen appeared in front of them, and some women appeared. The elder said that these were very dangerous women from the first-class sects, and one should never listen to them as such people would always lose. Yang said he would be very careful, and then out of nowhere more warriors appeared and asked what they had forgotten here. The elder said that the other people were from the Valley of the Ghost King, and said that Jan might be in trouble. The master said to be very careful when meleeing them. They exchanged words, and the master asked the other master if he was not dead yet. The master smiled and asked the opponent if he wanted to die today. They just couldn't stand each other and looked into each other's eyes with hatred. They continued to look at each other, and then a female elder came up and began to speak to them. Elder told his disciples to kill Jan as soon as they reached their destination. They were about to leave, and then something began to approach them dangerously. It was a giant snake, and blood flowed from its tail. She was very angry. It was a python at the level of the 5th degree. One of the women cut off part of his tail. The master said that most of the monsters here group together and attack with combos, so you have to be very careful. And then other snakes began to attack them, from which they had to maneuver and defend themselves. The elder said that this is only the outer side of the mountain, and one must be very careful and look at every detail. The elders of the different clans talked to each other, and learned that there were a lot of monsters at the entrance to their destination. They agreed that there was no need to linger here, but to go on their way. After several hours, they left for some plain. There were people from other clans who had stopped watching the newly arrived warriors and steelmen. Now their paths diverged and each was for himself. They were now automatically enemies. Master said to find a place and rest. They decided to stop at a free place. Only the most talented practitioners came here. Most of the sects that came here were of the first and second level. There were more people in their groups, but there were no more suitable candidates for this mission in the Heavenly Pavilion. The Master said that this is where the experience of the strongest masters is gained. He said that Yan has only one task: to survive. To become strong, you need to do it. And Yang looked at the people standing out. They were people from the Tianlan dynasty, the Master said. Master said that the culture of the Tianlan dynasty was different from ours. Most of their practices are harsh and bloody, and they are aliens. You had to be careful with them. A conflict began between the two clans, and they almost came to blows before the trial began. And then some other sect of the headmaster approached them. Their name was Wen from the Moonlight sect. They did not look like enemies. The masters began calling each other brothers and asked how they could help each other. They wanted to conclude a mutually beneficial agreement. Wei introduced his disciples, and their sect was similar to the Heavenly Pavilion. Their students also did not like to fight left and right. Wei said that if Yang was alone now, he could be with his students during the mission. Jan was not against it, but the master agreed. Wei and the Heavenly Legion master had a very friendly relationship, and started telling stories about how this place was not so popular before. 30 years ago, one of the students who came here for life experience found something extremely valuable. It was a few drops of diamond water, which was a very strange treasure. Yan became very curious and asked Master Wei what kind of treasure it was. Master Wei asked what Yan's name was. He introduced himself, and he was shocked because Yang was from the same legendary family. Jan didn't know much about this place. He was brought here very quickly and without explanation. Ian wondered why everyone had to fight for this area. The warrior began to tell Jan that the only way to get to the destination is with the watercress, as the lake blocks all flying vehicles. Watercress simply cannot stand people with high techniques. The time came, and the lake began to glow. Everyone watched this with fascination. It was necessary to leave. A team of students jumped onto the rafters and began their journey. The masters said that they should act as a team. They emphasized that injustice should not be allowed to people until they themselves want to do it. The master told Jan that there was no need to worry about everything, and urged him to settle down only to walk the path and achieve new techniques. They continued to float on the small green leaves to their destination. In front of them, something began to glow and flash with bright energy and light. Finally, they got there. It was a strange place, and they needed to investigate it thoroughly. Real chaos reigned here. Jan appreciated that they wanted to help him, but he wanted to complete this task alone and said goodbye to his friends. They did not understand why Yang did not accept their help. They had no bad intentions. They wished him only good. Yang continued to run quickly and survey the large area. It was necessary to be very careful. Yang tried, but he couldn't summon the sword. The place was very strange. It was impossible to use artifacts. Only the things from his bag were available to Ian. It was an ordinary sword, but it is always better to have at least something than to be unarmed. When I looked back, I saw a mutant wolf coming towards me. A mutant wolf tried to attack me, but I dodged. This monster was a 4th class, big and strong. The wolf tried to attack me, but I cut his head in half with my sword. Without even looking back, I was in a working rhythm, knowing that the task was accomplished. After the battle, I felt a strange energy in the blood of the monster, although it was quite small. Looking around, I saw many red eyes in the forest. Many people would be scared in such a situation, but not me. I said it's a great place to practice and explore the area and skills. I haven't met a single person in the 3 days I've been here. All the danger that surrounded lay in the beasts. They were being approached by an unusual group of wolves that radiated energy. They were stronger and braver than ordinary wolves. The situation became dangerous. The wolves were ready to attack, and at the same time, 3 disciples who appeared to be from the Golden Light Court were approaching them. I had to deal with the wolves quickly so as not to attract too much attention. I rushed into the confrontation with the monsters, trying to win as quickly as possible with minimal injuries. Yang parried their blows with magic and then struck the wolves with his sword and knocked them back. Now I had to figure out what to do next. Wolves were not weak opponents. To counter them, I had to use various combinations and fighting techniques. Finally, I dealt with 2 wolves. Some people were following me, but they did not approach, but simply observed the situation. People came up and started laughing, calling it a gift from heaven. Yang did not understand who these people were. They surrounded him, and a hint of battle was already visible. He asked if they were older brothers or who they were. Yang explained that he had 2 drops of wolf blood that they could take. He said that the situation is out of control and he is a disciple of the heavenly pavilion. If he is killed, then the hunt for him will begin. The soldiers replied that they could kill him, and no one would even know about it. This made John laugh. He was glad that his death would not cause any consequences. Yang used his magic and cut the throat of one of the warriors who surrounded him. It was impressive and expressive. When another warrior attacked him, Yang used the same technique and cut off his arm. Blood flowed from the wounds. Yang used a flaming sun-level strike and choked the warrior, a warrior bleeding from the mouth. Jan strangled the second warrior and instructed the third to flee because he would not be spared. He stood unmoved, amazed at what Jan had achieved. The warrior was surprised because Yang was able to defeat them. Ian explained that they used the praying mantis method that preyed on cicadas. The warrior launched his attack using the Laie Peak technique, concentrating the energy into a square shape. Yang replied that dying here is a common thing, and he was ready to end the fight and start a new phase. The warrior tried to strike Yang with his sword and cut him in half, but Yang was faster and used his technique to pierce the warrior's body, causing a flow of blood. Yang said that they were right. A battle expert's blood energy was at least 10 times better than that of an ordinary beast. He decided to collect trophies. The forest animals watched this, but did not interfere. Jan continued on his way. Jan meditated, restoring his strength and body. It absorbed very pure energy that did not need to be purified. It was very easy. He is surprised at how easily he manages to absorb energy. He concentrates many drops of this liquid energy, realizing that it may be useful in the future. He needed to leave this place as soon as possible to avoid attracting attention. It was already felt that someone was heading in his direction. Some other military name turned out to be very quick, and found Yan relatively quickly. His name was Chen. They exchanged words, but quickly turned to battle. The warrior began to attack Ian with his technique. The warrior remembered how the boy from the heavenly pavilion fell into his hands, but Yang was not afraid and responded with a burning sun attack. Yang was tired of the transformation and breakthrough and felt a loss of strength. He realized that he could not fight and had to flee. As he planned to flee, 3 warriors surrounded him. The situation was difficult and chaos reigned around. The warriors asked how Yang wanted to die and joked about horrible ways. During their conversation, Yang realized that the warriors were quite primitive and incomprehensible. One of the warriors began to cast a magical strike to kill Yan. He responded with a blow to the girl who was standing behind the warrior. The warrior tried to strike with a powerful blow, but Yang proved to be faster and able to apply the blow accordingly. The warrior's magic was strong, and they were able to withstand Yan's punch without significant injury. The non-contact fighting technique used against Yan caused his hands to bleed. With the wounds starting, Ian decided to retreat, heal himself, and escape in order to survive and be able to return for revenge. Yang started running in an attempt to escape and dismissed the girl's magic. They didn't believe it was possible. The girl ordered her subordinates to run after Yan, and he continued to run, doing everything in his power to save himself. Despite Yan's speed, he was being overtaken. Ahead was a pack of mutant beasts. Although Yang made his way through the pack, the warriors were not far behind, and the pack of monsters continued to pursue him. The warriors said that Yang wouldn't run away and couldn't hide, but Yang didn't give up and had a significant energy advantage, which gave him a chance to survive. Throughout the chase, Yang tried to attract as many beasts and monsters as possible to his side, but Chen kept up and continued to approach at great speed, even into the night. Yang fell to the ground, struggling to catch his breath, but Chen was still approaching with incredible energy. Feeling exhausted, Yang tried to talk to Chen, looking for an opportunity to distract him and escape. Chen said a lot of energy was spent on the chase. Yang offers him to let him go, but the warrior did not give up and continued to pursue. The warrior talks about the hatred between his teacher and Jan's teacher, saying that Jan must be destroyed. Jan offers peace and the use of special healing pills. The healing pills that Yang suggested are capable of much more than just healing. Ian uses this fact to his advantage. Yang, being from the extreme, jumps into the abyss, leaving the warrior by surprise. He has a plan to take advantage of this situation. The warrior decided to follow in Jan's footsteps and also jumped into the abyss to continue the fight. This turned the fight into an unusual aerial confrontation. During the mid-air battle, both warriors used different types of magic in an attempt to defeat each other. During the fight, Yang managed to transfer some of his energy to the warrior, and he uses this opportunity to grab the warrior by the neck and lead him away. Yang removes the Spirit King's seal, allowing him to enter the warrior's spirit world, and he begins to laugh, using his advantage. Yan's spirit invades the warrior's body and begins to consume him, causing him to laugh and try to fight the invasion. Although the warrior tries to attack again, Yang has regained some of his energy, and is ready to continue fighting Chen. But Yang simply activated his wings, and now he did not fall, but flew in the air like a bird. The warrior was confused and tried to attack Yan because he had no other choice. He didn't understand how Yang was able to use this artifact because they just didn't work here. Maybe it was some ancient technique, but he understood that he was unlikely to be able to do anything. And Yang used his jet wings to deliver another super powerful blow. The warrior could not use the energy and could not use the flying technique, and Yang continued to deliver his colossal and significant blows. The fight in the air continued, and soon they were about to land, and the warrior there expected to have the upper hand. But at this moment, Yang delivers a decisive blow and pierces the warrior's body through. Blood comes out of his mouth, and he falls. It was very close to the ground, and his body just fell and crashed with acceleration. When it was falling, it formed a hole and crashed. Jan looked at this picture from a height. The warrior's friends fell into a stupor. Their brother was dead. They were very scared. Most likely they thought that Yang from the Heavenly Pavilion had taken him with him. They underestimated the young warrior from the Heavenly Pavilion. They thought that I also crashed and their brothers died for a reason. Ian approached the broken warrior and saw a huge drop of blood there. The energy in it was twice as much as in the 3 drops he received earlier. Yang decided to look around to see if anyone was watching him, and saw a small cave about the size of his height. He thought that it would be difficult for him to find there, but this drop of blood would help him break through to the next stage of development. He took this drop and put it in a bag. He decided to start and began to absorb the energy of the drop of blood and try to break through to another level of development. He finally succeeded. The magic left the cave. Yang reached the 5th degree, which was called Laihe. Yang knew that there had been a very bloody battle in this valley, and there must have been many trophies. He decided to go down to check out the area. When he came down, he was amazed at the scale of the battle. Giant skeletons of mutant beasts lay there. It was obvious that there were definitely more than one skeleton here. I thought there were 2 monsters fighting and they killed each other. And that was the end of it. Yang asked his spirit what kind of monsters they were, but it was quite difficult to find out. There was very little evidence. When Yang touched the skeleton, it didn't crumble, but there was a pillar of dust around it. The spirit asked what Yang was looking for. He said that 2 drops of blood. I continued to look for drops of blood, even made a homemade shovel. After a few days, he dug a very deep hole and found something. There were very small drops of blood. He didn't know if it was the drops themselves, but decided to try. When he began to meditate, he began to twist. The spirit said that these drops belonged to very high-level monsters, and would be quite difficult to master, but Ian was not alone. Inside it was a golden skeleton that was supposed to help him absorb these drops and become stronger. The spirit warned Jan that he must be very careful, because the body may not be able to withstand such loads. Ian's mouth began to bleed. Even after the monsters died, their energies continued to fight with each other. There was a very amazing battle between them, and it was extremely difficult to concentrate their energy. After 10 days, Yang accumulated the energy of monsters, namely a saber-toothed monster and a bull that had extremely large horns. The spirit said that it was a white tiger and a divine bull. He did not expect to see them here. They were extremely strong and large, their power captivating the gaze of Yan and the spirit. 6 months passed, and finally Yang was able to master this extraordinary energy. Yang tried to possess it and accumulate the energy of these extremely powerful beasts. Ian didn't understand what kind of technique it was. The spirit told him that these were the souls of the beasts he had absorbed. They decided to call this technique the White Tiger and Divine Bull Seal. Yang didn't even count how long he had been here. The spirit replied that about 6 months. Spirit was shocked by Yan's stamina and strength. Yang continued to concentrate Yang's energy and was able to break through to the 6th stage Lai. But that was not all. He continued his meditation and immediately attained the 7th degree. But the number of essence drops in his body decreased by 3. With the sharp compression of energy, Yang was able to expand the limits of the current strength. It was time to test the beast sealing technique in action. When Ian jumped out of his hole, he saw 2 other giants fighting there, but they were extremely easy for John. If he had met these monsters before, he would have run away from them, and now he could knock them down with one blow. Now it was time to climb the mountain and move on. He concentrated energy in his wings and flew. Getting up, he heard someone fighting not far from him. A pickaxe was heard. They decided to go and see what was going on there. When Yang arrived, he jumped into a tree and began to assess the situation. There were his partners, whom he decided to leave surrounded by mutant beasts. The beasts that surrounded them were quite weak. The partners were quite tired and beaten. They were surrounded and did not know what to do. They stood back to back and tried to resist the overwhelming force. They lacked medicines, magic, and the number of fighters. They used their magic power with all their might and managed to defeat some of the mutants. However, they were completely powerless. However, most of the mutants survived, but the partners thought that their death would come soon. Yang told the spirit that he had to save them and immediately rushed to save his companions. He jumped to the ground and started slashing with punches and magic at the mutants that were bothering his friends. He killed all mutants in his path. His eyes burned with golden energy, yang, and rage. They could not believe that Yang, who had progressed so much, was standing in front of them. Yang tossed them a bottle of medicine and said they would talk later. And Yang continued to beat the mutants and deliver his colossal blows. Finally, the beast's explosions rang out very loudly. Yang also delivered a 3-level burning sun strike and defeated the last of the mutant beasts that were bothering him. They asked what level Yang was at. He answered that he was in the 7th degree. They were very surprised. They couldn't believe it. But Jan said he wouldn't lie to them. Jan saved their lives. The partners sat down and tried to restore at least some energy. And at that moment, Yang did not feel something coming towards them from the front. When Yang looked back from the cliff, he saw a huge fight with high-class monsters. His companions told him that they had to help their friends and rushed into battle against giant monsters. The companions' friends were happy that they had returned and survived, and continued to confront the warriors. All these people were from different sects, and as soon as the attackers joined them, their work and technique became very good. But they were able to drive away the monsters. Yang saw many different disciples from the Pavilion and Legion sects here. He did not understand what was happening here. Ian asked his partners what was going on here. However, it was a long story, but the partners wanted Jan to listen to them. John saw more wounds in his companions and offered them more medicine. They said that they had been fighting hordes of monsters for days and had used up most of the food that was here. Jan was very friendly and tried to help his teammates. He also asked what motivated all the people to unite. The partners said that the combat partners from the Tianlian dynasty were very dangerous. They were very bloodthirsty and insatiable. All the warriors were afraid of them because the Tianlian warriors could tame other monsters and attack them. Yang understood that there were many more students when entering the challenge, and a lot of people had died in battles with monsters. The partners hoped that this place would open soon and they would be able to get out of here. Jan also asked who took command of their team. Teammates began to quarrel among themselves due to their poor position and failures during the passage of confrontations. Yang began to ask around all the warriors who were fighting the monsters. He wanted to learn as much as he could about the technique, so he would know how best to counter it. Yang didn't understand why everyone was looking at him like that. The girls were very friendly to him and waved their hands. As Jan sat and rested, soldiers from another legion approached him and greeted him, asking how he was doing. Jan asked what they needed from him, and how he could help them. A girl leaned over to him and said to just look at her. Maybe it was some kind of plan. Jan didn't know that yet. The girl continued to look lovingly at Jan. He knew what was happening now. When the people from the other legion began to speak, they felt a kind of murderous energy in Janov. They said not to worry and approached Jan only because they sensed a kindred spirit in him. They also asked if Jan had arrived alone. But they continued to talk about the great losses and manpower of various clans. They asked where Jan came from. He answered that from the Heavenly Pavilion, and they were offered partnership and mutually beneficial conditions for cooperation. People from another legion approached him and began to greet him. He was respected for his strength and courage. When he was asked what his level of development was, Jan replied that he was evil of the 7th degree. When Yang said that he was in the 7th degree, everyone started laughing at him and saying that he was a weakling. They did not understand how Yang could survive, being only at the 7th stage of development. They said Yang was too weak. Ian replied that he should not worry about him, but he will go his way. Everyone was surprised, but did not understand how he was going to survive alone. They said that being alone is very dangerous. But with them he can at least live a little longer. One of the soldiers said that if Yang wanted to leave, he should give up all his medicine and pills that he had. Everyone was shocked by such demands. The rest of the soldiers said he just wanted to rob him. Everyone was against it and did not want to support a warrior who wanted to rob Yan. Everyone said that it was like stealing, and since the warrior was an elite disciple of a great sect, it was not to his liking. And the warrior said, then let everyone decide what to do. And everyone started shouting for Jan to give them all the medicine, and a big discussion started between them. But they began to quarrel among themselves over other people's treasures. The warrior said to give medicine, stretched out his hand and said, give it here. Yang said he wouldn't give them to him, but the soldier said that he would leave the pills, but not for him, and gave them to a Chen with whom he was friends. Jan said goodbye to his friends and hoped to see them again someday. The soldiers exclaimed that they doubted it very much, but he had already started gathering people to go after Jan and kill him. Yang didn't expect things to come back like this. In just a couple of hours, when he was running, he felt the energy catching up with him, and something. When he looked around, he saw a student who was Chen's younger brother. Jan stood behind the tree and watched. The warrior could not see where Yan went, but began to shout for him to get out, and better not to let him out, and took out his sword. The warrior said that otherwise Yan would suffer, and said that he was ready to make a favorable offer to Yan. And here, Ian felt the technique of invisible forests. It was very bad, but he barely managed to dodge the attack. The warrior cut down almost all the trees around him. Yang jumped out of it and landed on the ground. The warrior began to laugh at him and said that he would quickly deal with Yan, and then he would go about his business. The warrior told Yan to give everything he had and share his cloaking technique, and then maybe he would save Yan's life. Yang laughed and said that the warrior wouldn't be able to defeat him. Moreover, Yang wasn't going to give away his secret techniques to anyone. The warrior began his attack, and Yang tried to deflect the sword attacks and conserve maximum energy. Ian had a fantastic technique, especially for a 7th stage development. Ian joked and offered to trade. He wanted to learn the techniques of the 9th star sword school. Jen said that everyone would get what they wanted without too much trouble. The warrior laughed and said that this would not happen, and they began to attack each other with magic to find out which of them is stronger and will claim all the techniques. The warrior shouted that Yang was too weak and began his attack. Ian needed to use a shield. Yan managed to absorb and dispel the warrior's attack, but he began to develop his counterattack with the help of beast energy. The warrior didn't expect Yan to have such quick power that he could deploy and use like that, and the duel between the two continued. They blocked blows and inflicted them by constantly fighting back. Yang decided to use a 3-level burning sunstrike. This was his crowning blow. Now the warrior understood that Yang was much stronger. The warrior said that Yang was one of the most powerful practitioners he had ever seen. He didn't understand how Yang could compete with his sword technique. Yang did not understand that he should not wait, but he concentrated all his energy and reached the level of the peak of Lihei. The warrior did not understand how it was, but he was already a little afraid. The struggle for survival and the opportunity to participate in the next battles immediately continued between them. They blocked, dodged, and counterattacked. This continued for quite a long time. It was getting a little difficult for Jan because of the uneven struggle, since his opponent had a sword, and Yan didn't. Yan managed to weaken and confuse the warrior and cut his sword in two with a successful counterattack. Yan's shield turned into a blade and cut the sword in half, and if not for the sword, the warrior would have lost his hands. The warrior threw away his weapon and was ready for Yan's counterattack, which he launched. Without thinking, Yan released the monster spirit technique he had recently absorbed, and the warrior tried to fight it back. He failed, but the spirits of the beasts pursued him, and Yang also tried to attack the warrior. The fierce battle between them continued, but Yang began to seize the initiative and deliver fatal blows to the chest and stomach. However, the warrior managed to survive the blows and the beast technique was dispelled. He thought he would seize the initiative now, but Yang upset him and immediately summoned the beast technique again, and Yang knew that he would soon be able to defeat the warrior. Yang said that he would not underestimate the warrior and would continue to attack him. Their magics began to counteract each other again. The warrior did not understand how Yang could jump so quickly to this peak and cause him so much trouble. The warrior said that Yang wouldn't be able to stop him when the warrior wanted to leave, since they were at completely different levels of development. The warrior wanted to retreat to regain his strength and possibly return with reinforcements, but Yang wouldn't let him do that. When the warrior turned around, he was shocked. Yang was flying with wings on his shoulders and hitting him with all his might. Yang began to strangle the warrior, and blood began to flow from the warrior's mouth. Using all his magic, Yang threw the warrior to the ground from the sky itself. When Yan returned to Earth, the warrior begged him for mercy and said that he had not killed him. He immediately began to suggest various techniques that he could teach Jan. Yan was smiling, but did not want to come into contact with him. Yang was not bloodthirsty, but he had no choice but to kill the warrior. Immediately after death, Yang took a drop of blood. She had about as much strength as the other student he killed. He also began to search whether the warrior had any useful things. He saw a strange beaker, and the older brother of this warrior felt that he was dead. The brother had to hurry because he did not understand where his closest friend could have disappeared. Right after the battle, Yang found a secret hole and sat down there to recover after he could increase his strength. It will become much less of a problem for him. All the beaker he got was a lot of energy. Jan decided to ask the spirit to look and tell him what kind of liquid it was. The spirit could not answer clearly and said, "Be careful with her. Poison there might be." And Yang decided to check it out. He caught a small animal, namely a goat, and gave him a tiny drop to try. From a small goat, the animal turned into a giant mutant with extraordinary strength. But after a few minutes, he turned back into a little goat and died. And they were able to get another drop of blood, and it was very big, like after a monster. Now they realized that it was diamond liquid. Yang rolled one drop and began meditating to reach as high a level as possible. He was normal and he needed to concentrate. After a while, he felt great, and the diamond liquid strengthened his meridians and degree of hardening. Yang also asked his spirit if he could break through to another level of body development, if he absorbed one more drop of this powerful liquid. Since there were many mutants around him, Yang decided to increase the number of blood drops so that he could more easily transition to another level of body development. The story began in the forest, between the girl and other warriors. A conflict was brewing. They looked at each other with hostility, and were preparing for some kind of test. The girl was able to subdue many mutant beasts, and the warriors were on guard because of this. The girl was very reserved, and had a high-minded attitude towards everyone. Their points of view did not coincide, and they tried to find a middle ground to come to an agreement. At a moment when the girl was not expecting, another girl came up to her and took her by the face. She threw her on the ground and started kissing her. Her partner couldn't believe everything. He watched and was very surprised by the behavior of the girls, because they were in danger. The girl was sitting on the other girl, smiling and looking at the warrior who was looking at them. He said that this was unacceptable, and they needed to engage in meditation and technique because there were still difficult trials ahead. Their point of view differed, and they thought about what to do next and how to deal with the difficulties ahead. The girl was from a very bloodthirsty clan, and she was quite straightforward, doing what she liked. The other girl didn't like being treated like that, but she was weaker and couldn't do anything. The warrior couldn't help reacting to this, but he tried to calm both girls so that they would stick to the plan and not die. The girl began to understand that because of their careless steps, they can turn attention and pay for this life. The other girl began to offer intimacy to the soldier, saying that nothing terrible would happen, and everything would be fine with them. The soldier refused and said that under no circumstances would he engage in this on assignment. The girl pointed to the forest and said that she felt a lot of hostile energy there and that something should happen soon. The warrior was on the edge, but could not say anything to her due to the weakness of his energy and body development. The dispute between them continued, but they could not decide which of them was right. Everyone stood his ground. The girl began to threaten that she would order her mutant monsters to attack the warrior. The warrior said that he would never forgive such a thing and would definitely take revenge sooner or later, and he used his magic to fly away from that place and leave them alone. The girl hoped that the warrior would never return here, but he himself had no intention of returning. As he flew away, he heard the sounds of beasts in the bushes, and he thought that one of the warriors of a certain clan might be here. When Yang came out of the bushes, the warrior was very frightened. He couldn't believe it was Yang. He laughed but did not expect to see his old enemy again. The warrior couldn't believe that Yang didn't die, and his brother died in vain, and before that, Yang absorbed his brother's power. Jan replied that he had fallen off the cliff but was uninjured. The younger brother of the warrior was not lucky, and he turned into minced meat. The warrior was very angry. He was very angry at Ian's brazen behavior and tried to order the mutant beasts to attack him. But the beasts did not listen to him due to the fact that Yang had special techniques and seals that protected him from the wild beasts. And at that moment, the warrior began his attack and tried to injure and kill Ian. Ian felt his energy and knew what he could stand up to. However, it was a very difficult duel. Yang chose the moment well, and he managed to summon the beast spirit technique, and he already seized the initiative. But this technique was a weakness for the warrior. He was able to break this energy with ease and started to threaten Yan again. But he started attacking Yan again and had to use the Ghost King's seal. Yang asked for the help of his spirit to launch his attack. Now they worked together, but it was easier for Jan. He began to deflect the warrior's attack. All of the warrior's attacks, Yan managed to repel and counterattack them, saving his strength for the future. The warrior tried to attack, but to no avail. Jan laughed and mocked him. Yang had a special power. He could break the Ghost King's seals. The warrior was in a bad position. Yang said he would help him meet his brother and began his attack. Yan also managed to subdue the wolf monsters, and they began to attack the enemy warrior. Now Ian had a colossal advantage. The enemy was in an even position, but it was very difficult for him to fend off a large number of attacks from beasts and Yan and his spirit. With one well-aimed blow, Yang's solid energy managed to cut off his arm. After the warrior was running away with blood pouring out of him, Yang cut off his head, and this battle was pretty easy for him. But these were some unusual monsters because they reacted quite cautiously to their fight. Oak said there was no need to attract their attention. The girl told the other that her brother is dead because she has a connection with mutant monsters, and began to laugh at the fact that he died. It was getting very interesting. They were about to leave and got up and were ready to go on. Ian managed to collect a drop of blood. At that moment he was being watched by one of the mutants, and this mutant was quite strong. Yang looked at him and wondered if he could be conquered. It will be easier for your pets to travel and fight. Yang didn't understand why he couldn't completely subjugate this monster's will. He took his nose and put his hand on his head. The spirit said that there were two energies fighting in his size, and there were probably some parasites there. They tried to neutralize them, but worms started crawling out of his head. Yan managed to free the monster warrior from some small worm that could control his mind. The spirit said that Yang was very good at predicting, and his energy could counter any dark energy and do so successfully. The spirit also said that Yana needed to train her sense, because it was developed in him by the best methods, and it needed to be improved. Yang looked at the corpse of the enemy he had just defeated and was very happy, because his progress was very great. 6 months passed, and Yang became much stronger. Yang didn't have time to linger and realized that the fight was quite loud and someone could come here, so they decided to leave. After several hours, the girls arrived at the battle site. They talked, but they couldn't find any findings or clues that could show who did it. The girl from the bloodthirsty clan thought for a long time, and she managed to find Yan, who was walking through the forest with her magic. She shouted that he was there. She instantly dispatched all her monsters she could subdue, and told Yan to be transferred to her. They stood and watched the events that would happen next, and thought that Yan would not be able to save himself, and would die. Jan stopped and started laughing at them. A worm that could control the body got into his body, but he did not succumb to these provocations. Yang started to laugh at her even harder and said that it doesn't work on him, and he is a warrior of a much stronger class. The situation between them became more and more serious, and a fight could happen more and more quickly. Ian was completely confident. The girls began to talk and fight. The monsters came closer and closer to Ian. He thought how best to counter them. Yang knew that the parasite possessed by the girl was bound by a divine thread, and he managed to break it and remain sane. The girl said that she could reconnect with the parasite at any moment and capture Ian's mind. He began to laugh even more, but at that moment the girl began to give the order to kill Yan. But at that moment, something extremely fast happened. That girl fell to the ground, and Ian stood still and did not move. Yang told the girl to order the monster to get out of here or he would turn her soul into an old man. He approached the girl and took her by the hair, saying that it was a wise choice to do nothing. Yang said to her, "You still don't seem to understand who's the master now," and threw her to the ground. The girl fell down and cried. She was on her knees begging him to stop torturing her brain, and she was ready to give in to him. Yang started laughing with her and asked if she was really ready to worship him and be his servant. Yang understood that she was lying to him, but he liked to play with her and make her emotional. The girl said that she worshipped only strength, and Yang was strong. This clearly pleased him, but he told her to get up. The second girl stood and was very worried. She thought Yang would want to kill her right here because of their past conflict. The other girl started saying that she could easily kill her. Yang was very concerned about her behavior. Yang replied that there was no need to do that, and added that he was a good person and would never do that. Yang also said that the girl from the Valley of the Ghost King was very rude, and she shouldn't talk to him like that. Yang ordered the girl from the bloodthirsty clan to pull the parasite out of the head of the girl from the Ghost King Valley. No one understood why he was doing it. The parasite crawled out of her head. She wanted to ask if Yang had killed her brother. Yang said that if she wanted to fight, she could start. It was right now, and she quickly launched her magic attack. The girl tried to strike at Yang's game, but it was the Ghost King's seal, and Yang could not break it, but she did not pose any threat to him. Yang said that he had already sent 2 of her brothers to the other world, and could do the same to her. He released the energy he managed to absorb from this girl. The girl realized that this warrior was too strong, and she would not be able to fight him. Yang said that a person who wished him evil had never walked so easily. Yang ordered the girl he subdued to bring back the girl who was running away from him and trying to escape to increase his strength. Also, Yang said that he was going to regain his strength, and there was no need to worry about him. A whole day passed. They sat under a tree in the forest and rested. Jan started laughing at the girl and asked if she wanted to tell him something. She started crying and said that she was wrong. She was furious and didn't understand how Jan had managed to resist her king's seal. They were very interested in this and wanted to ask Jan. Yang said that it was very simple. because he branded their souls. The girls did not understand why he was so strong and at such a low level of development. Yang replied that he was now at a higher level of development, namely the 8th level of leech. They did not understand how he could progress so easily and quickly. The girls were in 6th form and 4th form. The young warrior wanted them all to be together in the union and continue their journey together. The girls went to think and said that he was very strange. The other girl said that sooner or later she would make Ian pay his bills. They continued to talk. That girl from the Ghost Seal clan was very angry with Jan because of her brother's deaths. Another girl said that she wanted to sleep with Diana and her partner. Didn't like it. She didn't want to do that. She replied that she did it herself. Their opinions diverged, and they did not know how to cooperate further. Yang and his spirit continued to talk about the human subjugation technique and think about how to improve it and make it better. As Yang sat there meditating, one of the mutant wolves continued to guard him. John told him that he could go anywhere. Yang meditated and tried to improve the strength of the soul of the beasts because he saw great potential and power in it. The girls watched this, not understanding how it was possible to progress so quickly with such a low level. Jan almost managed to solve the secrets of all the equipment. The girls talked and wondered how many times Ian could do this trick. One of them began to say that perhaps we should attack Jan when he was weakened. They thought about attacking, but hesitated because Jan's strength did not run out, and he continued his practices even further. The girl told the other to watch carefully, and she had something in mind and wanted to start doing something with Jan. The girl said that she left and would do something now. They thought Yang had already lost more of his powers, but he continued to use his technique in meditation for the 6th time. They did not understand how much energy could be in it. Maybe this technique didn't use Yang's energy, and they didn't know it. A day passed and they still hadn't started attacking Yan. He thought about it, and maybe they were waiting for a certain moment. Yan had a lot of energy in the golden skeleton, so he definitely couldn't lose energy. And here he began to use a new technique in meditation. Above him, a golden skeleton caught fire, and magic began to swirl around him. The girls were frightened, called it unclean energy, and said that something must be done now. The girl had already planned something and wanted to use some special fire to defeat Yan and inform him. The girls thought that Yang was not in control of his body right now and was just meditating, so they were ready to attack and act. As they approached him, his eyes glowed red, and he looked at them with a very angry look, and they were frightened. At that moment, Yang unleashed his power, which he had been training for so long on them. It was a summoning of the souls of the beasts. The girls began to say that they were wrong, but Ian did not understand everything that way. He began to laugh at them and say that they were very stupid. Yan also said that today we will save their lives, but it will not be for nothing. The girls were very scared and wanted to live. Ian quickly told the girls to undress. They started doing it. One of them threatened Yana and was very angry. Yang expected them to resist, but there was none. They stood naked in front of him, and then one girl began to offer him intimacy. And now Jan told them to turn around and go wherever they wanted. By this he offended them very much, and they were very frightened. Yang said he was counting to 3, and if they didn't leave, he was going to stay here forever, and they ran away. They called him a bastard, but did not understand how he dared to humiliate them like that. Now they were naked in the forest alone, and then they started whispering, and one of the girls said that they would be safe on his side. They thought Ian had some kind of genital problem, because he didn't respond to them when they were in front of him. Their conversation continued, but they talked about such things and thought about the best way to deal with Yan. 2 days passed. Yang continued to meditate and accumulate his strength. Although the girls were already free, they were sitting not far from him. He turned to them and said they could take their clothes. They were not very happy, but they had nowhere else to go. They approached him and began to question how he could practice this fiery energy so often. Yang said they needed to go. They sat next to Jan and tried to lure him, saying that they felt very calm and safe with him. Yang understood that they were up to something. They tried to constantly talk a lot and rub each other's body. One of the girls began to call Jan the master and say that her life was now in his hands. Ian didn't want to be molested. Jan said his name. The girls also introduced themselves. Their names were Mo and Shan. Then they began to question Jan about his sect, and they then began to ask something and try to find out something in order to improve their position. The girls said that Jan is very strong and is ready to obey him and do whatever he wants. They then began to talk about their clan's techniques, and Yang learned a lot about how to counter them. The girl asked Jan why he was alone now, because at the beginning of the exam there were 3 of them. Then the second girl began to talk about her path during the exam. They had a very hard time disguising themselves against the beasts, and were constantly tried to be killed by other warriors. Jan began to tell about what happened next. The girl began to say that most of Jan's acquaintances were captured due to lack of superiority in battle. Then the second girl began to tell that it was her brother, and that he was very strong. He knows many different techniques for magic. The girl said that her brother is a monster only in appearance, but he cannot be compared with others, because he belongs to the 6th grade. Ian began to think about what to do next. He didn't understand where the 6th level monster came from. The girl said that her brother sacrificed a lot to tame him. Ian also did not understand why people were captured when they could just be killed. The girl said that they wanted to get the secrets of their techniques. The girl said that there is a conflict between her and her brother, and they do not get along very well. Now Ian understood the situation, and needed to come up with a good plan for further action. Yang asked the girl if she wanted him to help her get justice, but she said that she would not do anything that would harm her family. Jan said that he was very generous and would not pawn her just like that. Mo wanted him to remove the soul seal from her, but he refused. For the next few days, they traveled through a closed world. They learned to meditate and tried to master their technique better. A few days passed, and the girls approached Jan again. He said that they have been acting strangely lately, and most likely they are up to something behind his back. He added that they have been very strange lately, and are most likely up to something. His intuition signaled it to him. Mo said that his instincts failed him and they were up to no good. The spirit told Ian that they were very strange and probably up to something. Jan listened to the advice of the spirit, and also began to think about something. Yang threw Mo to the ground and began to lie on her, but the girl did not want to do this. She was excited. He took her hands and asked if she really used the technique against him. Jan was very angry. The girl began to cry and said that she did not want this. Another girl stood behind them and couldn't believe that Yang wanted to do this. Jan was very angry with them because of their dishonesty. Now Mo understood that Yang was not only very strong, but also very intelligent. When the girl tried to feel her monsters, they were dead, and she understood that Yang had destroyed them in an instant. Jan asked where they were and immediately rushed in their direction. The girls were very scared and worried. The girls began to fight among themselves, and their plan began to diverge. They did not know what to do next and how to act. After a short conversation, they decided to go in the direction where her mutants had died, to scout and survey the situation. When Yang arrived at the scene, he saw that all that was left of the monsters were ashes and drops of blood. They were surprised and did not understand what had happened. The girl could not believe how it happened. Ian explained that the target of the enemies was the parasites that were in the mutants. Once again, Mo felt that her monsters had been killed. They decided to go to another place to see what happened there. Since their target was the parasites, Yang recommended calling all the monsters so they wouldn't just die. Most likely it was disciples from the Mo sect who began to act against her. Mo instantly summoned her magic and parasites from all the monsters. All her animals that were nearby were already dead. She was very upset and depressed. Yang told her to calm down and leave them. After they had walked 100 miles, they decided to make the pass. The girl was very offended by her past brothers because they were simply killing her army, and she did not understand why this was happening. They were one sect, and they dealt with it so harshly. She couldn't believe that the disciples of the same sect wanted to kill each other. The girl said that they should support her. Yang thought she was very bloodthirsty and cruel, but she turned out to be very naive. She felt a terrible pain in her head and instantly fell to the ground and held her fragile head. Jan asked what happened to her. Mo replied that someone attacked her soul and she began to beg Ian to kill them. He replied that he would have done it without her and asked where they were. She pointed with her finger and said that it was about time to go there. Ian told them to get on his back. They should have left already. Yang wanted new adventures and trophies to improve his strength. They arrived quite quickly and saw 2 warriors and many strong monsters surrounding them. The girl thanked that Jan had brought her. When they approached the warriors, they ordered their monsters to surround the group of warriors. The fight was to take place soon. The warriors laughed and said that their sister had finally arrived. She replied that she had no choice, and they continued to laugh. There were quite a few soldiers there. Most of them joined groups and came to exams together. It was easier and faster. Yang looked at the team and realized that there were at most 20 people left, and there had been a lot of deaths in the past few days. Yang went to the other people to ask what was going on. He approached the beautiful girls and asked what their names were. They started laughing and talking to Ian and introducing themselves. They were pleased that someone approached them. The dialogue between the warriors came to life. They began to communicate with each other. There were big problems, and they hoped that Ian would save them. The warriors of the other class laughed at Jan and said that he was too low level, and the girls said that he talks too much. Jan used to say that he didn't care if people laughed at him. He was not bothered by the dogs talking behind his back. The soldiers were greatly offended by this phrase. They wanted Yang to apologize or they threatened to kill him. They said they could do it, even now. One of the warriors said simply, "Wait and you will pay me." Yang said, "Okay, I'll wait," and laughed at him. The girl continued to talk with her sect brothers. She asked why they were killing her monsters. She didn't understand why they were doing this. Most likely they did this because Mo could progress faster than them. She entered the sect later, and her results were much greater. She started yelling and saying that the students did not have enough results, and they would never be able to achieve the ones she had. Since they needed to progress, they even started killing the girl's monster army. This made her very upset and angry. It was an unfriendly act. She was very angry, but she thought of something and wanted to do something with her monsters. Even though they were from the same clan, they looked at each other. Mo chose to obey the other warriors, showing her willingness to accept their authority. Unexpectedly, she agreed to give her mutants to them, causing surprise with her decision. The warriors began to collect drops of power, preparing to strengthen their combat capabilities. A conflict arose among the students, which began to grow more and more. Jan decided to take the initiative and began to collect drops of strength, deciding to actively influence the development of events. He passed the bag of drops to the soldiers, which became a kind of resource exchange point. Disputes between Mo and the warriors continued to escalate, deepening the aggravation of the situation. Jan intended to resolve the conflict and acted as a mediator, trying to restore harmony. In order to ease the tension, he began to play the role of the fool, using humor as a tool. His actions caused others to mock and laugh at his plan. However, the conversation between Mo and the warriors continued to take place. Even though they were from the same clan, they continued to be at odds. Yang thought about something that seemed difficult. He had never done such actions before. Ian's screams pierced the air. He was convinced that she had not removed the parasite from his body. Excitement gripped all the warriors who were looking at this unusual scene. No one understood what was happening. The girls were so engrossed in their quarrel that they began to talk over each other. Finally managed to remove the parasite from Ian. This struggle turned out to be important. Ian turned out to be naive, and the students decided that he might need their help. Young made a deal with the warriors, trying to find a common language. He extended his hand in their direction, showing his openness. Mo's restrained behavior. At this moment, they broke down and began to shout at Ian, expressing their emotions in full. Yang uses a powerful technique with a power attack, surprising the audience with his graceful skill. Ian's progress amazes everyone. He quickly gains knowledge and skills, leaving everyone surprised. Under instruction, Yang casts awe-inspiring magic, demonstrating its power and impact on battle. Yang and Mo combine their powers in a combined attack, creating a powerful momentum in the battle. Working together, Yan and Mo allow them to deal with enemies, increasing the effectiveness of their combat. One warrior's Yan death blow provokes the wrath of another, marking a new level of battle. Yang continues to impress with speed and precision of movement, strengthening his fighting strategy. However, the last blow does not end the battle. The confrontation between the forces of the warriors continues. The battle continues, and they face a new enemy, leaving everyone in suspense. Using magic, Yang delivers the decisive blow, destroying the enemy threat mercilessly. Monsters become unpredictable after losing control, leaving everyone in potential danger. The clans were preparing for defense against the onslaught of monsters to defend their land and people. A large number of monsters created serious difficulties for the warriors, which became a challenge for the united defense. Yang and Mo use magic to rise into the air and help fight off the onslaught of monsters. They wanted to help the rest by joining forces to defeat the superiority of the monsters. The battle resulted in numerous injuries among the people, showing the heavy price that had to be paid. Involved in the rescue, they began to take away the wounded, trying to provide help. Ian could not leave the wounded. He had to think about how to drive away the mutant beasts. The power of the battle grew, turning it into an epic skirmish that grew stronger with each passing moment. The monsters did not retreat, and Yang became a barrier of defense, withstanding their onslaught. With the help of allied monsters, the battle took on a new twist as they joined forces. Collective efforts played an integral role in banishing monsters from the earth. Teamwork was important. Everyone expressed deep gratitude to Jan for his role in this. His contribution was important and valuable. Despite the appreciation, the number of wounded remained significant, challenging further action. Many were injured and demented, and their condition was critical and worrisome. The situation led to panic and a sense of hopelessness among those who found themselves in this dire position. A discussion arose among the soldiers about the possibilities of providing assistance, looking for ways to solve the problem. Many opinions pointed to the difficulty of rescuing the wounded, which caused tension in the group. This view caused disagreements and conflicts among the warriors, as they looked at the situation differently. The conflict of views made the atmosphere even more tense. Words flew back and forth like enemies, expressing a sense of aggression. Arguments led to an escalation of the conflict. Threats sounded in expressive words, and fear was striking from the participants of the conversation. Hostility grew, and everyone was on the verge of breaking, and the discontent was practically palpable. The outbreak of the fight was not far away, and the tension had reached such a level that a fight was practically inevitable. There was a threatening atmosphere among the warriors, and they continued to threaten Mo, demanding excuses from her. Yang was firm about the situation, declaring that he would not allow Mo to be offended and expressing his willingness to protect her. Yang tried to smooth the tension and settle the situation by making attempts to reconcile both sides. The clash of thoughts and attitudes of the warriors led to a conflict that could not be settled with words. The warriors decided to settle the dispute with their magical powers, starting a magical battle. The rest of the warriors tried to quell the conflict by intervening and trying to separate the combatants to avoid further tension. Yang showed incredible resilience against one of the aggressive warriors and showed confidence and physical strength. The witnesses were amazed at how easily the battle of magic occurred and surprised at the powerful energy that was released in the process. The energy radiating from Yan was striking in its purity and powerful essence, causing delight among all observers. Undeterred, he continued his fight, trying to keep his honor intact and preserve the greatness of his inner warrior. Yang was a dangerous opponent. His power and confidence showed that he was not to be underestimated. On this slide, we see Ian, who possesses an incredible technique, the seal of animal souls. He is focused and ready for battle. With its help, Yang attacks the enemy with extreme efficiency. The energy of the technique envelops him as he makes a move aimed at the enemy. After a successful attack, Yang feels his strength increase significantly. He becomes stronger than ever before. The effect of the technique continues, and Yang does not stop attacking the enemy. The energy envelops his body, inflicting impressive injuries on him. But suddenly, Yang stops his attack, showing great willpower. He does not want to kill the enemy and shows his humanity. Yang explains his motives, saying that he does not want to kill without reason. He speaks with a look of determination on his face. Following this, Ian searches for the slain soldiers on the battlefield. The ground is covered with drops of blood, which shows the brutality of the battle. In front of John are the students he saved. They express sincere gratitude for his act and saved life. However, along with gratitude, Ian also has questions. His act caused a wonder of curiosity among the students. They ask Ian how to get out the vermin that got into their bodies during the battle. Their faces reflect concern. Mo declares that only Yang can help these students. She looks at Yan with hope and hope for his help. A group of people learned about Ian's achievement. He was able to subdue a mysterious female warrior named Mo. This news shocked them and created new questions. In this slide, Ian is shown in a moment of deep thought. He thinks about how best to help everyone in this situation. Ian's internal monologue continues. He decides to try to implement the plan he has in mind. A group of people, including Mo, begin to tell Ian about a way to expel mutants from the body. The information is important, and they pass it on to Ian. After making sure that everyone has a good understanding of the situation, Ian asks the participants if they really want to agree to undergo the procedure. People form a line, ready to undergo the procedure, and Ian begins his work. He is ready to help them with pest removal. Ian describes his approach. He tries to convey information while carefully performing the extraction procedure. In the process of work, Ian does not stop and continues to extract pests from people's bodies. Pests gradually come out. His diligence leads to success. Mutants emerge from the warrior's body, which leads to his significant weakening. All those who participated in the procedure express their gratitude to John for his help and express their sincere gratitude. However, the other girls were a little hesitant because the procedure was a little painful and it was reflected on their faces. Ian began the next phase, carefully going through each procedure step by step. Having gathered around, everyone watched this event with great interest. They were extremely enthusiastic. The girl felt a little uncomfortable because of the attention, so she decided to ask to stop the surveillance so that she would be more comfortable. At her request, everyone left the place of manipulation, allowing her to feel more comfortable and less embarrassed. Ian was ready to start the procedure, showing confidence and a positive attitude, ready for the next steps. The girl thought about herself and asked if she could do without undressing. She breathed a sigh of relief, hoping for a positive answer. Among the girls, there were those who showed caution and did not want to agree to this, expressing their reservations. Ian began the procedure, paying special attention to the comfort and safety of each participant, taking care of their needs. During the procedure, Yang saw the exposed part of the girl's breasts, which caused a small laugh among the others. Laughter and joking remarks from the girls were the result of the unexpected situation. Ian tried to do everything possible to make the procedure as painless and comfortable as possible for all participants. A queue of girls lined up, those who needed to pull out pests. Yang instructed the others to prepare for the procedure. The girls were not entirely satisfied, but they had to agree since there was no other choice. I covered my eyes because I was friends with this girl and was a little shy. The rest of the girls watched this scene, expressing different reactions to what was happening. Among the other girls, there were negative feelings towards Ian because of his previous actions. Ian's efforts succeeded in getting all the pests, but it required a lot of energy, and he was very tired. After completing the task, he felt very tired and wanted only to rest. Jan also provided support and encouragement to his friend Lakiv. Having decreased in number, their team wondered where the rest of the participants had disappeared to. Once they were united, Ian decided to speak his mind and share his plans. Ian informed his teammates that he was going to leave their team, noting that this decision was important and deliberate for him. Surprised and not understanding the motives, the other members of the team learned that Yang had his reasons for such a step. Mo was faced with a choice and decided to join Ian on this uncertain journey because there were few alternatives. As soon as the farewell was said, Yang and Mo hit the road, ready to experience new challenges together. During their departure, their former comrades gave them advice, wished them safety and success in the new stage of life. The mystery of choosing a girl for this trip raised questions among the other members, leading them to assume that Yang had some plans. Ian's decision to leave the team left a certain impression on others, leaving a sense of loss. In the middle of the journey, Ian heard something unusual that piqued his curiosity and might turn out to be important. The girl suddenly stopped, turned to Jan and asked him the reasons for this choice. The incomprehensibility of the chosen path with Jan confused the girl, and she decided to ask the question openly. Yang smiled cheerfully, answered her with ease and thanked her for her interest, promising to reveal the details later. Approaching, Jan hugged the girl, expressing his feelings. The girl had questions and was surprised to ask what was going on and why Yang had let her go. Yang replied that she was his servant, emphasizing his superiority. Declaring his intentions, Yang stated that he needed to find and kill a certain person. Responding to this, the girl shot back, calling Yan shameless and expressing her indignation. Yang assured him that he would be up to the task of finding and punishing Chen. Their journey lasted several days, and finally they saw something unusual. In front of them were the remains of a 5th-grade monster which caused surprise and questions. Yang had an idea that Chen might be nearby, given the giant standing in front of them. In a sudden movement, a 6th-grade monster ran at them, raising their alarm. The 6th-grade monster was with Chen, which brought a new level of tension and surprise. A monster was rising before them, impressive in its majesty and unrestrained anger. Chen, when asked what happened, was surprised and asked Mo why she killed the students from their sect. Mo replied that it was because the students killed her monster army. The brother ordered Mo to kill Yan, expressing his bloody intentions. Yang was shocked as he didn't expect Chen to be so bloodthirsty and ruthless. Mo responded to his demands by expressing her refusal and claiming that she could not do it. She explained her refusal by the fact that she loves Yan and will not be able to do anything that would harm him. The brother expressed his angry frustration at her disobedience. Mo yelled at Yan, urging him to run faster. The brother ordered the monster to attack, trying to fulfill his cruel intentions. Yang desperately tried to fight the monster and protect himself and Mo. Retreating, Yan was aware that he was outnumbered in strength and determination. Crouching, he deftly avoided reliable magic blows, looking for opportunities for a well-hitting counterattack. He held back the urge to strike Brother Mo, trying to distract the monster and exploit his weakness. Chen proved to be too powerful an opponent for Yang, showing that the difference in power was incredibly large. In demanding Yan's death again, Chen expressed his unwavering determination and ruthlessness. As he issued new commands to the monster, Chen gave him direction for devastating attacks aimed at Yang. The monster, accumulating magical energy, was preparing for a powerful blow that would destroy everything in its path. Yang was able to find a common language with the monster, forcing it to obey his will and use his power to his advantage. Yang, now using his control over the monster, gave the order to kill Chen, and a fierce and intense battle ensued between the two. The battle unfolded with great intensity in which they used their strongest magical abilities and techniques. The combination of their magical prowess resulted in explosions of light and energy that were almost out of control. After the explosion, they both fell to the ground, feeling very weak. Chen couldn't imagine why Yang was so powerful, and the question tormented him. Away from them, another explosion was taking place, a tall pillar of smoke and light rising up. Chen resolutely left the place, running in the direction of the explosion, which he saw as a possible opportunity. Yang decided not to leave Chen unattended and followed him, bridging the distance between them. Chen struggled to regain control of the beast, trying to come up with a strategy in the fight. He thought hard about possible ways to stop Yan and divert the danger from him. However, he suddenly saw something in front of him and stopped suddenly, startled by what he saw. A mist appeared before him that looked strange and mysterious, and he felt that something unexpected might happen. The fog had an unusual appearance, and it was obvious that one should be very careful and watchful. Both Spirit and Yang felt a strange pain that swept through their souls, causing a wave of sensations and thoughts. The Spirit insisted that the place was cursed and reported the impossibility of finding a way out. The words of the Spirit constantly sounded from here, as it complained about the impossibility of finding a way out. This place felt like something that hindered their movement, like a barrier that made it difficult to get out. Yang decided to use the power of his skeleton, trying to gather all his inner strength. He focused on combining his powers, trying to achieve unity of strength and mind. When he used the Lotus artifact, he felt a sense of relief, as if it gave him extra power. As they pondered how to break the seal of the white mist, they realized that the Lotus artifact might be the key. After using the Lotus artifact, the fear of the mist disappeared and they were no longer afraid of it. Yang continued to catch up with Chen despite all the difficulties that came his way. Chen stepped into the light and launched his attack using his magic and strength. Yang tried to counterattack effectively, using his skills and abilities to stop Chen's attack. Yang defeated Chen with extraordinary ease, taking his life and gaining another drop of his life force. This was just the beginning of Yan's inner meditation as he tried to ascend to the 9th level of Lycan to discover new potential powers. The powers emanating from Ian seemed limitless, and he dreamed of reaching even higher levels of transformation. As they traveled through the mysterious mist, Yang and his companions felt their abilities grow with the passage of time. The fog began to gather in streams, creating images that looked like mysterious symbols. They came to a place where a mysterious object was lying on the ground, giving off a sense of ancient magic. This object was a strange stone, and Yang began to study it, sensing a powerful energy radiating from it. In the middle of the stone were treasures of golden color, which testified to its exceptional nature. Excited by his discovery, Yang picked up the treasure and carefully examined it, sensing its magical power. This stone had a strange essence within it that emerged from the white mist, and it pulsated with life force. The drop in this stone tasted sweet, like the nectar of divine magic that had condensed from the white mist. Under the influence of a drop of golden stone, Yan's vision and hearing increased dramatically, giving him new opportunities to perceive the world. The Spirit emphasized that Yang had discovered a specific sense that greatly expanded his perception of the environment and could come in handy. The Spirit expressed the impression that Yang had made impressive progress in his development and had become much stronger. Yang felt everything around him so clearly, as if he could perceive events at a distance of a kilometer. While they sat waiting for new drops of golden stone to form, Yang and his companions counted on new sources of energy. Ian continued to meditate and gather energy, going through 15 days of silence and reflection. During this period, he felt an inner change again and formed a new drop, which he collected in a bottle. Remaining in meditation, they waited for the next drops to form, using them to recharge their energy. So for 30 days, they maintained concentration and concentration, waiting for the fog to begin to dissipate. With each passing day, the fog gradually cleared, opening a new perspective for them. To achieve maximum energy concentration, Yang also used special drugs that helped him maintain peak physical and mental readiness. The energy around Yan began to thicken and charge with power, creating the impression of magical divination. The air changed noticeably. Its movement became active and mysterious, creating visual transformations. Powerful waves from the lake rose up, playing a kind of symphony of nature and drawing unpredictable images. Having developed his skills, Yang is even able to manipulate the elements, controlling the movement of water at will. While traveling, he discovered a new realm of Yuan, gaining a deeper understanding of its great potential and possibilities. During meditation practices, interesting and unexpected phenomena happened around, which enriched Yan's experience. The Spirit indicated the unusual nature of the energy. Its flows took on unpredictable directions, which interested Yan. As he discovered the power of energy, he realized that there were still mysteries to be explored. On the eve of a new leg of the journey, the group was preparing to leave the mountain and move on. The Spirit noted the strange nature of the place, which piqued its interest and demanded consideration. The impact of strong energy processes became obvious, transforming the landscape and relief of the surrounding area. Having formed a cohesive team, they carefully explored the surrounding area and analyzed in detail all aspects of the environment. After taking half an hour to explore, their path led them out of the mountaintops, but this was only the first step in an unknown journey. The next stop was the forest, where every bush, tree, and sound of nature began to speak its stories. After 2 days, feelings of anxiety took over Jan, and he decided to go to the place where these feelings were most strongly manifested. Going in the direction of his own intuitive feelings, Ian opened the door to unknown opportunities and challenges. During this time, Mo found herself on a path of contention with a powerful warrior who revealed her own limitations and weaknesses. Faced with a much stronger opponent, Mo felt herself being tested and unequaled in strength. Seeking to gain the power to control monsters, the warrior used it as a means of pressure on Mo, trying to gain her faith and will. The opponent threatened Mo with a death penalty, claiming that her end would be easy and painless. He openly demonstrated his ruthlessness by directing his threats at Mo and forcing her into submission. The criminal went into action, trying to fulfill his promises and launch an attack on Mo. Although the situation looked hopeless, the girl refused the handouts and decided to take the initiative into her own hands, throwing shurikens in the direction of the warrior. Despite strong resistance, the warrior did not stop his attack, trying to break the girl's defenses. The real test of will for the girl came when she faced an opponent that was difficult to defend against. Rescue came from Ian, who intervened in the situation, becoming a strong support for the girl in the fight against the enemy. Ian took on the role of the girl's defender, expressing his outrage and willingness to defend her life. Mo was amazed that Yang had appeared at a time when she had already lost hope, and she felt great gratitude for his help. With a clear expression of determination on his face, Yang is ready to defend his honor and the girl's honor by going to battle with the enemy. As he launched his attack, Yang revealed his inner strength, which is meant to defend and win. Thanks to Jan's attack, his strength and will overwhelmed the enemy, sending them into retreat. In an epic clash of forces between Yan and the warrior, their energies began to interact, creating an exciting dance of battle. At this crucial moment, each of them tried to overcome the other using their skills and powers. Yang showed his confidence by consistently delivering accurate and precise punches that indicated his high level of fighting skill. Seizing the initiative, Yang not only began to fight, but also began to taunt his opponent, showing his confidence and impartiality. The opponent underestimated Yan, relying on his strength from the start, which led to his wrong strategy. Ironically threatening, the warrior attempted to incapacitate Ian, anticipating his defeat. Straining his abilities, the enemy tried to concentrate the energy in his sword for a decisive blow. Jan refused to back down from the challenge and faced the enemy, demonstrating his readiness and courage. Powerful streams of energy collided, creating a powerful explosion that lit up the battlefield. Concentrating his internal reserves, Yang tried to refine his energy aura in preparation for the important decisive moment. The warrior began to analyze Yan's methods, trying to understand his secrets and advantages. Yang constantly improved his strategy, adapting it to the circumstances, and finding new approaches to the battle. This epic battle was remembered for powerful explosions of energy, which were impressive with their intensity and importance of this clash. Yan's powerful strength came to the fore in this extremely difficult battle, showing his immense potential. For a moment their clash stopped and their eyes met in a tense moment, time standing still to allow them to assess each other's chances of victory. Yang felt a deep need to get rid of this enemy once and for all, to never give him a chance to rise again. They refocused their energy, ready to release it in the form of a devastating blow that could decide everything. Subconsciously, Yang knew that this could be his last act of struggle, his last opportunity to give his strength for victory. Gathering energy around him, he formed a vulnerable hail of energy swords, ready to launch forward in hopes of ultimate victory. Answering the enemy's challenge, Yang summoned his Asura sword and activated a golden skeleton, ready to deal with any threat. Their battle continued, the energy between them asserting its own existence, expressing the strength and determination of each fighter. The enemy tried to hit Yan with his ultimate attack, using the effect of the 10 swords of destruction energy. Yang was also ready to respond with his own martial technique, using all his inner strength to protect everything he cherished. Mo stood on the sidelines watching this incredible battle, feeling a mixture of fear and hope that she would once again witness a unique match. Yan resolutely rushed forward, bringing his inner strength to the surface to meet the enemy and determine the outcome of this battle. His attacks were so effective and impressive that they amazed everyone with their skill and power, causing excitement and admiration. Yang was surprised to feel that his attacks were much more powerful than he could have expected. This was the result of his growth and development during the battle. All of Yang's attacks are able to absorb and destroy the enemy's energy, which made him even more dangerous and effective in battle. After an intense battle, both were exhausted, and the warrior was badly wounded. This was an example of how deadly Yang could be in his current state. The rigors of the battle left Yan exhausted, and he had to give it his all to win. Mo debated whether to support Yang, knowing that his power and intent could be dangerous to her. After the battle, Mo and Yang discussed the artifact that Yang had obtained and tried to figure out how it affected Yang's power. The death of the warrior Yang defeated increased his potential and made him even stronger. They decided to go to the cave to recover and discuss further actions. Yang used his self-healing abilities to restore his health and energy. Mo contemplated the possibility of attacking Yang, but she also knew his power and risks. Mo's possible attack, and warning him to be ready for a reaction. After the previous day, when 12 hours had passed, the girl started cooking for herself, thinking about what to cook. It was during her preoccupation that she suddenly noticed the impressive energy emanating from the cave, as well as the vulnerable technique that Yang had perfected in her absence. Yang, once again deepening his mastery of fighting techniques, learned another unique technique that took him to an even higher level of power skills. The new skill, which was called the Ten-Sword technique, fascinated Yan with its power and the possibilities it brought. This new acquisition impressed Yan so much that he could not contain his enthusiasm and improvement. Breath of the Spirit continued to help Yan grow and improve his skills, supporting him spiritually and emotionally. After making significant progress, Yang decided that the girl would stand by him despite her outrage, expressing his confidence in his decision. Ian also suggested that she wear more revealing clothing, which led to their heated discussion and mutual understanding. This turned the conversation about clothing and control into a small argument between the two characters where they expressed their views and beliefs. Later, Yang expressed his disappointment with her original intention, stating that he would not force her to go with him, but only hinted at the possibility. However, the girl changed her point of view and agreed to join Ian on the trip, emphasizing her determination and new state of mind. After such an intense conversation, Yang took the initiative in his own hands and asked the girl if she really wanted to join him on the trip. Expressing his gratitude for her decision, Yan decided to give the girl a symbolic gift, a drop of diamond water, which was of great importance to him. The girl was sincerely moved by this gesture of Yan and expressed her great gratitude to him for such a valuable and precious gift. With that, they parted ways, each going their separate ways to explore their own adventures and challenges. Further events unfolded in the Valley of the Healer King, where new adventures, meetings, and trials took place. Ian traveled in a carriage to an unusual place to explore this mysterious valley and uncover its secrets. With curiosity, he asked his companion what was known about the nature of this valley and its features. The Valley of the Healer King was famous for its unique atmosphere, a huge number of challenges and powerful personalities. Eager to learn more and join this exquisite valley, Ian began to devise a plan on how best to enter it. At that moment, he noticed someone chasing the girl. It seemed that the robbers were on her tail, and Yang was ready to help. The robbers were getting closer and closer to the girl, and Ian witnessed the chase, ready to intervene in the situation and help her. Outlaws suddenly appeared, ready to destroy Yan. There was a serious threat and it required decisive action. Yan eagerly chased after the girl, his pulse pounding from tension. He did not hesitate to go forward, to fight for justice. Yang ran up to the girl and for some reason hit her with energy. It was a cunning plan. He wanted to distract the attention of the thieves, as well as find out what is happening here. Yan very quickly grabbed the girl, took her by the arms, and threw her right at the feet of the thieves. They thought that the girl would be easy money for them. The robbers approached the girl, laughing slyly. The way they looked at each other showed that they were underestimating her. Compared to the robbers, the girl was weak and ignorant. It was easy to tell the difference in levels. Desperate in her voice, she called out to Jan for help. Her call had a desperate tone. The robbers wasted no time and began attacking Yan. They were going to take the upper hand, and were ready to fight. Speed and dexterity became a great advantage of Ian. They could not catch him. He simply dodged their blows. Jan decided to put an end to the threat from the robbers. His spirit killed them one by one, and their screams gradually faded away. But other robbers did not give in. They began to advance on Ian, ready to fight to the last breath. All the robbers were killed by Jan. His determination and strength helped to overcome the danger they posed. A few lucky ones survived this battle. They were running away from danger, but they were no longer as cool as they were before the battle with the mighty warrior. One of the robbers decided to take the girl hostage, trying to take advantage of this situation. With a sinister expression on his face, he threatened the girl, trying to provoke fear. The robber shouted loudly, urging Ian not to come any closer, his voice enjoying my indecision. Yang demonstrated his magic by cutting swords to pieces. His skill was impressive. The desperate robber tried to attack Yan, but the spirit that united with him stopped him in his tracks. Although they were physically weak, their anger and desperation made them dangerous opponents. Yang approached the girl, carefully asked if she was not injured during the enemy attack, and if everything is okay with her. Taking a slow breath of relief, the girl confirmed that she was fine, but her gaze was strained and scared. Yang asked what the girl had done, and how she had provoked these stupid barbarians, and why they were chasing her and wanted to hurt her. The news that the girl had run away from home caused Yan to laugh loudly. He laughed so hard that he couldn't even catch his breath for a while. After a short conversation, Ian moved away from the girl. However, soon she suddenly decided to run after him, taking a few hasty steps. The girl managed to get to the city Valley of King Velichavia, and Jan, leaving her behind, went in pursuit. Jan saw an interesting point in exploring the city. Artifacts and healing items filled his eyes as he studied every detail with interest. Ian's main goal is to explore the city, its history and secrets. He felt that this task required him to concentrate as much as possible. The next morning, Ian went to the pill shop, wanting to get some means to support his condition. The salesman greeted Jan with a smile and asked how he could help. Yang began the story that he came from the Heavenly Pavilion, and his arrival was already known to the master. The salesman was very friendly and guided Ian to the master with important instructions. With a smile on his lips, Ian walked into the master's room, where he was surprised to notice the girl he had saved earlier. But when the girl tried to tell the master her story, it turned out that the master confusedly did not understand her words, and this created new questions for everyone present. The girl said that she considered Jan to be guilty, and said that he almost beat and killed her, and also wanted to give her to the criminals. Yang began to answer her accusations with a smile, assuring her that his purpose was only to save her from danger. The master's face showed anger because of the girl's behavior. His reaction was clearly negative. Sensing outrage, the master intervened and expressed his displeasure, which led to the girl's expulsion for inadequacy. The master's reaction was decisive. The other elders were instructed to leave the room for disrespecting him. Sitting next to Jan, the master held a conversation, discussing various aspects and highlighting thoughts. The girl tried to study the details of the conversation, staying behind the door, trying to understand her fate. Yang had a dream of visiting one of the peaks of the Valley of the Sovereign King, and this thought filled his thoughts. Master severely forbade Jan from traveling to this place due to its sacred status. The master explained that in order to conquer the top of the mountain, you need to enter an elite squad of 50 best alchemists. Ian needs to increase his knowledge and skills in this area in order to compete and move towards mastering the ray that will help unlock these valuable opportunities. Realizing his path, Jan understood what he had to do to achieve his goal. After returning to the hotel, Yang began a deep meditation, lost in his thoughts. However, his moment of peace was interrupted by a knock on his room. Opening the door, Jan saw the girl he was saving from the robbers who appeared in front of him. It turned out that it was the master who sent her to give him the conditions and instructions for the journey to the peak of the legendary mountain. Arose. Why did the master not personally convey this information? This ambiguity made Ian wonder if something was wrong. Jan understood that something was wrong, and understood that the girl wanted to learn some secret information from him. Yang caught the girl in a lie and took her by the hand. He wanted to take her back to the estate and reprimand her for her lies in front of the master. Yang grabbed the girl, trying to bring her to the master. She screamed in fright. The girl begged the master not to take her anywhere. In the end, the girl agreed to tell what Jan wanted from her. The girl simply overheard the conversation between Jan and the master. The girl was only at the 3rd level of malice. Yang discovered a protective artifact in her. While using this artifact, she becomes invisible. She felt magnificent about this artifact and said that no one else had one. Yang advised her to hide this artifact and never show it to anyone. Jan asked what she had heard and what could be troubling her. But the girl had her own plans for Jan, and it was important for her to listen to him. She insisted that Yang not tell the master about her hobby and the artifact, as it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yang was persistent and declared that he would reveal the whole truth even if it caused a conflict. The girl agreed to listen, but her inner feelings remained strong. At that moment, the noise of a quarrel was heard in the master's estate, and he listened carefully to what was happening. Here, a messenger appeared at the estate with a strange letter in his hands, looking for the master in confusion. The letter looked unusual and contained important information that caused surprise and interest. The older members of the clan informed the master that his sister had gone to Jan. The master eagerly arrived at the hotel and began a serious conversation with Jan, trying to clarify the situation. Soon, the girl came to Jan again, continuing to talk about her brother, and what could connect them in this unusual story. Jan was unapproachable and did not want to communicate with the girl, trying to avoid misunderstandings. However, he decided to take her with him on the trip, seeing her potential and important role. After arriving at the gathering place of the strongest alchemists, they found themselves among those with the greatest influence. There were incomprehensible signs on the alchemist's robes that deserved detailed analysis. The girl turned out to be a middle-class alchemist, which added mystery to her person. The participants of this event came from different places, creating a space for sharing knowledge and research. Ian wondered how he could get to the top of the mountain surrounded by experts, but he knew that he needed to quickly master alchemical skills to achieve his goals. He asked the girl to teach him the art of alchemy, seeing her as a mentor. Finally, the long-awaited ceremony began, and all the alchemists lined up majestically and mysteriously. Uninvited enemies from another clan appeared among the guests, ready to start a conflict. Yang stood at the counter and announced his intentions to enter the academy, emphasizing his determination. He placed a pot of mysterious pills that had already aroused interest and questions. Immediately, discussions and exchanges of opinions about these mysterious pills began to arise in the crowd. Many present felt the desire to test themselves and their abilities on these mysterious pills, triggering a wave of interest and excitement. They sat down at the counter and began to concentrate their strength, trying to complete the test. Most of them, despite their attempts, began to pass out, as the task was too difficult for many. They felt great pain and could not overcome this physical and mental strain. Their bodies were burning with pain, and it was an extremely difficult test for their physical condition. Most of the students and warriors were too weak to handle this task, and it resulted in unconsciousness. At this time, Yang was standing in the crowd wondering how he should act. The girl who was nearby decided to get up and try to take one of the pills. She was determined and persistent, and it showed in her actions. Yang did not understand where she had such confidence and courage. The girl's sense of purpose was very strong, and she faithfully moved towards the task. Next to them, many new applicants were approaching the counter, who were also trying to test their skills. They used different approaches and methods to overcome this challenge. Many of them practiced meditation, but one of the participants passed out during the attempt. Another warrior also passed out, but the third continued to sit up, fighting the rushes. This warrior began to vomit blood, but refused to give in and continued to sit, continuing the ordeal. This was also seen as a failure of the trial, and the warrior became very disappointed, feeling resentful and dissatisfied with his own inability to overcome this obstacle. He did not have enough strength left to overcome his limitations, and this brought him deep frustration and powerlessness. The girl and Jan discussed how to overcome this difficult situation, thinking about possible options for further actions. Nevertheless, the girl decided to take the initiative into her own hands and try to improve the situation, taking the risk of invading the test. She took the pill and started taking it in preparation for another attempt, and it took a lot of courage and determination. Yang made her promise that he would watch over her safety and be ready to help if needed. The girl sat down and began to meditate, surprising those around her with her inner strength and devotion. The master expressed his recognition to the girl and noted her orderliness and courage before the test, emphasizing that it was an outstanding job. The girl was very surprised by these glories, and Jan also congratulated her on her success, noting her exceptional abilities. The master also expressed his congratulations and raised the girl's level to the rank of alchemist, recognizing her high achievements. Now, after successfully completing the trials, the girl was promoted to the highest level of alchemists, which showed her exceptional talent and professional growth. The girl also expressed her wish that Jan would also have the opportunity to pass this exam and demonstrate his skills. The master became skeptical of this idea, as Yang had not been an alchemist before and had no relevant experience. Some of the attendees expressed their displeasure and mistrust of Ian, believing that he does not respect and understand their traditions and rules. Despite these circumstances and opposition, the master still gave Yan the opportunity to begin the trial, allowing him to demonstrate his abilities and determine his path. Yang took the pill, took it, and sat in meditation, considering his actions and preparing for the challenge that lay before him. He focused, concentrating his energy on the task at hand, trying to overpower the toxic pill to overcome the ordeal. With the magic of the golden skeleton helping Yan, he was able to overcome the difficulties associated with the pill and solve this difficult task. The pill turned out to be quite toxic, and Ian had to deal with significant physical and psychological challenges, including severe discomfort and pain. The master, watching Yan, couldn't believe how an ordinary warrior could pass this test so effectively, and he wondered how it was possible. Although Yang almost gave up due to the difficulties, he still remained determined and stubborn in his goal as he continued to meditate and complete the tasks. Around them, the crowd began to voice their displeasure, calling for doubts about Ian and his intentions. The master was also impressed by Jan's willpower and outstanding character, which proved to be important for passing this test. After successfully completing the trials, they spoke kindly to the master, who invited them to the top of the mountain to continue the discussion. The subsequent story unfolded in the estate of the head master, where they spent time talking with the elders, sharing their impressions and knowledge. It was at this time that their sister joined them, joyfully announcing her readiness for the exam, which led to the pleasant surprise of the master. The master showed deep surprise and a pleasant impression at the unexpected courage of the sister, who was eager to prove her strength. They were also joined by a master alchemist who expressed his support and emphasized that the sister should now be properly respected and treated with respect. The alchemist cheered up the atmosphere with jokes, which created a friendly and open atmosphere. Afterwards, they continued to discuss various aspects of alchemy, ranks, and arts, sharing experiences and knowledge to improve their craft. They were preparing for the journey, which began in half an hour. The path was extremely long and difficult, both physically and mentally, and it required a lot of effort from them. Travelers made their way through the dense forest, overcoming obstacles and natural difficulties. The master told them about the peak of the mountain and the importance of alchemy in the place, providing context for the journey. The nature around the travelers was extremely beautiful, with magical landscapes and amazing colors. After a long journey, they reached a place where it was extremely picturesque, with a wonderful view of the surrounding nature. The master emphasized that it was forbidden to take anything with you into the valley, and this restriction applied to all travelers. Many of them expressed a desire to climb the mountain and overcome the ordeal, and they talked about it with the master. They continued on their way, moving through the small forest village, maintaining their determination. Approaching the two women, they greeted them politely and began to chat. The women, although they looked young, were actually over 50 years old, which added to the mystery of their meeting. The head alchemist was a bit busy, and this led to some upset among the travelers. Ian carefully surveyed the area in preparation for further challenges and is open to new experiences. Jan and the girl were hurrying somewhere. Their hearts were beating with excitement. They felt that this trip could change their lives forever. As they ran, they spotted the head alchemist, whose expression spoke volumes for his vast experience and wisdom. This encounter made the trip even more exciting. A pleasant aroma reigned near him, which attracted their attention and created an atmosphere of mystery and charm. The alchemist took a liking to Ian and the girl, receiving them with interest and warmth. They felt that they had become a part of something important. This alchemist was impressive with his wisdom and experience, and his words reflected a deep understanding of alchemy and its secrets. The alchemist opined that Yang did not pass the task honestly. He saw more than it seemed, and this created additional tension among the travelers. Yang was shocked, not understanding how the head alchemist knew about his actions. The sense of publicity surrounding his feat caused him incredible surprise. The master explained that becoming an alchemist is a very difficult path that requires great effort and dedication. His words inspired everyone to new achievements. Everyone was impressed by the wisdom and words of the master, who gave them a valuable lesson and faith in their own abilities. Jan apologized and shared his goals for conquering the mountaintop. He wanted to do it not only for himself, but also for everyone who believed in him. The master advised them to settle down and feel safe, promising to support them on their journey. They sincerely thanked the master for his kindness and offer, feeling that they had become part of something bigger. The master said that they were worthy disciples to teach, and it was a great honor for them. Yang felt great gratitude to the elder for everything he had given them and was willing to make every effort to succeed. A new day has come, and the master instructed them to learn a new art, opening up even more opportunities for their development. They spent a whole month learning new skills and pushing their own limits to become better alchemists. The master also tasked them with collecting certain herbs to expand their knowledge and skills. And this mission became a new challenge and opportunity for them to grow. They did not rush to the campaign, but carefully selected healing herbs, collecting them with special care and respect for nature. But they lacked some herbs, and this forced them to continue their journey further into the mountains, in search of the necessary ingredients for their magical mixture. They continued to walk further into the mountains, absorbing the beauty and majesty of the nature that surrounded them. Jan sat down, deciding to check the situation and ask his spirit for advice. At that moment, a warrior appeared before him. The warrior began questioning Jan, wondering about his purpose and actions. The warrior's face was an expression of severity and determination. The warrior began to express his displeasure that Yang had ventured into this area and expressed his wish that Yang would not come here again. The warrior said that he could forgive Jan if he expressed his refusal to continue his journey to these mountains. This was a signal to Jan that the mountains were guarded by warriors, and that the area had its own rules and independent guards. The girl was also stopped by the warriors, and she told them about her goals and the purpose of gathering herbs. The warriors questioned her about alchemy and her intentions, showing a certain level of caution. The girl talked about the herbs she needed to find, sharing her knowledge and hoping for the understanding of the warriors. Ian always defended the girl and intervened in the conversation, trying to help her in this difficult situation. A group of warriors expressed their desire to hold a competition, and Yang offered them a contest. Yang agreed and began his attack, showing incredible fighting skills. He easily defeated the warriors using his skill and intelligence. Yang was victorious and took all the healing herbs they had from the warriors. However, Yang later realized that the warriors did not intend to fight, but only wanted to compete in alchemical skills. The girl accompanying Yan was smiling at his confused reaction, and he felt a little guilty about his aggressive reaction. Later in the night, they were tired and went to bed, preparing for the new day that was soon to come. During the night, noticing a green light coming from one of the houses, they decided to approach and offer their help. The woman who lived in the house said that they didn't need anything at the moment, but they were ready to help if needed. It turned out that there was a special healing bath in this house, and Ian was offered to try it to restore his strength. Ian undressed and immersed himself in this healing bath. The water was warm and helped to relax his tired body. He was in pain from meditating in the bath, but his skills and will helped him endure it. During the bath, Ian felt some pain from the meditation process, but it was explained to him that sometimes you have to endure to make progress. He was assured that this particular bath had a special effect that would help improve his alchemical skills. The woman who gave advice to Jan noted that the foreman may have underestimated his strength and potential. Ian asked what exactly the effect of this bath was and why it was so difficult to use. In response to Young's questions, it was explained to him that this experience could have a positive effect on his alchemical abilities. Ian expressed his gratitude for the care and the opportunity to learn. The news that Yang defeated the three alchemists without even following the rules of the competition spread throughout the village. After a healing bath, Ian decided to relax in nature and enjoy the moment. When he returned to the village, he noticed that a large group of people had gathered. This meeting united absolutely all alchemists who were ready to share their knowledge and experience. They became a community of chosen individuals who sought to reach great heights in the world of alchemy and share their rebirth of knowledge. The girl asked the master what exactly was happening here, expressing curiosity about the event. At that moment, Yang heard a strange, familiar voice that caught his attention. It turned out that it was the spy girl together with the master from the heavenly pavilion, and their mutual glances were full of joy and surprise. Master was pleasantly surprised to see Yan here, and he asked what brought Yan here. The girl decided not to publicize their meeting, claiming that people should not be distracted from the ceremony. The head alchemist asked if they knew each other, showing interest in their acquaintance. The girl limited her answer by saying not to distract from the ceremony, and Yang agreed with her. The head alchemist invited the elder to speak to the house, perhaps to discuss an extraordinary meeting. House. Master felt insulted when he learned that Yang always travels with girls, and he decided not to comment on it. Yang's partner asked who it was, and Yang explained that it was just a girl from the heavenly pavilion, drawing attention to her background. The girl felt that Ian had fallen in love with her, and it became clear to her. She felt how his gaze became warmer and gentler. There was a knock on Yan's room. It was the spy, and Ian invited her inside. They both sat down and started a conversation over a cup of tea, discussing their travels and adventures. During the conversation, their views became closer, and they felt a special connection between them. The spy began to question Yan about how he ended up in this village. Ian shared his story and goals, including his dream to reach the top of Mount. The spy listened to him attentively and with interest. During the conversation, they communicated closely, and their gazes became closer. They felt a special connection and understanding of each other. Jan told the spy about his ambitions and dreams. They talked about the importance of having a goal and doing everything possible to achieve it. During the conversation, Yang encountered some resistance and sensed that someone was eavesdropping on them. He released his energy to protect his privacy. It turned out that his partner was behind the door. Her presence led to a tense situation. Ian was outraged by the eavesdropping and disclosure of his personal goals. He began to discuss this situation with his partner, and the conflict between them escalated. The relationship between John and his partner became tense. Both of them began to express their indignation and frustration at each other. The spy decided to back off and left the room, leaving Ian and his partner in the tense situation that had arisen from their differences. The girl left the room and tried to invite the spy back, but Ian was angry with her and did not want it. Ian felt hurt and outraged that the spy left after their confrontational conversation. He was also saddened by the situation, as they were friends, and their relationship was broken due to conflict. The masters continued their conversation over a cup of tea, ignoring the conflict between Jan and his partner. The master expressed his wish for the alchemist to teach his student as well, developing her skills in alchemy. They invited the spy to their place, trying to settle the conflict and bring her back. At that time, Yang and his partner were spying on the masters during the ceremony, observing the events. Ian was glad that the alchemist had agreed to take the spy in, and he hoped that this would mend their relationship. The alchemist was surprised by the basic skills the spy had and began to consider training her. The master insisted that the alchemist take the spy under his wing and teach her alchemy. The alchemist asked the spy for more details on what potions and pills she was capable of making, to further discuss her potential training. The alchemist was very surprised by the class and quality of the medicine that the spy made. He was surprised that the girl did everything so well and professionally. He understood that it was not impossible and invited her to follow him for further studies. Everyone came together to a special hall with specific devices and equipment for alchemy. In this hall, there were many valuable artifacts and medicinal herbs that were used to make medicine. They began inspecting the herbs and sorting them in preparation for the medicine-making process. The spy was supposed to start making the medicine while the others watched her work. She began to concentrate her energy and transform plants into pills, impressing the alchemist with her skill. The alchemist was very surprised by this and impressed by the spy girl's skills in alchemy. He saw how she easily and confidently implements complex processes and finds solutions even in the most difficult situations. The spy successfully crafted the sensation pill and handed it over to the alchemist for inspection. This pill promised to revolutionize the world of alchemy, and the alchemist was fascinated by the possibilities it opened up. The alchemist was very impressed and fascinated by this new technique and knowledge that the spy displayed. This achievement of alchemy was one of the highest skills known to her, and the alchemist was amazed at the level and quality of which she had achieved. The alchemist continued to marvel at the spy girl's impressive skills and her art in alchemy. Finishing talking, the alchemist invited everyone else to leave the halls as he had plans to discuss something special with his older mentor. While discussing the details of the initiative, there were many nuances that remained unresolved, and they began to look for solutions that they did not yet fully agree on. The alchemist pondered and wavered in his decision about his future, facing the question of whether he should devote his life to the service of alchemy. The further part of the story unfolds at the peak of the Holy Doctor, where the most powerful and valuable pills are created. At this peak, alchemy reaches its highest level, creating potions of legendary quality. Although they argued very differently at first, they eventually agreed to cooperate. They agreed to start in 2 days, after they had studied the preliminary materials and prepared for the training. In 2 days, training had to begin, and their joint journey in alchemy would have to wait. At the end of his journey, the senior mentor invited Yan and told him that he must now choose one of the girls for his further journey. Senior Meng advised Yang to avoid communicating with the spy, claiming that she was having a bad effect on him and his alchemy skills. Between Yang and Senior Man because of his attitude towards him, Ian did not take his senior's advice seriously. Elder Meng said that Spy Girl was a true treasure in the world of alchemy, and advised Yan to treat her with respect and gratitude. But Yang, being a young and arrogant boy, began to laugh at these words, which angered the elder men. He was offended and called Yan a bastard, outraged by his irresponsibility and unwillingness to listen to the experience of his elders. Chief Men distanced himself from Yan, expressing his disappointment in his choices and treatment of the student. Spy Girl's practice in alchemy began, and she and Ian studied and experimented together. In Yan's hand was a strange object and a needle that was left behind by senior men. Yan's spirit tried to show him the location of a spiritual array that could be important to their studies. They sensed that there were also many alchemist warriors near the array, which added to the tension of the situation. Now Yang and his spirit had to be careful and act carefully, knowing the presence of alchemists around. They had a great chance of sneaking into the place as there was an alchemist meeting going on, and most of the attention was focused on that event. Yang and his partner watched the alchemists and tried to find a way to break in. Despite the fun and learning at the alchemists' meeting, Yang continued to practice his alchemical techniques, preparing himself for the challenges ahead. He spent his nights meditating and building up energy in his body, preparing for possible conflicts or tasks. He also went on night walks, scouting the area and learning to move stealthily to be ready for any situation. His movements were like those of a ninja, invisible and silent, to leave as few traces as possible. With the help of the artifact that he had with him, he managed to do this imperceptibly for others, which was an important advantage. He ordered his spirit to enter the place where the seal was located to find out how it worked and how it could be bypassed. But the soldiers noticed Yan and began to chase him, which made him very careful. To distract them, Yang released a rabbit from under his robes, which began to run quickly, distracting them and creating an opportunity to infiltrate another location. The rabbit ran fast and distracted the soldiers, allowing Yan to accomplish his goal. Yan had a few seconds to complete his objective before the warriors reacted, and he made the most of that chance. The warriors were extremely confused by the fact that no one was found and could not explain what was happening. They spent a long time in thought, and came to the conclusion that this could be a diversion aimed at embarrassing them. While they continued to search, Yang used the time to escape from them. They searched the lake, trying to figure out where the spirit came from and why it disappeared so quickly. Yang decided to get out by diving into the lake and using his alchemy book. While reading the book, the seal began to glow under his feet, and it formed a portal into an unfamiliar white room. This place was probably under the lake bed, and the portal created a connection between the two places. Although Yang had overcome many trials, he could not advance to the 4th level of the alchemy degree, and wondered what to do next. He pondered how to overcome this obstacle and rise to the next level of his alchemical skill. Yang then sat down and began to meditate, reading his black book, directing his attention to learning new and powerful alchemical techniques. He conducted experiments and tried to expand his knowledge and skills in the field of alchemy. In addition to meditation, Yang used various artifacts and magic stones to speed up his efforts. These artifacts helped Yan improve his skills and expand his knowledge in alchemy. Discovering the well in the room, Ian realizes that it contains a huge number of pills and healing medicines. This well was a veritable treasury for Ian, allowing him to restore his health and energy. The volume of healing water in this well was at least 300 liters. This water was extremely valuable, especially to the alchemist, as it could be used to create powerful remedies and elixirs. There were also interesting artifacts near the well that were useful to Yan on his journey. They had magical properties and capabilities that opened up new possibilities for the alchemist. Yang understood that this place had existed for tens of thousands of years and had a long history. He felt that he was becoming a part of this legacy and longed to learn more about its secrets. By meditating, he tried to improve his alchemical and fighting abilities. He spent hours developing his skills and increasing his skill level. And at one point, this room seemed to Yan a matrix in which incredible events took place. He felt that his soul was saturated with new knowledge and opportunities. However, he also felt that something incomprehensible was attacking his soul. Thoughts of alchemy and magic mingled in his mind as he meditated. His musings on the nature of alchemy and his inner struggle during meditation led him into a deep state of self-reflection. Yang realizes that this knowledge of alchemy may not be as useful as he had hoped. He felt that his true purpose lay in battle and travel rather than learning alchemical recipes. Regardless, Yang continued to drink the healing water, hesitating about his future path and wondering what to do next. After all his thinking, Yang was convinced that there were some secrets hidden in this room that could be solved. He felt that this place still had many hidden possibilities for him, and he did not want to forget about them. However, it was time to go, and Ian had to find a way to get out of this place and continue his journey. He figured he would come back here when he was ready to explore these mysteries more. After jumping, Yang found himself in the lake again and felt the cold water enveloping his body. When he got out of the lake, it was already clear day in the sky and he was in another place near the Valley of the King. But Yang couldn't help but notice the battered statue and several slain warriors scattered nearby. Something terrible happened here, and Yang realized that his adventure had just begun. He didn't know who did it, but Yan's heart was full of anxiety for his friends and relatives who might be in that valley. Passing through this local chaos, Yang quickly moved on, heading for an unknown adventure. However, on his way he came across a mysterious warrior ready to fight and challenge Ian to war. The warrior shouted and approached Yan, sword ready to strike. Yang didn't hesitate to use his magic and make the barbarian disappear, sending him to another world. Ian was a top-class professional. After this event, Yang did not hesitate to run toward the mysterious Cloud Peak Mountain, where new challenges and adventures awaited, and where he could learn more about what happened to the Valley of the King. On the edge of the Cloud Peak Mountain area, Yang found mastermen, known for his incredible fighting skills and abilities. But while they were in awe of his abilities, Yang and his companions wondered who he was and where he got such extraordinary powers. Fortunately, Yan's loved ones were safe, but the situation became more and more serious. Yang ran to his comrades and eagerly asked what had happened here and why they were forced to fight. The spy told Ian that the King's Valley had been attacked by people from the dark realm of the Grey Clouds, and that it was very serious. Elderman desperately fought against the overwhelming force of the attackers using his powerful magic and skill. The battle continued, and Elderman, like an alchemist, stood in defense of the Valley of the King, making incredible efforts to repel the attack. Enemies were burned and destroyed by his magic, but there were a lot of them. The battle continued, and the fighters were ready to repel the enemies until the last breath. One of the barbarians targeted the alchemist, trying to kill him and end his resistance. The alchemist tried to defend himself from the attack of the barbarian, doing everything possible to survive and keep his comrades alive. Yang, along with his unmatched team, was ready to engage in a tense confrontation against this dangerous enemy. They stood there ready to take charge of their mission. It was impressive. They managed to repel the robber attacker and save the alchemist from the inevitable crime. At that moment, everyone was in full combat readiness, ready to attack the guests, regardless of the huge risk and unknown. To deal with the enemy, they began to combine their magical abilities and skills, trying to find a common way to victory. Engaged in battle, they looked at the amazing techniques of the guests, realizing that these people were no less skilled in the martial arts. The senior moment continued its struggle, despite the numerical superiority of the enemy. The wounded barbarian laughed, anticipating his victory and causing them to doubt. The Valley of the King experienced terrible losses, and this day remained in memory as a terrible test for all. An evil spirit appeared, which brought a new level of terror and bloodthirstiness. The situation was extremely difficult, and Yang activated his transformation as he contemplated his next move. He told the head alchemist that it was time to return to the Heavenly Legion and continue his mission. At this stage, Jan sincerely thanked all his comrades and promised to return in the near future. He expressed his gratitude and confidence that everyone will overcome all difficulties together. But when he reached the Heavenly Legion, he was completely stunned as it was in absolute chaos and devastation. At first glance, it looked as if everything was out of control. He asked what had happened, but no one answered the question, causing even more concern and confusion. But suddenly, in the midst of this chaos, he noticed a stir, and they finally found each other, which caused relief and hope for a solution to the situation. Suyan was amazed at the incredible speed and perfection of Yang's transformation, and they shared their impressions. Together they headed to the Heavenly Legion's head's pavilion, hoping for some sort of explanation. But what they saw in the chairman's office was very mysterious and ominous, raising new questions. They walked to the door, and Yang stepped inside to take stock of the situation. The head of the Heavenly Legion was badly injured by the dark energy, which created a lot of problems that needed to be solved immediately. Many fractures and serious organ injuries were visible, and it was becoming more and more disturbing. In order to help the head of the Heavenly Legion, Yang decided to use his alchemist skills that he had learned during his journey. Little by little, Yang began the process of rebuilding the head of the Heavenly Legion, using his alchemical knowledge and skills. Over time, other elders appeared in the room and began to discuss the situation around Yan. Some of them even expressed their displeasure and debated whether Yan should be trusted with this important mission. Some were concerned that Yang might interfere with the process of restoring the head and expressed their doubts. The situation even escalated to the point where one of the elders dared to attack Yan, but his actions were stopped by the other elders. On the edge of his nerves, Yang decided to express his displeasure and appeal to the elders to stop the quarrel and conflict. At the worst moment, when the arguments had almost reached a critical point, the head of the Heavenly Legion regained consciousness, and all the elders fell silent, showing respect to him. With his consciousness restored, the master thanked Yan for his efforts and for coming back to help. Everyone was impressed by Yan's alchemical abilities and his contribution to the restoration of the head of the Heavenly Legion. Yang continued to use his alchemical knowledge to try to heal the master even faster, every minute counting. The head of the Heavenly Legion was sincerely grateful to Yan for his healing and contribution to restoring his health. Jan decided to return the artifact that was given to him, expressing his best wishes and support in his future endeavors. Treatment continued, and it was important not to rush the process to completion. One of the elders started a story about how the destruction in the city was brought about by another disciple of the master who managed to regain his strength and abilities. Yang and the master discussed the events that had happened during these days, trying to understand how it happened. They were impressed by the abilities of the master's second apprentice and pondered the possible consequences. The master advised Yanov to return to Suyan and talk with her about further actions. Yang came to Shuyan, and they sat down to discuss their plans and future events. During the conversation, Yang expressed his desire to obtain the Shuyan heart, which elicited a positive response. They were very happy to meet again and started practicing together, sharing knowledge and experience. Yang presented Suyan with several artifacts as a symbol of his support and set off on a new journey with new tasks. The Spirit Lord had awakened, and this had already led to significant changes in the world that required attention and response. A huge amount of dark energy began to emanate from the dragon's cave, which created new challenges and threats for the entire world. Ian decided to jump right into this mysterious cave to take a closer look. In the cave, he began to move cautiously and discovered a strange plant in front of him, which he had not seen before. With great effort, he was able to seize this plant and held it in his hands. He decided to plant this plant in a safe place so that it could grow and flourish. Amazingly, the living plant agreed and expressed its gratitude to Yan for his actions. Yang felt the urge to descend even deeper into the cave, but felt the powerful energy that reigned there. This energy affected his head negatively and made him weak. Yan's spirit did not inform him of this powerful energy, which caused him to become angry. By applying the artifact, Yang was able to defeat this powerful soul, but he was angry at his spirit for not having enough information. Yang was very angry. The spirit did not warn him about the influence of dark energy. Ian's spirit began to thoroughly explain about spirit techniques and reminded Ian that it is important to always be careful in unfamiliar places. Yang was advised by his spirit that if he practiced in this cave, his skills would be protected from possible harm. Spirit John also talked about different tactics that can be used to use the acquired skills. Jan decided to try this advice and sat down to meditate inside the cave. He continued to meditate for a whole month, and this practice made him a little stronger. Over time, he moved even deeper to a depth of 600 meters, and this did not cause him discomfort. They appeared before the energy of evil spirits manifested in the form of a tree with purple dark fruits. This tree grows directly underground, and it is surprising. Near the tree, they watch the skeletons come to life, and the tree seems to be the source of this energy. They are amazed that the tree actually grows underground, and it is admirable. However, they understand that skeletons emit powerful energy, and it is best not to provoke it. They faced a task: how to act further, assess the situation, and find optimal ways. The companions assumed that this skeleton had been lying here for several hundred years, and it was very interesting. They began a further analysis of the terrain and considered each step they took, carefully considering their next actions. They noticed some very valuable artifacts around the skeleton's neck and wondered if they should try to take them. This idea caused controversy and discussion, and they tried to find the best way to solve this issue. Jan's spirit tried to give useful advice and guide them to a better path based on his experience. The spirit stated that it could attempt to take control of the skeleton's body if necessary. As Yang decided to take the artifact, his own energy began to overwhelm the item. Right now, the spirit had to rely only on its own strength, and Yang could not help at this moment. In the end, Yan managed to obtain this wonderful artifact, although the process was not easy and required a lot of effort. This episode showed how important it is to have skills and experience in situations like this. Yang was able to obtain this wonderful artifact, and it was a new achievement in his path to power and power. The spirit continued its work, and it was very difficult. He fought against an evil spirit that tried to take over John's power. This battle went on for a long time, and Yang was tired of this match. Yang couldn't wait that long, and he had to go. He felt that his mission was not over, and he must continue on his way. It's time to go on a dangerous journey. He arrived at the Heavenly Pavilion and embraced Suyan. This meeting was important for him, and he felt that support and understanding awaited him here. They said that there were fewer and fewer people in the Heavenly Pavilion. This was due to the fact that many disciples decided to leave the pavilion and join other sects as the fear and uncertainty of their fate struck their hearts. Students began to migrate to other sects, Suyan said. She told Yan about how they decided to leave the Heavenly Pavilion willingly or unwillingly, and it became more and more frequent. They hugged and sat cutely in their house. This moment of common peace was extremely important for Yan and Suyan, because they knew that an unknown adventure was waiting for them ahead. Yang sensed a combat expert nearby. His feeling was right, and he decided to go over and find out what had happened, as he was outraged by the news. Jan approached the elder and asked what had happened. The foreman told Jan about the terrible event that happened in the Heavenly Pavilion, and about the need to wake him up for further defense and action. Jan was told to wake up the pavilion, otherwise he would be in danger. He felt a great responsibility on his shoulders and was ready to act. A lot of people ran away from the pavilion because of fear. It was necessary to establish order and protect the Heavenly Pavilion from potential threats. Yang listened carefully to the elder and thought about his plan. He realized that the hour of action had come, and he needed to assemble a team to restore order to the Heavenly Pavilion. The Chief Master told Yanov that he could stay. He felt that his presence could be important for the further situation. The Master advised Yanov to stay in the shelter until the situation became clear. Safety came first, and he tried to give Yan some sound advice. Ian was highly motivated to stay and protect his home. He understood that now it was important to repel a potential threat, but Yan decided not to argue with the elder and stay in the shelter. He trusted the experience and wisdom of the elders, and believed that this decision was the most reasonable at the moment. Many of his friends and students were there. They were united by a common goal and danger, and they were ready to face the emerging threat together. Everyone was evacuated from the pavilion, except for the head. The leaders decided to return to ensure security and coordinate actions. The elders also decided to return, but left the youngest to take care of the students. They believed in Ian and his ability to lead and protect the community. Yanov was ordered to protect all the students together with Suyan. This responsibility was great, but they knew that together they were stronger. They all started jumping into the dragon cave to save themselves. This choice was understandable as the cave provided natural protection, but they began to open the secret portal that the head of the Legion showed. This portal was supposed to lead them to safety and help them escape from the approaching threat. They continued to concentrate energy to open the portal. It was an important goal, and they made every effort to open a way to salvation. Still, they managed to charge the portal with their energy. Together, they gave the portal the necessary power. They began to enter the portal. hastily moved into the unknown, hoping for a better future. In their situation, there was no time for words. Everyone understood that it was necessary to act quickly and decisively. Suyan expressed her desire to know more about Yang's past and hugged him. This moment was brief but important. They managed to transport themselves 10 kilometers from the heavenly pavilion. They went into the unknown, where new challenges awaited. But here there were outsiders who were having a conversation. The situation became unexpectedly difficult. These outsiders looked very dangerous and evil. They could be a potential threat. The girl standing in the center had very large breasts. This detail was noticeable and perhaps had its own meaning. They agreed on something and smiled. It was difficult to understand their intentions from their behavior. One of the elders noticed that they had been noticed and pointed. This raised the tension. The master ordered everyone to be caught and taken prisoner, and in case of unknown intentions, she threatened to kill them. The situation became critical, and Jan and the rest began to choose how to act. Yang decided that the elder and the students should go forward with the Suyan, while he and the master held back the attackers. The attackers remained standing and smiling because they were outnumbered and believed in their superiority. The master decided to give the attack command, and the attackers went on the offensive. The barbarians began their attack, and the situation became very tense. Yang, using the artifact, was able to capture the body of one of the barbarians and use it to attack the others. At that moment, the attackers began to run away, and a chase began for them. Yan hurried to close the portal and concentrated his energy as much as possible. Behind the portal appeared only 2 girls and a foreman, who was cut in half, which indicated the danger. Yang carefully looked around but could not find Suyan. Yana was 20 kilometers away from the Heavenly Legion, and it was far from safe. The girls asked Jan about this place and threatened him. The new reality was unpredictable, and Yang decided to react cautiously. Ian was very quick and instantly reacted to the events around him. The girls launched a counterattack because they were outnumbered. They were also high level and could attack quickly. Yang took one hit and realized that they were very strong. At this point, he decided to use his soul release technique. He also activated his golden skeleton artifact and picked up the legendary sword. He repelled all enemy attacks with his red magic sword. After that, he started his counterattack. The master realized that Yang was also very strong and began to use new techniques to counter him. Yang continued to attack using his technique and artifacts. Yang began using the 10,000 swords technique, in which his attacks became extremely fast and numerous to defeat his enemies. At this stage, Jan felt great confidence in himself and his abilities. He activated his powerful 10,000 swords technique, which allowed him to perform a large-scale series of attacks with incredible speed and precision. Despite the numerical superiority of the opponent, Yang did not lose confidence and continued to fight. His attacks were timed for maximum effect, and he remained determined in every move he made. But he had to retreat before the number of enemies. From time to time, Yang would explode with a new series of attacks to defend his position. The pursuers did not retreat, and the pursuit of Yan continued. He had to constantly adapt and fend off their attacks. Constantly pursuing Yan, the enemies tried to tire and shock him. But he was not going to retreat. His determination was extraordinary. From a tired state, Yang fell to the ground. However, he quickly recovered and decided how to proceed. Surrounded by strong masters, Yang carefully analyzed the situation and looked for the enemy's vulnerabilities. Out of nowhere, a mysterious girl appeared on the battlefield. She began to attack both the enemies and Yan with her powerful magic, but she started attacking everyone with her magic. Her spells were powerful and effective, and she quickly forced enemies to retreat. She had a very beautiful and melodious voice, which even enhanced the effect of her magic. This voice magnetized and impressed everyone. She levitated in the air, expertly controlling her movements. Her lightness in the air and the smile on her face spoke of confidence. She could not stand being stared at or threatened. The girl mercilessly attacked and killed everyone who stood in her way. The craftswoman was seriously injured by the girl's attacks. Her condition was critical. The girl wrapped Yan with a ribbon, and then took him with her in an unknown direction. The other girls, left beaten and injured, were confused and did not understand who this mysterious woman was. The girl continued to fly with Yan far from the flames of battle. Yang tried to communicate with the girl, trying to find out more information about her motives and goals. He was ready to fight her powerful magic and tried not to lose his mind in this dangerous position. Yang grabbed the girl's leg, using this measure to block her magical energy and force her to lower her height. As they descended, they both fell at an ever-increasing rate, and the atmosphere filled with tension. Determined, John decided to take the initiative in his own hands and attack the girl during the dangerous descent. His attacks became more and more effective, and the fall became even faster and more dangerous, but they both continued to fall. The speed of descent only increased, and the ground was getting closer. After a dangerous landing, they found themselves in the woods, where they managed to avoid serious injuries. But the situation remained dangerous. Yang was now in an advantageous position, being on top, which gave him some advantage in this situation. The girl who was under him tried to use her attractiveness and tried to kiss Yan. Yan, being confused and losing his bee, fell to the ground, but refused to back down. The girl again wrapped Yan with a ribbon and lifted them into the air, transferring the initiative to her side. Yang, looking around the environment, realized that he was in an unknown cave, and he was ready for anything. The girl who helped Jan in a difficult moment stood next to him and expressed joy, seeing that he was coming to his senses. Yang was angry and began to shout, expressing his anger and contempt for the girl. The girl who had provoked such a reaction from Yan continued to laugh and seemed to be tired of his indignation. The girl explained that she captured Yan with the help of a secret art she possessed. Yang was surprised and did not understand how this magic could so enchant him and deprive him of his will. The girl introduced herself as Shan, but her name only added to the mystery of her origins and skills. Shan sat across from Yan and began meditating, showing her concentration and expertise in the art of development. Yang, watching Shan, noticed her strange technique, including wrapping herself in ribbons, which further increased his curiosity and amazement. Yang also decided to meditate and concentrate his energy, trying to understand the secrets that Shan was hiding. However, in the process of meditation, Ian began to have hallucinations, and he lost clarity about his surroundings and reality. Images of naked girls appeared around him, which only increased his confusion and mixed state of consciousness. There were many naked girls around him. The girls surrounded him from all sides. It was like an incomparable ocean of their attention. But despite all this attention, he managed to keep his mind and ability to think in this situation. When Yang looked around, he saw a girl lying on the bed who seemed mysterious and alluring to him. Shan seemed to have certain intentions, and he understood that she wanted closer contact. She sat on top of him and began to kiss him, sending waves of temptation and sweet peace. But he understood that it was only an illusion, a fiction, and now Yan needed to collect his thoughts and figure things out. Determined to end this illusion, Yang concentrated on controlling his inner energy. Thanks to his extraordinary stamina and super strong willpower, he regained consciousness and headed towards Shan, seeking to understand what had happened. She was furious that he could see into her thoughts and sense her desires, and it made her heart beat even faster in anger. Shan insisted that Yang had to leave, or he would risk staying in this strange place forever, and it put her at risk. She couldn't understand how Yan had managed it, and he wondered the same thing himself, pondering his amazing ability. Yang had managed to rise to the 4th level of Zheng Yuan, and it was a great achievement that he was proud of. He thanked Shan profusely for her invaluable help in achieving this important goal, and they exchanged thanks and hugs. During this, Yang absorbed a lot of energy, and this greatly exhausted the girl, depriving her of strength. Shan was very tired and weak, so she decided to lie down to rest. Yang expressed his sincerity for the fact that the girl saved him from the environment. Afterwards, Yang decided to go for a walk and left Shan alone so that she could regain her strength. Shan tried to regain her strength while he was away. To her, the impression was that Yang always showed excessive arrogance and self-confidence, but she also understood that this was his way of protecting her. Ian helped her cook and was always willing to help, which made her feel better. He asked what kind of place it was and what was happening here, showing curiosity about the surrounding environment and trying to reveal all the secrets of this strange place. Yang asked what kind of place it was and what was going on here, showing curiosity about the world around him. It turned out that they were in the holy land of the gray clouds, where the forces of nature were extremely powerful. This place was dangerous and full of powerful energies that made Yan excited. Yang felt anger as the girl had teleported them here without warning, and it infuriated him. He did not take his eyes off her, which caused the girl discomfort and tension. When she started screaming, Ian offered her food to calm her down and ease the situation. The girl refused the meat, as she had already been bitten by Yan, and this led to even greater tension between them. The mistress, along with her servants, continued to pursue them, which added to their tension and anxiety. They sat down in the middle of the forest and decided to rest, thinking about this mysterious place and the paths they could choose next. They discussed whether there was any city near them and how they could find out about it, deciding on a plan for further action. Disputes began between them because their ways diverged a little, and they decided to solve this issue and find a common way. Not everyone was ready to cross the land of gray clouds and move on, but Yang and Shan decided not to stop. At this time, Shan and Yang were walking in the forest, thinking about their future and their next steps. It turned out that Shan deviated from the route and got lost in the dense forest, which led to a tense situation between them. An argument began between them, and they argued about which of them was right, but then decided to concentrate on solving the problem. It was at this moment that they were noticed by someone else, and this new threat caused nervousness and thought about the next course of action. It turned out that they were warriors of one of the sects, who unexpectedly came to them, causing surprise and uncertainty. These warriors showed respect to Shan for her strength and skills, and this impressed Yang. Yang admired how these people respected Shan for her skills and knowledge. After a brief meeting, Shan ordered the warriors to leave the place, and they obeyed her. Yang and Shan decided to continue their journey deeper into the forest, embarking on new adventures and challenges. Shan's strength and skills, which only increased his desire to integrate into her world. The warriors were puzzled as to why Shan chose not to join them in the battle, and this piqued their curiosity. They couldn't understand why she just let them go, and it created a mystery. The warriors speculated that Yang might have killed one of their accomplices, and this infuriated them. They already had a plan on how to report that their accomplice might have been killed, and were preparing their response. Yang noticed someone approaching them and realized that they were the same warriors who had come for battle. These warriors wanted a real battle, and they were ready to strongly oppose Shan and Yang. They sensed that Shan had lost a lot of strength and decided to take advantage of this opportunity. As Shan tried to charm them, Yang began to actively use his skills. However, one of the warriors managed to repel Yan's counterattack. Shan was weakened and could not overcome the resistance of the warriors to her charms. At this moment, Yang began to use his artifacts and strongest techniques to defeat the warriors. The warriors also found it difficult to oppose Yan, as he was very skilled in combat. Working together, Shan and Yang used their techniques and combinations to win the battle. Most of the warriors were knocked down, and Yang and Shan decided to retreat so as not to attract the attention of others. But the surviving soldiers vowed to catch up and kill them. They continued to run for a long time, even half an hour had already passed. Shan was very tired and couldn't keep running away, and Yang also needed rest. Her specific body had its limitations, and Yang knew they needed to come up with a plan. They thought of a plan how best to confront the rest of the warriors chasing them. The group chasing Yan was also surrounded by warriors. This was noticed by Yang and Shan as they approached them. The warriors were angry and thirsty for blood, ready to do anything to achieve their goal. One of the warriors leaned towards Shan and greeted her, surprising them with this unexpected gesture. Yang argued that it was better for them to run away from here, avoiding too much fighting. He did not want to save those who once persecuted him and Shan. But suddenly, other warriors, who were also chasing Yang and Shan, came running and began to attack. Shan's magical abilities, trying to limit their capabilities. Yang and Shan did their best to avoid their attacks and stay on their feet. However, one of the magic charges still hit them and they fell. They were surrounded by enemies, and again found themselves in a hopeless situation. Shan noted that during the battle, Yan might have a chance to escape. Yang sensed a strong energy underground, and said that they would have a chance to escape. At this moment, the warriors were approaching again, increasing the tension and danger. Yang asked Shan to hold them for 9 seconds. At that moment, Shan's magic silenced everyone, blinding them with its power. Everyone was frightened and surprised by her incredible energy. At this time, Yang began to concentrate his own energy to perform the new technique. Yang continued to concentrate energy for another breakthrough. He struck the ground with his hand, and a huge earthquake occurred under the feet of the warriors. All of them fell into the cave, which had previously remained unnoticed. In this cave, a spider living in its nest began to attack them, and Yang and Shan began to retreat. The spider began to attack all the warriors who entered its territory and captured them with webs. Yang and Shan narrowly escaped a giant spider that tried to capture them. They broke free from the web with difficulty and escaped danger, continuing on their way. The web that also fell on them contained poison. Shan was incapacitated and Yang tried to save her from the poison. However, they were exhausted, and the spider also captured them in its arms. They lay in a web, in a spider's hole, powerless and hopelessly limited. They found themselves in a deadly embrace where fate had led them. Yang tried his best to wake up the frozen Shan, but the poison left her powerless. Yang could use his sword, but they needed to wait to regain their strength. Shan began to tell the legend about this terrible web and its mysterious nest. She also told Jan not to move so as not to attract the spider's attention. They remained motionless, imprisoned in cocoons made of webs that bound them. They tried not to lose heart and remain optimistic in this hopeless situation. They thought about how to escape from this area where they found themselves. They remembered their methods of struggle. But not all of them had a concrete plan of action. This task was extremely difficult and confusing, and posed a huge challenge to them. Ian needed time to think of a plan to get them free. An impressive spider returned to the cave, which made the situation even more difficult. With the signs of mutation, this spider was quite a danger, which increased the anxiety. The web completely enveloped them, leaving no possibility of movement. Despite everything, a clear plan did not emerge in their thinking. In a difficult moment, Jan reassured the girl and promised to rescue her from the trap. He ordered her to approach and carefully explained the plan of action, full of hope for rescue. Other captured warriors also discussed their situation. Inside this mysterious cave, where the spiders were preparing a dangerous attack, they broke the plan. In a terrible wave, spiders began to attack one of the warriors, and some of them became victims of these terrible creatures. Some warriors chose to flee for their lives, realizing the importance of survival in this brutal environment. The spiders responded with a terrifying attack on all the enemy warriors, initiating a brutal fight. In an atmosphere of panic, they tried to use their energy to get out of this nightmare, but the web was always stronger. The spider used its venom and web to trap its enemies and prevent them from escaping. The constant influx of webs and attacks from below made escape an almost impossible task for the warriors. The spider did not let go of its victims and continued to spit venom at them, creating even more webs to trap them in this terrible trap. From below, the spider continuously attacked, dousing the enemies with poison and using its immense strength, making their attempts to escape almost futile. The situation was at the extreme of survival, and they decided not to leave any enemy behind, except for Yan and Shan, who lay motionless, wrapped in webs, leaving them to live. Although Yang did not admit his guilt, he did not reject it, and claimed that it was just karma that befell these warriors in an unimaginable way. At the most unexpected moment, Shan began to kiss Yan, finding some hope in this desperate situation. Together, they sought to find at least a moment of pleasure in each other's web that surrounded them. Observing this event, the 7th grade spider continued to watch, and Yang told Shan not to move, and further attracted the attention of the other spiders. They desperately tried to signal the other spiders to let them go, but their efforts seemed futile. This spider possessed extraordinary abilities to communicate with humans thanks to its divine sense, which made the situation even more mysterious. Thanks to Shan's connections with the giant spider, they were able to come to an agreement, and the spider allowed them to escape. Spider-Man issued a threat to anyone who harmed her, saying that those people should die for their actions. Even when the Spider-Woman let go of Shan, she demanded that she leave, threatening her with dire consequences. Horror gripped everyone, as 5 days separated them from inevitable death, and this period became an incentive to come up with a plan to get out. Meanwhile, they thought deeply about their actions, worried and cried, looking for a way out of this hopeless situation. Yang tried to be positive, encouraging Shan that life is the most precious gift and they must fight to the end. In these moments of shared time, they found inner peace, silently enjoying moments of unity. Yang had deep feelings for Shan, and these emotions made him more sensitive. Bound by circumstances and feelings, Shan felt a tender connection with Yang, which made them close. Yang told Shan about his plan and asked her to get some food, which helped restore her strength and state of mind. Charged with new energy, Shan felt that she could once again overcome difficulties and tear the web. Now, having recovered their strength very quickly, they are ready to act and take the first step towards liberation. Strengthened after this rest, they began their retreat, away from the spiders, and hoping for a better future. The other girls began to beg Jan for help, begging him to save them from this terrible trap. Turning also to Shan, they asked for her support and hope for salvation. They were in a hurry, trying to get out of the creepy cave as quickly as possible, realizing that their time was running out. In addition, they decided to free the other girls from captivity, taking on an important rescue mission. All this happened under the cover of night, when there was terrible darkness all around. Shan decided to take them to a lake where they could recover and cool off. Many of the girls were gloomy, but Shan remained positive, her laughter sounding like hope in this moment of desperate rescue. Despite the liberation, enmity arose among them, and they got into a difficult situation. The story continues, and takes us half a month ahead, where they reach the city of Aromas. Passing through the streets of the city, they carefully examined each shop and object, trying to find useful information for their further journey. The city was very huge and incredibly beautiful, and they enjoyed every corner of this wonderful city. It was at this moment that Shan noticed her old friend among the unfamiliar faces. The friend, who was called Chen Yuan, was at the 7th grade level, and their meeting was unexpected and joyful. Chen Yuan invited Shan and the girls to the guest house and wished them a comfortable stay. She also asked for care and caution for other girls who needed help. Volunteering at her friend's request, Shan advised Yang to rest, realizing how tired he was from a busy day. The city impressed them with its boundless beauty and masterful architecture, and they decided to study it thoroughly. A friend led Jan to the guest house intended for their stay. During the move, she took with her the pillow that Shan usually slept on, and other necessary things for comfort. She also took the rest of the things that were left behind, but Jan didn't mind and was ready to rest and recover. Ian's head was spinning, and he was deep in his own thoughts. He thought about future events and the decisions he would have to make. At one point, Yang felt the presence of the spirit, but he did not wish to communicate with it at the moment. He postponed this communication until later, when he was ready for it. Early in the morning, the maids came to him and informed him that they were assigned to serve John. They were grateful for the opportunity to serve him and expressed their willingness to fulfill his wishes. They called Jan Lord and asked him what he wanted or needed. They were ready to meet his every need or help he would ask for. Ian decided to take a bath at that moment because he felt the need to relax after the events of the previous day. He hoped it would help him regain his strength and think more clearly. With calmness and confidence, Yang told the maids that they were not needed during his bath, and they were free to rest or attend to other duties. Shan's friend expressed some surprise and disappointment at Yang's indifference towards the maids. She didn't understand why he didn't use this opportunity to make contact with them. This thought made her question even more and made her think about how to make Yan more interested in the people around him. Shan began to think about how she could provoke Yang to interact more actively with the maids. The maid advised Shan to approach Yan herself and try to provoke him into a conversation. She emphasized that Yang may respond to a direct approach more than hints. Shan decided to take more active measures and ordered the new maids to provoke Yang into communication in order to attract his attention. But at that moment, Yang was too hungry, and he simply turned his back to the maids, ignoring their attempts. Shan's friend decided to support him and said that Shan had advised Yang to develop his communication skills. Later, a friend led Yan to a place that was personally important to her. This place was completely safe and she gave Yan permission to enter it. Yang was surprised to see the preserved gold and silver items as well as magical artifacts lying before him. Everything he saw here was extremely helpful in restoring his energy and strength. However, friends began to worry because of how long Jan looks at each object. As they prepared to leave the place, Yang asked them to wait a little longer. Shan's friend really liked a certain bead, but she hesitated to take it because she was afraid of breaking the rules. Yang handed this bead to Luo and told her not to worry. He added that if Shan asked, he would say that he took that necklace for his practices. Jan's time to begin his meditation was drawing near, and their conversations were coming to an end. After beginning his meditation, Yang focused on increasing his physical strength and magical abilities. During meditation, he reached another level of transformation, increasing his level of stamina and magical abilities. In addition, he regained his energy reserves and felt somewhat stronger. Lo walked over to the maids and told them to call her out. Yang said he looked tired from the continuous training and needed a short rest. During Yang's massage, Lo entered the room. Luo was annoyed that one of the maids was massaging Yang, and she showed her displeasure. The argument between Yang and Luo escalated, and Yang threatened to tell everyone about how Luo had stolen the artifacts from her treasury, further straining their relationship. Their conversation did not end in the best ways, and both decided to part ways, but remained on the same path, communicating further. Despite some tension, they decided to continue their journey and communication, trying to avoid further conflicts. During the time of their journey, their conflict only grew, and both felt dissatisfied with their situation. When they got to the pharmacy, they became interested in the range of products and items that were available. Ian was interested in pills to increase his physical strength and decided to purchase all available options. Many of the townspeople were afraid of Luo, and Yang couldn't understand why she was causing such negative reactions. Despite their conflict, they continued to walk around town, trying to relax and forget about their differences. Lo came across as very opinionated and angry, and this only worsened their relationship during the trip. At that moment, a gigantic warrior approached the palace and asked where the master was, looking very irritated and annoyed. The master was obviously in serious trouble, and no one knew why. He hadn't been this angry in a long time. Luo, planning to bring Yan down, conspired with her friends and prepared a basis to discredit him in order to use it against him. During their journey, they were met by strangers who looked very sad and strange. These mysterious people asked what Luo and Yang wanted, and their strange behavior raised suspicion. The strangers made an offer to buy medicine for Ian, and then invited them inside, apparently with similar intentions. Yang entered the head merchant and expressed his desire to buy pills to increase his strength, with his own twist, of course. The chief merchant replied that his assistants would collect everything necessary for Yanov's purchase. Yang, being very self-confident, began to quarrel with the merchant over the price and conditions of purchase, not paying attention to the unusual situation. The merchant was annoyed with Yan because of his pathos and aggressive behavior, not understanding his true motives. In his anger, Jan began a conflict with the merchant and his assistants, which only worsened the situation. The merchant was very indignant at Jan's actions and the actions of his assistants, but no one understood why all this was happening. The merchant's eyes began to glow red like a bull's. This indicated his growing excitement and readiness for battle. The merchant, outraged by Jan's aggression, expressed a desire to fight him and took up magic spells, preparing for a confrontation. The merchant insulted Yan, calling him a bastard and preparing to use magical techniques to attack. An intense battle began, where both fought for their beliefs, and Yang could already feel the strength of his opponent. The blows were as powerful as stone, and with each collision, sparks flew from them, increasing the tension of the battle. Law used her magic to shield herself from the flying debris and stay in the center of the action. The spectators around formed a small group, who watched this extraordinary match, expressing curiosity and admiration. Another master came forward, ready to help the merchant in this conflict, and he also felt a strange energy. Yan didn't fully understand what was happening, but there was incredible tension and an aura of magical battle all around him. Despite the general fear and chaos, Yang remained strangely calm and cautious at this moment. In a tense confrontation, the merchant moved to attack Ian with his huge mace. His eyes glowed red, but Yang was ready to answer. Yang reacted to the merchant's attack by using his unique Beast Soul technique seal, which boosted his defenses and made him less vulnerable to attacks. With that, Yang came out with his red artifact sword, ready for a great battle where not only their strength was at stake, but their pride and dignity as well. The gazes of both were filled with cruelty and determination. They were fighting to the limit of their abilities, and every punch was gossiped with tense anticipation. Despite being tired, both of them were not going to give up, and continued to fight until victory came. The merchant used his magic to protect himself from the wreckage and Yan's attacks, showing resourcefulness in combat. During the fight, a crowd of spectators gathered around them, watching the incredible battle of the masters. Coming to the rescue, another master decided to take part in the fight, making this battle even more difficult and surprising everyone. Yang tried to use the power expended during the battle to counterattack, and as a result, a huge explosion erupted. The merchant's assistants did not sit idly by and went into active defense, trying to deflect hundreds of swords at Yan in a last-ditch effort to stop his attack. The merchant was completely engrossed in anger. His expression was full of aggression, and he was even ready to kill Yan with the full force of his mace. Passers-by, frightened and upset by the violence, tried to break up the fight, although the situation remained tense. Luo expressed her indignation, asking Yang why he was silent during the fight, considering their relationship. Yang responded to her question with irony, indicating that she would speak again and he would be able to make a very sharp decision. Magic permeated his body, creating a red aura, and Yang could feel his strength gradually increasing. The energy was gathering momentum, and Yang was drawn into the flow of magic that was changing his state. Concerned by the events, the staff asked each other what had happened to the young lord during the battle. Luo avoided answering questions, resentful that Yang would not share the details of their fight with her. 3 days later, Ian got out of bed, eager to return to the usual rhythm of life after the difficult events. The maid informed them that the merchant had visited them and left some information, which raised more questions. Lo shared that the merchant had brought a bottle of pills that might be useful for Yan and his recovery. After 10 days of meditation, Yang was on the road to recovery, and Luo decided to visit him to check on his condition. Luo expressed her concern for Yang and said that she came to check on his health and help. At this moment, Yang was deep in thought, and responding to Luo's arrival seemed like a challenge to him. Luo suggested that Yan get rid of the burden that might be hindering his recovery, but this suggestion caused him to be surprised and refused. Luo used a seduction technique, hoping to strike Yang's vulnerability, causing him to react. Yang was embarrassed by this and decided to teach her a lesson to show his resolve. Laughing, he expressed his attitude towards the situation. It seemed to be his response to the seduction technique. Lo felt emotional and nervous, which led to her tears and emotional breakdown. After Sean's arrival, the situation became even more complicated, and they looked at different views of the situation while standing outside the door. After releasing Luo from the room, her appearance showed the tiredness and tension that affected her mood. Upon entering Yan's room, the girls noticed that he was alone and focused on his thoughts. After the episode with Yang, Luo left the room with a loud scream and a look of indignation on her face. Yang responded to Luo's accusation by assuring that he had not done anything to cause her reaction. The conflict continued, but both the girls and Yang understood that there was no point in continuing the quarrel. In an attempt to relieve the tension, the girls decided to separate for a while, hoping for a return of calm. Yang, remaining distant from the conflict, continued to meditate deeply to calm his thoughts. The relationship between them remained unclear, and all efforts to understand the relationship only intensified. Yang and Luo's meeting turned out to be tense again, and Yang decided to find out the reasons for her arrival. The dialogue between Yang and Luo continues, and they decide to find ways to resolve their conflicts and untangle their complicated relationship. The next day, the heroes met again, and decided to go to the dangerous cave, which was famous for its powerful magic and mystery. To get to the cave, they used Sean's magical abilities, covering the distance with instant flight. Arriving at the place, the heroes realized the danger lurking around because of the strong magic surrounding the cave. In order to protect themselves from magical influences and leave the slightest trace, they decided to hide their identity by donning robes. It had been 3 days since the argument between the heroes, and Yang decided to resolve the conflict by kissing Luo as a symbol of peace. During this kiss, he felt an unusual wind filled with magic that created a special aura around the cave. Inside the cave, the heroes spotted a group of warriors engaged in a pitched battle with a powerful evil spirit. One of the warriors turned to Yan, and they exchanged greetings, beginning a conversation together. During this exchange of stories, they learned that the warriors successfully won the battle and obtained an artifact that cleanses the soul of evil. From this meeting, the heroes got rid of tension and continued their journey with new knowledge and strength. Part of the artifact was given to Yan, and the warriors expressed their intention to help each other in further adventures. Some members of the team were unhappy with this action, as they were unsure of the true intentions of the person who had handed over the artifact. The heroes began examining the other artifacts they had won during the battle, trying to figure out their purpose and power. Yang noticed that one of the artifacts greatly increased his power compared to the previous spirits. As the apparition spirit screamed, the battle between Yan and this mysterious opponent began. The other warriors warned Yang that these spirits were known for their bloodlust, but Yang decided not to give up. Behind the entrance to the cave, other warriors stood, keeping a watchful eye and being careful not to let the spirits out. In the cave, Yang tried to absorb as much energy as possible to increase his strength before the battle. However, when he turned around, he saw other warriors fighting other spirits in the cave. Yang decided to join the warriors in fighting the spirits, but this caused resentment among the rest of the team. After a cold conversation between the warriors and Yan, they tried to smooth over the conflict and include the girl in the discussion. It turns out that among the warriors is a girl that Yang once saved, and this creates an additional tense moment. However, over time their relationship became easier and they began to communicate well, share thoughts and ideas. The warriors expressed their admiration for the courage of Ian, who dared to enter this dangerous cave on his own. Yang was amazed by the different colors of the spirits and began to understand that these colors denoted their power. The warriors explained in detail the structure of the world in the cave and the work of magic in this unusual place. Suddenly, they felt something approaching them in the cave, which caused a general indignation. The girl said that they, together with the warriors, are looking for a valuable artifact that disappeared in this cave. Yang was surprised because his sect no longer exists after the disappearance of the Heavenly Legion, and he told this to the girl. The girl shared her concern for her missing friends and began to ask if they had been seen. During further travels, something happened and Ian had to use magic to deal with the situation. At first glance, Yang was preparing to attack, but it turned out to be one of the fellow warriors. The warrior reported that he found the location of the 2 girls they were looking for. He also said that the girls were being chased by purple evil spirits, which added to the danger. They decided to go in search of their friends and justify the trust that was placed in them. Many soldiers were badly wounded during their journey, which caused general discontent. Noticing that the pace of the advance was slow, they decided to give the disgruntled warriors inspiration. The cave was full of evil spirits, and they knew it would be difficult, but they had no intention of stopping. The spirits were getting closer, and the warriors were ready to attack them using their magic and bravery. They were not going to stop and continued to beat the spirits on their dangerous journey. With new threats and an increased number of spirits, the warriors began to feel the strain, but still managed to repel the attack. After the battle, they examined the wounds and began to discuss a plan of further action. They hoped that they would be able to find a way out of the cave. As their time in the cave grew longer, they began to consider alternative ways out. As the going got tougher, they took breaks between battles to recuperate and gain strength. The girl in the group continued to administer first aid to the wounded warriors so they could continue fighting. Yang, using the accumulated dark energy, tried to maximize his fighting abilities. The opposition to the spirits was difficult, and the warriors made every effort to prevent the invasion. Yang's doubts about his strength began to dissipate when they saw how he handled the spirit attacks. However, the increased number of spirits required them to make strategic choices and determine the best course of action. Having decided to retreat, they tried to find an advantage in this situation and considered the possibility of salvation from this threat. Yang found one of his old friends among the fighters and without delay called the other warriors to join him. This unexpected meeting gave them courage and unity. During the rapid retreat from the evil spirits, the group of warriors continued to fight fiercely, preventing the enemies from getting any closer. Their skill and determination stood them in good stead at this critical moment. Back at the entrance to the cave, Yang told his fellow warriors about the recent events and shared a detailed description of the difficult situation. The other fighters revealed that they too had suffered ordeals, retreating before the attacks of the evil mutant spirits. Their stories reflected the difficulty of the battle and the courage with which they stood. An important meeting with friends after a few hard days filled the hearts of John and the other soldiers with joy. They exchanged sincere greetings and words of support. Realizing the artifacts belonging to their fellow warriors, Yang's curiosity was ignited, wanting to unravel the mystery of their origins and potential influence on events. Yang told everyone that he used to be a member of the Heavenly Pavilion sect and emphasized how the sect impressed him. Finding other warriors, Yang inquired about their experiences and the information they possessed to enrich the general understanding of the situation. After examining the crowd, it became clear that 2 more girls were in the cave. Their presence caught the attention of Ian and the other warriors. It turned out that these girls were trying to capture and use for their own purposes. This created a new risk and tension in the situation. Yan resolutely forbade the soldiers to take any violent measures against the girls and went himself to talk to them, find out their intentions, and the possibility of cooperation. Yan, always keeping the peace and avoiding unnecessary conflicts, was friendly to all the people he met on his way, not wishing for enmity. Using his dexterity and magical abilities, Yang flew up to the girls, demonstrating his incredible skill in manipulating magic. The girls turned out to be his old friends with whom he had traveled before, and they were happy to meet. The meeting took place in a difficult situation, but it did not prevent them from being happy to see each other again. Yang sensed that the girls had raised their Chun Yuan level and become a bit stronger. The girls asked why they were being chased by a group of people, and Ian explained the situation. The girls were exhausted, and Ian offered them tonic food to restore their strength. One of the girls tried the food and felt relief. They all meditated together to regain their energy faster. After meeting his old friends, Yang decided to guard them so that they could properly restore their strength and be ready for the battles ahead. With the help of magic, they crossed the chasm and found themselves on the other side of the abyss, ready for new challenges. When they arrived on the other side of the chasm, they appeared before the soldiers, who greeted them warmly and joyfully. The soldiers greeted the girls and discussed further steps and plans. Their joy turned to anxiety when they felt the energy of the evil spirits begin to leave the cave. It turned out that this place is the center of an evil spiritual source that needed to be stopped. At the abyss, other warriors and a master joined, ready to help in the fight against evil spirits. The master, who was more experienced, carefully surveyed the environment. The spirits began to concentrate their energy, preparing to attack and pose a threat to everyone. The assembled group of warriors asked the master about his strategy and plans of action to fight these spirits. Yang wondered what kind of energy could be concentrated in this source directed against them. Everyone discussed that an evil essence is concentrated in this source, which is threatening to everyone around. The battle began, and everyone wanted to survive in this tense encounter. Different clans and groups of warriors fought side by side, united in the fight against sinister spirits. They attacked the spirits and inflicted as much injury on them as possible, trying to weaken their power. The master was amazed at the skills and techniques that Yang possessed, who was very fast and coordinated several groups of warriors at the same time. Under Yanov's leadership, they continued to fight, although it seemed that victory was close at hand. But the spirits did not retreat, and the fight continued, demanding maximum effort from the soldiers. The warriors also tried to concentrate their own energy to be able to last longer in this intense battle. The warriors had another secret weapon, beast soul seals, which they were now using in hopes of defeating the spirits. They continued to fight in this intense battle where every second counted. The girls were on the verge of despair, believing that they were surrounded by mutant spirits. With the help of Ian and his magic, the girls managed to survive without injury or damage and were able to continue their meditation and development. There was no end to the evil spirits, and they continued to attack the warriors without tiring. All of the warriors were on the verge of exhaustion, but they had to concentrate to deal as much damage as possible to the spirits. Yang activated his artifact and began to store energy in it for a powerful strike. He was preparing to deliver a very strong blow to stop the onslaught of spirits. The struggle between the warriors and the spirits continued extremely tensely. The old master, who was known for his skill, asked Jan for help, but Yang couldn't help him, as he needed to recover his own strength to withstand this intense battle. All eyes were on Ian, watching his recovery and hoping for his return to battle. The old master tried to subdue the energy coming out of the cave, but he was also exhausted and could barely defend himself. The masters were exhausted too, and even the old master was having trouble maintaining his strength. The warriors appealed to the master to protect them, and promised to give him slave girls as a reward for his help. They were ready to give the master their female slaves in return for his protection from the spirits. But a tense situation arose between the warriors and the master threatened them. The master even threatened to kill everyone if he was not listened to, escalating the conflict. The witnesses of this conflict, all present, turned away from the scene, enveloped in exciting emotions. The master began to show aggression, surviving the slave's life force through blood. The girls who were slaves were shocked and angry when they saw this horrible picture. The old master began to retreat, increasing his energy, creating a mysterious mood. The warriors were extremely careful because they knew that the old master had always been known for his cunning. The warriors felt defeated and had no idea how to react to the old master's behavior. Skepticism reigned among the warriors, and they were not ready to trust the old master because of his treachery. The evil spiritual technique continued to overpower and influence the warriors. The warriors continued to resist the powerful spirit, but it was very difficult due to the influence of the dark technique. One of the warriors tried to use his artifact to weaken the spirit, but the situation remained tense. The warriors were in a difficult situation and had no clear plan as the spirit continued to attack. The old master again tried to suggest something to the warriors, but their thoughts were divided. The old master, along with his warriors, began demanding the twin sisters, making the situation worse. The situation became very difficult, and Ian pondered the best course of action. He was faced with an important choice that could determine the course of the entire battle. The evil spirit was getting closer and was already preparing to start its attack on the soldiers. The tension in the air was palpable, and everyone was on guard. Yang didn't waste any time and used one of his artifacts to immediately begin fighting the malevolent spirit. He raised his sword and prepared for his attack. Blow after blow, Yang struck hard at the spirit with his sword. He displayed impressive fighting techniques and used his magical abilities. The warriors standing around watched with great admiration as Yang bravely entered into a confrontation with the spirit. His determination and skill were impressive. The energy that the warriors gave Yan was almost exhausted. They understood that Yan would have to go into battle with the spirit himself. Yang also began to feel tired, but he did not stop. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and he felt that time was working against him. Just when it looked like Yang could avoid the spirit's attack, the spirit made a sudden move and Yang was unable to dodge the attack. The spirit continued to attack Yan using his powerful artifact. Yang was stunned by this attack, but he didn't give up. In a decisive moment, Yang decided to deliver his own powerful blow to the spirit. There was an explosion that knocked both of them back and stopped the battle for a while. After the powerful explosion, everyone present stood in shock and watched as the body of the evil spirit was torn to pieces. The devastating effect of this attack was astounding. The old master, wanting to capture the energy of the spirit, tried to intervene in the situation. This angered Yan, and he began to attack the master to protect the prized trophy. A confrontation began between John and the old master for the spiritual cattle that could change the course of events. Both were tired, but the forces were about equal, and the fighters were ready to continue the fight. The rest of the warriors that were with Yan were willing to enter this battle, ready to use their magic and artifacts to help their comrade. The warriors banded together and used all their knowledge and skills to provide for Ian during this difficult battle. No one wanted the old master to win this fight and gain demonic energy. The master clearly showed his displeasure and began to shout at the warriors, but they were determined in their purpose. After the evil spirit fell, Yan's body began to glow a light green color. This light was very bright and expressed a new demonic energy. Thanks to this demonic energy, Yang was able to gain additional power and authority over his actions. Now he could use that energy to his advantage. Yang returned to his normal form and could feel his strength returning. He has regained his energy and is ready for action. Everyone began to observe Yan's powerful force in the air in fear. Yang felt an overflow of energy and asked for a bottle of spirit energy to filter and use this energy in a controlled manner. The warriors are proud of Yan and are amazed by his incredible strength and courage in battle. They witnessed Genova's great victory. The old master and his warriors were amazed at what had happened. They don't know how to react to changing circumstances. Yang decided to resolve the conflict personally and climbed the mountain, where he met with the old master, ready to settle the situation. Ian has shown himself to be a true warrior and knight, ready to defend his principles and beliefs. Yang demanded that the enemy sect must give him all the medicine bottles, or else he would take drastic measures. The enemy sect gave Yan all of their medicinal supplies, ignoring his warnings. The old master felt anger and irritation at the loss of the medicine, and it showed in his treatment of his warrior. After fighting the evil spirit, Yang pondered how to resolve the conflict with the old master who was trying to extract the spirit's energy. A tense conflict began between Yan and the old master. The warriors watched as the two battled for control of the spiritual power. The confrontation continued, and the situation became increasingly tense. The warriors who were friends with John were ready to intervene. Yang decided to use his magic and artifacts to ensure an advantage in the fight. He turned on his technique and demonstrated skill. The warriors decided to unite and support Yan in this difficult battle, preventing the old master from winning. The old master was on the verge of defeat. and he used all his skills to survive this confrontation. The battle went on for a long time, and the final outcome was uncertain. Both sides expended a lot of energy and resources. Surviving in this conflict became an extremely difficult task. Yang and the warriors were exhausted, but they did not give up. The situation grew tense, and both sides were recognized as powerful. The struggle for control over energy continued. At this time, balls with a strange liquid began to float in the cave, which caused additional surprise and indignation of the warriors. The water level suddenly rose, and the water turned green, causing general surprise and alarm among the warriors. The old master, knowing the danger, urged everyone to follow him, otherwise they would die. Yang came at the request of the master, but he refused to help, claiming that there was no room in his dome. The moment the master launched his attack was very intense, and the water level was steadily rising. Yang did not want to help the old master to get out of the cave, and this led to their confrontation. The fight continued, and the water level was almost knee-deep, but the soldiers did not give up. Yang continued his attack, showing a very high level of confidence and strength. The energy pulsed, rising above the water level, creating real chaos in the middle of the cave. Some of the warriors lost their minds and sank into the water, unable to overcome Yan's spirit technique. The situation became more and more difficult, and the enemies were stunned by Yan's actions in this struggle. The old master was shocked, not believing in the possibility of victory. Then Yang assured that he would soon overcome the old master. Looking at the attacking Yang, the master started to run away, but Yang was faster and started to catch up with him. The moment came when Yang was already quite close and attacked the master from behind, forcing him to fall into the water. The mutants, who were under the influence of dark energy, grabbed the master by the leg and dragged him under the water. Yang did not stop and attacked the master with fire energy, trying to save him. The water level rose rapidly, threatening to fill the entire cave, and the warriors began to panic. Ian stretched his energy dome, protecting his friends from water surges and mutants. The water almost flooded the entire cave, and the warriors felt the incredible pressure of the situation. The evil spirits could not break through the protective dome and continued to attack. The soldiers were surrounded by water and mutants and had to find a way out of this difficult situation. The situation was becoming critical, and determination played a key role at this point. Everyone began to panic, but it was time to act. Yang, who was extremely strong, ended his decisive moment by declaring that he could create many protective domes that could save everyone from extreme danger. His girlfriends were among those present, and he hesitated on how best to act to protect them and the entire group. Starting a conversation with one of his friends, he asked how she was doing and how she felt about this crisis situation. The girl said that during the battle for the Heavenly Legion, many masters were affected by spirit attacks, and it was difficult to endure. Although most managed to survive, their home was completely destroyed and Yang was furious about it. To protect everyone, he continued to hold the sphere that protected them from danger. The protective dome was on the verge of cracking due to the excessive pressure, but Yang still tried to hold it. The energy around them grew, and the situation became more and more difficult, but they did not lose hope. The water rose high, taking them into a whirlpool of danger, and the protective dome began to crack even more, threatening their lives. Yang makes an incredible impact with his energy in one of the caves. The impact is so powerful that it causes a huge fountain to appear and water to pour out. The fountain grows with every second, and water begins to pour out of the cave in a river. This water has a powerful force that drives the mutants out of the cave. Mutants are powerless before the powerful force of water, which sucks them in and takes them outside. The warriors accompanying Yan rejoice as they see the water in the cave receding. This gives them an advantage. Yang expresses his hope that if the opportunity arises, they can retreat from this place, using water as a means of control. As the water level recedes, the heroes feel an urgent need to leave their safe cave. They watch how the waters recede and decide to go into the unknown. Immediately, when one of the soldiers notices the shadows of light at the end of the dark cave, he screams uncontrollably for a way out, his voice echoing through the cave wall, causing an effect of excitement among the others. But at the most critical moment, when the warriors are ready to go, the old masters of riddles and secrets, get in their way and try to stop them, causing surprise and misunderstanding. These amazing masters have unique abilities and keep hidden in deep caves. Ian, always up for a challenge, decides to meet with them, hoping for an interview and uncovering secrets together. One of these masters, with impressive riddles and unusual intrigue, suddenly turns out to be the master of the situation, capturing Ian and leading him further into the cave. The master orders everyone to leave, and promises that he will join them later when he leaves this place. His determination and authority are impressive. The master impresses everyone by applying a mysterious shadow seal that prevents anyone from pursuing him. This shows his high level of skill and control. In addition, it is worth noting that this master has an extraordinary power that allows him to influence the minds of other people, in particular girls. His mental control leaves no doubt about his extraordinary abilities. The masters escorted Yan to an unknown place, emphasizing the mystery of their destination. In this place, a huge concentration of dark energy is felt, which creates a mystical atmosphere. The masters and Ian encounter this mysterious energy and begin a survey. They are interested in everything he can tell. It is worth noting that the old masters are looking for a great source of energy to help raise their level of power. This indicates their ambition and search for new opportunities. Yang carefully tells everything he knows, and his information proves valuable to the masters, leading to the decision to let him go. However, Ian has to independently get out of this area, where the concentration of energy is incredibly high. Here it is important to note that Ian begins to confront this energy, and feels an inner calling, which can change the further development of events. Yang decided to take a risk and began to absorb dark energy. This move made the masters very angry as they were losing control over him. Absorbing the dark energy restored Yan, giving him an extraordinary surge of strength and power. During this time, the warriors continued to flee deep into the cave, seeking safety from the unknown. However, they later decided to return, join forces, and go in search of their friend Ian. Together, they planned to find and help Ian, working together to achieve this goal. As they ran, they suddenly felt a huge burst of green energy fill the air. Now the old masters were badly wounded, and they tried to retreat, but they felt that a huge flow of energy was catching up with them. Having flown past the soldiers, the masters did not take their eyes off the threat and did not pay attention to them. This situation was the result of Genova's activities. He killed 2 masters and seriously injured 2 more. But at that moment, another huge spirit appeared, resembling a bat in its form, and watched Yan with interest. After a brief survey of each other, both rivals decided to settle their differences in combat. An epic battle now unfolds where they use their magic and skills to face each other. The evil spirit, which was extremely large and powerful, proved to be a difficult opponent. To power up his attack, Yang began using a new artifact, trying to gain as much power as possible. He decided to use the pure Yan artifact to reduce the powers of this evil spirit. Ian launched an attack, trying to use all his knowledge and energy to win. The energy chains that arose as a result of the battle began to bind the monster's spirit and body. The spirit was intelligent and could communicate in human language, which made the fight difficult. This spirit was General Manga, known for his brutality and strength abilities. Thanks to the artifact, Yang was able to weaken the spirit somewhat, but the battle had only just begun, and they still faced a great challenge. When the warriors met, Ian refused their help and asked to be left in the cave, where he felt the need for solitude. The warriors, trusting Yan, agreed and began to leave the cave, leaving him to meditate. Secluded in a cave, Yang went deeper into his meditation practices and reflections. During the exit of the soldiers, the cave began to be covered with ice, and they felt the cold, which is the name of Yana. This coldness was familiar to them and seemed to be related to Yang's energy, which piqued their interest. The cold began to spread from the cave, leaving behind traces of incredible power and influence. Yang continued to sit in meditation, accumulating his genius energy, and not knowing how it affected the world around him. The duration of his meditation exceeded 3 days, and this time was filled with inner searches and changes. While meditating, Yang experienced strange changes in his body and the skeleton that was part of his existence. The dark energy that was accumulating in him began to manifest its power, possibly capable of affecting the skeleton and changing its structure altogether. The power of dark energy overwhelmed Yan, giving him incredible power. He rose to his feet and shouted with all his might, sending his message through the wind. The warriors who left the cave felt the cold coming from it and witnessed an explosion from within. The loud explosion caused panic among the warriors outside the cave, and they began to worry about Yan. Ian came out of the cave, and his friends were relieved and happy to see him alive. They couldn't believe how Yang was able to handle the monster and defeat the Ghostmasters. Yang kept some details and circumstances mysterious, refusing to reveal all the details of his trip. His peers invited him to join their team and overcome the task together. They understood that their paths diverged a little, and prepared for an imminent farewell. The twin girls and Ian waved their hands in a final farewell gesture before they parted ways. The girls asked Ian where he would go now, but even he himself was not sure of his future direction. Initially, I planned to leave this land, but it became difficult to start a new life somewhere else because of the widespread war. With no specific plan in mind, Yang decided to go in with the girls, but before doing so, they disguised themselves to avoid looking suspicious. They smeared their faces with dirt and ash, making themselves less visible and recognizable. So they set off on a journey under the scorching sun, possessing unusual style and strength. Yang suddenly sensed danger and instantly launched an attack, using his energy to protect the girls. He took on the burden of protection by boosting his energy, while the girls helped him by tending to his injuries. The route of their journey was long and difficult, and finally, after many difficulties, they reached their destination. They reached Mount Taifan, feeling the grandeur and deep meaning of this place. Having met the warriors, they were asked what their purpose of visiting this mountainous area was, and what they needed in general. The girls, wiping their faces from the dirt, were not surprised that they were recognized, because they were very beautiful, and the masking dirt hid everything. The warriors invited the girls to pass and feel at home in their village, accepting them as guests. The girls were annoyed that they weren't recognized, and the soldiers were upset that they didn't recognize their friends. During their survey of the village, they found their group, which caused joy. Exclaiming, a group of warriors turned to them, and they were glad to see the girls. One of the masters hugged them, and Yang felt joy as he watched the moment. Yang also decided to say hello and get to know the girl clan warriors, starting a new relationship. After the greeting, another master approached them, talking about his pleasure at meeting the girls. This master was a young and strong warrior who became a master at a fairly early age. He expressed joy at seeing the girls, but they did not feel the same emotional connection. The young master apologized to the girls for his unfair reaction, trying to restore harmony and communication. The girls were confused by this apology, because they had experienced difficult moments and did not feel their own guilt. After apologizing, the young master wished them a good day and left with his bodyguard, trying to maintain good relations. One of the soldiers, trying to relax the situation, began to joke, hoping to cheer them up. The girls and Ian were grateful for the opportunity to rest, as they were really tired from the long journey. Sitting around the fire, they grilled food and shared interesting stories, which strengthened their community. The master talked about the threat posed by the rebel spirits and their plans to conquer the world, warning of the extreme complexity of future events. Yang listened carefully, understanding that they would have to face great trials and challenges along the way. The fire was burning around them and they were trying to relax and enjoy the moment, forgetting about the difficulties. Yang savored the fried chicken, relishing such a simple yet delicious meal that he hadn't had in so long on his journey. The young master, together with his bodyguard and girlfriend, spent time near the forest, enjoying the peace and nature around. An accidental blow to the young master caused surprise and misunderstanding. In fact, he fell. Almost losing his balance, the young master asked about the cause of the blow and what was happening. The senior master had vision problems, which led to misunderstandings and conflicts. The situation became even more tense, and they began to discuss Ian and his background. Relations became tense. Many of those present were interested in the Heavenly Legion and Yanov's role in it. The girls took it upon themselves to defend Ian, pointing out that his past was irrelevant to them. Ian was tired of the discussions. He appreciated the support of the girls and wished them well. The girls expressed disbelief that Yang represented the Heavenly Legion, noting his unusual appearance. The young master increased his suspicions and ordered his fighters to capture Yan, which caused a new wave of tension. The young master decided to use his artifact and launched an attack on everyone who tried to protect Yan. The situation has become critical. At the moment Yang was meditating, the young master's artifact flew towards him, threatening to cause damage. Yang was able to react quickly and block the young master's artifact attack with his magic. After blocking the attack, Yang rushed towards the young master and squeezed his throat tightly. Then he dealt a fatal blow to Yanov, and after that he turned his attention to his girlfriend. Using his magic, he lifted them up and threw them hard onto the ground, creating a large pit. Yang began to use the artifact and his magic, dealing blows equal to the attacks of 10,000 swords as he was surrounded by the young master's followers. One of the followers was ready to confront John and his power. Ian was happy about this because it gave him a chance to become stronger again. The senior master recognized that Yang had impressive strength and could teach others a lot. Yang decided to end the conflict with the young master and, feeling threatened, stepped on his head, telling him to shut up or he would not spare him. The warriors, outraged by Yan's treachery, did not want their master to become a victim, and were ready to intervene in the conflict. The headmaster, wanting to keep the peace, stood between the young masters and ordered an end to this quarrel. Yang braced himself for any eventuality and began to store energy in his hand, ready to use it if needed. One of the warriors threatened Yan, but Yan only responded with a smile, showing his confidence. The moment of battle had arrived and both were ready to use their skills. Yang used his power and his opponents felt incredible pain, but he had not yet unleashed all of his magic. He revealed that defeating them all would be easy if he chose to do so, expressing his confidence. Yang was mocking and pathetic, showing his superiority over his opponents. His keen sense and ability to sense danger allowed him to always be ready to respond to any challenge. The master could hear the sound of a fight, because someone decided to fight with Yan. The situation looked tense, and the master was ready to intervene. Another master came up and they began to complain to him that Yang wanted to kill them. The master was amazed by this story, but they began to carefully inform him about the situation that happened. They tried to reveal all the details in order to find out the truth. Ian's friend began to elaborate on how a group of people decided to frame Ian. She explained all the details and her words were very convincing. The masters continued to communicate and tried to explain the situation that occurred. They were impressed and decided to settle the conflict. The headmaster decided to apologize for all his subordinates and said that this should not happen again. Ian was glad that the situation had turned out this way, and it was not his fault. He was ready to act intelligently. And at this moment, when no one expected it, Jan struck the couple who were held hostage by him. This move shocked everyone around. They were thrown several meters and suffered fractures and bruised ribs. Yang demanded an apology for their actions. He ordered them to apologize, or else he decided he would act decisively and without remorse. The group of provocateurs decided to simply leave in order to avoid further complication of the situation. They ran away and were very angry with Jan and his powerful force. Ian's friends praised his achievements and said he was a true warrior and leader. One of the friends approached Jan and asked what was going on. He replied that nothing special had happened. A group of provocateurs were led to the Lord's chambers, and he asked why Ian was still alive and hadn't been killed. They were told that Yang was extremely strong, and it was very difficult to kill him. The master asked his advisors what to do as they didn't know how to neutralize Jan, especially with his wealth of artifacts. Master found this to be very logical and continued to think of a plan to neutralize Jan. All the plans were very suspicious and nothing occurred to them. The young master, not finding a solution, simply gave the provocateurs medicine and they were very grateful for it. The master says that as soon as he saw Jan, he felt his powerful strength. The provocateurs realized that nothing would succeed, so they decided to return to their homes. After half a month, his sisters entered Jan's room very joyfully, although Yang wasn't exactly happy to see them as they interrupted his meditation. The sisters were preparing to leave the camp and asked Jan to stay here to guard the settlement. They knew that Yang had powerful powers and the ability to defend their settlement from any threat. Further events took place in the forest thicket, a place where dangers and mysteries lurked. Warriors and provocateurs decided to test the strength and power of Jan near this dangerous forest. Some people decided to go on a hike, but already at the beginning they felt that something was wrong and abandoned their plans, turning back. They were alert and felt that there were dangers lurking in the forest. Ian sat in his house and meditated, focusing on his powers and abilities. But at the most unexpected moment, his house was surrounded by mysterious warriors and provocateurs who wanted to test Jan's strength. Yang sensed the power of the provocateurs and warriors and immediately reacted by attacking them with full energy and force. He used his extraordinary abilities to defend himself and his home. When the provocateurs reappeared before Jan and tried to summon him, they realized that they were unable to defeat such a strong warrior. Yang was too powerful to resist. The warriors told Jan that he was crazy, that it was impossible to be so strong and powerful. But Yang just smiled and continued to fight, showing his indomitable will and strength. They also insulted Jan with abusive words, trying to make him angry. But this only stimulated Jan even more, making him stronger and more confident in his abilities. Jan began to use his spirit technique extremely quickly, preparing to impress and protect. A spectacular explosion resulted from Yang's action, killing many warriors. But Yang remained unharmed and ready for his next move. The warriors, although suffering losses, tried to attack Jan again, but his skill and defensive technique left them no chance. When the enemies tried to attack Jan, he used the Soul Beast technique to evade their attacks. Impressive with his dexterity, Yang deflected the attacks of the enemy soldiers and prepared for counterattacks. As he responded to the attacks, Yang dealt deadly blows to his enemies, showing his undeniable skill. Yang expressed his unquestionable confidence and fearlessness to the robbers and declared that they would never defeat him. Enemy soldiers were overwhelmed by Yanov's incredible strength and began to retreat en masse from the battlefield. The warriors said that Yang was a real monster and did not understand how he could be so strong. Some of the strongest experts began to attack Yan, but he was ready for this battle. Concentrating their energy, the warriors tried to strike at Yan, but this made him even more angry. Smiling, Yang found his anger growing even stronger, and it was evident in his demeanor. The warriors said that Yang would pay with his life for killing so many young warriors today. Yang prepares another provocation, trying to provoke a reaction from the warriors with his words and charge them with anger. He calls the enemies beasts without recognizing them as warriors, and this infuriates them even more. Finally, Yang uses a powerful spiritual technique that completely paralyzes the warriors and causes great fear. Enemies become completely powerless before an unknown force, and they cannot react to the situation. The battlefield is somehow frozen, creating a mysterious and almost supernatural atmosphere. Yang laughs, taking advantage of the enemy's fear, and continues to control the situation. Enemies can no longer escape due to Yanov's superiority in speed and strength. Yang once again uses super energy to defeat enemies and leave them powerless. Enemies don't have a chance to escape as Yang outmatches them in speed and strength. Yan's technique limits enemies that try to attack him. Yang remains invincible using his superpowers and magic. All provocateurs and robbers retreated in fear from his techniques. Yan wasn't going to stop and used his attacks again. He said that no one would ever escape from him and everyone would be punished. He was preparing for an extremely powerful magic strike. Almost all the warriors and bandits died from injuries and exhaustion. Yang mercilessly delivered insane and fantastic strikes, dealing incredible damage to his enemies. His powerful dark magic completely conquered the mind and body of his athletic opponents. This unexpected attack scared them so much that they desperately turned to the surrounding warriors for help. Yang was absolutely ruthless and continued his implacable struggle. All attempts to attack him failed because he easily repelled them. The elders tried to curb his magic, but it was too difficult. His friends stood up for Ian and emphasized that he is their best friend. The elders were on the verge of losing because of Yan's unrestrained behavior, and they tried to punish him. They even called Yan a monster, describing him, and did not want to continue the fight. When Yang approached the girls, they worriedly asked him if he was injured. A young master came and began to ask what happened here, and to listen in detail to the testimonies of eyewitnesses and participants of the event. The senior chief began to say that Yang had killed the warriors who attacked him, and demanded severe punishment for Yang. Jan's sisters tried to protect him and justified his actions, convincing the young master of the need for an objective investigation. A lively quarrel began between them and the other warriors, which had no end. But the young master tried to calm the situation. The young master proposed a thorough investigation to restore justice and put an end to this conflict. The young master was extremely calm and composed, even in difficult circumstances. But this determination was not always accepted with understanding. He began interviewing passers-by and witnesses to find out all the circumstances of the event and identify those responsible. If he did not do this, he threatened to punish everyone on the spot and take appropriate measures. Everyone who was interviewed tried to justify his role in the conflict and shift the blame to other participants. The provocateurs who started the conflict lied about their actions and tried to justify themselves by claiming that they were innocent. The young master glared at everyone around him, his eyes showing irritation and concern. He decided to listen carefully to each participant in the conflict, although this task was not easy, given the heightened situation. The quarrel continued and had no end. It seemed that there was no way to reconciliation. All of Yan's subordinates were on their knees and refused to admit their guilt, trying to justify themselves. Yang did not want to get into a conflict. He was interested in uncovering the real reason for this dispute. He resented being accused of impure magic and accused of violence. When the elder continued to shout loudly at Yan, he simply laughed, not reacting to the provocations. The young master was ready to attack Yan, but Yan's girlfriend stood in front of him, trying to avoid the conflict. The young master believed in his subordinates and wanted to establish justice, not paying attention to Yan's refusals. But suddenly, from behind, strangers appeared on horses, whose horses burned with fire magic, pouring flames around. The young master was very excited to meet his brother and greeted him joyfully. They hugged and decided to discuss the emergency. The master began to tell his brother about the very strong evil energy he had noticed in Yan and the extraordinary power he possessed. Brother was surprised and found it hard to believe that Yang could be so strong considering his past weakness. But he supported his brother and said that if this story is true, then the dangerous person should be removed as soon as possible. Both brothers gathered together, ready to act in this dangerous situation. They also threatened to kill Yan's girlfriends, which caused fear and outrage among the girls. The girls found themselves in a hopeless situation, not knowing how to get out of this difficult situation. They took John's power seriously and believed that they would kill him if they did not find a way out of this situation. The older brother also expressed his desire to subjugate the girls and enslave them, and this caused anger and outrage. Jan stood very angry and understood that before him was an extremely difficult trial and a hard struggle. An inevitable battle was approaching before them. Their emotions were unfolding faster and faster, increasing the tension. The elder brother of the master looked extremely cocky and carefree, as if he did not see the danger that lay beneath this situation. Yang said that if he decided to go, no one could stop him. He was decisive and ready for any development of events. The masters mockingly decided to call Yan Suchin, after which they gave the order to surround him. The others surrounded Ian, creating an invisible barrier. A total of 4 people surrounded Yan. as well as people who supported him in this difficult situation. The sky above them seemed to darken when a mysterious fiery bird appeared on it, like the embodiment of their exalted state. The fiery bird was mesmerizing with its greatness. The master felt intimidated by his presence. This bird, the golden eagle, symbolized great danger. The eagle came closer and screamed, which caused the master to lower his height sharply, looking at him in fear. The girls urged Ian to run, sensing that the situation was becoming more threatening. But Ian had a plan of his own. The master's brother decided to try to catch the eagle, but it turned out to be an extremely difficult task, since the bird was far from the ground and flew with amazing speed. They tried to attack the eagle with their energy, but it was too good at maneuvering to avoid their attacks. The golden eagle turned out to be an extremely dangerous opponent. Hunting him was extremely difficult and risky. The foreman said that it is better not to hunt this eagle, because it already has its owner. Others did not understand what was so special about this bird, and were surprised by such precautions. Ian said that most likely this eagle is a shared beast of one of their family members, and it carries a special meaning. He added that there are only 10 golden eagles in the world, making them extremely rare and valuable. Now they were left in despair, not knowing how to proceed. At that moment, Yang whistled, and the eagle suddenly changed its trajectory. A golden eagle landed on Ian's shoulder, and he stroked it, feeling a connection with this majestic bird. The senior master now realized how strong and special Yang was, and honored him, recognizing his power. Unexpectedly, bloody warriors belonging to Yan's family appeared from the depths of the forest. They were ready to protect their lord at any cost. Suddenly, one of the warriors shouted, "Where is my lord?" But his words scattered among the trees. The warrior approached Yan and carefully asked him if everything was okay and how he was feeling. He was excited about his lord's fate. In the most pressing moment, Yang decided to test the loyalty of the warriors with magic to see if his status as a lord was true. A magical check performed confirmed Yan's status, and the warriors, knowing this, fell to their knees in recognition of his power and authority. The warriors accompanying Yan asked who was the chief in the settlement and why they wanted to fight Yan. One of the warriors was looking at the young master with a watchful and slightly ominous gaze. They expressed their anger at the attack on the Yan family's eagle, and asked who was so stupid as to do such a thing. The head of the village council tried to soften the situation, starting to worship the soldiers and saying that it was all a misunderstanding. One of the warriors who arrived suggested that the masters should be held responsible for the situation, and each of them should cut off their hand as punishment for their actions. However, only 2 masters decided to carry out the punishment and cut off their hands, fearing the consequences. 2 other masters also performed the gruesome act of cutting off their hands in an attempt to punish themselves for what they had done. 2 more masters remained, and the warrior ordered them also to carry out this cruel punishment. But Yang refused such a punitive act, claiming that it was enough for them to cut off only 2 fingers from each hand to alleviate their guilt. The master clan was now at a disadvantage, and they were all punished for their actions. Again, the shouts and appeals to John were heard, and then he was forced to kill 2 provocateurs to end the enemy's resistance. After that, when the rest of the warriors got into a battle stance, Yang began to kill them, and most of the enemies were destroyed. At this point, the losses among the warriors were significant, and the clan of masters began to find themselves in a difficult situation. Jan also ordered the soldiers to give up all their horses in order to punish them and deprive them of their means of transportation. He then asked his girlfriends if they needed anything, but they remained silent and did not express their wishes or requests. Having received advice from his friends, Jan decided to return to his native home, where they are waiting for him. His other friends, coming up close, expressed their sincere support and wished him success in his future endeavors. Having combined their efforts, they not only prepared for a new stage of the journey, but also actively communicated, exchanging advice and opinions. To ensure safety, Yang and his group retreated to a distance from the settlement, where they considered further options and plans. In a certain room they approached, Yang decided to improve his skills and asked his friends to follow his training. His tenacity and determination impressed the other members of the group, and they followed his every move with admiration. They were also surprised and did not understand why Yang chose not to destroy the entire settlement, but deliberately to act otherwise. Ian's story became the object of their curiosity, and they actively discussed possible plans and motives. Thoughts on the route ahead and possible steps filled their conversation, with each expressing his ideas. Their discussions were full of admiration for Ian's youth and intelligence, and they were happy to share their impressions with each other. After 6 hours of training, Ian left the room happy and satisfied, having made a significant breakthrough in his skills. He asked the warriors for more details about the state and affairs of the Yang family and what happened to them. The soldiers said that many members of the family were injured during the fighting, and now the family needs to be restored and supported. Yang was the first one they decided to bring back to the family because his skills were the strongest. Continuing their journey through the forest, they hunted and gathered useful resources for the family. With them was their golden eagle, which, flying high in the sky, watched over their safety. The golden eagle was not just a fifth-grade beast, but a being of extraordinary intelligence and wisdom. They enthusiastically discussed the golden eagle's legendary status and significance in their world. After a day full of adventures and challenges, they gathered around the fire to rest, eat, and relax under the night sky. When the food was ready, they called out to Ian and invited him to join the dinner and share stories. During lunch, they continued to chat and discuss their impressions of the trip and the capture of the golden eagle. They learned more about Ian and his incredible abilities. The next day, one of the warriors asked the girl to be more careful and make less noise, as they noticed that Yang had completely subdued the golden eagle. They talked about how Ian was able to achieve such success. They were amazed that Yang had taken the golden eagle under his wing, and now they traveled the forest together, hunting and gathering resources for the group. Ian demonstrated his incredible skills while flying with the eagle. They were amazed at his abilities and strength. 3 days passed, and they reached the heavenly pavilion, which was broken and desolate. Yang looked at the sight with a gloomy expression. The other students noticed that Yang was saddened by the state of the pavilion and tried to pique his interest. Having piqued his curiosity, they told him that someone was inside the pavilion and warned him to be careful. Yang and his company carefully examined the pavilion and the interior. Yang saw some of his friends inside who were also students, and that made him happy. In addition to his friends, he also saw his sworn enemies there, and this provoked new challenges for him. The other students asked Yan if he could help restore the heavenly pavilion, which was in a bad state. They also wondered who this eagle flying over the city was, and what was the connection between him and Yan. One of the warriors told Jan that they should wait as he wanted to deal with the eagle that was part of the mysterious events. Jan stated that he does not want to conflict with the eagle, and tries to avoid old grudges that could affect the situation. The girls from the heavenly pavilion greeted Yan, and they showed great interest in him. The girls that Yang had fought before were shocked to see him again, and they were amazed at how he had changed. When they found out that Yang was the young lord of the Yang family, they were very surprised. The girls were familiar with Yan, but did not reveal to the soldiers that they had fought with him before. Yang did not want the girl to tell the soldiers about all the events that happened between them. Yan's behavior surprised the warriors, and they couldn't understand why he was reacting like that. Yang decided to ask the girl who was nearby to keep the events that happened between them earlier a secret. He felt it was necessary to avoid misunderstandings and maintain harmony. Landing on the ground, an older warrior who knew Yan asked the others present where he could be found. This showed that Ian had already become an important figure in their community. Later, the senior warrior pointed with his hand to the palace, which miraculously survived the war. Sitting down at the table, the participants began to discuss further plans and important actions. The table was full of maps, plans, and discussions. After a nice lunch, Ian decided to find out more about what happened. He asked about the details of the events that had taken place since their last meeting. The girl who was with Jan was very cautious in her answers. She selectively told only part of the information without revealing all the details. An important topic was discussed at the table, the restoration of the heavenly pavilion. The girl said that she was in charge of this process and shared some details of her plan. Yang felt a strange dark energy in the room as he spoke. This energy intrigued and alarmed him at the same time. He learned that people from various sects that had broken up due to the events of the war had gathered in the heavenly pavilion. This meeting was intended to unite their interests. The idea that strange energy could emanate from the cave he had visited earlier fascinated Yana. He felt that this could be the key to the solution. Yang noted that he fully trusts the girls and puts all his efforts into restoring the heavenly pavilion. One of the students approached the entrance to the palace, but the warrior standing at the entrance did not let him go any further. Yang intervened and ordered the warrior to let the student into the middle. The student, who was surprised and a little scared, came in and met Yan. He was surprised by an unexpected meeting with the young lord. The student asked what was required of him as he watched the events unfold. Yang explained that the buildings must be restored exactly to their previous state, but the lack of sufficient labor makes this a long and time-consuming task. Yang also added that it was important to inform all the Heavenly Pavilion disciples of the need to return in order to work together on recovery. The craftswoman agreed with this decision, and they agreed on further actions. Finally, they decided to rebuild the Heavenly Pavilion and call back the disciples. The student, observing this determined behavior, was both surprised and angry. After a short but rich conversation, everyone began to go in different directions, going to rest and prepare for the next day. The student was completely stunned and shocked by the news that Yang was the young lord of his family. After several hours of travel, they reached the dragon's cave, but it turned out to be empty and abandoned. Deep in the cave, in another room, they encountered a female spy, which raised many questions. Considering the lateness of the hour, Ian decided to stop the journey and allow everyone to rest and recover before morning. Before falling asleep, Yang promised himself that the next day he would conduct a detailed survey of the cave to discover all its secrets. The girls didn't quite agree with the idea of leaving Ian alone in the cave and made it clear. Meanwhile, they spent time in the cave discussing their next steps and sharing experiences from their adventures. The mistress and the warriors discussed the quality of leadership Yang had acquired and were impressed by his determination. A heavy price was paid by all those who didn't believe in Ian or underestimated his abilities when he demonstrated his strength and potential. The craftswoman recommended that the warriors travel with Yan, taking into account his leadership qualities and abilities. At this moment, Yang had already returned to the cave and felt the strange energy that surrounded the place. He decided to conduct a detailed survey of the cave, heading to where his spirit that he had left last year was. His current friends came up to him and asked him if everything was all right, and if he had already finished his chores in the cave. 2 days passed, and they were preparing to travel further. They had only 3 horses, and they decided how to distribute the horses among themselves. John decided to ride alone on his horse, leaving the rest of his friends to choose who should ride with him. The rest of the group debated which one of them would be best to go with, considering various factors. Finally, Jan decided to take one of the girls by the hand and put her next to him on the horse, already ready to ride. Jan said it was time to leave, and everyone had to get ready for the trip. The group continued to decide who would ride with whom and on which horse, based on their own choices and wishes. Ian urged everyone to hold on tight as they set off. They knew that many trials lay ahead of them. The group drove very fast in the direction of the capital. The speed of the wind on the face and the aroma of nature made this trip unforgettable. Jan and his companions enjoyed the trip and enjoyed the long journey. Each customs officer put new marks on his way. They began to think about stopping near a small village where they could make the pass and rest. This small village looked very friendly. Their route was almost complete, and they were preparing to stop. In front of them was a village that promised to be a wonderful place to rest. Yang tried to flirt with one of the girls, relaxing after a long drive. The cheerful atmosphere helped to break the tension. Nevertheless, the group arrived at a small settlement, which welcomed them with open arms. Local residents were happy to meet new guests. The nature around was charming, and the houses in the village looked friendly and cozy, an ideal place for relaxation. The elders of the village came out to them and joyfully greeted the guests. They invited the group to relax and taste local dishes. The group had fun chatting with the elders, and gladly accepted their invitation to rest and recuperate before the onward journey. After the older locals noticed the young lord, they bowed to him, expressing respect and acceptance. Yang answered the elders with a smile and a greeting, and the elder of them once again invited the group of guests inside. Entering the main house, the foreman arranged the best dinner for the guests, which included exquisite dishes and drinks. The staff began to serve tables with mouth-watering food and delicious drinks, which the guests happily consumed. All the guests were enjoying their rest and lunch, but there was a certain concern and thoughtfulness on John's face. After dinner, the girls decided to go to their rooms, accompanied by servants, to rest. An exhibition of dance art was organized in the hotel hall, where dancers presented elegant performances. The dance show was impressive, but Yang, on reflection, didn't show much interest. Despite the excitement of the dance performance, Yang continued to ponder his thoughts. After the performance of the dancers, the guests were asked to leave the hall, because Ian refused to participate in the entertainment. Although the other guests were having fun talking and joking, Yang was not in the mood for conversation and just continued eating. For Ian, these conversations and jokes were not to his liking, and he simply concentrated on his food. The famous masters expressed their wish that John would have a good rest after the journey, and he sincerely thanked them for their hospitality. The master appreciated John's politeness and was impressed by his calming attitude. When all the elders gathered, they could not believe that the Lord had come to them just to rest. They began to wonder why Yang had chosen their place to rest. There were many guesses in their heads, but they did not have enough information and continued to make guesses. The story moved to the courtyard of the Liu family, where the guest room was located and where the warriors were talking. Yang noted that the Liu family was known for their treachery and warned the others not to clash with them. Speaking of the Liu family, Yang pointed out their complex nature and determination to be reckoned with. As the warriors were to join Ian on the journey, they agreed and fully supported the Lord. Yang emphasized that winning the support of the Liu family would prove to be a difficult task and would be another difficult obstacle in their way. One of the girls decided to take a bath and started getting ready for it. At that moment, One of the elders approached her and asked the servant to step aside so that he could talk in person. The elder asked her in detail about Yan, his intentions, the purpose of coming here, his wishes and plans. He was also curious as to why Yang had chosen this particular place for his recreation and gathering. The girl replied that she wanted to get 2 additional horses for a more comfortable journey. She emphasized that she only had general information about Ian's connections, but he should not be underestimated. She also added that one should avoid becoming an enemy in front of John. After finishing the conversation, the elder expressed his respect to the girl and left the room. However, the master also wanted to fight for the right to become a lord, and was in a state of confusion, not knowing how to act. The next morning, when the warriors woke up, it was revealed that Yang had been training for a long time. Apparently, the young lord had started his training since early morning. One of the warriors advised the girl to look carefully at what was happening, and she was shocked. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Yang had released his divine energy. This energy filled the territory of the settlement and was very powerful. Being next to Jan made the soldiers feel sick and fell to the ground. Jan offered them help. They turned out to be minor injuries, and Yang gave them the healing pills he had on him. These pills were very rare and had a wonderful effect, helping to restore strength faster. At that moment, the elders approached them after hearing about the incident and asked if their warriors were all right. Yang replied that they were not hurt and nothing serious happened. In addition, Ian expressed his desire to see the experts exchange blows during training, interested in their skills. The elders were surprised by Yanov's mood, but he replied that he just had some thoughts on his mind. Yang once again expressed his gratitude for the hospitality and care, but refused any help. During his training, Ian noticed how he was being watched by the girls who came to him. Putting on his kimono, Yang invited them to come with him and join the training. The warriors began apologizing for their journey taking longer than they had planned. They also expressed their desire to help John gain strength before the upcoming battle for the throne, realizing the importance of their alliance. Yang replied that he understood the value of the warriors and appreciated them, and was glad to be able to fully rely on their dedication and skills. He noted that mutual trust is key in joint efforts, and together they form an unshakable front. On the day the warriors woke up, Yang had already been training for a long time, showing great stamina and determination. Training started early, and this testified to his great diligence and determination to achieve his goals. They had a few days for the Golden Eagle to fully recover from the battle. While they were resting in the square, an elder approached them and gave them important information. They began to listen to him, realizing that this could affect their further actions. A few days after that, it was reported that traces of blood were found in one of the elders' rooms. This caused a general uproar and caused concern. With concern, the disciple ran in and shouted that the Grand Elder's house had turned into a scene of tragedy. The elders were very angry and wanted to find out what Yan had done. They jointly decided that, keeping the circumstances a secret, an investigation would be conducted to find out the cause of the event. Approaching the gate, they were greeted by an unusual sight, a golden eagle busy eating food that Jan had found for him. The situation looked strange and interesting. Yang just sat quietly and watched this amazing sight, and it was striking in its extraordinariness. The elder approached Yan with a confused expression on his face, showing that he did not understand what power over such a powerful being as the golden eagle was, and what was going on. Ian confidently told them not to chatter loudly as it might affect his eagle's appetite, and he didn't want to disturb his faithful companion. The patriarch may have been very angry with Yan, but he held back his feelings and did not show them out loud. The elder continued to insist on the need to talk and calm the situation. He urged Yan to be serious and polite in dealing with him. The elders then invited John to their chambers for a private conversation, pointing out the need to resolve some issues. John went first, and the elders slowly followed him. In the room, Yang saw the head elder waiting for him. Yang felt that this was something extraordinary, and the head elder began to talk about Lord Yang being very straightforward in his actions, and expressed his admiration for this trait. Yang sat down on the carpet next to the head elder and began to meditate, seeking to find inner harmony. At that time, the elders tried to eavesdrop on their conversation, to discover their motives and plans. The conversation continued, and although they tried to reach a compromise, their terms were not yet met. It seems that both sides were ready to cooperate, but discussed in detail the conditions of joint activities. The elders also heard that Yang wanted one of the artifacts, but the head elder was not ready to agree to it. Yang continued to explain that he needed the jade blood or perhaps the jade stone, words may vary, that was needed for his purposes. Since the elders refused to provide the artifact, Yang decided to change the topic of conversation. Yang apologized and tried to improve his relationship with the head elder. He explained that the foreman could not control his energy, and that the jade items would not help him in that regard. The chief elder agreed to this after a long period of failure to make progress in resolving the conflict. Gradually, they began to understand each other and continued the conversation. The elders did not like the way Yang spoke to their main leader and expressed their reservations. In addition, Yang noted that the other elders had formed an alliance against him and planned to kill him. They then discussed middle-class medicine and what pills help in different situations. Ian understood that only a spy could create such a perfect pill to accelerate progress. The chief elder was amazed that Yang had connections with prominent alchemists. Ian went on to explain that he had ways to get these pills, and they continued to discuss the matter. The foreman once again asked if Yang was joking and if they would be able to make such pills. Finally, the foreman agreed to Yan's terms. If Yang produces a pill that will help heal him, the foreman will side with him. He also asked that this deal not be disclosed to anyone. Yang was already preparing to leave, but they remained engrossed in the discussion of alchemy. After leaving the chief elder's chambers, the other elders approached Yan and began to question him. A few hours later, Yang returned to the head elder again, and they performed a certain ritual. Yan managed to activate a certain seal, and this confirmed his extraordinary abilities. They also continued to discuss alchemy and the various aspects of making this secret pill in greater depth. Thanks to the use of pen and paper, they could record all the necessary details and recipes in more detail. The foreman emphasized the importance of adequate rest for Ian before the difficult journey up the high mountain. Yang pointed out that a piece of jade is required for the successful completion of the mission. The corresponding jade stone turned out to be in the possession of all those present. Yang carefully took the jade and handed it over to the master, who immediately began to perform magical rites. Instantly after completing the ritual, Yang revealed his exceptional magical power, transforming the jade into an amulet. The foreman's impressions from this act turned out to be very strong. He admired Yan's skill and courage, as well as his supernatural abilities. After expressing his impression, the foreman thanked Jan for his wit and ambition. Confident in his own abilities, Yang confidently continued to take the steps to make the pill, hoping for a successful outcome. After more conversation, the foreman reached under his bed and pulled out a box, informing Jan that it contained a supply of healing herbs that might be needed during the journey. He expressed confidence in Janov and provided support. Yang took the jade amulet on his shoulder and prepared to leave. His determination was beyond all doubt. But at this point, the other seniors tried to stop Yan by shouting and questioning his decision. Yang decided not to listen to the elders' requests and took the initiative into his own hands, claiming that he did not need to be escorted. There were some comments and disagreements of the elders regarding the removal of the artifact from their palace. Yang continued to move forward, believing in his mission, ignoring the doubts and warnings of his elders. Near the exit from the palace, the foreman stopped Yan again and began to ask about the possible success of this enterprise. The master showed confidence and expressed confidence in his abilities, then left the palace with the amulet. The other elders continued to express their doubts and reservations about Yan's quick decision. Finally, the foreman ordered his students to follow the young master, but to do it in such a way that it was not noticeable. Thus, Ian was ready to set off with the amulet and support, but with bold challenges and doubts from his elders. A group of Yan's friends sat down at a table and were shocked to see such an artifact. They discussed that it was a very comfortable bed and would be nice to sleep on. One of the warriors explained that it was a mid-power grade jade. The girl in the team said that this jade was formed naturally, not by human hands, and that is why it is so valuable. The craftswoman began to question whether all this was legal and whether Yang had stolen this artifact. They even started joking that Yang might have killed the master to get hold of that bed. Yang explained to the soldiers that he received the bed as a thank you and confirmed that it was not a crime. Yan also said that he will spend a few more days here, and then he will go on his journey. Some of the girls were fascinated by the bed because it was very comfortable and soft. The warriors understood that you can't trust everyone around you, and you need to be very careful, especially in this unfamiliar environment. In addition, they commented on the importance of the Heavenly Pavilion Academy and discussed the further development of Yan and his abilities. Despite the fact that the meeting lasted only a few days, they did not notice much progress in Yana's village and its surroundings. Yang continued to actively meditate on the jade stone, trying to tap into the depths of his inner strength to create the necessary energy. 2 days passed, and Yang felt his body and spirit interact with the flow of burning jade energy, transforming them into internal power. Ian felt a deep gratitude for the achievement and inner change that this precious stone brought to him, emphasizing its true value. In his intention to sit on the jade stone, Yang saw it turn back into a small jade stone, symbolizing his powerful inner energy. Summoning his warriors, Yang entrusted them with an important task that required their commitment and ability to perform. On his way out of this place, Yang asked where his jade bed had gone and why it had been replaced by this small jade stone. The warrior girl began to analyze this precious stone, pondering its origin and meaning. From her research, it is clear that this jade stone is a precious object born from the true essence that embodies its inner strength and abilities. They pointed to the extraordinary spiritual power of this stone, which impressed them. While analyzing this jade stone, the warrior felt a rush of extraordinary power and energy. Yang joined them and also shared his impressions, talking about what he had heard about the treasures produced by the true spirit. Yang wondered how this true spirit jade stone could be used. The warriors told Yan that they could be useful to him and shared their knowledge. They indicated that this stone could be used to create a spiritual class artifact that would be very powerful. They also emphasized that the longer this stone develops, the more power it will gain. Answering Yan's question about time, the girl said with a smile that it would take several hundred years. She went on to say that this stone is extremely powerful and will bring many benefits to Yan. The history of this stone that was in the Lu family was mysterious and very powerful, and they did not understand what opportunities they had lost by giving it away. The message of John's arrival to the elders was conveyed by the disciples, and they were already waiting for him. After the tiring journey, Jan and his team had a small dinner, talking about their trip and the events in the village. The girl who treated them to food helped them to settle in their rooms and took care of their comfort. The next day, after the rest, Ian and his friends said goodbye to the local residents who welcomed them so warmly. The village decided to show their gratitude with a gift of silver bullion, which Jan gratefully accepted. After the farewell ceremony, Yang and his companions mounted their horses and prepared for their onward journey. They set out from the village and the elders followed their departure, hoping for their success. On the way through the forest, they felt tense, but they moved forward, carrying hope for the future. Not everyone noticed that the gift from the village could have hidden tricks due to its small size, but that didn't stop them. Their anticipation and determination led them to decide to continue their journey and search for treasures despite all the difficulties and challenges. Yang severely reprimanded the craftswoman, pointing out that her behavior was inappropriate and incompatible with her status. The craftswoman replied that she planned to gather strength and unite the various groups of people in the capital so that she could carry out her plans for Ian. Yang reacted to this with great indignation, feeling insulted by her intentions. The golden eagle continued to soar at high altitude, making observations. Arriving at the ocean, they had to find a boat to cross to the other shore. After the warrior returned, it turned out that they were on a large ship, not an ordinary boat. The warrior agreed with the owner of the ship about the possibility of using it for the trip. The owner of the ship warned them that crossing the ocean could be very difficult and dangerous. While they were on the ship, Ian rested and calmly observed the surroundings. Later, it turned out that the owner of the ship was a spy, and the soldiers forced him to reveal his true intentions. A terrible hurricane broke out across the ocean with high waves crashing against the ship, while they were at the most dangerous part of their journey. At this moment, Yang felt something powerful beneath him that was hidden in the depths of the ocean, and his heart beat faster in terror. The situation became critical, and the ship quickly began to sink in the ocean, only deepening the panic among the passengers. When the ship was already underwater, Yang saw that the water surrounded him from all sides, and he was surrounded by people who looked like a squad of assassins. At such a moment, Yang and his comrades realized that it was very important for them to act together and quickly, in order to survive and save themselves from this criminal conspiracy. It turned out that these people have great determination, and their mission is to destroy the ship and everyone on it. After landing, Yang engaged in an intense battle with another warrior who was his staunch adversary. Yang used all his skills and energy to block the enemy's blows and stay on his feet. However, the enemies did not stop attacking, and Yan and his companions had to fight against numerous enemy forces that possessed the magic of the elements. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and they had to find a way to survive this massive conflict. A deadly duel was about to begin between them, where they faced each other in a life-and-death battle. The enemy warrior was extremely angry at the brazen attack and was willing to resort to any means to win. Yan's warriors responded with attacks using their own energy and skill and magic. At that moment, an amazing curtain of sand formed, blocking the visibility of the attackers, leaving them in the dark. Behind this curtain, they felt a strange red energy pulsing around them. Thanks to this curtain, the energy concentration of Yan's warriors tripled, preparing them for an important duel. Both sides began to concentrate their energy, preparing for a decisive blow. They came together in their intentions and were ready to start the battle. However, Yang received a fatal blow and fell to the ground, recoiling from the powerful blow. Enemy provocateurs surrounded Yan, ready to take him under control. But the situation was already tense and unpredictable. They all convinced themselves that Yang is very weak and defeating him is an easy task. One of the attackers stepped forward, lunging at Ian and drawing his sword. But it turned out to be a trap, and Yang just laughed and began to concentrate his energy. The young lord pushed all the attackers away from him, creating a force field of energy around him. The attackers began to lose their minds from the pain, and the main artists tensed up in their heads. Yang began to absorb their souls, and it was extremely painful for the attackers. It seemed impossible as Yan's spirit power was not supposed to be that strong, and the attackers were enraged. One of the main attackers began to shout loudly and threaten, revealing his anger. Yang declared that they were not his opponents and he could easily handle them. He presented them with a choice: retreat or die at his hands, and they all pondered how to respond to this overwhelming threat. And immediately after that, Yang launched his attack with the help of his artifacts. He summoned the available reserves of his forces and resolutely directed them at the enemies. He also summoned the Beast Soul technique using its power in battle. This became an integral part of Jan's strategy. The warriors attacking Yan and his friends began to run away and try to save their lives. They saw that facing such a powerful force was very dangerous. Yang did not stop and continued to pursue each of the provocateurs, dealing with them one by one. He decided to put an end to their merciless attack. But it was also quite difficult, as the enemies made every effort to avoid capture and tried to escape Genova's relentless presence. One of the warriors decided to counterattack, and the energies of both sides clashed in a spectacular battle that resulted in a powerful clash of magical forces. Yan was injured by the lightning energy, but he was already so experienced and knowledgeable that he acted cautiously and protected himself with an artifact to regain his strength. The secondary lightning struck Yan again, but he successfully defended himself using his artifact that allowed him to regain his inner strength. After regaining his strength, Yang summoned his artifact sword, ready to continue dueling his enemies and asserting his rights. One of the enemies tried to provoke Yan, claiming that he was a weakling and not worth their attention. However, Yang kept pace and gave them a worthy response on the battlefield. At this critical moment, Yan's fellow warriors came to his aid, ready to support him in battle. Now their powers were even, and Yang was no longer in the minority. Appearing together with their brothers, they formed a strong front. The girl asked if everything was okay with Yan, and he replied that first of all, it is necessary to catch all the provocateurs and put an end to this threat. The provocateur warrior was kneeling before Yang at his mercy, but Yang was resolutely against the situation. The warrior, holding his artifact sword, laughed at Yan and his companions, trying to undermine their resolve. Yang did not waste another word, and with an instant reaction cut off the provocateur's head with his sword, putting an end to this threat. After the threat was neutralized, Yang ordered his warriors to help the other girls who also found themselves in the fray. It was a tough battle for the girls as their level of development was a bit lower, but with the support of their fellow warriors, they were able to hold their own against the enemies. After the arrival of the support of the soldiers, the provocateurs, seeing the superiority of the strength of the enemy front, began to flee from the battlefield. After the battle, they decided to go back to Lord Yan to regroup, assess the situation, and develop a plan of action for the future. After the battle, Yang felt perfectly fine and had no pain. His body recovered very quickly, which caused a miracle and surprised everyone. Yan's rapid recovery was a very mysterious phenomenon, and even fellow warriors did not understand how he could recover from his injuries so quickly. Ian's fellow warriors managed to catch 2 more provocateurs who tried to attack them. Now all who attacked them lay dead. Thanks to the successful actions of the soldiers, all the provocateurs were already destroyed. As they continued to discuss their next plan of action, the golden eagle continued to soar high, reminding them of their presence. All of these warriors were related to the Lu family, and now Yang understood what was behind this situation. Jan opined that the elder should be taught a proper lesson for his disrespectful behavior. They continued to discuss their plan of action and the next steps they needed to take. Ian was completely calm and pathetic in his demeanor, acting like a true warrior. Jan also decided that he no longer wanted to return to the elder because now things would not be resolved without a fight. Then they went to one of the mountains and decided to pass there, warm themselves by the fire and eat. Jan noted that no one should feel guilty for being a provocateur, because the ambush was planned on him. He said this not to relax the warriors, but to encourage them. They discussed the previous battle and the level of experts involved in it. They also noted the absence of top-level experts, which was another confirmation of their suspicions. They believed that the Lu family might have hired these provocateurs. Yang expressed his opinion that if the experts came with such a small force, then it was a trap. Now their guesses became even more powerful, and they were convinced that the Lu family was behind these provocations. If the experts came with such a small force, it called into question their competence. The warriors understood Yan's words and knew that now they had to be extremely careful. Ian urged them to remain brave and courageous, as carrying out such operations requires courage and bravery. They understood that they could not relax and rest peacefully, as the impact of the war on the throne was very large and serious. Yang remained very mysterious and was already preparing for the next step in his plan. The warriors followed him, and Yang decided to ask them if their wounds had healed after the battle. It turned out that they were not seriously injured, and they were ready to serve John. Yang provided them with secret medicine and shared pills that helped restore their strength. He also emphasized the need to always be by his side to jointly confront the threat. Yang encouraged his warriors to meditate and use the effects of the pills to increase concentration and strength. The warriors continued to express their loyalty and trust to John. They knelt before Yan and swore that they would be faithful to the end and ready to face evil with him. Ian thanked them for their loyalty, and this alliance between them became extremely strong. Yang was left alone with his thoughts, pondering how to increase his chances of victory in the coming war, in the deep darkness of the mountain forest. The next day, the warriors continued to meditate and treat their wounds. After a night's meditation session, all their wounds healed amazingly quickly, and they felt rested and healthy. They were amazed at how the new pills Yang provided possessed powerful alchemical abilities. They knew they had to go to a first-class city called Tien. Team spirit and motivation united them, and they became extremely close to each other. With their wounds almost healed, they prepared to move on. For several days, they continued to fly using their powerful magic. They were tired, but supported each other so as not to stop the journey. Another 8 days passed, and they were approaching the central capital. Yang did not feel tired and was full of energy. It was the greatest city in the world, with extraordinary buildings and enormous possibilities. Although Yan's warriors had lived here for a long time, they still admired the city's architecture and surveyed its buildings and streets, marveling at the details. One of the warriors asked the craftswoman whose side her family would be on in the war for the throne, and they began to discuss possible solutions and their consequences. Mistress replied that everything would depend on the young lord's actions, and they discussed the possible options Yang could choose, considering her family. The warrior went on to say that if they united, they would be almost impossible to defeat, but they had to discuss other possible strategies as well. Their ways and paths diverged, and they said goodbye to each other, promising to keep in touch and possible cooperation in the future. Yang went to the other side, not even paying attention to the craftswoman and her friend. His thoughts and plans remained mysterious to the others. Everyone went their own way in this big city, thinking about future events and their own decisions. They did not understand what was going on in John's head and why he did not want to enter into an alliance, and it became a mystery to them. Ian asked them what they didn't like and what they found strange, and they tried to find common ground and make sense of the situation. The warriors were unhappy that there were fewer of them, and the craftswoman went on her way, thinking about how this event would affect future events. The warriors said that the craftswoman liked Yan, and this made him smile, not believing such words. Yang said that the craftswoman should not decide anything and only does what she is told, expressing her displeasure. Yang continued to say that she does not support him and behaves like a chameleon, changing her position depending on the situation. Then they continued to walk through the city and reached the Great Gate, where they were met by special messengers. They were happy to see something in front of them and feel supported and recognized. The messengers handed them a golden amulet and spoke about the return of Lord, who was only 17 years old. Yang simply walked by and watched the reactions of the passers-by to them, and his warriors maintained this atmosphere. More warriors joined them and asked who this young lord was, and this became an occasion for further conversation. The warriors were glad to see Yan and greeted him accordingly, and he accepted their obeisances with dignity and recognition. And so they continued their journey, surrounded by the attention and support of their comrades. One of the warriors began to tell that all the lords should not go to their homes, but to the Dragon Lake. He explained that this lake was a legendary place where one could pass through the Dragon Gate, which led to special powers and abilities. Yang began to remember his father asking the elders for help so that Yang could bathe in the Dragon Lake and correct his defects, but they all refused. During these flashbacks, rage was visible on Yan's face and his fists were clenched in anger. The warrior announced that another young lord had arrived and Ian needed to get away from this conversation. The second lord arrived on horseback, and it turned out that they also belonged to the same Yam family. Yang welcomed the second lord as they were related, but he understood that he could not fully trust anyone. He was his uncle's son, and Yang was cautious about dealing with him. Then one of the warriors approached the second lord, and a conversation began between them. The second lord greeted John once again, and they tried to remain friendly during this meeting. During the conversation, the young lords continued to joke and laugh, and those around them listened attentively to their words. The second lord could not understand how his younger brother could have as many as 2 bloody warriors, and he watched them intently. The second lord placed a hand on Ian's shoulder, expressing sympathy and interest in his life story. During the conversation, Young recalled the difficult moments of his past when he tried to get help to bathe in the Dragon Lake, and these memories caused him to react furiously. At one point, they learned that another young lord had arrived in town, and they decided to walk away from the conversation in preparation for a new challenge. The warrior lords continued to discuss their thoughts and share their impressions of the meeting of the young lords. The young lords continued their walk through the city, trying to understand this great and mysterious city. They were happy to see each other again and spend time together reminiscing about their past together. Eventually, they reached the other lords who also claimed the throne and prepared for new challenges in light of this meeting. Meeting the other lords promised to be the next important step in their journey and path to the throne. The place where they were was covered with a thick fog that gave it mystery and mystery. The second lord introduced Ian to everyone present, and they stood together, ready for new challenges. They were invited to walk through the foggy alleys, and gradually the fog cleared, revealing an unknown road before them. Each lord was strong in his own way, but they did not always look at each other kindly, because they all claimed the same goal, the throne. They began to greet the warriors, and were led to the lake where their trials would take place. On the other side of the lake in the mist sat the elders who greeted the lords and prepared to conduct the test. Jan approached the elders and the Eternal Elder, greeted them and introduced himself. He felt that these experts were very strong. The second lord asked why the family wanted them to go into the lake and hoped for an explanation. The family wanted to see their possibilities and prospects, so they told them to enter the lake. The chief petty officer raised his hand and said that they could begin their journey to the lake where the test would take place. Yang felt the water envelop his body, and the energy began to caress him. He was ready for the challenge. His movements became incredibly limited, and the energy radiating from the lake almost paralyzed his body. The lake was far from what he expected. Ian did not experience any of the expected effects. The second lord also found it extremely difficult to deal with the pressure the lake gave off. Ian burst to the surface. The lake was powerful, and he didn't know if he could handle that power. He had always heard about this legendary place since he was young, and it was sad that he couldn't master its power. Later in the story, Jan's parents appeared, and they were happy to return their son to the family. Jana's mother was crying, and her father asked why she was sad. Mom was offended, because the nearest time was marked by the onset of the war for the throne. Jan's father began to calm her down, and said that they should meet their son with dignity and support him. He wanted this event to take place in complete harmony and peace. Ian wanted his return to be a special moment for his family and his family. Finally, when their emotions stabilized, they could put on calm faces and wait for their son in complete calm and anticipation. Their waiting was filled with hope and trepidation. They calmed down and prepared to celebrate Ian's return. Yang felt that he might be wasting his time because he couldn't master the power of the lake, and it made him think. When he felt his parents' energy, he realized that he could use his magic to quickly reach them. He flew very fast, and the elders began to show curiosity and admiration for Jan's courage to leave the lake. The elder was not saddened by Jan's decision to leave the lake. He even believed that it showed his courage and confidence. Yang stood in front of his parents, and their opposite emotions were hard to put into words, but they clearly showed joy and gratitude. Mom hugged Jan and shouted his name loudly. Her tears expressed joy and a light soul. Ian simply said, "Mom, I'm home." And those words became a symbol of their union and happiness at that moment. When Yang returned, everyone welcomed him back and remarked how strong he was, and had become very strong. Ian told his mother that he shouldn't cry because now everything is fine and he is home again. Mother was wiping away tears of joy, and father was also expressing his joy and watching them happily. Yang was also extremely happy to see them, and their joy warmed his heart. They all looked happy. They planned to spend the evening together and were already preparing to invite the whole family to celebrate together. After a long separation, their families were finally reunited, and it was a special moment. Jan entered his house and shouted with joy that he was home. His joy was unpredictable. Father was preparing to open the best wine for this special evening, and everyone was preparing for the celebration together. A dark night came, and they sat down at the festive table and had a good time. The family table was loaded with the most delicious dishes, and Ian relished each one of them. Harmony and happiness reigned on this special evening. After the celebration, the young lord's parents got drunk and felt a little sick from the alcohol. Yang asked one of the servants to take Mom to bed because he didn't want his parents to drink too much. The next morning, Jan already had time to meditate and have a delicious breakfast, preparing for the new day. After breakfast, he went to the library where he found his parents reading books. They discussed various topics and asked more about the heavenly pavilion and the craftswoman. When Jan's father found out that the craftswoman was helping to restore the heavenly pavilion, he was annoyed because of her cold heart. Yang explained that while they weren't friends, They weren't hostile against each other either. Yang's father believed that it was impossible for one person to restore the entire Heavenly Pavilion sect. Yang also talked about the terrible battle in the Heavenly Pavilion and his role in treating the headmaster. He explained that he was pumping out the enemy's dark energy with his own energy, saving his life. Father was very impressed by Yan's alchemical abilities and brought him often to the Heavenly Pavilion for a reason. They also asked if he remembered the recipes of his alchemical inventions with which he cured people. Father had some problems with his body and Jan had to heal him. The father's body was not as infected as the master's, but there was still a lot of work to do. During the preparation of special elixirs, Yan was assisted by servants as he prepared the medicine. Yang continued to meditate and study herbs to create a special elixir. Father asked Ian if he wanted to participate in the war for power. Jan said that he wanted to fight in the war and was glad that his father supported him. But Mother did not want Jan to take part in this conflict. However, her father thought he could convince her. Father said that there is still time before the start of the war, and they need to prepare as much as possible and spend this time with benefit. The father was amazed that Jan managed to subdue the golden-winged eagle. The eagle was sitting on a tree, and the servants were feeding it. But the eagle did not like something, and he tried to attack his father, who managed to block the attack. Father also said that eagles have very high intelligence and will be very difficult to handle and train. However, Yang said to calm down because he had already subdued this eagle. He was very impressed with his son's skill and his ability to tame animals. Father did not understand where the eagle's attachment to Yan came from, but it was very good. One of the passing girls said that subduing such a beast is very difficult and almost impossible. The girl looked at this fascinating bird with admiration and examined it. Orlov didn't quite like how he was being looked at, but he continued to endure. However, the eagle decided to launch its attack, and the girl had to block it to protect herself from the blow. The girl tried to calm the eagle as much as possible in order to be able to examine it in more detail. Yang stands resolutely in front of his golden eagle, trying to overcome his inner struggle and join their forces for the challenges ahead. Yang had a unique ability to communicate with various beasts, and this always caused admiration and wonder from his fellow comrades and warriors. However, it was unclear to the rest of the community how Yang was able to bend the will of the beasts, creating a mystery that they were trying to solve. Many people believed that it was impossible to subdue the golden eagles, and this was a common notion among the clans. The masters advised John to try various mysterious techniques that could help to quickly subdue the eagle and gain its trust. And although Yang claimed to possess many mysterious techniques, he did not tell anyone about them. One of the girls from the Yan clan expressed a deep desire to help him in this difficult task. However, the eagle continued, was very stubborn and tried to stay only next to Jan. Jan's father was proud and impressed with his son's skills, realizing that it could be valuable to their clan. Jan's parents continued their conversation at their estate, discussing future plans and the challenges ahead. Family members decided to take special elixirs designed to preserve youth and restore vitality, believing that this would keep them in good shape for a long time. They had high hopes that this practice would help them stay young and healthy, and this probable result filled their hearts with hope for the future. It is difficult to overestimate how pleasant and enjoyable the taste was of these elixirs that they consumed regularly. After taking the elixirs, they felt an extraordinary warmth, which helped to strengthen their physical and spiritual state. After this elixir, they took time to meditate, trying to deepen their spiritual development and harmony. It was at this moment that Ian appeared in the restaurant, destroying the traditional atmosphere, with a certain purpose or need. He was on a quest, and his appearance was a surprise for everyone present. The head chef of the restaurant took Ian to prominent practitioners who possessed a high level of spiritual development and knew more about elixirs. These people were impressive in their physical strength and inner strength, gained through many years of practice and self-cultivation. But one of the famous masters did not want to talk to Jan, creating a mysterious intrigue around his person. Master tried to convince Jan to leave his training place, pointing out the importance of being alone with himself. Completely unexpectedly for everyone, the door of the tavern opened and Ian entered the very center of the event, breaking the traditional order of events. It became known that the cooks were ordered to temporarily leave the restaurant and leave the building. After such an unexpected event, all the soldiers present in the tavern bowed to Jan, recognizing his authority. Yang abandoned the ceremonies and ordered the soldiers to return to their seats and to calm down. After completing his order, Yang sat down at the table and politely invited the soldiers to join him. During his stay in the tavern, Jan not only told jokes, but also tried to establish contact with the Howls, showing initiative and communication. However, not all soldiers liked the peculiarity of Jan's character and his approach to communication. Yang discovered an extraordinary ability to concentrate and manipulate the energy around him. With the controlled energy that surrounded the warriors, unusual powers and actions began to occur that they could not fully understand and control. The warriors felt panic and tried to run away, avoiding the extreme danger that was falling on them. The situation was critical, and Yan had to make a difficult decision to kill all the warriors in order to survive and protect his interests. The warriors felt their powerlessness, hopelessness, and inability to resist Yan's power, which led to their downfall. The warriors were confused and did not understand why Yang had made such an attack on them, and what had motivated him to do so. The Master understood Yan's undisputed superiority and ordered the other warriors not to interfere in order to avoid additional casualties. Jan was ready for dialogue and explanation, and asked if there was anyone willing to argue with him or discuss the situation. Now Yang hoped to clarify the situation with the warriors and tried to establish communication with them. The headmaster was careful not to reveal too much information that could be harmful. Yang openly discussed the possibility of cooperation and tried to convince the warriors to take his side in the fight for the throne. Warriors became loyal to Yan and were ready to serve him and support his goals. The master stood majestically in front of Yang, bowing his knees in front of him, expressing his deep respect. Yang expressed his order to the master to gather an extraordinary number 200 people for a certain mission or event. Also, Ian took an interest in the gang's activities and their business, showing some curiosity. Yang provided the soldiers with financial resources to accelerate their development and ensure their successful operations. The warriors sincerely wished Yan victory in the struggle for power and expressed their loyalty. Yan generously allocated a significant sum of money to the soldiers, 3 million, for their support. The master began to realize more and more that Yang was an extremely rich and influential person. Yang got on his horse and set off in an unknown direction, leaving a mysterious fate behind him. He entered the house where the tea ceremony of another lord was taking place, which opened up new opportunities and perspectives. The guests warmly welcomed Jan and invited him to join the tea ceremony, opening the door for new communication and possible alliances. The girls were fascinated and listened attentively to the stories about Jan. They pondered over his every word and event in order to get the most out of them and study every detail. The second lord expressed great gratitude by inviting Yang to sit next to him, thereby emphasizing that Yang was a very important and respected guest for him. The second lord asserted the need to treat Ian with dignity and respect, thus expressing his respect and gratitude. Everyone present was extremely interested in the secret techniques that Yang possessed and wanted to know more about their essence. Tea was offered as a symbol of hospitality and favorable communication, demonstrating the desire to share something pleasant with the guests. But since it was already late in the evening, not everyone wanted to accept this invitation, and some refused due to fatigue. Yang sat warily because the circumstances were new and unusual for him, and he tried to see the reactions of those around him. The second lord was not very fond of the tea ceremony and expressed his displeasure at this chosen form of entertainment. Another of the lords entered the room, expanding the circle of interlocutors and bringing new opportunities for communication into the environment. The atmosphere became more relaxed, and everyone actively exchanged thoughts and ideas together, creating a pleasant and friendly atmosphere. After a long time of meditation, Yang got up and decided to leave. He knew that his behavior had angered the lords, but Yang had always been a mysterious and complex individual. The lords expressed their anger at Ian's abusive behavior. Still, they hoped to get some important answers from him. However, the lords were smart and understood that young Lord Yang was a complex personality with many mysteries. When Jan returned home, everyone was alarmed by his condition and behavior. There was a noticeable deterioration in the aura of Jan's parents, which only increased the anxiety. Ian's father was in a particularly difficult position, and this led to even greater concern. Yang began to monitor the situation and observe the aura of his parents. Half a day passed, but the parents still couldn't come out of meditation, and their aura continued to change. Their aura was growing, and it was clearly something extraordinary and unsettling. Finally, after a long time, the parents managed to come out of meditation, and this was an event that shocked the whole family. Yang was happy about this, seeing that his parents had managed to break out of meditation and return to their normal state, but he was still a little worried about their health and well-being. The elixir they were drinking contained a large number of pills, and this caused Yan to be surprised and outraged. He laughed and said he drank more than he should have. Ian tried to joke and entertain his parents, who were quite tense and thoughtful after the meditation. However, his parents started preparing for meditation again, which upset Yan a little because he wanted to spend more time with them. The atmosphere was tense, and his father's aura was heavy. Ian followed their situation and was diligent about their health. Ian decided to take his mind off his parents and train with his golden eagle. A girl from the clan told Yan about the possibility of exchanging techniques for better eagle mastery, which interested Yan. Now the eagle belonged only to Jan, and they became even more united. 3 weeks passed and another lord returned, causing tension among the other young lords who didn't know what to expect from this return. All the inhabitants of the city placed bets on who would win in the battle for power over him. There was a lot of tension in the air, and everyone wanted to know the result. Yang followed these events, but did not hear his name among the favorites. Many people did not believe in his capabilities. He spent a lot of time alone, meditating deeply and searching for inner strength. Ian was almost always in the company of his golden eagle, which became his most faithful companion. The warriors who served Yan continued to train intensively, preparing for the upcoming battle. However, Yang was critical of their form and skill, and felt that they still needed to improve their art. The warriors continued to train fiercely, and battles often took place between them. They could not determine which of them was stronger, and this caused constant arguments. There was tension between the warriors, and it created a negative energy in the team. Despite all these controversies, their magic remained extraordinary and powerful. Yan suddenly appeared above the soldiers, surrounded by his magic, which blossomed above him. They were fascinated by his graceful movements and speed. Yang was extremely fast and moved almost like lightning. His movements were so smooth that the enemies had no chance to cope. He launched a series of lightning attacks that were extremely effective. All his blows were accurate and powerful. However, Yang was always careful about his safety during battle, as he knew that enemies tried to exploit his weak points. He was a careful fighter, but Yan managed to block the spiritual energy of his enemies, thanks to his unique abilities and experience. He captured one of the main masters of the opponents, demonstrating his power and skill. The warriors did not know which lord was opposing them, but they began to find out when they heard his name, Yan. They understood that they were dealing with a real challenge. The warriors were shocked and stunned, because before they did not consider Yan a serious opponent, but now they understood that he is a strong lord. The warriors began to beg for their master's release, and were ready to listen to Yan. Their pride was humbled, and they were ready to change their attitude towards the young lord. Under Yana's influence, the warriors began to change their attitudes and feel united as a team, ready to serve Yana and his plans. The warriors knelt before Yan, acknowledging him as their leader and paying homage to his skill. After the battle, among Yan's subordinates, 180 people were wounded and 60 died. Yang wanted his enemies to pay a very heavy price for these losses, but they were unwilling to accept such terms and tried to economize. One of the masters of the enemy clan started a spell, enveloping himself in magic for protection. Yang used his magic and tried to kill this master and break the spell. In the end, the enemies agreed to pay a lot of money in compensation for the losses, because they felt the extremely high concentration of energy in Yanov. However, the warriors were unhappy with this arrangement, as they had suffered heavy losses and wanted more compensation. Yan went somewhere, using his magic, to an unknown place. During the battle, one of the masters of the enemy clan began to be enveloped in magic, creating a protective barrier, which added to the complexity of the battle. Yang immediately used his magic, directing it at the master and trying to kill him. There was a strong magical glow in the battle, which gave the battle an epic character. In the end, the enemies, sensing the powerful concentration of energy in Yanov and realizing the high price of losses, agreed to pay a very large sum of money in compensation for the losses. Obviously, Yan's enemies sensed an extremely high concentration of energy in him, which was a key factor in their decision. This emphasized Yan's power. However, Yang's warriors remained dissatisfied with the agreement, as they had suffered heavy losses in the battle and wanted more compensation. After settling the issues of compensation, Yang moved on, flying somewhere and using his magic in an unknown direction. After returning to his estate, the master was very angry and irritated by the events involving John. While the master expressed his displeasure, Yang continued to meditate and increase his potential and energy level, achieving significant breakthroughs. Joy and satisfaction filled Yan, because he managed to achieve great success in his development. A few hours later, after completing his meditation, Jan went outside, where he was greeted and respected. People worshipped John and expressed joy at his return. One of the gangs decided to join Yan, choosing his side in the conflict, which was an important step in strengthening his position. Meanwhile, another master was trying to get the support of the other gangs, looking for strategies to defeat Yan. Ian was always attentive and analytical in order to understand the situation and possible ways of influencing events. Yan's warriors had mixed feelings as they had suffered heavy losses and wanted compensation for it. Yang made an effort to find out the true intentions of the gang that chose to join him and study their strength and potential contribution to the power struggle. Ian wanted to unite the two gangs, making them even stronger and united. He believed that this was possible through joint efforts. Gang commanders argued and discussed the possible risks and benefits of such cooperation. They were looking for a way to ensure maximum benefit for their teams. Finally, after a long discussion, the commanders reached a general agreement and agreed to cooperate. They realized that this is the best way to success. After the decision was made, the commanders bowed to Jan in recognition of his leadership qualities and went back to their training, preparing for the challenges ahead. Ian mounted his horse and rode on, with a clear plan of action for future events and the unification of the gangs. In the estate of his parents, Jan found a quarrel between them, which led to tension in the family. Mom was very angry and expressed her displeasure with Yanov's decision to withdraw from family affairs. Yang tried to calm the situation down, saying that they would have guests soon and this was no time for conflict. At this moment, Jan's soldiers arrived and came out to him, ready to chat and discuss future events. Everyone sat down in a circle of chairs and started discussing and planning future actions. It took a lot of work and careful strategizing to enlist the support of the warriors. Ian set about planning and thinking about the details with determination, wanting to make everything perfect. At the same time, circumstances required him to act quickly and decisively, and he was ready for this challenge. Ian felt completely prepared for the upcoming events and challenges. His parents were seriously worried about him and worried about his future. The soldiers agreed to help Jan in everything, ready to serve him faithfully. However, the two warriors had a special task or order that they planned to complete. Strangely, these soldiers refused to take an oath of loyalty to Jan, immediately raising the question. They decided to ask Jan questions related to a certain situation involving the fourth brother. These warriors were interested in certain circumstances surrounding Jan's fourth brother and wanted to know more. As a result of severe injuries during the battle, one of the young lords left this world. This tragedy reminded everyone of the dangerous reality of the conflict. Being reminded of this situation was extremely difficult for everyone, as the loss of the young lord was a true tragedy. The family of the fourth lord was extremely angry and condemned the warriors who they believed were responsible for the death of their son. This led to strained relations between the lord families and the warriors. Because of this tragedy, the fourth lord's family refused to take the oath of allegiance. They believed that the warriors did not provide adequate protection for their son and could not forgive such a failure. Ian and his father were in a difficult situation and were thinking about possible actions in the future. Enraged by the fact that the warriors refused their oath of loyalty, Yang began to look for a way out of this difficult situation and ways to resolve the conflict. Ian's next steps required careful thought and planning to resolve the conflict and restore cooperation. Conversations in the family circle and with the soldiers continued, and ways to resolve misunderstandings were still being sought. Jan, sitting at the table, continued to think and search for the best solution to this problem. Yang asked about the possible consequences if he decided not to take these warriors with him, and began to analyze the various possible options. At this moment, Yang asked them a decisive question. Are the warriors ready to become his enemies and take responsibility? The response was excellent. They expressed their belief that such a day would never come, and it looked like a real challenge. Despite this response, Yang decided to try to cooperate with these soldiers, which showed his determination and willingness to take risks. After detailed discussions and well-considered decisions, Ian went on a journey and left the family's rich estate. Jan's father smiled and told Jan that he had every chance to win, encouraging his son to be confident and determined. With best wishes for a happy journey from his family, Ian set out for an unknown future ready for challenges. The next part of the story took us to the Hall of Elders of the Jan family, where important events took place and key decisions were made. In this great hall sat the leader of the elders with an important disciple ready to give information. The young apprentice informed the foreman in detail about the latest events in the surrounding lands and their impact on the Jan family. But due to the lack of sufficient information, the foreman was very annoyed, and expressing his displeasure, gave the student a vigorous blow, eager to learn more. The student felt deep irritation towards the headmaster. It was hard to take, and his face showed anger and displeasure. A tense atmosphere prevailed in the room. At this moment, Yang felt sympathy for the young student, understanding his inner struggle and irritation. His heart was full of compassion and understanding. Approaching the group where his brothers were standing, Yang greeted them sincerely. This meeting was important for bringing the family together and supporting each other. Among them was Wei, a young master whom everyone recognized. He witnessed this meeting and felt a special energy in the air. After years of separation, Yang and Wei met with joy and sincerity. They hugged each other and expressed the feeling of joy to meet again. Master Wei was impressed with Yang's progress in the art. He emphasized how impressively Ian developed and reached new heights. Master Wei and Yang began to discuss secret battle techniques and magic. The exchange of experience and knowledge became an important step in their further cooperation. After leaving the group, young Master Wei decided to inform the elder about an important message. He felt a great responsibility to society. Master Wei is known for his visual performance. He believed that actions speak louder than words, and this belief guided his actions. Another of the brothers decided to join them, and Jan, patiently waiting his turn, reflected on the meaning of family unity and companionship. After a long wait, it was time for Ian to enter the conversation. He stepped forward and acknowledged the elder. His face was one of confidence, and he began his address. Meeting the elder was very important to Jan, and he smiled, expressing his open attitude and respect. He was ready to share his intentions and plans. Yang began to express his ambitions in the battle for the throne, and revealed his desire to take 2 blood warriors with him. He spoke confidently and decisively. Those around him, however, treated Jan with some doubt. They saw him as a young man, and doubted whether he could handle such a responsibility. Yang decided to use the 2 amulets as payment for his warriors. It was a gesture of faith in one's abilities and strengths. The master who accepted the amulets was surprised by their power and the energy they radiated. Following the example of the amulets, the master's body began to fill with strength and energy, impressing those around him with his power. The master asked Jan what exactly was written in these amulets, expressing curiosity and wanting to know more. Everyone present looked at Jan with great interest, waiting for an answer. Yang explained that these amulets were spiritual symbols for alchemy, revealing their essence and purpose to the elder and others present. The elder became pensive and could not believe the power Yang had shown. He pondered this unexpected turn of events. Yang explained that these amulets improved the quality of alchemical remedies. He expressed his belief in their beneficial effect on the results of alchemical processes. The elder expressed his skepticism and warned Jan that he would be punished if it turned out to be a lie or a deception. The elder decided to check Jan's words and sent the master to the alchemy hall for a detailed inspection of the amulets. Everyone present was waiting for the results of this inspection with bewilderment, and were not completely sure of Jan's professionalism. After checking, it turned out that Jan's words were true, and his trust was restored. Other members of the society were also convinced of the power of amulets. However, another sage refused to believe that these were Jan's amulets, and expressed his doubts. The sage decided to test the amulets himself, starting to concentrate his energy on them. The amulets were tested by the sage, and he was surprised by their power and effectiveness. The astonished sage asked Jan where he had obtained these amulets, for they had extraordinary potential. During his journey, Yang acquired these amulets, revealing his ability to discover valuable artifacts. His adventures add to the mystery of his story. Master Yang learned alchemy from Grandmaster Xiao, gaining the opportunity to improve his skills and knowledge. Everyone present was mesmerized by Jan's story, and their eyes were fixed on him with interest and wonder. There was a mysterious and quiet atmosphere in the room, which was marked by the great significance of this moment. The sage expressed his doubts and admitted that he was not capable of making amulets of this kind, emphasizing the uniqueness of Jan's skills. The chief elder was interested in the price of these amulets, and asked questions about their value in material terms. The sage replied that Jan's amulets are priceless, have no monetary value, and have extraordinary spiritual weight. The sage emphasized that he will remember Ian for the rest of his life for his contribution to the trust and faith of the society. Yang was now given permission to take 2 warriors into his team, which was an important step in his preparation for the battle for the throne. The elder emphasized that Yang could choose anyone for his team, showing his faith in Yang and his leadership abilities. The elder asked Jan who he wanted to choose for his team, giving him the opportunity to choose his partners. Yang chose to choose his comrades, ignoring their wounds, which showed his dedication and determination. Despite their wounds, Yang chose to choose these accomplices, showing his faith in their abilities and dedication to the common cause. Yang confidently told the elder that he would do so, trusting his choice and his comrades. The elder signed the contract and handed it to Jan, which officially cemented their agreement and commitment. At this moment, Ian was thinking about the next steps and tasks that await him on the way to victory. The elder understood Jan's worth and continued to support him by providing him with important support and advice. Other masters may not be confident in Jan's skills, but that doesn't stop him from believing in himself and his comrades. Yang approached the palace that radiated red energy, ready for a new phase of his journey and trials. His brothers and the leader of the Bloody Warriors were already waiting there, ready to take part in the next events together. Yang noticed that the leader was a very strong warrior and expert, which increased the tension and responsibility for the challenges ahead. Yang showed his friendliness and kindness, noting that he was glad to see the leader and his comrades. Such a friendly approach helped to create an atmosphere of cooperation and mutual understanding. The leader invited Yan to his palace, expressing his respect for him and recognizing him as a key player in the fight ahead. There was a sense of weight and responsibility in this invitation. Ian was pleasantly surprised by the seriousness of this important moment, and understood that he was preparing for something big and significant. The deputy leader was also in the palace, together with his military wife. This appearance indicated that the discussion would be serious and would require serious decisions. All the warriors who were in the palace were famous for their military prowess and were experts in martial arts. This showed the great strength and experience of the team. The soldiers stood in a strong column, demonstrating their unity and readiness to cooperate. Their unanimity was impressive and gave the impression of reliability. As a sign of respect and friendliness, all the warriors bowed before Yan and greeted him, expressing respect for his leadership qualities. Jan expressed his gratitude to the soldiers for their dignity and readiness for action. His smile reflected confidence in his team and shared goals. As the warriors were about to embark on a journey, Yang was ready to support them and assist them in their task, emphasizing their readiness for the challenges. With the support of such strong and experienced warriors, Yang felt more confident and ready for the tasks that lay before him and his team. The leader of the warriors asked if the selected warriors met his expectations and if they could become an integral part of their team. All the descendants of different families and clans have returned to the mighty capital, ready to take part in the battle for the throne. Many forces hesitated and pondered which of the young lords to support, as each of them had their own power and influence. Each young lord was strong in his own right, making it difficult for sects and clans to choose. Different sects and clans had different situations and their own information about lords, which made the choice even more difficult. The story then moved to the Chiu family hall, where the family members were debating which lord to support. The choices were very varied and difficult, and the Chiu family pondered how to make the right choice for their clan. The Chiu family faced numerous arguments and counterparties, which made their decision even more difficult. The Chiu family tried to find out who the big and influential families supported, so that they could consider this factor in their selection. Mistress of the Chiu family spoke about all the young lords, as she had extensive knowledge of their abilities and characteristics. The younger brother decided to share his opinion, arguing that he should support Lord Yan, who impressed him with his extraordinary strength and skill. He justified his decision by saying that Yang could become the best lord for their clan and lead them to victory. Their father hesitated and pondered the choice, taking into account all the advantages and disadvantages of the various lords, as well as listening to the opinion of his youngest son. The craftswoman, although she did not want to support Yan, still took into account his strength and potential. The silence between the master and Yan was caused by strong conflicts that arose earlier due to different views. The younger brother continued to argue his position, convincing his father that Yang was the best choice for the future of the clan. Father pondered which arguments were more important for choosing a lord, considering Yan's abilities and strength. The master also doubted and thought about whether it was right to choose Yan, but she took into account his extraordinary strength. The Chiu family was in a difficult position, not understanding why Yang believed so confidently in his victorious destiny. Choosing a lord had become a difficult task for the Chiu family, and they needed more time and deliberation to make a final decision. The future of not only their family, but also the entire clan was affected by the lord's choice, and this made the situation extremely difficult. Father began to express his decision as to whom he supported for the lordship, taking into account all the weighty circumstances. The craftswoman desperately advocated for Yan's support, recognizing his strength and leadership qualities. The father felt dissatisfied with the choice of the craftswoman and sought a compromise so as not to divide the family. Events moved to the headquarters of the gang, where the leaders discussed further plans and strategies. Yang showed determination and decided to stop the activities of the ringleaders, seeing them as traitors. The ringleaders were surprised and tried to justify their actions to Yan, but it was displeasure. The attempts of the leaders to justify themselves did not affect the determination of Ian, who saw them as a threat. The ringleaders continued to try to explain their actions and reveal their motives, but it was too late. After Yan's decisive order, his soldiers began to follow his command and eliminate the ringleaders, creating a tense situation. After that, Yan, together with his servants, went to the warehouse, where the necessary resources and equipment were stored. They were checking supplies and preparing everything they needed to enter the competition that was about to begin. In the warehouse, he noticed an unusual map with markings that caught his attention. This map contained mysterious symbols and markers that may have been important for future events. Some time passed, and the ceremony at the stadium, timed for the start of the competition, began. The young lords gathered together, feeling great anticipation and nervous tension. The young lords were eagerly awaiting the start of the competition, and the tension in the air was palpable. They knew it was a battle for the throne, and they would have to prove themselves the best. The chief elders also felt great tension, and watched the events with great interest. They knew that the choice of the next lord would be decisive for the future of their world. A special ritual was held, which was an important part of the ceremony before the start of the competition. This ritual was intended to attract magical powers and bless the participants. But even before the start of the competition, the rules of the battle remained mysterious and uncertain. The lords understood that in this battle it was important not to follow the rules, but to survive at any cost. The lords were willing to listen to any rules, but it was hard for them to imagine what the true chaos of these contests would be. The lords bowed during the ritual, expressing their respect and worship to the magical forces that were to be with them at this important moment. During the final part of the ceremony, a symbolic monster was killed as an expression of thanks to the magical forces for participating in the event. This event symbolized the beginning of the battle and was designed to gather forces and determine the victorious lord. The ceremony ended and the great battle began. The young lords set off on horses in an unknown direction, ready for their trials. They raced on their horses, carrying their hopes and dreams for the future. The young lords had to overcome the trials that awaited them in this dangerous journey. Their horses were extremely fast and durable, allowing them to advance quickly. The elders studied every step of the young lords, because the fate of this world depended on their choices. Meanwhile, on the streets of the city, people passionately discussed the events taking place. Among them were both supporters of the lords and those who supported other candidates. But suddenly, a huge magical explosion rang out in the middle of the city, which caused general surprise and alarm. The young lords continued the chase on their horses, trying to overcome all the difficulties on their way. The lords knew that an incredible challenge awaited them, and they were ready to gather all their strength and resources to survive and win. As the lords advanced, they teamed up with their loyal warriors, ready to support them in any situation. On horseback, not only young lords rode, but also their loyal warriors, ready to serve their masters in this important mission. With each step closer to the test, the atmosphere became more and more tense. The elders liked the high spirit and determination of the young lords who set out on a dangerous journey. They were proud of their pets. The conversations between the elders about the possible winner did not stop, and they analyzed each lord and his possibilities. The further fate of the country depended on it. The elders eagerly awaited the developments as they followed the battle for the throne and power with great interest. They pondered how this battle would affect the future kingdom. All the lords continued to unite with their armies, ready to step into unforeseen situations and challenges. It was their way of preparing for an extraordinary event. Now it was impossible to trust anyone, because each lord had his own plans, ambitions, and desire for power. Each young lord proved devious in their actions and decisions, and even Yang could not be sure of his colleagues. Yang stood next to the weakest young lords who didn't even have warriors on their side. He tried to instill in them faith and confidence in their own abilities. Ian spoke to the weaker lords, trying to reassure them and convince them that they could rise to the challenge and gain influence. None of those around him wanted to become Yan's enemy, because he had already earned a reputation as a strong and decisive leader capable of solving the most difficult tasks. In response to the closeness of the battle for the throne, the streets of the city emptied, leaving only lone elders wandering the streets. These single elders reflected on their choices and future actions during this important time. One of the elders, known for his high opinion of himself, decided to look particularly stylish, causing laughter and jeers from the other elders. The other elders began to mock and shout at him, demanding that he be punished for his excessive pride. The head elders always hated lewd behavior and indecent appearance. Regardless, the other elders invited the perpetrator of the taunts to support one of the young lords in the battle for the throne. The elder, with mixed feelings, decided to take responsibility and make a choice, putting the weight of his support on the table. Although the choice was not easy and caused many doubts, the elder still decided who to support in this decisive moment. The elder felt the pressure and responsibility for his choice, but he was at the crossroads of the forces of different clans. Young Lord Yang, who had the support of this elder, was pleasantly surprised by this surprise, and was ready to overcome all the challenges that awaited him on the way to the throne. The head elders were amazed and shocked at this choice of support for young Lord Yan. One of the elders was irritated and angry about this choice and did not hesitate to express his displeasure. Conflicts and quarrels between the elders remained on the agenda, and the war for succession gave them even more reasons to argue. This war of succession was a grand challenge for all participants, where they had to overcome their conflicts and unite for a common goal. Despite the past disputes between Yang and the elder, now they needed to cooperate and overcome all difficulties together. 8 young lords set out across the desert to the city of war, ready to be a part of this great endeavor. Ian, with his warriors, was among the lords, ready to accept the challenge. The elder emphasized that Yang had a lot of support, but expressed doubts about the choice of warriors that Yang had chosen. In response to these doubts, Yang offered the elder a bet on whether he and his warriors could survive the night. This bet was an expression of Ian's confidence and his determination to emerge victorious from this challenge. The heroes continued their quest to find the test. They did not stop, continuing to move forward. Unfortunately, the elders did not have any suitable suggestions for this pair of heroes. They were left without a reward, and this situation put them in a difficult position. Sometimes Yang also doubted what he could give if he lost. He thought deeply about possible victims. In the end, Yang decided to give up his faithful companion, the golden eagle. He was ready to sacrifice his most valuable treasure. The heroes were approaching the city, surrounded by a huge defensive wall, which served as a symbol of danger. All the lords from different lands who wanted to gain power gathered in this city. The people of the city opened their doors to them and welcomed them hospitably. They were ready to support the heroes and follow their trials. The young lords wished each other success, uniting in this difficult time. Yang did not feel comfortable in this city, and this discomfort was palpable. But it was time to go to the test, and they needed to go forward, ready to take on all the challenges that awaited them. The elders showed a certain admiration for the girls around them, and this did not leave them indifferent. By calmly communicating with them, the elders maintained a light atmosphere in this tense environment. However, even despite their interest, the elders understood that courting girls here was dangerous. They understood that this could lead to military conflicts and unpleasant consequences. But here their attention was drawn by the appearance of Master Shumei, and it was a surprise for Yan, who did not expect to meet her in this place. Shumei expressed her desire to join Yan's team and expressed her support, saying that she wanted to be on his side. This unexpected help was received by Yang with joy, especially considering that Shumei had prepared her own support group with her. The mood of Lord Yan's team became more optimistic, and they prepared for the most important challenges with great confidence in their success. Shumei expressed a desire to learn more about the action plan in order to understand how to work more effectively with the team. Although Yang was very secretive and did not reveal a detailed strategy, this only added to the mystery surrounding him and his plan. The young lords tried to relax and rest, gathering strength for the upcoming challenges. The elders decided to support one of the young lords, giving him their attention and support during this difficult time. The elders felt great concern because of the high level of competition between the young lords. They understood that this situation could lead to serious obstacles in the execution of the tests and threaten their plans. Before extremely difficult tests, the young lords decided to satiate themselves, stocking up on energy and strength. They chose a moment of rest to increase their chances of success. The ambitions of each of the young lords were high, and they all dreamed of victory and the possibility of power. The competition was incredibly intense, and the struggle for superiority made the task difficult. Among the young lords, there was one who turned out to be very cunning and treacherous. His actions and intentions left the integrity of these trials in question. Lord Yan chose the highest seat in the restaurant for dinner, and tried to enjoy the taste of the healing herbs. He stored energy for the difficult tasks that awaited his team. Yan's warriors felt a great responsibility and tension because they understood that they were an important part of this great task. Approaching their lord, they saluted him according to ritual and showed their loyalty and support. Warriors were ready to engage in a difficult struggle and were aware of the risk of losing their lives in these dangerous trials. Lord Yang asked them if they had any comments or wishes for him, expressing their willingness to cooperate and communicate. The warriors answered his questions with a smile and confidence, indicating that they believed in Ian and praised his good decisions and leadership qualities. However, the warriors were not entirely sure that Yang would be able to win. Among them, there was a certain anxiety and doubts about the high stakes of this competition. Lord Yan decided to find out whose side his loyal warriors would be on during the war between the lords. He posed this question to them, seeking their point of view. The warriors responded emphatically that they would support Yan. They believed in him and were ready to give their lives for him. Yang felt great satisfaction that his warriors trusted him and expressed their support. As a token of gratitude for their loyalty, Yang gave his warriors alchemical pills that were supposed to increase their physical capabilities. Lord Yang emphasized the need to accumulate energy as soon as possible, as time for training and preparation was limited. There were many people under their abode who watched these events with anticipation. Yang made an appeal to his soldiers, urging them not to interfere in the affairs of civilians and to leave them alone. Yang then called all his warriors to regain their strength and left the room, preparing for the most important tests. The master began to worry, as she believed that Yang was not putting enough effort into winning. Mistress also had doubts about whether Yang really trusted her completely. This uncertainty worried her and caused some anxiety. Yang explained that he couldn't fully trust the master at the moment, because their work together hadn't revealed all aspects yet and needed more time to develop. The craftswoman realized that they needed more time to better understand each other and build mutual trust. The master was annoyed that Yang was not in the best physical shape and believed that this might affect their chances of victory. However, Yang did not react to all the reproaches and remained calm. Yang opened the door and declared that their allies were waiting outside, trying to disprove the elder's doubts. The elder continued to rebuke and express his doubts about Yan. The chief warrior approached them and began to find out who exactly the young lord was and what their intentions were. After a brief exchange of greetings, Yang asked who exactly these new soldiers were, wondering about their experience and motivation. Ian felt joy at the fact that new warriors were coming to him who could strengthen their team in the extreme trials. Although Yan's authority was small, people still supported him, hoping that he would prove to be a strong lord in these trials. This support was essential in creating unity in their team. The warriors did not have a clear idea of Yan's true power, and this mystery added uncertainty to their future. They were stubborn in their desire to reveal all the secrets of the young lord. The mystery that surrounded Ian separated them, but at the same time made them more interested in each other. They understood that in order to achieve victory, they had to overcome all obstacles, including this mystery. One of the warriors decided to test Yan and knock out his true strength. His determination and desire to find out the truth provoked conflict and caused a battle. The warrior raised his giant sword, ready to challenge Yan and test his true potential. Lord Yan concentrated his energy and accepted the challenge, ready to fight. A powerful battle between the two ensued, with both sides displaying impressive skills and stamina that left everyone a joy to watch. The other warriors watched this epic battle with great interest, supporting both fighters. The main warrior was ready to join the fight if necessary, and with the others he awaited the development of events. Everyone was worried about Yan's fate, and hoped that he would prove his strength and be determined in this exciting battle. However, Lord Yan once again amazed everyone with the secret tactics he used that were not obvious to others. Yang deftly grabbed the lead warrior by the head using his strength and skill. Yang then threw it as far as he could in an impressive maneuver. The main warrior was badly injured after this blow and could no longer get up. He was lying on the ground in need of immediate help and medical attention. After the battle, other warriors began to help the main warrior and take him out of the battle. Those around him were amazed at Yan's strength abilities and could not believe that he was able to win so effectively. The other warriors refrained from disturbing the harmony and tried not to draw too much attention to themselves. The craftswoman decided to start a dialogue with one of the warriors in order to better understand the situation and support their team. The main warrior, after the defeat, decided to join Yan and his team, confirming his loyalty to the new lord. The craftswoman entered young Lord Yan's chambers, impressed by his skill and composure during battle. She thought about what makes Yan so pathetic and self-confident. Mistress saw that the young lord believed in his ability to reach the throne and rule the city. After the successful selection of the main warrior, Yang revealed himself to be a master of tactics and strategy. The craftswoman understood that she should better understand Yan and his motivation in order to work together to achieve the goals. She continued to think about Yan and ask herself why he so often expressed his majesty and confidence. Perhaps it was his attempt to maintain power over the team and a sense of control over the situation. Ian once again put his faith in victory and willingness to accept the challenge. This confidence and determination could be some kind of his driving force. After thinking, Yang opened his chest and examined its contents, perhaps looking for other resources and means to achieve his goal. The master tried to explain that they might lack the support to win, and called for a discussion of strategy and a plan of action. But Yang just laughed and replied that it would be fun for him, perhaps showing his readiness for challenges and unusual situations. As a sign of friendship and cooperation, Yang asked the craftswoman to take 2 bottles of wine to the elders, perhaps showing his gratitude and desire to maintain team unity. The craftswoman agreed to do this and fulfill Jan's request, after which she went to take the wine to the elders. The craftswoman approached the elders with bottles of wine and offered them a drink, hoping that this would help create a more favorable atmosphere and bring them closer together. The elder was grateful for the gift and gladly accepted it, showing his affection for young Lord Yan. However, the other elders were also offended and decided to send the wine somewhere else, showing their dignity and desire to show similar consideration. The other lords rested and spent their time in various ways, perhaps preparing for upcoming trials or discussing plans. The further development of the story moved us to the center of the city of war, where important events took place. The elders were tasked with overseeing the lords' examinations, perhaps determining their readiness for power and leadership. Yang knew that in order not to lose, he had to protect his flag and keep it intact. Ian believed in his team and was sure that together they could achieve victory in the trials. Meanwhile, night was falling, but they continued to chat and discuss their plans. Ending the day, Ian decided to take a walk before bed, perhaps in an attempt to relax and prepare for the challenges ahead. In his plans for the future, Yang dreamed of taking one of the Lord's banners, perhaps as part of a strategy to achieve victory in the trials and assert his power and authority. Lord Yang decided to go alone in order to avoid unnecessary attention and facilitate the implementation of his plans inconspicuously. The master was offended that Yang did not invite her or the other team members with him, perhaps feeling a lack of trust in their support. One of the other lords continued to rest at his estate, possibly failing to pass his local exams. But then someone knocked on their door, and there was a moment of surprise. It turned out to be young Lord Yang himself, hidden behind a secret mask, who had come with an unexpected purpose. Ian was greeted and offered to rest and recharge before the upcoming challenges. Yang took a drink of water and began talking to another young lord, perhaps discussing his plans and goals. Jan explained that he had come to borrow some people for his needs and tasks. The other lord calmed down and trusted Jan, perhaps seeing him as a potential ally. The lord agreed to provide his men, but also expressed a desire to accompany them, perhaps wanting to be part of the events and see the success of his subjects. Ian urged the lord to become stronger, and this made him angry and disapproving. The elders set out for John, ready to follow him on this adventure. They moved secretly and silently around the city, trying not to attract too much attention. Stealing inconspicuously, they noticed a group of warriors approaching their location. One of the young lords decided to attack the other, starting an internal conflict. Although they stood silently, they were noticed, and now the situation became tense. Yang and the elders continued to pursue the other lord's group of warriors, ready for what was to come. Ian watched the events unfold as he waited for the exam to begin. The warriors entered the estate of another lord, prepared to meet the enemy. The stronger brother decided to suggest that the other lord surrender without a fight, perhaps in an attempt to avoid bloodshed and save his own life. But everyone wanted to fight for the throne and refused to give up, ready to fight to the end. Intelligence informed the lord that they had spotted Lord Yan and his party preparing to move. It was at this moment that Ian got out of the darkness, appearing before their eyes. Yang remained a cold-blooded observer, following the development of events. The stronger lord continued to offer to surrender without a fight, but the moods of the parties escalated. But at this time, a big fight broke out between them, and the words were already too late for a peaceful settlement. Magic and swords were pitted against each other, and the squads were deployed for a duel to the death. At that moment, deadly magic arrows sounded, ready to end this skirmish. The warriors began firing magical arrows from their bows, adding an extra level of danger to the battle. Golden arrows flew mercilessly through the air, dealing damage to the other side. The warriors attempted to block the magic arrows with their own magic in an attempt to deflect the danger. There was a powerful explosion in the very center of the city, which led to extraordinary destruction. The city of war has turned into ruins, which only recently was a symbol of power and wealth. The clans of the lords continued their fierce struggle and became enemies of each other. The stronger brother gained the upper hand in the battle and began to dominate his opponent. The stronger brother turned to Jan and offered him a deal aimed at ending the conflict. And at this time, the soldiers continued their deadly battle, not paying attention to the truce. At this point, someone tried to steal one of the flags in an attempt to break the balance of power. Yang did not want more bloodshed and came up with a cunning plan to end the conflict. The stronger soldiers managed to steal the flag with the Yan symbol, ending the exam. The warriors began a fierce fight for who would bring the banner to the Lord. A fight broke out between them, and that's where Yang decided to take action. Yang used his magic to knock out the warriors and take control of the situation. The stronger lord was surprised when he felt Yan's magic pulling the banner towards him. Jan managed to steal the flag and began to retreat, holding the symbol of his power. He threw the flag to the golden eagle and the lord's symbol flew up, symbolizing his victory. The warriors, surprised and frightened, watched Yan's actions, not believing their eyes. The stronger lord was extremely angry to see Yang win the exam. He gave the order to stop Yan at all costs, but the elders stood by Yan's defense. The elders were willing to face the overwhelming force of the warriors to protect Lord Yan. The youngest lord watched with fear and realized that he had failed the exam. The elders approached the youngest lord and tossed him into the sky, including him in the plan. Ian caught him there, and it was part of an elaborate plan. People were amazed at Lord Yan's impressive cooperation and coordination. The elder lord was ready to give chase, but Yan's plan was already in motion. There were many wounded soldiers near the estate, but Yang did not stop. Yang saw them trying to chase him, but he was extremely fast and couldn't catch up. Lord Yang was extremely quiet and fast and could not be caught up to. The stronger lord was surprised at where Yang had found such strong elders and allies. Everyone realized that they had underestimated Lord Yan and his capacity for strategy and cooperation. Yang always remained very mysterious, and this always annoyed the other lords. Having saved one of the young lords, Ian continued the fight. Jan offered his young brother to return to the capital, because he could no longer win. But the young lord was Bezrodny and asked Jan to wait. Jan had to hurry to his castle because someone had already come to him. 2 other lords came to the manor, ready for battle. The castle was surrounded, but Jan's men were ready to defend it. The lords sought to take Master Jan's banner, but it was not so easy to do. Jan's warriors began to provoke the young lords, urging them to battle. The struggle for Master Jan's flag only exacerbated the situation, and the conflict turned into an intriguing battle. The craftswoman laughed and offered to find the flag together. The lords hoped that Yang had surrendered voluntarily. They were preparing to attack Ian when he left the estate. The lords were determined to launch an assault on the estate. They gave the order to take Jan's flag. The warriors guarding Jan's estate were very strong. The lords' warriors were afraid to enter the estate because of the strong resistance. The foreman and the foreman agreed on a new plan. The enemies were ready to attack, but Jan's friends remained calm. One of the soldiers approached the flag and began to remove it. After successfully removing the flag, the warrior was preparing to leave the estate, but suddenly collapsed and died. This mysterious event stunned all the witnesses and left many questions unanswered. After the accident with the warrior, everyone became very wary and scared. They couldn't explain what exactly had happened, and who could have killed the warrior in Lord Jan's estate. Fear and uncertainty grew among the lords and their warriors, as they did not understand what might happen next. The lords were irritated and outraged by this mysterious event, and they decided to find out who was behind it and why the warrior fell and died. The lords continued to plan how to try to take the banner from Lord Jan again, because they did not want to submit and lose. Starting the assault half an hour later, the lords prepared for a heavy battle for the banner of Jan. 2 warriors were sent by the lords to retrieve the banner from Lord Ian's estate. They really wanted to win the trophy. The lords once again attacked Jan's estate, ready for a serious battle. The lords' warriors tried to take the banner, but Jan's warriors stood in their way, ready to defend their position. Lord Jan's warriors did not react to the attack and did not intervene, allowing the enemies to advance deeper into the estate. They kept their secrecy and prepared for the next actions. The warriors of the lords were sure that they had already won and would be able to take the flag without resistance. However, this was only the beginning of a difficult and dangerous task that awaited them. But at that very moment, a mysterious green magic surrounded their attack. The thief warriors began to feel incredible pain and fear, and they were no longer so sure of their success. The green magic caused great discomfort to the thief warriors, and they retreated, trying to avoid this supernatural effect on their bodies and minds. One of Jan's warriors resolutely picked up the banner in his hands and hung it back on the wall, showing his loyalty to the Lord and his banner. This move seemed simple, but it had great symbolic meaning and angered the young lords even more. The young lords were on the verge of indignation, as their plan had failed for a long time, and Lord Yang remained out of reach. The lords understood that they could not cope with the task of stealing Jan's flag alone, and decided to join their efforts. Their combined strength was to be the key to success in capturing Jan's banner. The attack on Lord Jan's estate began again, and this time the lords were preparing for a more difficult and brutal battle. They were ready to join forces and take Jan's banner together, convinced that this was the only way to victory. A fierce battle was about to take place in Lord Jan's fortress, and everything was to be decided on the battlefield. Lord Jan's blood warriors concentrated their energies for a strong defense, ready to defend their estate. Jan's warriors were faster and stronger, and this allowed them to hold their ground in battle. In the battle, many attacking warriors were wounded and killed, and blood flowed like a river. The lords were very angry at the failed attacks, and the failures infuriated them. The attacking warriors continued to attack, and their numbers seemed endless. But Jan's warriors continued to be true heroes on the battlefield, not allowing the enemy to break through. The onslaught of attacking warriors did not stop, and Jan's warriors continued to defend their position. The craftswoman used her magic to send the elder into such a powerful blow. The elder fell to the ground, punching a large hole in the ground with his powerful magic. The fierce battle for the throne continued, and it was at the center of Lord Jan's fortress. Lord Jan's warriors realized that they could control the situation on the battlefield and defend their position. The warriors attacking the elder were frightened, and their desire to attack became less. They began to retreat. The warriors were very frightened and were afraid to continue advancing, seeing that they were unable. The young lords did not know what to do in such a difficult situation and began to look for a way out. All of the lords' previous assaults had been fruitless, and they were going to fix that. One of the attacking warriors tried to attack the elder, but he failed. The elder then began his attack himself, approaching with his sword ready to strike. The attacking warrior fell to his knees and began to desperately beg for forgiveness. The elder was ready to respond to the attack, standing over the hopeless enemy. The warrior on his knees admitted his defeat and asked for mercy. The elder at that moment struck the warrior and cut off his hand and then laughed at his impotence. The lords realized that now they would have to take the initiative themselves, since their warriors were defeated. Jan's brothers were ready for any development and ready to support their lord. A lord jumped into the estate, using his powerful magic and physical strength. The lord launched a series of attacks, using martial magic techniques against the elder. The elder tried to block the lord's magic attacks by using his own magic. The lord continued to attack without letting the elder rest. The elder was in a difficult position, not knowing how to face two lords at the same time. Both lords began to attack the elder in combination, trying to overcome his defenses. However, Jan's brothers came to the elder's aid and were able to block the lord's attacks. Out of nowhere, Jan appeared, smiling, giving strength and support to his brothers. The brothers were glad to see Jan and accepted his help in the defense with gratitude. Warrior Jan was seriously wounded but still continued to fight, carrying an important mission. The lords understood that it was time to retreat, as their plans were quite vulnerable. Young Lord Yang launched his enchantment attack using his extraordinary magic. There was a huge explosion of gigantic proportions which crushed the enemies. Attacking enemy soldiers fled in different directions, trying to save their lives from Jan. The lords were frightened by Jan's devastating power and his extreme force energy. One of the lords was very impressed with the progress Yang had made and his incredible abilities. Yang did not reveal any secrets and pathetically looked into the other lord's eyes, showing his hope for victory. The attacking warriors quickly began to retreat, fearing Jan's unbridled fury and his undisputed abilities. The elders meditated in the temple and wondered which of the lords had won the difficult battle for the throne.